In the sweltering heat of summer, the results of the college entrance examination were announced. The 2014 examination results were no different from those of previous years. Lu Chang promptly checked his score online, revealing a total of 519. In a small northern city, this score barely surpassed the threshold for a second-tier university, yet it fell significantly short of the first-tier standard. It was neither commendable nor disgraceful, merely average. Much like Lu Chang himself, upon seeing the score, Lu Chang felt neither elated nor disheartened. He quietly closed the web page with a click on the X in the upper right corner and then sprawled out on his bed. The phone rang. Lu Chang's device was devoid of any ringtone, reflecting the dullness that characterized his existence. It was his mother calling. "Hello, son. Aren't the results available today? I noticed that Xiao Wang's son just checked his score outside my shop." 519. Lu Chang interrupted, relaying his score succinctly, and after exchanging a few more words, he ended the call. After a moment's reflection, he decided to turn off his phone altogether. July and August marked the peak of summer heat, and even the strongest air conditioning could not dispel the warmth lingering in his heart. Tossing and turning in bed, unable to find sleep, Lu Chang eventually rose to open his computer, adeptly launching the media player. With a steady rhythm, he engaged in a solitary indulgence, yet the release felt neither exhilarating nor fulfilling. Life had become monotonous, tedious, and arid, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Lowering his head to tidy up his traces, he switched off the computer and gazed vacantly at the intricate patterns on the yellow ceiling. Eventually, whether due to fatigue or some other reason, he slowly drifted off to sleep. When Lu Chang awoke again, the daylight had dimmed slightly. He was roused by someone's voice. In the summer, the days are long, and a mere hint of dusk indicated that it was already past 7 o'clock. His parents had returned from work. This also signified that the family meeting was about to commence. At the dining table, with these grades, gaining admission to a regular school is certainly feasible, but what prospects do you envision if you merely attend an average second-tier university? Clearly, his mother, Wu Hua, who had been closely monitoring Lu Chang's academic performance, had already ascertained the cutoff scores for the recent college entrance examination. "Your father and I feel this way. Respect your opinion that you believe it is better to lead a mundane life at an ordinary second-tier university or to repeat a year and strive for a prestigious institution. I just want to go to any school." Lu Chang, having taken a bite of his meal, set down his chopsticks. "Think it over again." Lu Chang's father, Lu Hui, waved his hand, and the meeting concluded in silence. 3 days later. "You know, our family has always valued democracy, your father, and I have never gone against your wishes. We respect your choices. That it is important to understand that the job market is fiercely competitive nowadays, and it is genuinely challenging for ordinary graduates from average schools to secure employment. Your father and I lack substantial connections. Do you prefer to study for a year and achieve something significant, or to casually attend any school? I would rather just attend any school for now. Think it through again." 2 days later. Indeed, as long as one is young, there is no need to fear failure. Who succeeds on the first attempt? Take Zhao Hui from the backyard, for instance. He is 5 years your senior and did not perform well in his first year either. However, after a year of diligent study, he was admitted to a prestigious university. Now, having graduated, he faces no difficulties in finding employment. Thus, it is often said that a solid diploma can be more valuable than anything else. Think carefully. Do you truly desire to spend a year preparing for a good university, or would you prefer to attend any school? I wish to study. Reflect on it further. A day later. "Son, there are times when you may find me tedious. Yet, occasionally, a single choice can indeed determine the course of your life. The distinction between heaven and hell can sometimes be but a thin line." "Mom, I want to study." Lu Chang interjected, clenching his teeth and interrupting his mother's lengthy discourse. "Very well. You have stated your intention. We are not coercing you." Wu Hua, seemingly oblivious to her son's expression, finally broke into a smile. "You know, our family has always valued democracy, and since the path is yours to choose, you must dedicate this year to your studies. To support your decision, your father and I have already arranged a review school for you a few days ago. It has small classes, is orderly, and offers boarding facilities. We believe that the time you would otherwise waste commuting could be better spent memorizing English vocabulary. Hence, we wish for you to board there. And now that you have chosen to review, idleness can no longer be an option. Be aware that some students who are retaking classes have already begun their courses. The following day, Lu Chang packed his belongings, taking with him some basic necessities and a change of clothes, and settled into a modest boarding school named Singji. Like many students who found themselves struggling academically, his initial enthusiasm for learning waned under the oppressive heat of the summer sun within just 3 days, and he reverted to his former habits in this brief span of time. The boarding students had become familiar with one another. After evening study hours concluded, Lu Chang completed his evening routine and reclined on his bed, engaging in casual conversation with a few fellow students nearby. "Hey, did you all choose to repeat the year voluntarily?" Lu Chang inquired, casting a glance at the other 3 occupants of the dormitory. One bespectacled boy, who appeared never to have washed his face or brushed his teeth, let alone bathe his feet, sported perpetually greasy hair and clutched a book while donning. His thick glasses first glance. He resembled a diligent student devoted to his studies. However, his efforts were misguided, as he diligently read not academic texts, but rather a hodgepodge of trivial literature. It was evident that he had not chosen this path willingly, that I am certainly not here by choice. I didn't even meet the cutoff score that I wanted to enroll in vocational school, but my father disapproved, the bespectacled boy replied, his gaze remaining fixed on his novel. "Hey, glasses, what exactly are you reading every day?" asked the boy in the upper bunk, who was overweight and a fervent fan of online novels, though he often scoffed at the material consumed by the bespectacled student. "Apocalyptic fiction," came the response. "Let me take a look," the plump fellow said as he reached out and snatched the book from the bespectacled individual. After glancing through it, he grimaced and exclaimed, "Damn it, more zombies." It's been over a decade of this nonsense, yet they still can't get enough. Every time the apocalypse is mentioned, it's always zombies. What a load of rubbish. Grumbling, he returned the book to its owner and launched into a lengthy discourse. It's been over 10 years since the release of the Resident Evil game, hasn't it? This theme has been exhausted for over a decade, devoid of any originality. Furthermore, I do not believe that zombies could truly pose a threat to the world. If the virus cannot spread through the air, then these undead beings are no danger to humanity whatsoever. With their heavy breathing, sluggish movements, and diminished intellect, constantly groaning and moaning, I reckon that unless one is a complete fool, no one would be foolish enough to be bitten by such creatures. Consider our ancestors in ancient times. What natural predators did they not face that were far more agile and menacing than zombies? Yet they survived just fine. I'm not boasting, but to put it bluntly, even if everyone in our school turned into zombies, I could effortlessly make my escape. Do you believe that? As he spoke, he shook his ample frame, and witnessing his audacity, the last person in the dorm finally decided to speak up, that in truth, the genre of zombies did not originate with. The Resident Evil series, it has its roots in medieval European literature featuring tales of the undead. The modern era saw the 1968 American film Night of the Living Dead solidify the foundational elements of zombie lore, introducing concepts such as a fatal blow to the head and the transmission of infection through bites. The last person in the dormitory spoke up. He was the only exemplary student among the 4, named Lu Tao. It was said that he narrowly missed the marks required for Peking University and had to repeat a year, but he stood in stark contrast to the remaining 3 and not only excelled academically, but also possessed a vast array of knowledge, often indulging in displaying his intellectual prowess. Thus, the zombie theme, despite its recent establishment, has persisted for 4 to 5 decades and has become utterly stale. Furthermore, I concur with the opinion of the heavier-set individual when it comes to lower-tier zombies. If one harbors no fear in their heart, then the threat they pose to humanity is virtually negligible. Hey, I ask you, did you all come here voluntarily to repeat the year? How did the conversation stray so far? Lu Chang interjected, steering the discussion back on track. Clearly, aside from me, none of you are here of your own volition. The exemplary student concluded with another remark. Indeed, in this day and age, parents never truly grant their children any semblance of democracy. Instead, they impose a facade of democratic policies disguised as benevolence. In my view, these pretenses of false democracy are far less straightforward than simply resorting to direct measures, Lu Chang remarked, reclining on his bed as he recalled the circumstances from a few days prior, then casually inquired, "Do zombies truly pose no threat at all?" As soon as he finished his question, the dormitory door was thrust open, and a teacher-like figure, sporting frameless glasses, strode in. "Hey, the four of you, stop chatting and quickly get some sleep. There's an early reading tomorrow," he declared, and with that, he closed the door behind him. From the crack of the door, his final words echoed. "In the annals of Earth's evolutionary history, all heavy-footed, medium-sized terrestrial predators have been rendered extinct, not to mention those that move slowly. There is no merit in discussing this matter now. Off to sleep." Chapter 2. The Crimson Mist. The mornings of the repeat students commence at an exceptionally early hour, with some rising as early as 6:30 for their morning reviews. On this summer morning, Lu Chang, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, roused the snoring fatty and the bespectacled fellow who had spent the previous night immersed in novels. With his toiletries in hand, he made his way to the washroom. As for the diligent Lu Tao, he had long since vanished without a trace. After completing his morning routine, Lu Chang stepped out to the entrance of the dormitory, where his gaze was immediately drawn to the misty sky. Typically, summer mornings experience little fog, yet for the past 2 years, the mornings have often been shrouded in a hazy veil, tinged with an odd shade of pink that evokes a peculiar sensation. However, any strange occurrence, when prolonged, soon becomes mundane. Given that this peculiar pink mist had persisted for 2 years, and the weather forecast described it merely as a common condensation phenomenon, the populace, accustomed to the most unsavory of culinary oils, paid little heed to the anomaly. Emerging from the dormitory, Lu Chang found himself enveloped by the fog, inhaling its sweet aroma. He navigated through the mist and reached the classroom, embarking on a day of study. Drowsiness enveloped him, and as the morning slipped away, he remained unaware of the content he had read, only conscious of the act of reading itself. He perceived this monotonous existence, repeated day after day, as excruciatingly tedious, akin to a state of living death for those ensnared in its grasp. Lu Chang yearned for a spark of excitement, a change to disrupt the relentless cycle of his life. Gazing out of the window, the pink mist lingered, refusing to dissipate, while breakfast time slipped away in a daze. Thus began the first lesson of the day, biology. Since the previous year, biology had inexplicably been mandated as a core subject by the state, irrespective of the academic stream. Strangely enough, the score for biology in the college entrance examination was rigidly set at 200 points, surpassing that of mathematics, literature, and foreign languages, thereby establishing it as the foremost subject. This revelation took everyone by surprise, yet the stringent regulations concerning the college entrance examination rendered biology's significance particularly pronounced. Fortunately, Lu Chang harbored a fondness for biology, allowing him to engage with the first lesson with a degree of attentiveness. Today's focus was a review of the pivotal examination topic, the Cambrian explosion. This subject had been a recurring theme in the past 2 years, and no amount of revision could be deemed excessive. The instructor at the podium was the same teacher who had urged Lu Chang and his classmates to retire for the night, a youthful figure with a fair complexion, adorned with narrow black-framed glasses. While he spoke sparingly, he adeptly navigated to the core of the subject matter. The Cambrian explosion is regarded as one of the top 10 mysteries in contemporary science. The classmate seated beside the sleeping student was called upon to elucidate the Cambrian explosion. The teacher gestured towards Lu Chang, who momentarily hesitated before rousing his drowsy classmate, nicknamed Glasses. The teacher inquired, "What can you tell us about the Cambrian explosion?" Gently nudging Glasses with his elbow, Lu Chang quietly conveyed the teacher's question to his slumbering companion. The dream was abruptly disturbed, and the bespectacled student, with reluctance, rose to his feet. He adjusted his glasses, which had become askew due to prolonged leaning, and rubbed the creases on his face caused by the pressure of his clothing. Only then did he mumble, "The Cambrian explosion of life occurred several 100 million years ago, marking a sudden evolution of life on Earth. The rate of evolution during that period was exponentially faster than ever before, purportedly with no advanced life forms existing prior to it, and then suddenly, they appeared. It seems that all existing species on Earth originated from that era. Several 100 million years ago, how did life evolve from one form to another? These are essential points to remember, along with specific figures." The teacher waved his hand, signaling the student to sit down. "However, your summary is commendable. Yet, it is particularly crucial to remember that during the Cambrian explosion, not only did all species experience an unprecedented rate of evolution, but the emergence of new species also occurred at an extraordinary pace. Almost all ancestors of current species were formed during that period. Sponges, cnidarians, gill-breathing animals, leaf-footed animals, brachiopods, mollusks, arthropods, echinoderms, chordates, and so forth. Indeed, all species we see today were born in that era. The marvels of creation. The advent of the Cambrian period serves as compelling evidence against Darwin's theory of evolution, a matter that Darwin himself found perplexing. "Teacher, are you questioning Darwin's theory of evolution?" came a resonant voice from a corner of the classroom, that of the diligent student Lu Tao. Yes, why not?" The teacher smiled and remarked. Regarding the three levels of argumentation, one might frivolously speak of theories and laws. Darwin's theory of evolution is merely that, a theory. Why should it be beyond scrutiny? You are free to question it, especially considering that even Darwin himself expressed doubts at times. Since we are on this topic, although it is not part of the examination syllabus, I shall mention it, the cause of the Cambrian explosion of life. The prevailing academic perspective asserts that a sudden influx of free oxygen on Earth catalyzed a rapid and widespread evolution of life. However, I find this argument riddled with flaws. If oxygen were the sole factor, how could life proliferate and evolve at such an astonishing pace? As the teacher concluded this thought, the classroom was suddenly engulfed in darkness. What was happening? Lu Chang turned to glance out the window. The fog outside had thickened dramatically. This was the source of the dimness. The pink fog that had lingered since morning had intensified, enveloping the world in a thick shroud, as if an immense cotton ball had been inserted into the very fabric of the sky, obstructing all rays of light. Perhaps due to the density of the fog, the originally pink mist gradually deepened to a crimson hue, and over time, it transformed into a blood-red expanse, discernible to the naked eye. The sunlight was entirely barred from entering. The world had succumbed to an abyss of darkness. More accurately, it was a darkness tinged with blood red, rendering the landscape a haunting shade of black and crimson. The peculiar hue instilled a sense of trepidation. Lu Chang turned to observe that within the confines of the classroom, every student's visage appeared a ghastly shade of black and red, their features rendered indistinct, evoking a sense of dread. Had it merely been darkness? Perhaps the raucous shouts of classmates or the mischievous antics of boys attempting to inappropriately touch girls would have disrupted the silence. Yet, in this foreboding atmosphere, no one dared to utter a word. Everyone has encountered darkness, but none have witnessed a world drenched in crimson. The terror etched upon each student's face reflected a collective apprehension. Silence enveloped the classroom. "I shall inquire at the administrative office to ascertain what is transpiring." Lu Chang contemplated. In this tense ambience, it was the biology teacher who first regained his composure. He uttered a swift remark, opened the classroom door, and was instantly enveloped by the thick, sanguine mist, vanishing from sight. "Look, the fog is seeping in." The mist was so dense and tinted that as it infiltrated through the cracks of the window and door, every individual was rendered distinctly visible. Sitting beside Lu Chang, his bespectacled companion instinctively covered his mouth and nose. It ought to be non-toxic. Even if it were poisonous, how long could one realistically hold their breath? Lu Chang observed the crimson fog swirling before him, inhaling deeply to detect a pungent, sweetish odor. What an odd scent. The classroom, once steeped in silence, erupted into a cacophony as the initial shock wore off, and everyone began to engage in animated discussions regarding the bizarre weather phenomenon. What could this substance possibly be? The crimson fog enveloped the surroundings, and I surmised that numerous accidents must have occurred outside. The density of the mist rendered visibility nearly non-existent, obscuring any happenings beyond. "I shall inquire about the situation at home." Lu Chang retrieved his mobile phone and dialed his mother's number. All he received in response was a persistent busy signal. His call could not connect. Lu Chang glanced at the peculiar fog outside, an inexplicable wave of panic washing over him. Could it possibly interfere with signal reception? "I shall venture out to assess the situation," declared a bold student beside Lu Chang, rising to approach the door. This action captured the attention of all the students present. As he stepped outside, everyone hurried to the windows to observe his predicament. The visibility beyond was less than 5 meters. Barely had the intrepid student taken a few steps before his figure became indistinct. "Sanner, do not advance any further. If you proceed, you shall be lost to sight," a close friend called out loudly from the window. "Oh, understood. It is exceedingly red out there. I cannot see anything, not even the teacher's office," Sanner responded, his voice piercing through the mist, creating a small ripple in the air. Subsequently, A different ripple echoed back from the sky, as a flock of small sparrows navigated through the thick fog, hastening towards the source of the sound. With a swift whoosh, the ordinarily timid sparrows, emboldened, charged toward Sanur's cheek with the ferocity of bombers. A sharp clap resounded. As the first sparrow made contact with Sanur's face, it emitted a peculiar sound reminiscent of a tomato being crushed. Subsequently, that bizarre noise persisted in an unbroken sequence. Lu Chang opened his eyes, only to witness Sanur let out a brief, harrowing scream, after which his entire face was pierced by the sparrow's sharp beak, soon overwhelmed by a swarm of following birds. In mere moments, his countenance was reduced to a grotesque mass resembling a decayed watermelon. "Ah!" Sanur cried out in anguish, knocked to the ground by the relentless onslaught. However, his cries were short-lived. Soon, perhaps due to his trachea or oral cavity inhaling his own flesh and blood, the Sanur lying on the ground could no longer produce screams. Only a series of guttural sounds escaping his throat. Meanwhile, those usually docile sparrows began to feast upon the fresh flesh amidst the cacophony of choking sounds. The classroom was plunged into a genuine state of shock and terror. All the students stood frozen in disbelief. Even in the most harrowing horror films, they had never encountered such a ghastly scene. A classmate, once lively and animated, now writhed on the floor, while the typically timid sparrows engaged in the most sanguinary of acts. At that moment, no one dared to intervene against the flock of sparrows. In the chaos of panic, such thoughts did not even cross their minds. Everyone was paralyzed with fear. It was only after the satiated sparrows took flight and the motionless figure on the ground ceased its writhing that anyone began to regain their composure. "Can anyone explain what on earth just transpired?" murmured the bespectacled student standing beside Lu Chang, seemingly in a state of shock. Chapter 3. The Crowbar and the Mouse. How did the sparrow come to this disheveled state? Lu Chang gazed at the dense, unfathomable crimson fog outside, an overwhelming sense of despair engulfing him. What has become of Sanur? The student who had just rushed out to shout into the void appeared to share a close bond with Sanur. They must have come together as fellow examinees. Otherwise, given their limited acquaintance over the past few days, none would dare venture into the thick mist at this moment. Alas, it would be futile to search now. The deed was done, and the ground was soaked in blood. I wish to return home and see how my parents are faring. Lu Chang murmured to himself as he surveyed the blood-soaked ground. Do you still dare to go out in this situation? The bespectacled student had yet to recover from his state of shock. Precisely because of this, I must go and take a look. Lu Chang fished out his phone, dialing his mother's number once more, only to be met with a persistent busy tone. Can you try calling out on your phone? Setting down his own device, Lu Chang proceeded to test the phones of his classmates, yet discovered that none had any signal. He turned to the others and declared, "I am going home to check." "Don't go back, it's perilous outside." The chubby student squeezed closer and spoke. "I cannot return without ensuring the safety of my home." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chang uttered a resolute statement and stepped out of the classroom. Upon exiting, the fog seemed even more impenetrable. The blood-red mist seemed to invade his very eyes, enveloping the world in a shroud of dark crimson, devoid of sunlight, with visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. Lu Chang found himself unable to perceive anything beyond 3 paces, not even the entrance of the school. With his head bowed, he relied solely on his familiarity with the stone tiles beneath his feet, inching forward with cautious determination. Grass had begun to sprout from the crevices of the stones. Being limited to observing only his immediate surroundings intensified his focus remarkably. Lu Chang noticed that amidst the pavement stone tiles, small blades of grass had unexpectedly emerged. And it was no mere illusion. Those tiny plants were growing at a pace nearly discernible to the naked eye. At this rate, within an hour, the path would transform into a lush meadow. What on earth was happening? As the soles of his shoes pressed against the resilient grass, he treaded carefully towards the school gate. Upon opening the gate, he was greeted by an even more sanguine and shadowy world. The sky seemed distant above, while the ground below was enveloped in an eerie silence. Outside the school gate, there were no sounds of honking cars or shouts from pedestrians, only a distant rustling, as if the strange mist absorbed the very essence of sound, muffling vibrations within mere meters. In this silent, blood-red abyss, relying once again on his familiarity with the ground's blue stone tiles, Lu Chang gradually sought out the way home. After traversing a few meters, he encountered a car positioned squarely in the center of the road, yet the driver was conspicuously absent. It was hardly surprising, in such weather, The driver's visibility from the cockpit would be limited to the front of the vehicle, rendering it impossible to navigate. The headless van might indeed be more advantageous. However, if the roads are congested with stationary vehicles, no one would be able to make any progress. Lu Chang cast a few glances into the desolate cockpit, where he noticed some traces of blood on the steering wheel, alongside evident signs of a struggle on the dented car door. Recalling the peril that San Air had just encountered, Lu Chang resolved to procure a weapon for self-defense. He opened the unlocked car door and rummaged through the cockpit, discovering a tire iron. One end was flat and pointed, akin to a sharp little spade, while the other end was rounded, measuring over half a meter in length. A solid iron rod that felt substantial in his grasp. With the rounded end of the tire iron in hand, Lu Chang continued on his journey home. In the small northern city, which was already modest in size, Lu Chang's residence was not far from the school. A mere 20-minute walk would suffice. As he traversed the streets, the initial atmosphere did not resemble the desolate apocalypse depicted in games. It was eerily quiet, devoid of human presence. Yet as he walked, Lu Chang observed clusters of individuals gathered together, some on the streets, others at the entrances of yards, and a few encircled around a corpse, engaged in whispered discussions. Each face was etched with confusion, unease, and fear. Lu Chang paid no heed to these people, for the entire world seemed severed from the outside, with no mobile signal. Likely no television broadcast, and uncertainty loomed over the functionality of landline communication. However, the radio appeared to be entirely incapacitated. Cautiously gripping the tire iron, Lu Chang proceeded onward, navigating through the uncertainty that enveloped him. At that moment, a wild dog suddenly sprang from the roadside, its eyes ablaze with a fiery red, baring its teeth in a menacing snarl. The creature fixed its crimson gaze upon Lu Chang, emitting a low, threatening growl. Recalling the recent misfortune of Saner, Lu Chang dared not underestimate the situation. He tightened his grip on the crowbar, his eyes locked onto the wild dog, refusing to relax even slightly. The standoff between man and beast lasted for a brief while, until the wild dog seemed to momentarily falter, as if suddenly recalling its instinctual fear of humanity. It shook its head vigorously and, with its tail tucked between its legs, bolted away. With a sigh of relief at the dog's departure, Lu Chang resumed his attention to the road ahead, remaining vigilant of his surroundings as he slowly began his journey homeward. This leg of the journey proved relatively smooth. Although the grass had grown to a height of about an inch, it had not entirely obscured the ground, allowing him to navigate his way to the door of his home. Lu Chang's residence was a courtyard-style building located in an older part of the city, typically maintained in a tidy condition. However, upon standing at the entrance, he observed that his familiar abode had undergone a transformation. The exterior was now overrun with moss and various climbing plants, partially enveloping the structure. While the entire visage was not visible, the tenacity of those plants had unmistakably claimed this space. Stepping into the courtyard, he tore away a vine that had tangled around the doorknob and produced his key to unlock the door. "Mom, are you home?" The air inside the house was considerably less dense than outside. Upon entering, Lu Chang, accustomed to the blood-red darkness, felt a momentary discomfort in his eyes. After calling out, he was met with silence. "Dad, are you there?" Once again, he called out, yet silence enveloped him. The absence of response after two shouts filled Lu Chang with an ominous premonition. As he ventured deeper into the house, a pool of blood and a severed finger caught his eye. The finger belonged to his father. After years of cohabitation, their familiarity was profound, and the sight of that gnarled finger, soaked in blood, unmistakably confirmed its identity. "Dad!" Upon witnessing the bloodstain, Lu Chang's heart constricted painfully, prompting him to rush into the inner room. However, after a thorough search of the entire space, he found nothing but the splotches of blood on the furniture. There was no sign of a person, until he discovered a large rat beneath the bed, gnawing on a human finger. By the heavens! The sight of this rat, as large as a cat, and its grisly meal ignited a surge of rage within Lu Chang. He kicked the bed frame aside in a fit of fury, causing the rat to scurry out in fright. Its speed was astonishing. The natural agility of a rat was already beyond human reach, and this behemoth was no exception. Its massive form did not hinder its swift movements, rather it amplified its stride. As it darted from beneath the bed, its crimson eyes locked onto Lu Chang, unperturbed by the disparity in their sizes. Faced with this creature, Lu Chang could no longer maintain his composure. Fear had dissipated. replaced by an overwhelming tide of anger and hatred. He stepped forward, swinging an iron rod with all his might. Bang! The pointed end of the iron rod struck the tiled floor, producing a jarring sound that not only created a small dent in the tile, but also sent a tingling sensation through Lu Chang's palm, almost causing him to lose his grip on the rod. Meanwhile, the agile and enormous rat had already darted aside at the moment the rod descended. Rather than fleeing, it crouched nearby, chattering incessantly at Lu Chang. After the initial strike, Lu Chang regained a semblance of calm, adjusting his grip on the crowbar with both hands, preparing for a standoff with the rodent. Suddenly, the rat was the first to strike. It transformed into a blur of motion, swiftly darting to Lu Chang's feet and exposing its sharp incisors, aiming for the tendons at his ankle. Lu Chang instinctively attempted to evade, yet he was significantly slower than the rat. Although he managed to avoid a fatal bite, he was nonetheless left with a strip of flesh torn from his leg. Despite inflicting pain, the rat did not retreat. It bared its teeth once more and lunged at the same vulnerable spot. In a moment of agony, Lu Chang stumbled, and the crowbar fell from his grasp, its sharp end aimed at the rat's head. Sensing the imminent threat, the rat abandoned its second assault and swiftly maneuvered away. However, Lu Chang was not to be thwarted this time. As the rat prepared to dart beneath him, he deftly stepped on its elongated tail, pivoted, and brought the crowbar crashing down upon its back, pinning it firmly to the ground. The rat emitted a desperate squeal. The mouse was impaled to the ground, emitting a discordant, piercing shriek, its short limbs thrashing desperately, exerting tremendous force. However, despite its strength, its diminutive size was a disadvantage. Lu Chang, gripping the pry bar, engaged in a fierce struggle, delivering powerful kicks to the creature's head, each strike fueled by fervent expletives. After uttering a barrage of curses, the mouse finally ceased its convulsions, its body going limp. Lu Chang, utterly spent, collapsed onto the ground. The pry bar clattered to the floor, producing a sharp sound. After catching his breath for a moment, Lu Chang rose once more, only to be suddenly struck by a searing pain in his ankle. In moments of heightened emotion and vigorous exertion, the surge of adrenaline often masks one's suffering. However, once calmness returns, the pain floods in. A significant portion of flesh, nearly the length of a finger, was torn away, blood flowing profusely. This was the most grievous injury Lu Chang had ever sustained. In his youth, altercations with peers were typically mere expressions of frustration, with no one ever intending to inflict serious harm. Yet, in his encounter with the mouse, both he and the creature delivered fatal blows, resulting in a wound of considerable depth. Chapter 4. Preparation. Lu Chang staggered a few steps, enduring the pain in his ankle as he again circled the room, yet still found nothing of significance. Only the remnants of his father's finger remained, one half gnawed away by a rodent. Picking up the two fingers from the ground, Lu Chang gazed at them, his heart heavy with sorrow. A lump formed in his throat, yet tears would not come. Unlike their female counterparts, male animals possess a diminished capacity to express anguish. However, Lu Chang maintained an optimistic outlook. He refused to accept the notion that his parents were deceased. After a brief moment of grief, he approached the water pipe, washed the blood from his father's finger, and slipped them into his pocket. He then turned and entered his bedroom. Upon opening his computer, he wished to ascertain whether the internet connection still functioned. Once powered on, Lu Chang successfully clicked on the client link. It appeared that wired connections remained operational. As he connected to the internet, a deluge of information flooded in. The software that typically displayed trivial advertisements had suddenly shifted to broadcasting news. An overwhelming tide of reports inundated him, all pertaining to the apocalypse. Delving into the news articles revealed not only a barrage of headlines, but also a sea of comments and speculations. With a casual click on several prominent news websites, Lu Chang swiftly perused the articles and commentaries, subsequently distilling several critical pieces of information. Firstly, the pervasive event of the Crimson Mist was not confined to his home city of Kaifeng. Rather, it enveloped the nation and nearly the entire globe simultaneously. Secondly, this thick fog was confirmed to obstruct all wireless signals, including satellite communications, rendering anything transmitted wirelessly utterly ineffective. Thirdly, bizarre mutations among flora and fauna were reported worldwide, and as time progressed, these aberrations only deepened. Ultimately, a palpable sense of panic gripped the world. The authorities remained silent, offering no explanations, leaving only the stark reality of the news and a series of horrifying incidents marked by bloodshed. In that moment, it seemed as though all living beings had transformed into bloodthirsty terrors, each creature imbued with aggression, as if every species were frantically vying for survival in a fierce competition, subconsciously fearing extinction in this tumultuous struggle. Just as Liu Chong was engrossed in the overwhelming news, the webpage suddenly became inaccessible. Simultaneously, he perceived a rustling sound from the ground. Glancing down, he was confronted with a swarm of ominous black beetles that had inexplicably covered the floor. Seemingly drawn by the scent of blood, they hurried towards the living room, eager to devour the carcass of a mouse and the bloodstains left by Liu Chang's father. Even a few of the more perceptive ones attempted to crawl onto Liu Chang's injured foot, prompting him to stand upright in alarm. Cursing is an instinctive reaction, a natural response born of terror. Liu Chang vigorously shook his legs, dislodging several beetles, which he then crushed underfoot with a fierce stomp. The sound of his feet striking the ground echoed, and he felt the discomfort akin to stepping on pebbles beneath his soles. Those resilient beetles, despite his ferocious assault, remained merely injured rather than dead. One could scarcely imagine the formidable strength of their glossy black exoskeletons. Liu Chang pondered that had the size disparity not been so vast, he might not have even managed to harm them. He could no longer remain within the confines of the house. The multitude of black beetles brought to mind the sacred scarabs from Tomb Raider, although these insects appeared far less aggressive than their legendary counterparts. In a world shrouded in crimson mist, who could predict what transformations awaited them by dawn? Recognizing this, Liu Chang understood he could not afford to await his parents' return any longer. It was abundantly clear that the severed internet connection was also the handiwork of these insects. Proceeding to his study, Liu Chang retrieved a brush and rice paper from the shelf. On the largest sheet, he inscribed a message: "Mom and Dad, I am at school. Please come find me." He meticulously wrote this message across 3 large sheets, affixing one to the door of his bedroom, another to the living room, and finally, as he stepped outside, he placed the last note at the entrance of the courtyard. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a world engulfed in a suffocating red mist, an unsettling sight that sent chills down his spine. After securing the final note, Liu Chang re-entered the house. Carefully retrieving the blood-stained crowbar from the swarm, Liu Chang shook off the insects before making his way to the kitchen. He meticulously cleaned the blood from the crowbar and rinsed his wounds, then located the medicine cabinet to disinfect and bandage his injuries. As he contemplated the current state of affairs, it became unmistakably clear that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. However, it appeared to diverge significantly from the descriptions found in most literature. There were no grotesque zombies, nor was the world a desolate wasteland following a nuclear explosion. Instead, the realm was shrouded in a sanguine darkness, where, despite the inability to see one's hand in front of one's face, it seemed that everything else, apart from humanity, thrived remarkably well. The situation suggested that the long-established dominion of humankind over the earth was being challenged. While concerns regarding food and living conditions were not yet pressing, perhaps the end of this world would not unfold in a sudden cataclysm. After a moment of reflection, Liu Chang glanced down to observe that the iron-clad beetles, which had previously been no larger than a fingertip, had noticeably grown in size within that brief interval. This apocalypse might prove to be far more arduous than any depicted in novels, though its true nature had yet to reveal itself. Witnessing the rapid growth of these insects, Liu Chang realized he could no longer afford to waste time. He rummaged through his wardrobe to find a large backpack he had purchased in middle school, then approached the refrigerator to pack some food, along with essential medications from the medicine cabinet and a kitchen knife, all into the backpack. In but a brief moment, his bag became overflowing, weighing no less than several dozen pounds. Should he attempt to add more, he would find it impossible to bear. Having completed this task, he glanced down and noticed a few beetles crawling up his feet, drawn by the scent of blood. Discarding these unwelcome creatures, a thought struck him: this sanguine aroma might lead to complications. With this in mind, Liu Chang retraced his steps to his mother's bedroom, rummaging through drawers until he unearthed a bottle of perfume, which he liberally sprayed over his entire body. Whether this would prove effective was uncertain, yet the fragrance was surely distasteful and pungent to animals. In truth, Liu Chang was unsure of the perfume's efficacy in masking the scent of blood, but at that moment, he could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. After ensuring he had overlooked nothing, he donned the heavy backpack, grasped a pry bar in one hand, and secured a kitchen knife at the side of the bag before stepping out of his home. Outside, the world remained shrouded in a crimson haze. Visibility reduced to mere inches. The fog had thickened. Lu Chang lowered his head, meticulously discerning familiar traces along the path. The once recognizable markers had dwindled, as walls and buildings were enveloped by wildly flourishing vines, while the once solid ground was riddled with pits forged by resilient blades of grass. The visibility along the road was now scarcely 3 meters. It appeared that, under any circumstances, the growth rate of plant life far surpasses that of animals. The beetles within the house had already astonished Lu Chang, yet when compared to the rapid growth of the plants outside, they seemed rather insignificant. Chapter 5. Returning to school, the once sturdy asphalt road had grown somewhat soft, and Lu Chang could not fathom what kind of vitality could enable these seemingly delicate blades of grass to pierce through the pavement. However, the present world allowed little room for such contemplations. He cautiously advanced along the uneven path, hoping to avoid any further complications. After a steady 10-minute walk, he noticed that the throngs of people on the street had significantly diminished since his arrival. He wondered where they might be concealed. Just as his curiosity peaked, the sounds of a scuffle captured his attention. The noise seemed to emanate from a distance. Yet Lu Chang was aware that the crimson fog had the effect of obstructing sound waves. Thus, what appeared to be a distant altercation was likely occurring nearby. In a state of panic, he glanced around, but the blood-colored haze impeded his vision. With a visibility of merely 3 meters, one could hardly rely on their sight to gather any substantial information from afar. Lu Chang's initial instinct upon hearing the commotion was to witness the spectacle, a reflex deeply rooted in humanity, or perhaps primate, nature. However, his second instinct urged him to distance himself from the scene. For the wisdom of human society cautioned that indulging in such curiosity in the current circumstances would yield no benefit whatsoever. Determined to trace the sound while retreating from its source, he endeavored to navigate away from the cacophony. Yet, the rules of this world were never altered to accommodate human desires. The sounds of conflict grew increasingly closer, culminating in a sudden, explosive noise as a figure hurtled through the depths of the fog. A figure clad in police uniform stood, albeit marred by wounds. Witnessing this dire situation, Lu Chang hastily grasped a crowbar, retreating to a concealed position. Fortunately, the fog was thick enough that, after only a few hurried steps, the officer was rendered a mere silhouette. Taking refuge behind a parked car, Lu Chang meticulously observed the unfolding scene. Just as he settled into his hiding place, 3 figures emerged from the mist, 3 wild dogs, one of which Lu Chang had encountered previously. However, the once fearful creature now bore no trace of trepidation. It bared its teeth, drooled, and fixed its blood-red gaze upon the fallen officer, who, having regained his footing, cautiously drew his firearm from its holster. This policeman appeared to be well-versed in dealing with animals. Despite his injuries, he exhibited no signs of panic, nor did he hastily brandish his weapon in the face of imminent danger. He understood that any sudden movement could provoke a swift counterattack from the beasts. Thus, his eyes remained locked on the trio of wild dogs, devoid of any hint of complacency. Slowly, he moved his hand to his waist, gently unfastening the holster. Withdrawing his gun with deliberate care, disengaging the safety, and gradually raising his arm to aim the barrel at one of the wild dogs. At that moment, as the dog confronted the ominous black mouth of the firearm, an instinctive fear surged within it, sensing the imminent threat to its very life. Thus, driven by instinct, they launched a ferocious assault. Bang! The gunfire resonated sharply, almost synchronously with the wild dogs leaping through the air. Among the 3 wild dogs, one was struck and collapsed, while the other 2 leapt over 2 meters, directly pouncing upon the officer. What followed were the muffled sounds of biting, the struggles of a human, the whimpering of the wild dogs, and the final echoes of gunshots. The wild dog that had been shot soon joined its companions despite not succumbing to its injuries. Although blurred, Lu Chang could still discern blood flowing from the wounded wild dog's neck. Conventionally, while the neck may not be as critical as the head or heart, it certainly qualifies as a vital area. The fact that this wild dog had been shot, yet remained alive, demonstrated a resilience and vitality far beyond the frail creatures Lu Chang had previously known. This revelation halted Lu Chang's impulse to assist. He questioned his ability to confront even one of these robust beasts, let alone 3. The presence of firearms on the opposing side rendered his inadequate tools, a mere kitchen knife and a flimsy crowbar, completely futile, only leading to certain death. Thus, for the second time in his life, He witnessed the entire process of a living being being devoured by animals. The first time was with the unfortunate Senaire. The officer, under the relentless assault of the 3 wild dogs, faltered almost immediately and fell silent, after which the gruesome sounds of flesh being torn asunder filled the air. It was a sound reminiscent of a hissing noise, akin to the tearing of tattered fabric by human hands, yet infused with a more viscous essence. Following this sound was the unmistakable noise of a dog feasting, its mouth smacking rhythmically. Lu Chang, who had previously kept dogs, was familiar with this sound, but at that moment, it filled him with a sense of nausea. He crouched behind the vehicle, too frightened to emerge. Fully aware of the acute sensitivity of a dog's hearing, he stifled even his breaths to a whisper. However, Lu Chang underestimated the animal's perceptiveness. After satiating their hunger, 3 dogs abruptly turned and advanced towards his hiding spot, revealing that they had long been aware of his presence. Gripping the crowbar tightly, his palms were drenched in sweat. The summer heat intensified his cold perspiration. The instinct to flee surged within him, yet reason dictated that whether rabid, feral, or domesticated, dogs would instinctively chase anything that attempted to escape. Moreover, the crucial truth remained: a human could never outrun a dog. Thus, fleeing would surely lead to demise. And although facing them also appeared to guarantee death, Lu Chang chose to remain steadfast in his position. The 3 wild dogs approached, halting a meter away, their crimson eyes fixed upon him. Lu Chang stood frozen, desperately suppressing any signs of fear, his heart pounding violently as he gazed at the bloodied muzzles of the 3 beasts. Yet, whether satiated or otherwise, the dogs seemed to display a diminished desire to attack. Merely standing there, staring vacantly at Lu Chang. The leader, after catching a whiff of the scent from afar, was overwhelmed by the acrid fragrance of Lu Chang's perfume, causing it to sneeze multiple times with its sensitive nose. Subsequently, it lost interest, wagged its tail, and turned to depart. The other 2 dogs, witnessing the leader's departure, also turned and melted into the mist. With a sigh of relief, Lu Chang expelled the breath he had been holding in his chest, and after taking several deep breaths, he approached the lifeless body of the police officer. Chapter 6. The food chain. The corpse lay ravaged, its features unrecognizable, devoid of any semblance of a face. The chest and abdomen were rent with gaping wounds, and the blood and flesh had seemingly vanished without a trace. Faced with such a grotesque sight, Lu Chang struggled to suppress the urge to retch as he picked up a handgun from the ground, the model of which was unknown to him. Like most students, this was his first encounter with a genuine firearm. However, the design of the handgun was not overly complex. After a mere minute of exploration, he grasped the workings of the safety and magazine. Determined to avoid mishaps at such a critical juncture, he cautiously fired a round, despite having never handled a gun before. Upon inspecting the magazine, he discovered only 2 bullets remained. A police handgun pales in comparison to a military one, typically possessing lesser firepower and a limited magazine capacity, often holding only 6 or 7 rounds. Having witnessed the officer expend several shots earlier, and after discharging one himself, he was left with a mere 2 rounds. Once more, he searched the disfigured corpse, yet yielded no further findings. He understood that typically, police in China were not armed. So encountering one with a firearm was already a stroke of luck. He did not dare to hope for additional ammunition. Given the current circumstances, this diminutive handgun, with an effective range of only 50 meters, was hardly suited to confront the challenges outside. Nonetheless, he deemed it prudent to possess it, if only as a precaution. At this moment, it is futile to offer him a small handgun with scant ammunition, even if he were equipped with a submachine gun. It would be of no avail against the rapidly changing and obscured surroundings. Thus, after wiping the blood from the firearm, Lu Chang concealed the pistol within his coat, masking its metallic scent with an overpowering fragrance, and once more embarked on his journey back to school. It is an instinct inherent to all social creatures to seek the company of their kind when faced with insurmountable peril, and Lu Chang was no exception. After navigating through the streets for another 10 minutes, he finally located the entrance to the school. However, the gates were now thronged with a multitude of individuals, predominantly men and women in their 40s, likely parents who had rushed over in the wake of the calamity. The Xingji Academy, traditionally a modest boarding school for students preparing for exams, typically hosts a small population of local enrollees. The sudden influx of so many people rendered the campus nearly overcrowded. Although visibility extended only about 3 meters ahead, The hushed murmurs and rustling sounds from the crowd indicated an alarming density of humanity within the premises. Among the throng, Lu Chang even discerned some elderly figures, presumably the grandparents of students. Clinging to a thread of hope, he maneuvered through the crowd, searching for the familiar silhouettes of his parents. However, after an exhaustive search, he found no trace of them. Eventually, he groped his way back to his classroom, which was equally chaotic. "Hey, glasses." Upon entering the classroom, Lu Chang sought out his familiar roommate, Eyeglasses. "Have you seen my mother? What does she look like?" As they reminisced about their school, just days into the term, it was evident that while they were not entirely strangers, their familiarity was still somewhat superficial. Indeed, Eyeglasses had never met Lu Chang's parents. With a sigh, Lu Chang stamped his foot in frustration, the injury on his ankle sending a tingling pain through him. "Did anyone come looking for me?" "No," Eyeglasses replied, shaking his head. "In the past hour, numerous parents have come by, nearly all the parents of the students at school. Some teachers even used the intercom to organize parents to claim their children, but inexplicably, the broadcast system malfunctioned mid-sentence. It must have been damaged by some pests. The world has truly descended into chaos." Lu Chang reflected on how merely returning home had exposed him to 3 perils, and he couldn't help but lament his predicament. "Shouldn't we gather some food now?" Eyeglasses, having perused many apocalyptic novels, understood that sustenance is always a scarce resource in such dire times. Food is indeed essential. Yet if we gather too much, we won't be able to safeguard it, Lu Chang remarked, turning his gaze towards the classroom door. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, food did not seem as scarce as anticipated. A plethora of various plants had sprouted outside, most of which were edible. "Not necessarily," interjected Lu Tao, a diligent student. As he approached them, he too looked outside and said, "Although these plants appear much like they always have, they've merely accelerated in growth. But how long has it been since the blood mist descended? In just under 2 hours. Who knows what transformations tomorrow and the day after may bring? Moreover, the duration of this crimson fog remains an enigma, and preparing provisions is never too early." Indeed, Lu Chang nodded absent-mindedly. Although we find ourselves in an apocalyptic world, his thoughts were not entirely consumed by future preparations. Instead, his mind was occupied with other matters. Parents and loved ones are, without a doubt, the most perilous ties during such critical times. While one may often find their nagging irksome or hold grievances against them when faced with danger, it is their presence that one yearns for. The countless parents from schools serve as a testament to this sentiment. An apocalypse is never a solitary affair. "What now?" Glasses turned to Lu Tao, inquiring about his parents. "My parents have always been working in Beijing." Lu Tao waved his hand dismissively, glancing at his silent parents standing behind Glasses. "The only course of action now is to wait." The chubby one also approached, standing beside a middle-aged woman even larger than himself, presumably his mother. We still do not know how long this peculiar fog will linger." Lu Tao continued to gaze at the swirling mist outside. "Lu Chang, you ventured outside earlier. What was the situation like?" "It was perilous." Lu Chang briefly recounted his experience returning home, noting that nearly all flora and fauna had undergone astonishing mutations, and the transformations were ongoing. It seems similar to what we observed on our way here." The father of the bespectacled child interjected, suggesting that their only hope lay in waiting for the military to come to their rescue. "Will the military indeed arrive?" Lu Chang cast a puzzled glance towards Lu Tao and the others, who met his gaze with equal bewilderment. For it appeared that in every apocalyptic film or publication, the military had never played a positively impactful role for the civilians. Ultimately, those who wish to survive must rely on their own ingenuity. Moreover, in this world shrouded in crimson fog, visibility barely extends to 3 meters, rendering firearms and tanks nearly ineffective, as no one can ascertain whether a shot might strike an ally. Even within the confines of a tank, the outside world remains obscured, as the thick mist obscures all visual apertures. As for aircraft, have you ever witnessed a plane taking off in foggy conditions? Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. The most frightening reality is the uncertainty of what might transpire in the next moment. One cannot even discern the identity of their adversary. Zombies? Insectoid creatures? No. There is nothing here. This remains the earth of yore. Only, all living beings have metamorphosed, seemingly challenging humanity, who has stood atop the food chain for millennia. What humanity must do is defend its dominion. Lu Chang believes that his primary objective is to survive. Perhaps we should first seize control of a convenience store. As Lu Chang furrowed his brow in contemplation, Lu Tao suddenly murmured from the side, "There must be a substantial stockpile of food over there, and the store is small, making it easier to defend. This place is chaotic, devoid of any authoritative figure. It's only a matter of time before trouble arises. What do you think, Mom?" Upon hearing his words, the chubby boy turned to his mother. "I still believe returning home is the better option," his mother expressed her dissent. "We agreed to go to the convenience store," remarked the father of the bespectacled boy before he could voice his opinion, adding that too many people could lead to disorder, while too few would lack self-defense capabilities. "Indeed, we concur," nodded both the mother of the bespectacled boy and he himself. "Then we shall proceed as well," the chubby boy's mother quickly exclaimed upon noticing the majority's agreement with the choice. "Lu Chang, what about you?" The chubby boy and his companions turned to Lu Chang. "I wish to stay here and wait for my parents." Chapter 7. The overgrown grass. "Are you waiting for your parents?" Lu Tao inquired, puzzled. "Yes, I returned home only to find them absent, so I left a note asking them to come to school. If I leave now, they might not be able to locate me," Lu Chang replied. "How long do you plan to wait?" The bespectacled boy continued to question. "I must wait at least until nightfall. Then we shall accompany you," the chubby boy chimed in. After all, there's no rush. No sooner had the chubby boy spoken than he was pulled aside by his even plumper mother. Lu Chang could easily surmise the conversation that would ensue once he was taken to the side. She was a woman brimming with the essence of the streets, often lacking in assertiveness, a fact evident from the stark contrast in her demeanor before and after their trip to the convenience store. Yet, it was undeniable that her maternal affection for the chubby boy was profoundly sincere. Otherwise, she would not have rushed to this place the moment the fog descended. Not wishing to lag behind the main group, she took him aside to impart some words of encouragement to not wait. Lu Chang, observing them, turned his head away. "Honestly, you all can leave first. I'll wait here for my parents. If they arrive, I shall seek you out," Lu Chang casually remarked. But everyone understood that in this fog-laden world devoid of communication, the separation of two groups might imply that they may never meet again. Upon hearing Lu Chang's words, the chubby boy and the bespectacled boy exchanged awkward glances, only to be whisked away by their respective parents. Subsequently, the two sets of adults turned to Lu Chang with a smile and said, "Then we shall take our leave." Subsequently, they hurriedly took their children and departed from this place. After a few paces, the fog enveloped part of their figures, rendering them indistinct, leaving only one person behind. "I will stay here with you," Lu Tao declared as he found a desk beside Lu Chang and settled down. "Since I can no longer see my parents, I might as well keep you company. I know no one else here." Lu Chang was taken aback by his words. It is worth noting that Lu Tao was typically the least sociable in the dormitory. He devoted over 80% of his spare time to reading and studying, rarely engaging with others, and his penchant for showcasing his knowledge had led the other three to harbor a certain disdain for him. Thus, Lu Chang was quite astonished that it was Lu Tao who chose to remain with him. "Is Lu Tao staying?" came a voice from the depths of the fog, belonging to the plump boy. "You all may go. I will accompany him. If we have not seen his parents by sunset, we shall leave together." Lu Tao gestured towards the indistinct figures a few steps away. After a brief response from the others, they departed. In but a single step, the previously indistinct figures vanished entirely. "You really need not stay with me. It is unnecessary," Lu Chang remarked. "Are you implying that we do not share such a deep bond? Even if we did, it would not warrant such an act." "I simply wish to avoid being with those two families," Lu Tao replied, then extended his hand towards Lu Chang, asking, "Do you have a cigarette?" "No, I do not smoke, as you well know." Lu Chang shrugged his shoulders. "Besides, are you not also averse to it? In any case, with the atmosphere so oppressive, I find myself yearning for a cigarette. I used to refrain from smoking to save on tobacco expenses, but now, in this apocalyptic world, who cares about such trivial costs?" "That's a valid point," Lu Chang chuckled, retrieving a few pieces of candy from his backpack and offering them to Lu Tao. "I have no cigarettes, so let us make do with candy." "Haha, candy is indeed the most sought-after high-calorie food in this desolate time. Are you not concerned about wastage?" Unwrapping the candy, Lu Tao popped it into his mouth and mumbled, "Do you know why I do not get along with those two families?" "Why is that?" Lu Chang inquired with curiosity. "Because I feel like I cannot fit in. They are two families, and I am but an orphan." "An orphan?" At this revelation, Lu Chang felt a pang in his heart and instinctively reached into his pocket, touching the remnant of his father's half-finger. The skin on that finger had lost its elasticity. When he gently pressed it, it formed a small dent, never to return to its original form. Yes, an orphan. Lu Tao gazed out at the blood-red sky, falling silent. The two of them waited in silence for a time, until impatience and boredom set in. Lu Chang ventured outside to survey the situation before returning to continue their wait. Time passed both swiftly and slowly, and after 2 or 3 such excursions, darkness gradually enveloped the sky, yet Lu Chang's parents still had not arrived. We can no longer afford to wait. The world outside is changing too rapidly. Lu Tao and Lu Chang stood at the entrance of the school, gazing at the overgrown world outside, where the grass had reached a height nearly that of a person. If this continued, it seemed likely that the path would be entirely obscured by morning. Lu Tao furrowed his brow, contemplating the increasing dangers of the outside world, reminiscent of the perilous Amazon rainforest. As one knows, the jungle law dictates that night is always 10 times more treacherous than day. Enough waiting, Lu Chang replied with a reluctant nod. Although he was fervently eager to reunite with his parents, reason dictated that prolonging their stay served no purpose. At that moment, the crowd on campus had considerably thinned. Those individuals had dispersed to unknown destinations, and almost no one remained to spend the night at the school. "Let us go, my friend," Lu Tao said, noticing the troubled expression on Lu Chang's face, and he offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder. "Forward." The latter nodded, stepping first into the outside world. As they ventured onto the once familiar road, they were engulfed by an overwhelming sense of strangeness. In merely half a day, the cultural essence of the entire city had diminished to an alarming low. The outside had truly transformed into a wilderness, not merely overrun by wild grass, but teeming with various plants that had surged forth from the earth and between the cracks of bricks, flourishing with vitality. The once solid concrete pavement found itself utterly vanquished in the struggle for existence against nature. The surface had been completely shattered by the relentless advance of vegetation, giving rise to an array of flora. Moreover, the streets had grown eerily silent. When Lu Chang returned home for the first time, the curious onlookers and the panicked crowds had vanished. The foolish were nowhere to be found. It appeared that everyone had made their plans after the initial wave of terror. Some nestled in their homes, while others sought assistance from the outside world. The streets were now devoid of idlers. Lu Chang and his companion remained focused on their objective, finding a convenience store. Indeed, Kaifeng, like any other city, boasted numerous convenience stores and small supermarkets lining its streets, with one almost every few hundred meters. However, as the apocalypse had only recently descended, the majority of people were still alive, and the store owners, taking advantage of their fortuitous circumstances, had typically locked their doors and retreated into their cozy sanctuaries. Thus, after several fruitless attempts to enter various convenience stores, Lu Chang and his companion found themselves at the entrance of a large supermarket, where they heard the sounds of a skirmish within. There was fighting occurring inside. The crimson fog had lingered for several hours, its penetrating nature rendering visibility nearly non-existent both indoors and outdoors. As the two stood at the threshold of the supermarket, gazing into the obscured world beyond and listening to the clattering noises within, each harbored distinct thoughts. The supermarket contained a substantial inventory. Lu Tao recognized this chain store, aware that its spacious interior was well-stocked, capable of sustaining thousands for an extended period. Yet, how could we possibly partake in it? There were at least hundreds engaged in combat inside. Lu Chang furrowed his brow. Indeed, it seemed so. Lu Tao furrowed his brows and said, "Let us go. We cannot contend with them. Even attempting to wade through the murky waters inside poses a danger. All right, let us depart." Once again enveloped by the thick fog, the two proceeded on their way. After being turned away from several convenience stores, they finally stumbled upon one whose door was unlocked. A surge of joy filled their hearts. But just as they were about to enter the store, an individual emerged from within. "Who is it?" Seeing someone attempting to intrude, the newcomer instinctively brandished an iron rod and shouted. Chapter 8. Bacteria. The voice sounded familiar to Lu Chang, as if it belonged to someone he recognized. "Don't make any sudden moves. We mean no harm." As he stepped closer, Lu Chang entered the range of the other person's attack and finally discerned their features. "Teacher Li, it's truly you." Before him stood a familiar face, specifically that of his biology teacher, Li Qingshui, whom he had seen just this morning. "You are Lu Chang." Upon recognizing Lu Chang's visage, Teacher Li relaxed, lowering the iron rod he had been holding. "And I am Lu Tao." Lu Tao stepped forward, allowing Teacher Li to see him clearly as well. What brings you two here? Li Qingshui stepped aside, saying, let's discuss this inside. All right. Lu Chang and Lu Tao nodded in agreement and entered the dimly lit room. Inside was even darker than outside, devoid of sunlight and shrouded in a crimson mist. The room was further obscured by vines that had damaged the electrical wiring, rendering visibility nearly impossible. However, after a brief moment for their eyes to adjust to the shadows, they were able to discern each other's outlines. Moments later, Lu Chang recognized a room full of familiar faces, students from their school. There were around 8 or 9 students and a dozen parents, totaling more than 20 individuals. It appeared to be a small group that had formed within the school since the onset of the apocalyptic events, finding refuge in this location. The architect of this gathering was likely the biology teacher. Clearly, they were not the only ones who sought out a convenience store as a sanctuary. Upon entering the room, Lu Chang encountered several familiar faces among the crowd, including those of the chubby boy and the bespectacled youth. Lu Chang, Lu Tao? The chubby boy stepped forward from the throng, inquiring, how did you find your way here? It was merely by chance, Lu Chang replied with a smile, truly fortunate. I presume our teacher has stepped out to assess the situation, and unexpectedly, we have crossed paths. As long as you are safe, the bespectacled boy approached, his eyes reflecting a hint of guilt as he moved away from his parents. There's nothing to worry about. We encountered no peril on the road, Lu Chang reassured, instinctively tightening his grip around the concealed firearm within his coat. That's a relief, the bespectacled youth nodded. This place remains relatively secure for now. In today's world, there exists no truly safe haven, remarked Teacher Li as he approached. The rate of biological mutation has accelerated alarmingly. It surpasses even the rapid transformations described during the Cambrian period. If the surrounding organisms continue to evolve at this pace, it won't be long before all local life forms metamorphose into predators. What a peculiar crimson mist. Could this be the free oxygen of the Cambrian era? It is no wonder that the biology scores for college entrance examinations have been drastically elevated in recent years. Perhaps they were aware of this long ago. Teacher Li's voice dwindled, and his final words were heard only by Lu Chang, who stood beside him. What shall we do? The chubby boy's mother exclaimed. Teacher Li's remarks sparked a commotion within the room. I am at a loss as well. We must observe the unfolding events and strive to survive, Lu Chang replied. Teacher Li sighed and seated himself on the ground beside the shelf. After exchanging a few words with the bespectacled chubby fellow, Lu Chang and Lu Tao also settled down on the floor. Time passed swiftly, and before long, night descended as expected, enveloping the world in an absolute darkness. The dense red fog, even under the blazing sun, managed to obstruct over 70% of the light. The gentle moonlight and starlight were entirely barred from the human eye, leaving individuals in a room devoid of illumination to grasp the unsettling sensation of holding a hand before their face and being unable to perceive it. However, in anticipation of such circumstances, Teacher Li had prepared in advance. He produced a lighter, and by its flickering flame, he ignited 2 candles that had been previously arranged. The candles needed to be conserved, for excessive illumination could attract unwanted attention from other entities. The candlelight dispelled a portion of the darkness, casting a momentary glow into the tranquil room. Beneath the soft flicker of the candles, Lu Chang gazed at the crimson-tinged light, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, while an unbearable itch emanated from the wound on his ankle. Seeking a secluded corner, Lu Chang removed his shoes and, aided by the faint glow, as he loosened the bandages wrapped around his foot, a putrid stench reminiscent of decay wafted forth. Oh, Lu Chang nearly gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the foul odor emanating from his own body. Steeling himself to acclimatize to the noxious scent, he was met with a sight far more horrifying than the smell itself. A wound that was entirely festering and oozing, its flesh a grotesque amalgamation of red, white, and yellow. Utterly distressing to behold. The wound was infected. Mr. Li's voice emanated from behind Lu Chang as he approached and gently pressed around the area of Lu Chang's wound. Does it hurt? He inquired. Not really, it's just very itchy, Lu Chang replied. It seems to be infected. Mr. Li adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing the ghastly wound. Do you have any medication? He asked. Yes, Lu Chang responded, retrieving a few common pills from his backpack. Are there any antibiotics? Mr. Li inquired, peering into the assortment of medicines. No, Lu Chang admitted. Then take some anti-inflammatory medication and increase your intake. After casting another glance at the horrific wound, Mr. Li frowned and remarked, this injury appears exceedingly dreadful. unlike any ordinary pus-filled sore. It seems that not only large organisms are evolving and mutating in this world. These bacteria have undergone transformations as well. Lu Chang retrieved the medication and noted that the anti-inflammatory label indicated a dosage of 1 tablet at a time. He then took an additional tablet, effectively doubling the dosage. "You might want to take more. It may not be sufficient," Mr. Li cautioned, still deeply furrowed in thought. Lu Chang, heeding his advice, poured out 2 more tablets and swallowed them with some bottled water from the convenience store. "Is there anyone with alcohol or iodine?" Mr. Li called out loudly to the dimly lit crowd. However, his inquiry met with silence. The room remained hushed, with no one responding. "It can't be that serious. It's merely a wound infection. I often had pus-filled infections when I was a child," Lu Chang remarked. "When you were young, you also frequently encountered rats and dogs. Can they be compared?" Mr. Li retorted. "It is important to recognize that even the simplest organisms are prone to significant mutations. Bacterial mutations are quite common under normal circumstances, let alone in the current situation. Is the matter truly grave?" Upon hearing Li Qingshui's words, Lu Chang felt a heaviness in his heart. If even the most docile creatures have turned ferocious, then the pathogenic bacteria, already known for their ferocity, could indeed become far more terrifying. "I do not know. We shall see," Li Qingshui sighed, falling silent once more, and the room descended into an eerie stillness. Resting his feet on the bench of the convenience store, Lu Chang hesitated to cover the festering wound any longer. Perhaps due to the unbearable odor emanating from him, no one approached. Even Li Qingshui, who had just been nearby, retreated further inside, engaged in some unknown task. Time passed slowly in this peculiar silence, as Lu Chang leaned against the wall, legs crossed, feeling increasingly lightheaded and cold. He sensed that he was developing a fever. Chapter 9. The first night, it is quite common for fever to arise from wound infections. In fact, both humans and animals invariably succumb to diseases most frequently, even among the carnivorous creatures of the jungle, unless driven by extreme hunger. They typically do not regard aggressive animals as prey, regardless of the latter's inferior size. This is primarily due to the fear of injury, as wounds may lead to infections and ultimately death. Lacking access to antibacterial medications, a significant laceration is tantamount to a death sentence. Currently, Lu Chang finds himself in such a predicament. Although he possesses medication, it appears ineffective against the mutated bacterial strain. He feels an increasing chill enveloping his body, a growing ache in his head, and his vision blurs behind his glasses. An hour passes, and the nearby individuals begin to rustle as they prepare their meals. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chang makes his way to the crowd, retrieving a can of 8 treasure porridge from the counter, forcing himself to consume it. He understands that in this world, no one is there to care for him. To survive, he must eat, even in the absence of appetite. After finishing the porridge, Lu Chang continues to lean against the wall, his body curled up as he feels the pervasive cold surrounding him. "What's the matter, buddy?" Several of the heavier-set individuals approach Lu Chang, noticing his curled-up posture. "I must say, your feet are quite odorous." Lu Tao covers his nose as he joins the group. "Hey, according to typical narratives, not many perish from illness in apocalyptic scenarios." Glasses, half-jokingly, approaches in an attempt to lighten the tense atmosphere. With a weary sigh, Lu Chang leaned against the wall, pondering the inevitability of illness and death. "Are you unwell?" A few individuals approached, noticing that Lu Chang's complexion had grown pallid. "It's nothing," he replied. "Perhaps you should take some antipyretics," suggested one of them. They retrieved the medication from their bags and offered it to Lu Chang, who swallowed the bitter tablets alongside a sip of mineral water, nodding in gratitude. At that very moment, a harrowing scream erupted from the direction of the convenience store's restroom, a sound so agonizing it seemed to rend the very fabric of reality. The piercing cry, born from a throat that could no longer contain its anguish, was abruptly stifled, devolving into a gurgling noise as thick blood obstructed its passage. "My God!" The fat man's face paled dramatically, and like a nimble deer, he sprang from the ground, dashing towards the restroom with alarming speed. Curiosity compelled others to follow in his wake. Lu Chang, with great effort, rose to his feet, joining the throng as they moved toward the inner chamber. Inside, a flickering candle had been lit, casting a dim glow. As Lu Chang advanced along the corridor, he was met by a nauseating stench of blood that filled the air. Before him, several individuals were retching against the wall, their recently consumed meals mingling with gastric fluids, creating a vile concoction that permeated the corridor. Through the sea of heads, Lu Chang beheld a sight that churned his stomach anew. A mangled corpse lay before him. The corpse lay sprawled, with every part intact save for the head. A gaping hole, the size of a bowl, was torn open at the rear, extending through her abdomen and spilling her mangled innards onto the ground. Aside from this gash, there were other similar wounds on her body, albeit not as deep. More revolting was the sight of yellowish fat oozing from the dismembered flesh of the corpulent mother, mingling with the crimson blood and viscera, creating a grotesque tableau that would churn the stomach of any onlooker. Fortunately, Lu Chang, weakened and sluggish, managed to suppress the rising tide of nausea. He turned away from the scene, shifting his gaze to the fat man, whose face was contorted with grief and rage. He understood that any words of comfort at this juncture would be futile. Retreating a couple of steps, he leaned against the wall, exhaling a slow breath of heated air. With his legs giving way, he sank down onto the ground. Yet, at that moment, no one paid him any heed. All eyes were drawn to the more gruesome spectacle, and apart from the fat man, everyone bore an expression of self-preservation. What could have attacked her? A voice murmured from the crowd. However, no answer would be forthcoming. Perhaps only the first to dash inside, the fat man, had glimpsed the shadow of the assailant, yet now he remained silent. Nevertheless, this statement was not entirely devoid of effect. After it was uttered by someone in the crowd, all 20 or so individuals began to attentively observe their surroundings. However, the darkness was so profound that, relying solely on the flickering candlelight, they could only vaguely discern the objects nearby. Yet, had it not been for this, there would likely have been even more people succumbing to nausea. The onlookers cautiously scrutinized their environment, each one unwilling to meet a gruesome fate on the spot. Some astute individuals had already discreetly led their families away, fearing that the scent of blood might attract even more peculiar entities. Tension filled the air, rendering the atmosphere palpably strained. It seemed that no one would notice Lu Chang, who was curled up in the corner. Lu Chang felt his body temperature rising, his consciousness gradually slipping away, and he entered a state of semi-unconsciousness. This condition persisted until the early hours of the morning when he was finally discovered. It was the bespectacled biology teacher who first noticed his unusual state. Upon finding Lu Chang huddled against the wall, he reached out to touch his forehead. The temperature must have soared to over 40 degrees. As his hand made contact, Li Qingshui gasped in alarm. Shortly thereafter, he procured a thermometer from an unknown source and placed it in Lu Chang's mouth. 5 minutes later, Li Qingshui retrieved the thermometer and held it under the candlelight. Scrutinizing the reading, which indicated a full scale, 42 degrees. Remarkably, he had not perished. Thermometers typically do not register temperatures above 42 degrees. As a human body reaching such a temperature would succumb to cardiac failure and death, it is evident that Lu Chang's body temperature has significantly surpassed the normal range. What has happened to him? In a hazy state, Lu Chang perceives a familiar voice approaching, most likely Lu Tao. Strangely, despite the circumstances, he appears to be alive when logic dictates otherwise. Li Qingshui's voice resonates once more. Is there hope for salvation? Given the current predicament, it seems dire, as his elevated temperature stems from a bacterial infection of the wound. Unless the bacteria are eradicated, even if he escapes death momentarily, he will inevitably succumb to the fever soon. What to do? If only there were antibiotics available, there might still be a chance for recovery. Chapter 10. Medication. Such medication is typically not found in an ordinary household, and it is certainly not available in convenience stores. The bespectacled individual exclaimed. Recognizing it as a prescription drug, we must seek out a pharmacy or a hospital. Otherwise, he absolutely will not survive until dawn. Li Qingshui reached out once more to assess Lu Chang's temperature. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was still alive. In this current predicament, with visibility reduced to nothing outside, who would dare venture out? The bespectacled individual voiced his lingering apprehension. I will go myself. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang exerted himself to open his eyes. Remaining here would certainly lead to death, while venturing outside offered a glimmer of hope. Moreover, finding a pharmacy or hospital on the streets should not pose a challenge. Was there not a hospital just 2 intersections away? I will go alone. It does not necessarily mean I will encounter danger. With this resolve, Lu Chang steadied himself against the wall and stood up, his cracked lips twitching. Do you have a flashlight? I do. The bespectacled individual retrieved a flashlight from his bag and handed it to Lu Chang. The batteries were fully charged, capable of lasting several hours without issue. That works, Lu Chang replied, passing his backpack to the bespectacled individual. It contained provisions and some medications. If I do not return, consider these items yours. Having uttered these words, Lu Chang reclaimed the crowbar in his hand, holding the flashlight in his left hand and the crowbar in his right. With a concealed handgun tucked at his waist, he swayed slightly as he approached the doorway. Wait, a familiar voice called from behind. I will accompany you. Lu Tao hurried to catch up. Huh, I never pegged you as someone with a heroic streak. Lu Chang did not pause his steps. He continued onward, unlocking the tightly shut door of the shop, revealing an expanse of darkness outside. Fully immersing himself in the shadows, Lu Chang relied solely on a flashlight that emitted a beam over a meter long, gingerly feeling his way along the ground. The earth was adorned with various plants, reaching over half a person's height, and combined with the thick fog, it imparted to Lu Chang a sensation akin to searching for treasure guided by fireflies. It was exceedingly dark and eerily silent. The dense fog rendered sound nearly inaudible beyond 100 meters, enveloping him in a chilling and desolate darkness, as if he had been cast into an otherworldly void. Hey, scared are you? I told you to wait for me, came the voice of Lu Tao, another firefly trailing behind. Huh, why are you so kind to me? If you were a girl, I might just fall for you right now, Lu Chang quipped, stifling a wave of dizziness. Studious and good-looking, yet so helpful. What a pity. What a pity indeed. If you were a girl, you'd probably be offering yourself up to me right now. Less chatter, save some energy for the journey, Lu Tao replied, giving him a playful shove. The two fell into silence once more, guided by the gentle glow of the light as they continued their cautious advance. The distance was not far, merely a kilometer with two intersections, both familiar to the pair. Normally, this trek would take just over 10 minutes on foot. However, the situation has changed dramatically. Not only is the world engulfed in darkness, but standing in the middle of the road, one cannot even discern the buildings on either side, nor navigate by the familiar terrain. The ground is treacherous, as the once solid concrete has become riddled with deep craters, with fragments of stone, soil, and plant stalks amalgamated, making each step arduous. Moreover, one must remain ever vigilant against imminent dangers that may arise. This journey has been anything but tranquil. Fortunately, guided by their familiarity with the street, the two managed to feel their way to the entrance of the hospital. Although it has been fraught with tension, they encountered no real peril, which could be considered a rare stroke of luck amidst their misfortunes. Do you understand why I brought you here? Lu Tao suddenly inquired as they stepped through the hospital's entrance. It certainly wasn't merely to lend me a hand. I can see your mind is still lucid, devoid of any delusions of heroism. Lu Chang slowly advanced into the hospital grounds, which were overrun with weeds. Well, I too have a wound that has become infected, Lu Tao remarked, lifting his leg amidst the untamed vegetation to illuminate a gash on his ankle with a flashlight. As the beam fell upon it, Lu Chang observed two small, circular wounds. Although the lacerations were not large, they were quite deep, and the surrounding area had already become infected and oozing. Yet, it appeared less horrific than his own injuries. Nevertheless, pus and blood continued to seep from the wounds. What is happening? Lu Chang exclaimed, looking up. During your first return home, I was bitten by a snake, not a venomous one, but it was initially quite painful. Eventually, the pain subsided, and I paid it little mind. It was only just now that I discovered I had a fever, and upon hearing of your symptoms, I felt compelled to follow you, as I believed our conditions might be similar. Lu Chang wobbled forward, though you appeared less afflicted than I. My temperature, I surmised, had not yet reached 38 degrees, yet it was steadily rising. Lu Tao remarked, thus, I can no longer afford to delay. The longer I postpone, the weaker I become, and the chances of survival diminish. We must plan this promptly. I do not wish to wait until tomorrow morning. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Lu Chang fell silent, as his temperature exceeded 42 degrees, impairing his ability to think clearly. He perceived the world around him twisting and spiraling, the dizziness intensifying, compelling him to bite down on his tongue to maintain a semblance of lucidity. Just a little longer, we are almost there. Noticing Lu Chang's distress, Lu Tao stepped forward to assist him. The two of them wobbled into the hospital. The pharmacy is just over there, Lu Tao indicated. Do you think there might be monsters here? In horror films, isn't the hospital the place where most people meet their end? Lu Chang, still weak, attempted to jest, as if this could distract him from his discomfort. That's hard to say, but even if there are monsters, we must go. If we don't, we are doomed either way. With Lu Chang in tow, Lu Tao opened the door to the pharmacy, only to be greeted by a cacophony of sounds. As the light illuminated the area, it revealed not monsters, but a multitude of people sprawled haphazardly upon the ground, a sea of humanity. What on earth happened? Lu Tao, who had entered first, could not help but exclaim, yet no one paid him any heed. The individuals on the ground appeared utterly feeble. In this shattered world, one would not presume that only the two of us suffered from infected wounds. If microorganisms have also mutated, the number of those afflicted with various ailments must be far from negligible. Lu Chang exerted himself to articulate his final thought, urging Lu Tao not to concern himself with others, but to prioritize the search for antibiotics and potent antipyretics. After uttering this, Lu Chang sought refuge in an unoccupied corner. Leaning against the wall, Lu Tao hurriedly sifted through the pile of medications, selecting the necessary remedies for himself, consuming one before administering another to Lu Chang. I wonder if I can hold on until tomorrow. After taking the medication and applying iodine to his wounds, Lu Chang fought to maintain consciousness, fearful that if he closed his eyes, he might never reopen them. Surely, it should be manageable. Observing Lu Chang's current condition, Lu Tao offered a feeble reassurance. Thank you. Lu Chang's dark pupils shifted to Lu Tao's face, and he managed a faint smile, though his fevered, cracked lips suddenly erupted with blood. No need for thanks. I am not doing this for you. It merely happens to be a fortunate coincidence that I am able to assist you. Lu Tao then found a clean spot beside Lu Chang and settled down. Why do you think all other beings have mutated, yet humanity remains unchanged? If this crimson mist serves as a catalyst, then it stands to reason that a segment of humanity should also undergo mutations. Lu Chang curled her legs against her chest and lowered her gaze once more to the repugnant wound at her ankle. Was it not mentioned in biology class that the more complex an organism, the less likely it is to mutate? If one follows this line of reasoning, it would not be surprising for humanity, as the most intricate beings on Earth, to be the last to experience such transformations. Is that so? A faint smile crept across her face as Lu Chang could no longer withstand the overwhelming dizziness, despite summoning all her strength. She could no longer bear the weight of her eyelids, and finally succumbed to slumber. Chapter 11. Bacteria of Earth. With his eyes closed, Lu Chang felt as though he had embarked on a lengthy dream, finding himself beyond the confines of Earth, beholding the planet through a veil of crimson mist. This divine perspective imbued him with a profound sense of unity with the Earth itself. Suspended above that cerulean sphere, he gazed upon a desolate landscape, devoid of life. Save for the invisible single-celled organisms that languidly evolved and divided at a pace reminiscent of a snail's crawl. Should they continue to evolve at this languorous rate, even 5 billion years hence, when Earth meets its demise, this realm would remain in a state of desolation. As Lu Chang mourned the barren expanse before him, the once azure planet was suddenly enveloped by a torrent of red mist, transforming it into a scene of sanguine hues. Within this crimson shroud, the monotonous life forms of Earth rapidly evolved, burgeoning into a plethora of species. In a mere blink, the desolation gave way to a vibrant paradise teeming with verdant life. What has caused this transformation? Lu Chang murmured to himself. No sooner had he posed the question than the red mist receded with astonishing swiftness, time reversing itself, restoring Earth to its tranquil blue state. He could almost perceive the greenery below, witnessing numerous wondrous creatures traversing the landscape. Each form of life was extraordinary, each one leaping with vitality. Yet, it was the emergence of another life form, humanity, that irrevocably altered the course of Earth's biological narrative a mere few million years ago, fundamentally reshaping the planet's life story that had unfolded over billions of years. From the moment of their emergence millions of years ago, this group of organisms has incessantly altered the visage of the Earth, while other forms of life have rapidly succumbed. He observed that humanity, akin to the pathogenic bacteria residing within him, has inflicted swift inflammation and decay upon the planet. If this continues unabated, none shall be able to halt its descent into ruin. Yet, paradoxically, amidst the profound degradation of the Earth, a dense red mist manifested, akin to an antibiotic curtailing bacterial proliferation, arriving just in time to avert calamity. No, rather than an antibiotic, it would be more apt to describe the red mist as a catalyst, bestowing upon the ailing life forms a chance to confront the human bacteria. It did not target humanity. In the final moments of the dream, after a protracted passage of time, the red mist dissipated, leaving the bacteria on Earth cleansed. Here, over 90% of verdant land was restored, home to an array of peculiar and wondrous creatures, transforming the realm into a paradise once more. The dream was lengthy and enigmatic, defying comprehension. The following day, at an indeterminate hour, Lu Chang extricated himself from this surreal reverie and opened his eyes. Rubbing his head to return from the peculiar dreamscape to reality, he discerned through the sunlight streaming in that it was indeed daytime. Taking out his phone, he checked the time with the remaining battery power. It was 9:40 in the morning. Daylight had arrived. Lu Chang sat on the ground, shaking his head, no longer feeling dizzy. He glanced down once more at the wound on his ankle, astonished to find that the festering, putrid area had miraculously formed a scab, indicating that his physical condition had nearly returned to perfection. "Hey, Lu Tao, wake up," he urged. The elation of surviving a catastrophe washed over Lu Chang. It was a sensation he had never experienced before. He pushed Lu Tao, who sat beside him, with considerable force, causing his rigid body to topple to the ground. "Lu Tao?" The thud of his body striking the floor echoed ominously, stirring a sense of foreboding within Lu Chang. He rushed to adjust his classmate's position, but upon touching him, he realized his body was cold and sticky. He was dead, and his skin had begun to rapidly soften. A wave of silence engulfed Lu Chang as he contemplated the lifeless form of his peer. It was worth noting that just yesterday, he had been far more ill than Lu Tao, yet the unpredictability of fate left one uncertain of who might perish next. "Alas, I did not expect to open my eyes only to find you gone." He repositioned Lu Tao's body and then rifled through the belongings of another deceased man nearby. Retrieving a lighter and a cigarette, he placed the cigarette at Lu Tao's lips and ignited it. "Last time you asked me for a smoke, I had none. This time, make do with this." As he spoke, Lu Chang attempted once more to adjust Lu Tao's position, but his fingers inadvertently peeled away a large patch of decaying flesh. The mutation of microorganisms was alarming. Even the rate of decomposition had accelerated dramatically. He carefully pressed the detached piece of skin back onto Lu Tao's body, striving to keep his form as intact as possible. After observing him for a while, Lu Chang rose to his feet and glanced around. Discovering that most of the individuals who had sprawled haphazardly here the previous day had yet to stand up. Among those who had, some had likely departed, leaving only himself and another woman standing at the scene. The woman did not acknowledge him. Instead, she wept over the lifeless body of a man, her sobs barely audible. Yet her silhouette exuded profound sorrow. Sighing deeply, Lu Chang's thoughts drifted from the deceased man to his own father. He reached into his pocket, only to feel a sudden stickiness. As he extracted his father's finger from the pocket, he was horrified to find that the flesh had entirely disintegrated, leaving nothing but two stark white bones. In the hospital, he located a bucket of alcohol and meticulously cleaned his father's finger. After a moment's contemplation, he exited the pharmacy on foot. Just as he stepped out, a voice called from behind. It was the girl who had been weeping moments earlier. "Where are you going?" "I intend to visit the orthopedic department or the operating room, in hopes of finding a bone needle to reattach my father's finger. I fear that if I leave it in my pocket, I may lose it one day," Lu Chang replied candidly. "May I accompany you?" "Having two people together provides a sense of security," she implored, suppressing her tears as she set down the middle-aged man's corpse and followed him. "Indeed, it is far better to be together. Let us proceed," Lu Chang agreed with a nod. After all, given the circumstances outside in the world, there was a certain safety in companionship, no matter how dire the situation. Previously, Lu Chang had indeed contemplated the idea of leaving together. But upon witnessing the girl's sorrowful tears, he refrained from intruding. As they drew closer, Lu Chang observed her more closely, noting that she was slightly older than himself. Possessing an average appearance and a physique that was above average, yet she appeared quite ordinary. When she finally caught up with him, Lu Chang offered a polite smile, revealing that the chapped wound on his lip had healed. She responded with a slight upward curve of her lips. However, at that moment, the smiles exchanged between them felt rather parched. "Do you know where the operating room is?" she inquired. "Just a short distance ahead." She indicated towards the corridor outside the pharmacy. "All right, let us go together." They walked in tandem down the corridor, the hospital enveloped in an eerie silence. Lu Chang pondered the whereabouts of the doctors who once worked there, noticing no injured individuals entering. The entire hospital seemed to have transformed into a realm of death, devoid of any sound, rendering the atmosphere particularly unsettling. Navigating through the thick, misty corridor, They arrived at a room marked with the prominent words operating room. With a creak, Lu Chang pushed the door open. The moment he entered, he was met with a deluge of dark shadows that surged towards him, accompanied by a deafening hum that propelled him backward. Note: this scene is rooted in reality, shared by a friend of mine who serves as a police officer and encountered a similar scenario during a summer investigation at a crime scene. As he was thrust backward by the shadows, Lu Chang stumbled a few steps before he realized what had pushed him out, resulting in a violent bout of retching. Swarming flies congregated in clusters, resembling dark clouds, startled into a frenzy, capable of propelling a person away. As the flies dispersed, Lu Chang fought against the wave of nausea and stepped into the operating room. The atmosphere within was far from the serene silence of the outside world. It was filled with unsettling sounds. A rhythmic clicking emanated from the operating table. As Lu Chang navigated around the curtain shielding the table, he was met once again with a sight that churned his stomach. A corpse, a body that had been gruesomely dissected, its abdomen teeming with maggots. The clicking noise was produced by those very maggots. Unable to contain himself, Lu Chang promptly retched, emptying his stomach onto the floor. Chapter 12. The Strange Tree. After expelling the acrid bile from his stomach, Lu Chang resolutely stifled the continuing contractions of his abdomen. Averting his gaze from the scene on the operating table and instead rummaging through the surgical instruments beside it. Upon discovering the suturing needle and thread, Lu Chang turned his attention to the surgical knives. The scalpel is undoubtedly the sharpest instrument for slicing flesh that exists. Its purpose is singularly to sever. Thus, Lu Chang harbored no doubts regarding the sharpness of these tools. Reflecting on the kitchen knife nestled within his backpack, he recognized the vast disparity in both material and sharpness when compared to these surgical blades. Without hesitation, he seized several of the largest-looking scalpels, gripping them firmly in his hands before stepping out of the operating room. Outside, the girl continued to retch. Lu Chang approached her, gently patting her back as he reassured. "Do not be alarmed. It is merely a few flies. To survive in this world, one must be ever prepared to confront anything that comes our way. Take these two knives. Do not regard yourself as merely a girl. Should we encounter peril, we shall fight with the blades we hold." As he spoke, Lu Chang handed the girl two scalpels, then led the way towards the pharmacy. Upon entering, he suppressed the overwhelming stench of decay and made his way to Lu Tao, who had already consumed half of his cigarette. "I apologize, my friend, but I must leave you here," he remarked, casting a glance at him. After bestowing a heavy-hearted embrace upon the lifeless body, Lu Chang carefully laid Lu Tao back on the ground, grasped his arm, and with the surgical knife, severed one of his fingers. Subsequently, he severed the decayed flesh from Lu Tao's fingers, soaking them in alcohol for a thorough cleansing. Afterward, Lu Chang retrieved his father's severed finger, skillfully piercing through the bones of 3 fingers with a bone needle, and meticulously binding them together with robust sutures to create a necklace resembling skeletal fingers, which he adorned around his own neck. "I have taken your finger as a keepsake. Thank you for accompanying me to this place in the end." Casting a final glance at Lu Tao, Lu Chang called upon the girl, who had also completed her moment of remembrance. Together, they gathered a discarded backpack, filling it with essential antibiotics and antipyretics before departing from the scene. As he exited the pharmacy for the second time, this time with the intention of leaving, he followed the girl outdoors and was greeted once more by the sunlight, tinged with red by the fog. Upon his first glimpse of the outside world, Lu Chang felt an unexpected clarity in his vision. Has the fog lifted? He glanced at the girl beside him. Lu Chang distinctly recalled that yesterday, visibility had been less than 3 meters, allowing sight of only objects within a mere few steps. Yet now, he could clearly see the grass about 7 or 8 meters away, which astonished him. The fog hasn't lessened. The girl squinted, scrutinizing the mist before confirming. "It hasn't diminished at all. It may even be denser than yesterday." "Is that so?" Lu Chang surveyed his surroundings, indeed noticing the visibility extending to 7 or 8 meters. Feeling uneasy, he pressed on. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain." "What is the matter?" The girl's expression mirrored his confusion. Upon witnessing her expression, Lu Chang's doubts dissipated entirely. A surge of thoughts raced through his mind. The likelihood of the fog dissipating was exceedingly low. This was evident even to the girl without his inquiry. If the fog remained thick, yet his field of vision expanded, Lu Chang could only conclude that his eyesight had improved. Could this be considered a transformation? He pondered silently, reflecting that while other creatures had undergone mutations, it was finally humanity's turn. With this thought, He clenched his fists and took a moment to attune himself to the changes within his body. First, as he tightened his fists, the skin of his knuckles rubbed against one another, producing a crisp, cracking sound. Lu Chang sensed a slight increase in strength, albeit modest. Furthermore, his ears detected the faint sounds of air currents swirling around him, while his nose picked up the scent of grass from several meters away. His auditory and olfactory senses had notably intensified, amplifying their acuity exponentially. "What are you doing?" the girl beside him urged as she noticed Lu Chang standing still with his eyes closed. "Nothing," he replied, redirecting the conversation. "How did you end up in this hospital yesterday?" "I was bitten by a wild dog and came after the wound became infected." "Do you feel anything unusual now?" "Unusual? No, not really. The festering wound has healed, and aside from a bit of pain, I feel fine." "Oh," Lu Chang nodded. "Let's go." The two of them walked side by side, entering a thicket of grass that nearly reached their height. "Doesn't it feel strange?" the girl asked as she stepped into the thick grass, her heart tightening with apprehension. "It is rather peculiar. Logically, in such an environment, one would expect numerous individuals to seek medical assistance for injuries or ailments. However, since this morning, not a single soul has entered the premises, which is quite bizarre. Be cautious." As Lu Chang uttered these words, a sudden frown creased his brow. He sensed a gust of wind behind him and instinctively leaped aside, narrowly evading an attack from behind. Whoosh! The assailant was a vine resembling a tree branch, somewhat akin to that of a willow, yet significantly thicker, emanating a sanguine glow. This branch was adorned with barbs, rendering it a grotesque sight. Having just evaded the assault, Lu Chang heard a sharp, piercing scream, and to his horror, he witnessed a girl beside him ensnared by a vine that had coiled around her ankle, dragging her away. Cursing under his breath, the instinct to rescue a companion, akin to that of a social animal, propelled Lu Chang to chase after her without a moment's hesitation. He pursued her through the hospital grounds until reaching the very center of the courtyard, where, through the dense fog, he beheld a chilling sight. A massive willow tree, originally intended to beautify the corridors of the hospital, had grown to a staggering height of 7 or 8 meters. Standing beneath its looming presence, Lu Chang could scarcely glimpse its crown. Yet, this was not the most horrifying aspect. The true terror lay in the fact that the tree was festooned with human skin, a macabre tableau that rendered him utterly paralyzed with fear. Hollow human skins hung ominously from the stout thorns of the willow branches, their faces grotesquely wrinkled and distorted, devoid of flesh and blood to provide any semblance of life. The terrifying expressions etched into those folds were nothing short of horrifying. This willow tree had undergone a complete transformation, while the surrounding saplings, lush and verdant, seemed to worship it, extending their tendrils in reverence. Witnessing this macabre scene, Lu Chang dared not pursue any further. He understood that even if he were to catch up, he could not rescue the girl. He was no match for this monstrous entity. The girl was ensnared by the creeping vines and dragged beneath the tree, where more robust tendrils coiled and writhed towards her. These supple yet razor-sharp vines bound her tightly, their barbs piercing her flesh, siphoning her blood while injecting corrosive digestive fluids. In less than 20 seconds, the grotesque feast was complete. The girl was consumed, and a vibrant new skin was added to the blood-red tree. Her hollow eye sockets gazed in Lu Chang's direction until the very end, seeking that final flicker of safety. "I am sorry," Lu Chang silently lamented as he beheld the fresh skin, understanding that he could not save the girl. If he rushed in, he would merely become another addition to the tree's ghastly collection. In this true apocalypse, the notion of a perpetual savior was a mere illusion. Only those capable of self-preservation could be deemed protagonists. Thus, suppressing the weight of guilt in his heart, Lu Chang remained motionless in the grass, meticulously observing the willow tree, hoping to glean insights into its predatory nature. What methods does the counterpart employ to ascertain the presence of its prey? Is it through scent, vision, the vibrations of the ground, or perhaps some other means? Chapter 13. Morality and Life. In the midst of assessing the situation, Lu Chang dared not move a muscle, even stifling his breath to the faintest whisper, for he feared that any slightest motion might provoke the terrifying onslaught of the ominous tendrils. After steadying his breath, he crouched amidst the underbrush, and in the course of scrutinizing the bizarre tree, he beheld something even more extraordinary. His gaze pierced through the crimson vines and their numerical manifestations, landing upon what appeared to be a human visage upon the gnarled branches of the willow. Yet, it was not merely a face, It resembled the unique tree eyes often found on ancient trunks. However, at that moment, he discerned within these tree eyes what seemed akin to the blood vessels nestled within human orbits. This sight instilled a profound sense of dread within Lu Chang. What manner of world was this becoming? In less than 24 hours, this ancient tree had sprouted eyes. If time were to extend further, what remarkable transformations might this world yet unveil? The questions this world posed had transcended the limits of his imagination, reminiscent of the single-celled organisms before the Cambrian period, when no one could have anticipated that such a brief epoch would lead to an explosion of biodiversity. Unlike the pre-Cambrian era, the current world was already replete with vibrancy. Should another Cambrian-like event occur, one could only fathom the splendor it might yield. These chaotic reflections flitted through Lu Chang's mind like shadows, only to be swiftly yanked back to the present, as fear once again enveloped his spirit. After observing for a moment, Lu Chang found the answer to his earlier question. That peculiar tree discerned its moving prey through the tremors of the ground. Although the tree's eye sockets bore traces of blood, it would take several days for it to truly possess sight. Upon realizing this, Lu Chang lowered his breathing rate, carefully slipped off his shoes with deliberate slowness amidst the grass. With a swift motion, he hurled one shoe away. It landed on the grass with a muffled thud, immediately provoking the rapid emergence of several thick, barbed vines, moving with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a resounding crash, the vines sliced through the grass and struck the ground, obliterating the surrounding area. The once sturdy shoe was instantly torn into shreds. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chang finally comprehended the nature of the creature's perception. He quickly tossed the other shoe to divert the tree's attention, seizing the opportunity to dash toward the entrance of the hospital. He needed only to cover a few more meters to escape the reach of the vines. Taking a deep breath, at the moment the second shoe touched down and the vines sprang into action once more, Lu Chang took off in a wild sprint. The vials strapped to his back clinking together, producing a sound reminiscent of a haunting prelude, urging him onward. The sound of jingling bells was followed by the true footsteps of the undead. On the other side, after the initial attack proved futile, the blood-red vines, closest to Lu Chang, swiftly reacted, extending rapidly towards his direction of flight. Their speed surpassed his own by at least double. Fortunately, the fleeting moment he had taken to act first allowed him to cover a distance of several meters. Ultimately, as the bloodthirsty vines were on the verge of catching up to him from dozens of meters away, they suddenly halted, unable to advance another inch. The vines had fully extended, reaching the limits of their length. Realizing the imminent danger had dissipated, Lu Chang, still trembling with trepidation, sprinted a few more meters before gasping for breath. It was only when his breathing finally steadied that he dared to glance back, but behind the mist, nothing was visible. Those eerie entities had long since vanished, as if the perilous events that had just transpired were mere figments of his imagination. With a sigh, he resolved not to dwell on the past, and continued onward, aware that the dangers of this world would never solely emanate from behind him, nor would they be confined to a single tree. As he ambled forth, Lu Chang stepped barefoot out of the hospital's entrance, only to encounter a gathering of individuals clustered near the doorway. These people were huddled in small groups, some conversing with one another, while others lay unconscious, evidently anxious patients awaiting their medications. Standing at a distance of 7 or 8 meters, these individuals were oblivious to Lu Chang's presence, yet he could clearly observe their actions. He could even hear their words with remarkable clarity. "Mom, Dad is fading fast. I have to go in and try." A family of 3 fell within Lu Chang's line of sight, a teenage boy anxiously carrying a middle-aged man on his back. "No, you cannot go in." Beside the boy stood a middle-aged woman, who shook her head in response to his words. "Since morning, have you seen anyone who has entered that place come out? That does not necessarily mean they perished inside." The boy, filled with urgency, insisted, "If I don't go in, Dad will truly be lost. If anyone is to enter, it should be me," he declared. The woman pushed the boy slightly and said, "Keep an eye on your father. I will go in and take a look." "Don't go in. You surely won't survive," the boy warned. Emerging from the mist, Lu Chang stepped into the family's line of sight. "Who are you?" the woman and the boy asked, their expressions turning wary upon seeing Lu Chang's sudden appearance. "Do not be alarmed. I bear no ill intent," Lu Chang reassured them, raising his hand and concealing the scalpel behind his back. "I just managed to escape from within. There is a monster inside, exceedingly terrifying. It would be perilous for you to enter. But if we don't go in, my father will not survive," the boy pleaded. My dad's wound is infected. We need medicine." Upon hearing the boy's words, Lu Chang lowered his gaze and noticed a horrifying wound on the boy's father's arm, likely inflicted by some object. The flesh had already begun to rot, mirroring his own condition from the previous day. "This place is perilous. If you seek medicine, perhaps you should search other pharmacies on different streets," Lu Chang kindly suggested once more. "There is none left. Since the early hours of today, the streets have been overrun by groups pillaging for medications. All the visible supplies have been completely cleared." Cleared? Indeed. The entire city is now teeming with individuals afflicted by infection, and even a mere brush against a branch could prove fatal. With so many in need of medicine, how many pharmacies could possibly remain open? They have all been looted. If it weren't for the fact that those who entered the hospital since dawn have yet to emerge, I would surmise the hospital has also been ravaged. Is that so? Lu Chang could hardly fathom that the peculiar tree had, in its own enigmatic manner, inadvertently aided him. Had it not obstructed his path, he believed that surviving today would have been uncertain, let alone emerging with an abundance of medicine. Alas, it matters not. I have antibiotics here. You may use them for now. However, whether they will be effective remains uncertain. Reflecting on the corpses of the deceased within the hospital, Lu Chang sighed and retrieved a box of antibiotics from his backpack, handing it to the boy. Subsequently, he strode away without a backward glance. He sought no gratitude from others and had no desire to be a hero, yet his ingrained values compelled him to assist upon witnessing such despair. However, after extending his help, he found no sense of satisfaction in return. Because he understands that the available medications are limited, by giving them to others, he diminishes the resources he can rely on when he himself is injured. In essence, he is trading a portion of his own life to attain a sense of moral fulfillment, which is ultimately misguided. Chapter 14. Murder. With a deep sigh, Lu Chang continued to walk forward, striving to avert his gaze from the anguished expressions of those around him, attempting to shield himself from the heart-rending sounds of despair, and disregarding the cries of the dying and their grieving relatives. Yet, the more he endeavored to remain oblivious, the more acutely he became aware of every subtle movement in his surroundings. The tormented faces imprinted themselves upon his mind, rendering him breathless. As he pressed on, lingering outside the periphery of others' awareness, Lu Chang felt akin to a wandering spirit. Be good, listen well, take a look at the situation inside the hospital, and this lollipop will be yours. During Lu Chang's aimless wandering, he heard yet another dissonant voice. "No, I do not wish to go." This was followed by the weeping of a little girl. "Will you go or not?" The first voice suddenly took on a tone of stern authority. This peculiar exchange captured Lu Chang's attention, compelling him to abandon his pretense of ignorance. He took a few steps towards the source of the sound and beheld 3 short-haired men. 3 individuals, one with a scarred face, another notably rotund, and the last bearing a hawk-like nose. Each sported the telltale haircut of a convict, their coarse hair closely cropped to their scalps, straddling the line between baldness and having hair. Such hairstyles are seldom seen. Among 100 people on the street, one might not encounter a single individual with such a look. Yet, the gathering of these 3 men unmistakably revealed their identities as prisoners. The 3 individuals, both in appearance and demeanor, bore a striking resemblance to prisoners of forced labor. Although they were not clad in prison garb, Lu Chang could assert with absolute certainty their identities. Their faces and bodies were marred with scars, clearly the remnants of violent altercations. If his assumptions were correct, these 3 were indeed inmates who had escaped amidst the onset of the crimson fog, their wounds already festering and infected from the brawls they had endured. Before them stood a young girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old, and it was evident that neither party recognized the other. Moreover, the girl was devoid of any adult guardians in her vicinity. "I can't go in there. It's too dangerous," she protested. Upon hearing the reprimand directed at her, she instinctively recoiled. "Danger? Nonsense. Just go in and assess the situation. There is hardly any risk," sneered the hawk-nosed ruffian. "Danger," the girl reiterated, her voice now quivering with suppressed sobs. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chang felt a profound sense of anguish wash over him, a suffocating conflict between morality and survival that left him breathless. However, he was unwilling to play the role of a savior once more in this chaotic world. Such occurrences were ubiquitous, and he could not intervene in every instance. He did not wish to jeopardize his own safety for the sake of a meager moral conscience. Swallowing hard, Lu Chang averted his gaze and turned to retreat into the distance. As he took his first step, a resounding slap echoed behind him. "Damn you! If I tell you to go, then you go? Stop with the endless chatter. A heavy voice pierced Lu Chang's ears, grating and intolerable. Soon after, the girl's cries filled the air. Clenching his teeth, Lu Chang pressed forward once more. However, the subsequent sounds halted his steps. It was the ominous click of a spring-loaded knife being drawn, followed by the horrific sound of a blade tearing through flesh, and then the girl's heart-wrenching wails. Damn it! He spat fiercely onto the ground. Lu Chang turned back, only to behold the once unblemished face of the girl now marred by a deep, crimson gash, blood saturating one side of her delicate visage. She cried out loudly, yet her anguish elicited not a shred of compassion from the three men before her. Damn it! Lu Chang cursed again, and witnessing this scene ignited an unprecedented rage within him, a stark contrast to his usual composure since the onset of the apocalypse. Drawing the scalpel concealed behind his back, he surged forward with swift determination. In the thick fog, visibility for an ordinary person was merely 3 meters. What does a distance of 3 meters signify? It is the length of an adult's powerful leap or 2 strides while running. It is an extraordinarily brief distance. Thus, when Lu Chang plunged the scalpel into the neck of the hawk-nosed man, the latter barely had time to discern his assailant's visage. The blade pierced the carotid artery, and with a swift motion, Lu Chang felt the satisfying resistance as the scalpel severed sinew, followed by a torrent of blood gushing forth. The hawk-nosed man clutched his neck, his eyes wide with shock, but such an expression was short-lived. He soon crumpled to the ground. Yet, no one paid him any heed. To be precise, no one even glanced his way. The remaining 3 individuals gazed in horror at the young man who had suddenly emerged from the dense fog, their eyes drawn to his bloodied right hand and the blood-stained scalpel he wielded. After ending a life with the blade, Lu Chang stood firm, gripping the handle of the knife, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 remaining individuals. Who are you? The scar-faced man broke the silence after scrutinizing Lu Chang for several seconds. A passerby, Lu Chang replied candidly. The sensation of committing murder for the first time was not as exquisite as one might imagine, yet it successfully stirred his emotions. He felt the moral burden he had endured moments earlier dissipate in the instant he swung the knife, leaving him with an unexpected sense of clarity. However, contrary to this newfound clarity in his mind, his body was in a state of heightened agitation. Adrenaline surged through him, causing involuntary tremors. A passerby, the scar-faced man astutely perceived Lu Chang's physical unease, recognizing him as merely an impulsive novice, not a remorseless villain. A sneer emerged on his face. Child, have you watched too many dramas, trying to play the hero? Huh, how unfortunate, for I must tell you, being a hero is no trivial matter. As he spoke, the scar-faced man brandished a switchblade, its blade still stained with blood, evidence that he had been the one to slash the girl's face. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chang narrowed his eyes and chose silence, retreating a few steps. What's the matter, great hero? Are you beginning to feel fear now? As Lu Chang faded into the mist, the scar-faced man let out a sinister laugh. You little brat, don't pretend to be a hero when there's no need. What's the matter? You had the courage to show yourself earlier, but now you lack the guts to stand your ground? What a fool. Standing at the periphery of the fog, out of the adversary's line of sight, Lu Chang took several deep breaths, steadying his trembling body. With an expression of cold indifference, he regarded the scar-faced man who was shouting in the depths of the mist. Then, he gradually shifted his footing, making a small semicircle to position himself about 4 or 5 meters behind his opponent. At this distance, he could clearly observe every movement of the man, while the latter remained utterly oblivious to his presence. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. With 2 swift strides, Lu Chang thrust his scalpel into the scar-faced man's spinal region. As the agonized scream erupted from the man, Lu Chang withdrew the blade and vanished, leaving behind a writhing body convulsing on the ground. The torment of a shattered spine is unbearable for anyone. The scar-faced man writhed on the ground, his upper and lower body no longer able to coordinate harmoniously. His screams, filled with desperation, finally alerted the last remaining individual, who began to perceive the strangeness of the young man's 2 killings. In a state of panic, he made a decision that was both right and wrong. He seized the nearby little girl. Chapter 15. The perilous numbers. The rotund man pointed the knife in his hand menacingly at the girl's throat, exclaiming, "Brother, I implore you, we have no past grievances nor present enmity. Do not let a trivial matter escalate into violence. If you wish to take this girl, she is yours. We shall part ways without debts between us. What do you say? He shouted into the fog, unaware of his adversary's location, scanning the surroundings where only fog persisted. Even the effort to capture the sound of footsteps seemed utterly futile. Hey, speak up. He called into the mist, his voice echoing dully. Is that a deal, brother? Just give me a clear answer. After uttering these words, perspiration streamed down his brow as he scrutinized his surroundings, attuned to every subtle movement of the air. Yet, everything remained unchanged. Silence reigned, devoid of any responsive sound. Only the pained cries of his companion echoed, piercing the oppressive quietude, which caused his corpulent frame to tremble with fear and agitation. Damn it, don't think for a moment that I fear you. If you don't show yourself soon. This little girl, the rotund man shouted, pressing the dagger firmly against the girl's neck. However, a gunshot rang out from the front, abruptly ending the standoff. The bullet pierced through his thick lips, silencing the words he was about to utter, then entered the back of his skull, halting any further actions. Thus, the hefty figure collapsed with a thud, the only sound left in the air a muffled groan. Standing 4 meters away, Lu Chang holstered his weapon. Although his marksmanship was rather mediocre, hitting a target's head from such a short distance was a trivial task. Gradually emerging from the mist, he approached the girl and noticed the scar that extended from her brow to the corner of her mouth. Upon seeing Lu Chang, the girl unexpectedly ceased her sobbing, her bloodied face adorned with a pair of bright eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the towering figure before her. Close your eyes and wait for me for a minute. As if pierced by those luminous eyes, Lu Chang turned his head away, striding towards the figure still writhing on the ground. The person on the floor continued to squirm, their upper and lower body moving in a disjointed manner due to the damage to their spine, resembling a maggot struggling upon the earth. Do you know? You appear more repulsive than a maggot. Crouching down, Lu Chang mounted the scarred man's chest, locking his gaze onto the man's eyes as he uttered these words. Subsequently, he remained silent, slowly inserting the scalpel into the man's chest cavity. The blade pierced the alveoli, producing a sound akin to a deflating balloon. Lu Chang watched as the man's chest cavity gradually collapsed, inhaling deeply the scent of death that emanated from within. It was a sweet, metallic odor. Lu Chang licked his lips, concluding that death bore a flavor both sweet and metallic. After savoring the taste for a moment, Lu Chang withdrew his surgical knife, wiped the blood from it onto the opponent's clothing, and returned to the girl's side. First, take these pills, and then I will disinfect the wounds on your face. He instructed, handing her some antibiotics before cleansing her injuries with alcohol from his backpack. However, after completing these tasks, Lu Chang found himself in a state of confusion. Should he take her with him? This monumental question loomed in his mind. In this world, at this critical juncture, who could confidently claim they could ensure their own safety? Within less than 24 hours, Lu Chang felt as though he had teetered on the precipice of life and death several times, and that was without anyone weighing him down. The prospect of adding this burden to his journey seemed even more daunting. Don't you want to take me with you? The girl quietly inquired after consuming the pills, her youthful and sensitive heart sensing Lu Chang's hesitation. I fear I cannot take care of you, he replied honestly. What about your parents? I escaped from an SOS children's village. I have no parents or family, she said, forcing a smile that only accentuated the fresh blood oozing from her wound. Please take me with you. I won't be a burden. I have superpowers. Superpowers? Lu Chang furrowed his brow. Had a child spoken such words to him before today, he would have dismissed it as mere jest. Yet today was different, having just experienced the extraordinary sensations brought on by his own physical transformation. He could no longer afford to underestimate any such terminology. What kind of superpower is it? Lu Chang inquired. Since yesterday, I have been able to sense various dangerous auras from afar, the girl replied, gesturing with her hands and articulating her thoughts with innocent vocabulary. For instance, those 3 individuals just now, the danger they radiated felt as immense as this. She clenched her tiny fist to illustrate her point. And the aura you emit feels like this. She formed a circle with her hands, signifying the size of an adult's fist. Is that so? Lu Chang observed the girl, recognizing the sincerity in her words. He then asked, can you sense if there is any danger in the hospital courtyard over there? Yes, it's very large indeed. She responded, drawing an expansive circle in the air with her hands, larger than before. All right, then come with me, Lu Chang said, taking her hand and turning to leave the area. With the knowledge of the girl's precognitive ability, he felt a weight lift from his mind. However, He hesitated to take her with him, fearing he might not be able to care for her and not wanting her to become a burden. He was no hero, merely an ordinary student preparing for college entrance exams, and he was no stranger to failure. He lacked any grand ideals or humanistic sentiments. He had already played the role of a hero twice that day, but even heroes often slay their foes without concern for the aftermath. He found it difficult to commit to the responsibility of caring for a girl unless she possessed superpowers. The ability to foresee danger was an invaluable asset for survival. Otherwise, even with immense power, one can always encounter beings in this world that are more formidable and perilous, capable of vanquishing and annihilating you. However, if one possesses the ability to sense imminent danger from afar, the likelihood of survival increases significantly. Given that you can perceive threats, why were you still apprehended by these three individuals? The girl responded, "That is because they are ordinary people. I sensed no aura of danger." Lu Chang nodded in understanding, realizing that the danger she referred to was not genuine peril, but rather a manifestation of life force intensity. It seemed she had misinterpreted the oppressive presence emanating from powerful beings as a threat. In essence, she was incapable of detecting malice. "Here is the plan. Accompany me. And from now on, we shall quantify the danger posed by ordinary men like those just now as one. For beings significantly stronger, you will indicate their threat with a corresponding multiple. Do you understand?" The girl nodded in agreement. "Very well. What is my danger level?" Lu Chang inquired. "Between 2 and 3, the girl replied thoughtfully, counting on her fingers. Chapter 16. Countermeasures not quite accurate, Lu Chang mused, lowering his head in contemplation. Relying on his keen eyesight and acute sensory perception, he felt entirely capable of confronting more than just 2 or 3 adversaries in such an environment. "Your danger level is precisely that many." The girl rolled her eyes thoughtfully, calculating meticulously before affirmatively nodding. "Is that so?" Lu Chang pondered once more, grasping that the intensity of life does not equate to actual combat prowess. While it may correlate to fighting capability, the strength of life does not genuinely represent the lethality one can unleash during battle. For instance, his heightened vision and auditory senses had improved several-fold, and correspondingly, his life intensity had increased. Yet, no one could ascertain how significantly this enhancement in vision might amplify his combat effectiveness amidst such dense fog. "What is the danger level of that entity in the hospital?" "Approximately 129. No, it's now reached 130 and continues to escalate," the girl replied, glancing apprehensively in that direction, her eyes betraying a clear sense of fear. "Oh, what a terrifying creature." Lu Chang nodded, turning away. "Let us proceed." The girl vigorously nodded, not inquiring about Lu Chang's destination, simply trailing closely behind him. "How far can you sense danger?" he inquired as they walked. "About 100 meters, perhaps a bit more. Beyond that, everything feels quite indistinct." "Does the wound on your face still hurt?" "Yes, but I can endure it." "You are remarkably strong." Lu Chang continued to traverse the grassy thickets of the road. In this world, wherever the sunlight graced, flora flourished. "How old are you?" he inquired. 12, came the reply. "What?" Lu Chang, who had been walking ahead, turned around for the first time, his face reflecting surprise as he gazed at the young girl. "You are 12? Why do you appear to me as if you are merely 6 or 7? Surely you jest?" "I am not deceiving you," she hastily replied. "I was born petite, and even at 12, I have yet to reach a height of 1 meter. However, you need not worry. I do not require excessive care. Despite my stature, my physical endurance surpasses that of the average child, and I assure you, I shall not hinder your progress. That is of no consequence, since I have taken you along. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not abandon you midway," Lu Chang responded, averting his gaze from the girl's expression. "Let us first proceed to a convenience store. It is the only place in this unfamiliar world where I might encounter someone I know." "All right," the girl nodded, encouraged by Lu Chang's assurance, quickening her pace to draw nearer to him. A silence enveloped them as they navigated the streets. With the girl's assistance, Lu Chang skillfully circumvented a creature with a danger rating of 35, and after traversing 2 more streets, they arrived at the convenience store. Upon knocking on the door, Lu Chang noticed that many of the patrons he had seen the previous day had departed, leaving behind perhaps just over half of the crowd from the night before. Fortunately, he still recognized a few familiar faces within. The heavy-set individual remained silent, his eyes a vivid crimson. Meanwhile, the family known as the Glasses had already departed, leaving behind only the biology teacher, Li Qingshui. "Lu Chang, are you all right?" Upon opening the convenience store door, Li Qingshui was taken aback by Lu Chang's remarkable recovery from the brink of death just yesterday. She then glanced behind him and inquired, "Where's Lu Tao?" "Right here." Lu Chang absent-mindedly touched the finger-bone necklace hanging around his neck, offering no further explanation. Oh, noticing the necklace, Li Qingshui chose not to pursue the matter any further. Where did the glasses and the others go? Lu Chang surveyed the surroundings and ushered the little girl inside, closing the door behind them. They've left. What can you expect from such a modest convenience store in this world? Even I am contemplating my next step. Li Qingshui waved her hand dismissively. It seems the glasses' parents had some connection to the military. They likely sought refuge there. The military? Lu Chang pondered this term. Indeed. Although the air is thick with fog and tanks and artillery are rendered ineffective, the military still possesses a combat capability far superior to that of ordinary civilians. At the very least, being alongside the military means one need not fear the onslaught of common mutated creatures while traversing the streets. Li Qingshui calmly analyzed the situation. Moreover, the military typically has access to supplies, so sustenance should not be a concern. Not necessarily. After considering Li Qingshui's analysis, Lu Chang shook his head. With visibility for ordinary people reduced to less than 3 meters, if the military were to open fire, it could potentially result in mass casualties. However, without firearms, ordinary individuals possess little capability for self-preservation in the face of colossal mutated creatures. Nonetheless, the instructor's words ring true. Even so, the military remains significantly more formidable than the average person. As for military supplies, I observe that microorganisms are becoming increasingly terrifying. Given that human corpses decay within 2 or 3 hours, it is evident that the decomposition rate of food is equally alarming. Unless food is heavily infused with preservatives to inhibit microbial growth. The current rate of microbial mutation suggests that the shelf life of provisions will undoubtedly fall short of a day. I firmly believe that, regardless of the military's abundant supplies, much of it must have already spoiled. You are indeed correct. The bread and other food items in convenience stores have already begun to mold. Aside from those that are vacuum-sealed or laden with preservatives, the available goods here are scarcely consumable, remarked Li Qingshui. It seems that in a matter of days, the entire world will face a food shortage. Indeed, it appears that even the military will struggle to provide sufficient sustenance, and I suspect they have ceased accepting civilians. However, we must still venture to observe. Seeking to survive alone in an apocalypse is an impossible endeavor. At times, one must rely on community and governmental structures. Lu Chang gazed at the crowd of what resembled refugees within the convenience store and sighed. Yes, we should indeed explore the military and governmental agencies. Even if they refuse to take us in, it is essential for us to comprehend the future trajectory of this nation, or rather, this world. Only then can we adequately prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. Li Qingshui spoke, suddenly lowering his voice. Moreover, I have a sense that the government knows more than we do. What do you mean? Lu Chang also lowered his voice, ensuring that the hushed echo was audible only to the little girl and the two of them. This is merely speculation on my part, lacking any solid evidence. But I can't shake the feeling that the government has been aware of the red mist incident for quite some time. Aware for a long time? Indeed. Consider this. Since 2002, this red mist has intermittently appeared, albeit in a very diluted form. Yet, its composition should be identical to the dense fog we see outside now. Li Qingshui gestured with his fingers, a characteristic of his profession as a teacher, which led him to incorporate hand movements into his speech. Reflect carefully on the days when you encountered the red mist before. Think back to that thin haze. Does it not feel strikingly similar to the current thick fog? Chapter 17. The giant maggot. Upon hearing Li Qingshui's words, Lu Chang realized that the peculiar weather over the past 2 years had not been an isolated occurrence. Although the red mist then was far less dense than it is now, and the world had not yet undergone such extensive changes, upon reflection, the components of that red mist should be akin to those present today. It seems that I am not mistaken. The composition of the red mist is indeed the same as it was back then. As he spoke, Lu Chang carefully inhaled the scent in the air, noting that even the aroma was identical. Thus, it follows that the emphasis on biology in the college entrance examinations over the past 2 years should also be related to the emergence of the red mist. Are you suggesting that the government was already aware of the effects of the red mist? Lu Chang furrowed his brow, questioning why there had not been any preventive measures taken sooner. They likely only understood the effects of the red mist but could not have predicted its widespread emergence 2 years later, let alone its intensity, Li Qingshui analyzed. However, it is certain that certain biological research institutions within the government must possess knowledge regarding this red mist. They simply could not have anticipated that the extensive arrival of the red mist would disrupt all signals. Nor could they have foreseen the astonishing transformations it would bring to the world. Indeed, the pace of change in this world is astonishing. Within just 24 hours, it has transformed in such a manner that if, in a few days, a wild dog were to approach me wielding a revolver to rob me, I would not find it in the least bit surprising, Li Qingshui quipped lightly. So, teacher, what shall we do now? Lu Chang gently tugged at the little girl beside him, urging her to stand a bit closer. Let us go and see if there is any news from the military. All right, I will accompany you, Lu Chang remarked, pulling the little girl closer once more, insisting on her inclusion. Is she your relative? Li Qingshui inquired, casting a glance at the girl. Well, I suppose so, Lu Chang nodded affirmatively. Little one, what is your name? Li Qingshui asked, lowering his gaze. Ji Jing. The girl replied. Teacher, don't you have any relatives here? It seems there is no one familiar around you. Oh, I'm an out-of-town teacher here for an interview. All my relatives are back home, and I have no idea how they are faring now. Li Qingshui sighed heavily, particularly worried about his elderly parents. Uncertain if they could weather this storm. In this world, no one can guarantee they will make it through such trials. Try not to dwell on it too much, Lu Chang remarked, instinctively touching the bone necklace around his neck. When shall we set off? Let us depart as soon as we are ready. We cannot afford to waste time. If we delay until nightfall, it will become exceedingly difficult. The two whispered to one another. For this journey, I suggest we refrain from bringing too many people. The little girl beside me can sense the presence of those horrific creatures, but they are not far away. If we take too many individuals, we will become an obvious target, making us vulnerable to attack. Moreover, the crowd's density hampers her perceptual range. When those in front are attacked, we in the rear remain oblivious to the danger, which is indeed dire. Is there such an ability? Upon hearing Lu Chang's words, a look of astonishment flickered in Li Qingshui's eyes as she gazed at the young girl. Have humans begun to undergo mutations as well? Why am I not sensing anything? The teacher must be jesting. After all, mutations are a rarity among all organisms. Observe the flowers and plants outside. Though their growth rate has become nearly frantic, mutations still remain a minority. Were every organism capable of mutation, the Cambrian period would have yielded millions more species than we currently see. It is rare for Lu Chang to impart biological knowledge before her biology teacher. Indeed, while I feel nothing, if this young girl truly possesses such an ability, it would significantly enhance our chances of survival. With that thought, Li Qingshui quietly inquired, how many individuals do you think we should bring? 5 or 6 should suffice. I'll consult with the stout fellow, and you can find 1 or 2 more, came the reply. All right, Li Qingshui nodded in agreement. He is a youthful instructor, evidently fresh from university, not much older than the students, exuding a vigor typical of the young in both speech and action. After he finished speaking, he turned around and brought over a young girl from the other side of the convenience store. This girl, a student without family accompaniment, was known to Lu Chang. Her name was Zhu Lin, a classmate who excelled academically, second only to Lu Tao. She appeared fair and delicate, with a ponytail, and typically did not engage in much conversation, exuding a pleasant demeanor. She was a distant relative of mine, although I seldom kept in touch with her family. She was nonetheless kin. Her parents were not present here, and they had previously entrusted me with her care, which I could not neglect. We decided to take her along. You have no objections, do you? No, Lu Chang shook his head. Although he preferred to accompany a physically capable and strong boy rather than a frail girl, he could not bring himself to voice this preference. Moreover, the others in the room had relatives as well. If he were to take someone, it would likely involve a chain reaction of complications. After careful consideration, this girl seemed to be the most suitable choice. You all wait here. I will call Fatty. Lu Chang glanced at the girl, nodded at her, and then turned to approach Fatty, who was nestled in a corner of the convenience store. With his improved vision, Lu Chang had spotted Fatty the moment he entered, yet the latter remained curled up in his corner, not having moved or spoken. Now, as he approached, Lu Chang observed that Fatty's expression still bore signs of anger and resentment, though thankfully, his emotions had calmed considerably since the previous night. Despite the bloodshot eyes, the frantic look had dissipated. He stepped forward and patted his shoulder, waiting for the other to speak first. You're back? Feeling the hand on his shoulder, the stout man looked up at Lu Chang, and rose from the ground. "Where's Lu Tao?" "Right here," Lu Chang replied, gesturing towards Lu Tao's location with a touch of jest. "Don't be too disheartened. If you were to perish before me, I would certainly hang you up here." "I want to die. How could I?" The stout man stood, a sorrowful smile escaping his lips as he retorted, "My family is counting on me to carry on the lineage. To die like this would be a disservice to my parents. Indeed, if we manage to survive, finding a woman in this world to bear our children shouldn't be too arduous," Lu Chang responded, playing along with the jest. However, his expression soon turned grave as he inquired, "Do you know what creature attacked your mother?" This question weighed heavily on his mind, but he had refrained from asking earlier out of respect for the stout man's sorrow. "It was a sewer creature, emerging from the toilet bowl. It must have attacked when my mother went to use the restroom. Last night, when I rushed in, I only caught a glimpse of a shadow. Upon sensing my presence, it hastily retreated back into the drainage." When the stout man mentioned that peculiar creature, his emotions wavered slightly, and he spoke with a quivering voice. "It resembles a maggot, yet it is significantly longer, bearing a resemblance to an earthworm's form, albeit appearing much more agile and resilient. Its skin is quite thick, perhaps stretching 2 to 3 meters in length, adorned with sharp mandibles. Ugh, it sounds utterly repulsive." Before the stout man could finish his description, Lu Chang felt a slight wave of nausea. It seemed that the abhorrent entities lurking in the sewers had likewise undergone a grotesque transformation. Chapter 18. Peril lurks everywhere. The world is undergoing transformation. How could it possibly remain unchanged? Taking a deep breath to regain composure, the portly man inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" "Well, I intend to accompany the biology teacher to the military district to see if there are any updates. If possible, we would like to follow behind the troops for added safety," Lu Chang whispered. "However, due to other circumstances, it can only be the 5 of us. There won't be many people. Are you willing to join us?" "Of course," the portly man nodded. "Why not? There's no one I know here anyway. I might as well accompany you." "Very well, let us keep this discreet. Ensure you pack sufficient food and weapons. I have some medical supplies, and it's best to bring food that is less prone to spoilage." "Understood." The portly man, being of larger stature, carried a pack somewhat heftier than the others. After discarding some daily necessities, he filled his bag with food before joining Lu Chang to meet with Li Qingshui. "Are we all set?" Li Qingshui asked, wielding a watermelon knife. The portly man gripped a metal rod, while Lu Chang held a scalpel. The trio examined each other's gear and packs before nodding in unison. Though the 2 girls did not carry weapons, they each bore a backpack containing lightweight medical supplies and food. Thus, the 5 of them pushed open the convenience store's door and stepped into the outside world, an abyss of darkness, thick with a sanguine hue. As soon as they emerged, Ji Jing, trailing behind, quietly warned, 50 meters ahead, there are 4 creatures with a danger level of 5. The danger index of 5? A look of confusion spread across the faces of those who heard her words, but Lu Chang quietly remarked, "Do not question it. Let us steer clear of that area. If they become alert and pursue us, we would likely stand no chance against 4 beings rated at a danger index of 5. As he spoke, Lu Chang led the group down another alleyway, heading towards the outskirts of the military district. What exactly does a danger index of 5 signify? Upon reaching a quiet alley, Li Qingshui could not refrain from asking again. It refers to a life form that possesses a vitality 5 times stronger than that of a human, Lu Chang replied. So, it implies a mutated life form? The hefty individual chimed in from behind. Essentially, yes, Lu Chang affirmed. It is prudent for us to avoid any confrontations with these mutated beings. We are not engaged in a game of leveling up. Our sole aim is survival. Any conflict with them would yield no benefits for us. Even if we could potentially win, we should strive to evade such encounters. Sustaining injuries would serve no one well. Indeed, Li Qingshui nodded in agreement, recognizing that injuries could lead to bacterial infections. Even if one were to avoid such infections, having the scent of blood in this world is far from advantageous. It is remarkable that the young girl possesses such abilities. Her presence significantly enhances our chances of survival. Just as Li Qingshui contemplated further, the young girl interjected. There is a large group of life forms with a vitality of 0. 5 approaching from ahead. Should I report this? Life forms with a vitality of 0. 5. The hefty individual furrowed his brow. Could they be a bunch of children? No, she replied. They are creatures flying above, and they are moving swiftly. In the sky above, Lu Chang gazed intently into the distance. only to discern a swarm of dark figures swiftly approaching from several meters away. "Quick, lie down. It's a hornet swarm," he exclaimed in an urgent tone, cautious not to raise his voice too much. In an instant, he dove into the grass. Influenced by his demeanor, the others promptly followed suit, all sinking into the underbrush in unison. A deafening buzz filled the air as a dense cloud of hornets swept overhead. The group, crouched in the grass, peeked upward in trepidation, their faces pale with fear. The so-called Vitality 0.5 that the little girl had mentioned turned out to be a horde of hornets, each nearly half the size of a person. These hornets possessed stingers longer than daggers, gleaming darkly, and anyone would realize that a single sting could prove fatal, even to a creature with vitality rated at 10. It seemed that in this era, one could not rely solely on danger ratings to assess threats. Once the swarm had completely passed, several individuals, their faces ashen, rose cautiously from the ground. "Ji Jing, from now on, if there's a significant presence of any danger, even if it has a rating of just 0.1, you must inform me beforehand. Understood?" Lu Chang said, still shaken. "Yes, I understand," the young girl replied earnestly. Before inquiring, "What about those with a rating of 0.01? There are quite a few." 0.01. Lu Chang frowned in confusion. Indeed, a formidable swarm of creatures with a danger level of 0.01 surged from the narrow alley on the west side. If we remained motionless, we would obstruct their path. 0.01. What is that? The stout fellow stood frozen for a few seconds. "Regardless of what it is, caution is the mother of safety. Let us first take cover." With these words, Lu Chang seized the little girl and retreated to the side. The girl's perceptual range extended only 100 meters, meaning that as soon as a group departed, the 0.01 creatures had already traversed the very spot they had just occupied. Before them was a legion of black ants, each the size of a human palm, their glossy black exoskeletons gleaming ominously, and their pincers appeared exceedingly sharp. Anyone observing such a menacing horde would not doubt their combat prowess. "Is this what they refer to as 0.01? The stout man gazed at the dense throng of ants just 3 meters away, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "Well, if you doubt it, go ahead and capture one to weigh it. They barely exceed a pound each," the little girl replied stubbornly, eyeing the stout man. All right, from now on. If any creatures appear in such numbers, regardless of their decimal designation, please inform me," Lu Chang sighed, patting his forehead. "This world is perilously treacherous." "Understood." The girl nodded obediently. "Stop chatting here. Have you forgotten that ants are carnivorous?" Li Qingshui tugged at Zhu Lin beside her and exclaimed, "We must hurry. Had these ants possessed any desire to attack us, we would have been devoured by now." Agreed. Lu Chang also noticed that the antennae of the ants were conspicuously directed towards them, indicating that they had long since detected the presence of the group. However, this colony of ants appeared preoccupied with other matters, showing a distinct lack of interest in the individuals present, merely maintaining a routine vigilance in their direction. It would be wise not to provoke them, as Lu Chang had no desire to be reduced to nothing more than a pile of bones. He tugged at Ji Jing's sleeve, and together with the stout fellow, they followed Li Qingshui, once again embarking on a perilous journey fraught with danger at every turn. Chapter 19. To stay or leave along their arduous journey, Lu Chang and his companions circumvented countless terrifying creatures and a multitude of people, ultimately arriving at the southern outskirts of Kaifeng. Here, a formidable military presence was stationed, and given Kaifeng's proximity to Zhengzhou and its central location in the heart of the Central Plains, the number of troops was substantial. This military district was markedly different from other areas of Kaifeng, bustling with a cacophony of voices. It seemed that no matter the circumstances, the foolish were always in the minority. Lu Chang and his group contemplated seeking assistance from the military, a notion that many others had also entertained. In these times of food scarcity, with vehicles rendered immobile by grass towering to waist height, visibility reduced to a mere 3 meters, and the ground riddled with potholes, human mobility was severely hindered. The prevalence of monsters and the ongoing food shortages further exacerbated the situation. Nonetheless, the military presence here provided a semblance of reassurance. A vast throng had assembled, although limited visibility obscured the true number of attendees. However, the pervasive scent of humanity suggested that no fewer than 100,000 souls were gathered. Attention, all residents. Attention, all residents. Upon their arrival, Lu Chang spotted an individual standing atop a jeep, wielding a loudspeaker and bellowing commands. Please remain quiet and refrain from pushing. Avoid injury. The military jeep, elevated and convertible, allowed the speaker to stand while the driver maneuvered forward at a leisurely pace. As the vehicle passed by Lu Chang and his companions, they perked up their ears, eager to discern the message being conveyed by this authoritative figure. Everyone, please quiet down. The loudspeaker on the jeep boomed, seeking to ensure that his voice reached as many ears as possible. The current situation is evident to all, and everyone is well aware of it. Thus, I implore you to refrain from crowding. The consequences of injuries are something we all understand. I shall not indulge in unnecessary chatter, but will address 2 or 3 pressing concerns that weigh heavily on your minds. Firstly, regarding our direction. The soldier wielding the loudspeaker exuded a sense of competence, clearly handpicked for this role, and the crowd was eager to absorb his words. As he broached this topic, a profound silence enveloped the area, with every individual straining to hear what would follow. Concerning our future course, the military plans to divide us into 2 groups. The first group will remain stationed here to construct a temporary defensive fortification, striving to create a relatively safe living environment for all. The second group intends to migrate to the provincial capital of Zhengzhou, where we will rendezvous with the main forces. And there exists the possibility of proceeding northward to the capital, seeking assistance. You may choose your path. Those wishing to stay here ought to advance southward into the military zone. Those desiring to depart need only remain still. After expelling a breath following his lengthy announcement, the soldier continued. The second pressing matter pertains to food. We are currently experiencing a shortage, and the military is no exception. I urge everyone to strive for self-sufficiency, as the military's provisions are indeed limited. Upon the conclusion of his statement, the previously quiet crowd erupted into a fervent uproar, each individual displaying a visage of collective indignation. On what grounds are we denied sustenance? Was it not asserted that the food supplies for the Chinese populace would suffice for 3 years, even without cultivation? The throng vociferously expressed their grievances. Indeed, the grain is cultivated by us, the farmers from the suburbs. What concern is it of yours? Moreover, we pay taxes to sustain you. If anyone should go without, it ought to be you. They exclaimed. Why are we deprived of our food? Are you more ferocious than the monsters outside? The crowd continued their clamorous protests. Fortunately, no one was overly impassioned to charge at the military jeep. The army's presence still commanded a measure of restraint, and while they refrained from physical confrontation, their dissatisfaction was vocally articulated. Observing the fervor of the crowd, the occupants of the jeep remained silent until the initial wave of outcry subsided. It was then that one of them interjected, "Please, do not be agitated. Allow me to speak." He repeated this plea twice to quell the surrounding unrest. Once the clamor diminished, he hastily added, "Regarding the issue of food, I wish to clarify. The supplies in our granaries are no longer fit for consumption. If you doubt my words, feel free to visit the granary. The wheat and rice there are infested with pests and have rotted. The stench is unbearable, and consuming that food would be fatal." His words bore a significant degree of persuasion, and indeed, following his statement, the crowd's agitation significantly subsided. Thus, we found ourselves devoid of provisions, possessing only a meager supply of military rations and instant noodles. In the days to come, I hope that everyone can cultivate a degree of self-sufficiency in their meals. Having uttered these words, the soldier with the megaphone patted the driver on the shoulder, and the 2 departed to continue their outreach efforts elsewhere. Meanwhile, Lu Chang and the others began to contemplate their futures. Do you wish to leave or stay? Li Qingshui inquired softly as the group fell silent. I do not wish to depart, Lu Chang replied. The world is akin to a cage for birds. It matters not where one flees. Here, at least, I am somewhat familiar, and I yearn to return periodically to see if my mother is still well. What about you? Do you wish to leave or stay? I am inclined to follow the army to the capital, Li Qingshui mused. I sense they possess knowledge of what lies ahead. Yet I lack the confidence to survive the journey. Thus, I too choose to remain. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. I wish to stay as well. I lack the assurance to venture out alive. The once boisterous classmate who had confidently proclaimed that all his peers would turn into zombies, now gazed at the crimson fog enveloping the sky and the verdant grass beneath his feet, his eyes betraying a palpable fear. In truth, had I not been with you, I doubt I would have even mustered the courage to traverse from the city center to this suburb. I would surely have perished along the way. Thus, I opt to remain. I too shall stay, murmured Zhu Lin, who had been quietly trailing alongside the group. And you? Lu Chang asked as he cast his gaze upon the young girl below. I follow you. The little girl offered Lu Chang a faint smile, her facial scar gradually blossoming. Well, since everyone has chosen to stay, let us wait here and discuss our future plans. Our objective is simply to survive. Li Qingshui smiled gently. Yet the challenge of survival lies in two aspects. First, the scarcity of food, and second, the need for a secure dwelling. Regarding accommodation, did that person not mention that the military district would develop a certain area? Lu Chang nodded in agreement and added, although the army is currently devoid of mechanized equipment, residing within the military district should not pose a significant danger at this moment. Thus, we are left with but one issue: how to procure food. Several voices chimed in unison. Chapter 20. Confrontation and Truth. Both flora and fauna are thriving at an astonishing rate. It is certain that sustenance can be procured from the outside world. Li Qingshui gazed out and remarked, however, food does not possess an indefinite shelf life. Even if we manage to gather a significant amount, without specialized storage conditions, it would be futile. Thus, to seek nourishment, we must venture out daily. This poses considerable danger. Lu Chang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that even with the assistance of the young girl, it would be impossible to evade every peril. It is an unavoidable predicament. Perhaps vacuum packaging could prolong the edibility of food, but it cannot prevent the proliferation of anaerobic microorganisms, and we lack the means for such packaging, Li Qingshui lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. Perhaps chemical agents that inhibit microbial growth could prove beneficial? Zhu Lin, who had remained silent until now, astonishingly spoke up. Her suggestion, however, left all the men in shock. Isn't formalin, which is used for preserving cadavers, known for its potent ability to suppress microbial growth and prevent decay? Consume formaldehyde. The stout man exclaimed in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? That could be lethal. In truth, if diluted to a certain extent, it remains consumable, Li Qingshui responded, surprisingly not opposing Zhu Lin's assertion. Though it is detrimental to health, diluted formaldehyde could indeed be worth considering. At the very least, it could preserve food for several days without spoiling, which is superior to any other preservative. Let us deliberate further. Lu Chang, having listened to their words, interjected, we have yet to secure provisions, yet we are already contemplating storage solutions. Let us proceed step by step and first ascertain how the military intends to allocate our resources. Upon uttering this statement, a brief silence enveloped the group. Each person exchanged glances, and they remained still, waiting in quiet anticipation. After approximately 3 hours, the military finally completed notifying all the citizens who had arrived. In this world devoid of radio communication and even basic electricity, disseminating information to tens of thousands proved to be a formidable task. Once all individuals were informed and organized, the influx of residents was divided into 2 distinct lines, each escorted into the military compound. The 2 lines, without question, represented divergent paths. One group chose to remain locally, while the other opted to accompany the contingent to Zhengzhou. Thus, Lu Chang and his companions followed the group that decided to stay. The military compound was expansive. Although the troops were stationed in regiments, the sheer number of soldiers, amounting to tens of thousands, could easily accommodate the influx of over 100,000 civilians. Everyone moved diligently in tandem with the person ahead, wary of losing their place in the line. Armed soldiers flanked both sides of the procession, and perhaps due to the military's presence, the mutated creatures had been swiftly eradicated, rendering the area seemingly secure. After being brought to this location, they faced yet another prolonged wait, which extended until nightfall, when all the newcomers were finally settled. Lu Chang and his companions were assigned to a soldier's barack, reminiscent of a dormitory with bunk beds, yet appearing simpler and more pristine than that of a student residence. The military arrangements made no distinction between genders. They were organized by family units. Consequently, Zhu Lin, a young girl, and 3 boys found themselves together. In such an environment, the desire to remain close to loved ones outweighed any concerns of gender, which seemed trivial in the face of survival and existence. The barracks were fundamentally akin to student dormitories, accommodating 8 individuals, roughly the number of a class in the military. However, this particular dormitory housed 12 occupants. In addition to Lu Chang and his group of 5, there was a family of 3 and another of 4. The family of 3 consisted of a woman in her late 20s accompanied by her elderly parents, both nearing 60, presenting an appearance that seemed particularly vulnerable. In contrast, the family of 4 projected a more formidable presence, comprised of two intimidating brothers in their 20s and their parents, who appeared to be in their 50s, still in the prime of life. This family exuded a fierce demeanor, with the brothers clad in tank tops, showcasing their robust physiques. Upon their arrival, they unceremoniously claimed the four most desirable beds, displaying a blatant disregard for others, which caused Lu Chang to feel a sense of discontent. "Hey, my friend," Lu Chang began. Stepping forward, "we are a total of 12 individuals, yet we only have 8 beds. Logically speaking, with every 3 people sharing 2 beds, even if you count your 4, you should only claim 3, which is already a fortunate arrangement. You ought to relinquish at least 1 bed." As he spoke, the atmosphere grew tense. "Oh, come on. You're quite assertive," one of the 2 brothers who were preparing the beds remarked, pausing to turn and face Lu Chang. Li Qingshui and the plump fellow, noticing the brewing conflict, approached as well. On one side stood 3 robust young men, while the other side, including the brother's father, also comprised 3 individuals. Neither party appeared to be easily intimidated. Lu Chang, for instance, had changed since he had taken a life. His demeanor and gaze bore the weight of his past actions. The plump man was known for his unruly behavior in the dormitory, and since the passing of his mother, he exuded an even more resolute aura. As for Li Qingshui, despite his seemingly delicate appearance, he possessed a sharp and capable demeanor, never one to shy away from confrontation. Thus, both sides seemed evenly matched, locked in a standoff predestined to avoid escalation, as each sought merely to claim their rightful share. Crucially, neither party wished to emerge injured from this encounter. After a brief moment of tension, the brother's mother, a woman with an air of worldly wisdom, approached with a warm smile, seeking to mediate the situation. "Sai," I remarked, "we are all here as refugees. Our gathering in this place is merely a twist of fate. Why must we act with such urgency upon meeting? My dear brother, let us consider this." The elderly woman, casting a glance at another family, proposed, "Look, we are 4 individuals here. Let us take a step back and relinquish 1 bunk. While you, being 5, can also adjust to 4. The remaining bunk shall be allocated to the final family. It seems quite fair, does it not?" After uttering these words, the elderly woman turned her smiling face towards the others, inquiring, "Wouldn't you agree?" Yet, silence enveloped the family she addressed. You see, they harbor no objections. "Xiao Gang, Xiao Yong, Lao Li, let us abandon this matter. It shall conclude thus." With that, the elderly woman led her husband and 2 sons away. The standoff reached its resolution, both parties having displayed their strength and ultimately negotiated. This was not a conflict, hence, there were no victors. Perhaps both sides in this confrontation emerged as winners, while the interests of the distant, vulnerable group were the inevitable casualties. In any place where people gather, the law of the jungle will eternally prevail. Chapter 21. The bottle. Upon witnessing the 2 brothers being taken away, Lu Chang and his companions retreated to their designated area, leaving the 3-person family standing there in a daze, having not uttered a single word throughout the ordeal. Once Lu Chang and his friends returned to their beds and organized their belongings, they settled onto the lower bunk of one of the beds and began to converse. "Isn't it somewhat unethical for us to act this way?" Lu Chang remarked, casting a furtive glance at the distant family. "That elderly couple seems quite advanced in age. Sleeping on the ground could likely make them ill. The beds were allocated by another family, not by us. Wherein lies the unethics?" The stout companion interjected. "Let's not pretend to be saints. We are short 1 bed here. First, we should discuss how to divide the sleeping arrangements. Each of the 2 girls can have their own bed, while the 3 of us men can take turns on the 2 remaining beds. Does that sound agreeable?" Li Qingshui inquired, directing her gaze towards the others. "That division is reasonable," Lu Chang concurred. "This way, the 3 of us can take turns keeping watch. The one sleeping on the ground should not be too deep in slumber. Vigilance is essential in this crowded and chaotic environment." "Agreed." The stout one nodded in affirmation. Zhu Lin remained silent, tacitly accepting the arrangement. However, to everyone's surprise, the last voice of dissent came from the little girl. "I want to sleep with Lu Chang," she declared, glancing at his expression, and added in a hushed tone, "I wonder if that's permissible?" "All right," he replied. Lu Chang nodded, acknowledging that the beds were just enough for everyone, and the vigilance would still be on a rotation. He would no longer have to sleep on the floor. With the beds allocated, he suggested they gather to eat something, as they had been through a long day, and the outside was already cloaked in darkness. As Li Qingshui spoke, he opened his backpack and retrieved several vacuum-sealed bags of bread, promptly tearing open the packaging. A musty odor wafted forth. Goodness, this has gone moldy. The rotund man exclaimed, glaring at the bread inside the vacuum packaging. Damn it, the sealing in this country is surely substandard. If the vacuum had been properly executed, it should have lasted a couple of days even in this environment. Let us refrain from too much complaining. At least it's still edible. Lu Chang replied as he took the bread, peeling away a layer of green mold before taking a bite. He grimaced and remarked, "This is downright revolting." The taste of the moldy bread was reminiscent of stale air, akin to a quilt that had languished in storage for years without airing, making one feel as if they were chewing on wax. "Come on, let us eat. We must consume what we have," Li Qingshui insisted, emptying all the food from his backpack, noting that tomorrow, these moldy items would be all that remained. Indeed, Lu Chang mumbled through another bite of bread, muttering, "If we wish to eat tomorrow, it'll just be mold, not bread." Sighing, the rotund man heard this and opened another bag, tearing off the mold before taking a bite, offering a wry smile. "Let us eat then." According to the doomsday theorem, while we may be consuming unpalatable food at present, if we manage to survive for a few more days, we might find even this fare to be extraordinarily delectable. Is that not so? Upon hearing this, Lu Chang suddenly erupted into laughter. He then savored the moldy bread in his mouth, revealing an expression of astonishment. Indeed, upon closer inspection, one can even detect hints of grass. After uttering this, he tore open a packet and offered a piece to the little girl, saying with a smile, "Give it a try." Receiving the bread from Lu Chang, the little girl nodded vigorously, then discarded the mold and began to munch heartily. Thus, a meal shared among this group concluded in an atmosphere of peculiarity, as if each individual comprehended the importance of finding joy amidst adversity. They were all engaged in crafting a beautiful world woven from fabrications. It seems that even news broadcasts have their uses. After a bout of laughter, the group retired to their respective sleeping quarters. At the very least, it provided some solace. Lu Chang, concerned for the little girl who would be sharing his bunk and fearing her difficulty in climbing up and down, chose the lower berth. Once in bed, he held the frail girl, seemingly no more than 7 or 8 years old, only to feel her entire body trembling. And he knew all too well what that shivering signified. Was there fear? Lowering his gaze to closely examine the deep, elongated scar etched across the girl's face, Lu Chang became acutely aware of her remarkable strength. She had been valiantly suppressing her fears. This young girl, devoid of family, was abandoned in a terrifying world. Suspended between heaven and earth, she had to confront monstrous creatures and endure abduction, all while bearing a gruesome, bloodied scar across her visage. Lu Chang suddenly recalled that throughout their journey together, the girl had not uttered a single cry of pain nor expressed a whisper of fear, and she had never lagged behind, even slightly. It dawned on him that, had he not felt her trembling body, he might have remained oblivious to the depths of her terror. How incredibly resilient she must be. "Are you afraid?" Lu Chang asked, embracing the girl once more. "I was a little scared earlier, but not now," she replied, her body gradually ceasing to tremble as she closed her eyes. Observing her tranquility, Lu Chang too shut his eyes, preparing to sleep. Tonight, the watch was assigned to the stout fellow, allowing him a sound slumber. As he closed his eyes, weariness enveloped him. The night passed in silence, and at the break of dawn, as the first light of day began to filter in, Lu Chang rose. With this slight movement, the entire room nearly simultaneously opened their eyes. It was evident that everyone remained vigilant, akin to soldiers poised for action, ever alert to their surroundings. As Lu Chang sat upright, the little girl nestled in his arms stirred awake as well. He reached out to touch her forehead, relieved to find that she did not have a fever, which eased his concerns considerably. Upon rising from his slumber, Lu Chang beheld 3 individuals who had made their makeshift beds on the floor the previous night. 2 of them were a father and daughter from a family of 3, while the other was one of 2 brothers from a family of 4. Noticing Lu Chang's emergence, the father and daughter exchanged a fleeting glance before turning away. Yet the man remained fixed on Lu Chang's countenance, his displeasure unmistakable in his gaze. Lu Chang, however, chose to disregard him, offering a friendly smile instead. Before donning his shoes and departing the room, "Where are you headed?" the girl called out from behind him. "To the restroom," Lu Chang replied, bemused, as he waved a hand dismissively and strode out of the room. The soldiers' dormitory they inhabited lacked private bathrooms, and after traversing 3 dormitory doors in the corridor, he discovered a large restroom designated for the use of the soldiers on that floor. However, As he stood before the restroom door, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to retrace his steps back to his own room. Is there any leftover bottled water from yesterday? Lu Chang called out upon entering, addressing the portly man. Yes. The man nodded, rummaging through his bag to produce a nearly empty bottle of mineral water, which he tossed towards Lu Chang from a distance. Catching the bottle, Lu Chang swiftly drank the remaining water before once again stepping out of the room. This time, he was accompanied by another individual, the man who had spent the night sleeping on the floor. Hey, I say, brother, are you really taking a bottle with you to the restroom? The man spoke as he stepped forward, wrapping his arm tightly around Lu Chang's neck, exerting considerable force while raising his voice. What is the matter? Is your bladder pressure insufficient, afraid of dripping on your own feet? Chapter 22. Disturbance. I fear that I might urinate too far and splash you, Lu Chang remarked, shaking his neck vigorously twice to free himself from the stranger's grip. He frowned, but chose not to speak further. Observing Lu Chang's considerable strength, akin to that of shaking off a woman, the stranger refrained from further provocation. The two of them walked side by side in silence toward the restroom. At this early hour, as dawn broke, few had risen, leaving the restroom eerily quiet. Upon entering, Lu Chang leaned against the door frame, lowered his trousers, and picked up a bottle to urinate into. What an utter fool, the stranger muttered, casting a glance at Lu Chang. He then casually sought out a urinal to relieve himself. As the urine splashed against the porcelain tiles of the urinal, it produced a sharp, crackling sound, and a look of ease spread across the stranger's face. Meanwhile, Lu Chang finished his business first and approached the urinal, preparing to dispose of the contents of his bottle. Just at that moment, as Lu Chang reached out to pour, an unexpected incident occurred. A tentacle suddenly shot forth from the drain of the urinal, violently dislodging the stopper at the bottom. With relentless force, it surged toward the unsuspecting man, piercing through his genitals and thrusting into his lower abdomen before he could even comprehend the unfolding horror. As Lu Chang was about to relieve himself, he was startled by a horrifying scene and hastily leapt away, turning around and sprinting 3 steps before making 2 more towards the restroom door. Accompanying his hurried escape was the chilling, blood-curdling scream of a man. The piercing shriek reverberated throughout the entire floor, but just half a second before the sound erupted, a young girl in the dormitory sprang up from her bed and dashed towards the door. What is happening? Yelled the plump boy behind her, raising his voice above the cacophony, fearful that his words would be swallowed by the man's agonizing cries. Suddenly detecting a creature with a danger level of 12 in the direction of the restroom, the girl exclaimed as she ran. Hearing her words, Li Qingshui, the plump boy, and others rushed out. Once outside, they followed the girl to the restroom's entrance, collectively exhaling in relief upon seeing Lu Chang standing unharmed at the door. Gazing into the interior, what is going on? The plump boy craned his neck to peer inside the restroom, the horrific screams within seemingly triggering unsettling memories. Don't go in there. Lu Chang forcefully pulled the boy back and pointed at the crack of the door, saying, There's a monster. Following Lu Chang's gesture, the group peered through the narrow gap of the restroom door and beheld a grotesque sight. Fortunately, their vision was not particularly sharp, allowing them only to glimpse the scene of blood mist swirling around and remnants of flesh being dragged into the sewer. Damn it, the plump boy exclaimed, his eyes reflecting a surge of anger. Is it the same kind of monster? Lu Chang was, of course, referring to the incident involving the fat man's mother that day. No, that creature's coloration is darker, its tentacles are not as sharp, and its appearance is not quite as similar, he remarked. Upon hearing his words, the fat man shook his head and replied, As long as you are unharmed. I am fine, I caught it with a bottle. Lu Chang sighed and subsequently discarded the water bottle he had not managed to throw away into the restroom. The bottle struck the ground with a sharp thud. This sound promptly elicited a reaction from the tentacle that was dragging the meat, and within the span of half a blink, the resilient appendage shattered the bottle into a cascade of plastic shards. Fortunately, that tentacle cannot reach us here. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Li Qingshui, standing behind Lu Chang, witnessed this scene and marveled. What astonishingly rapid reflexes. The tentacle is so robust. I am eager to see its true form. I doubt an ordinary person would even have time to react if it were to ambush them. Indeed, the deceased only realized they were under attack after feeling the pain. Lu Chang recalled the earlier events and added, Unfortunately, it was not long after that realization before they were torn apart. Lu Chang paused, having spotted familiar faces approaching, those of the deceased family. They had arrived only a moment later than Li Qingshui and the others, for they were intimately familiar with the voice of their loved one. Upon hearing the anguished cries of the deceased, they rushed to the scene without delay. However, they ultimately lacked the perceptual acuity of a young girl. In this mist-laden world, they discerned the direction from which the sounds emanated and subsequently navigated their way here, albeit at a significantly slower pace. Nevertheless, upon their arrival, their reactions were markedly more pronounced than those of their predecessors. The group caught a glimpse of the scene within the restroom through the slightly ajar door, yet by this time, the grotesque creature had nearly completed its gruesome task of dismemberment, leaving behind a gruesome array of torn clothing and pools of blood. Nevertheless, based on the earlier sounds and their familiarity with the fabric remnants, they could surmise the horrific events that had transpired. Thus, the deceased man's brother instinctively took a step forward and seized Lu Chang by the collar, demanding, "What have you done to my brother?" Lu Chang replied. A tentacled monster emerged from the sewer and killed him. As he spoke, he pushed the other man away. No one relishes being accosted in such a manner. After his initial shove, the brother remained steadfast, much to Lu Chang's irritation. Having never harbored any fondness for this family, he found their unreasonable behavior intolerable. He exerted greater force in an attempt to free himself, but the brother's grip was equally strong. The ensuing struggle resulted in Lu Chang's t-shirt being torn, revealing a necklace made of finger bones beneath. Upon seeing the necklace, Lu Chang's agitation intensified, and he pointed towards the restroom, exclaiming, "If you seek vengeance for your brother, be my guest. The monster is inside. It should still be nearby. What merit is there in holding on to me?" Upon being bellowed at by Lu Chang, the young man squinted and caught sight of the peculiar necklace adorning Lu's neck. He glanced towards the restroom, but ultimately lacked the courage to venture inside. Meanwhile, Lu Chang's mother, in stark contrast, was weeping inconsolably. "Xiao Gang, oh Xiao Gang." The elderly woman sat on the ground, her tears flowing with genuine sorrow. The anguish of a middle-aged mother mourning her son is a burden few can bear. However, Lu Chang, observing her from the sidelines, felt a pang of displeasure. Her wailing was excessively loud. While her grief was undoubtedly sincere, the sheer volume suggested ulterior motives. Indeed, within less than a minute, the previous cries, combined with her lamentations, drew a crowd of curious onlookers from the same floor. They beheld the elderly woman, her face a mask of despair, and various expressions flickered across their faces. Some inquired about the situation, others exhibited sympathy, while a few stood at a distance, quietly observing. Notably, some noticed the bloodstains in the restroom. "We should leave," Lu Chang thought, sensing a foreboding atmosphere as he saw the elderly woman's distress and the growing throng of spectators. He tugged at the girl beside him, subtly signaling the other three to depart. Chapter 23. The common folk. Lu Chang grasped the little girl's hand, intending to turn away, when suddenly someone seized his garment once more. "Where do you think you're going?" It was Xiao Yang's father, gripping Lu Chang's clothes with an aggressive demeanor. "You think you can leave without clarifying the matter? I have already made myself clear. This does not concern me any longer," Lu Chang retorted, tugging at his attire again, raising his voice to a level audible to most. "I have explained the situation. We went to the restroom together, and during his visit, a tentacled creature emerged from the drainage system and attacked him. I have articulated this plainly, and I hope you will not hold a grudge against me. Why did the tentacled monster only assault him and not you?" Xiao Yang's father pressed on. "How should I know? Is that even a question?" Lu Chang's anger surged further at the inquiry. "I can't control whom it chooses to attack. I'm not his father." While Lu Chang did not intentionally emphasize the word father, it resonated painfully in the ears of the grieving Xiao Yang's father, intensifying the conflict. The family, engulfed in fury from their recent loss, vented all their frustrations onto Lu Chang. When he perceived that reconciliation was no longer possible, he too abandoned his reservations and engaged in the quarrel. In an instant, the cacophony of voices and the murmurs of the onlookers intertwined, ensnaring everyone in a tempest of blind conflict. It was not until military personnel arrived that the situation began to shift. Two soldiers, led by a sergeant, dispersed the gathered crowd and ushered Lu Chang and Xiao Yang's father into an office. "Now, tell me what transpired," inquired a captain, seated at the desk, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon both parties involved. "He is responsible for my son's death," lamented Xiao Yang's father, his face contorted in grief, akin to a character from a tragic tale seeking justice from a benevolent judge. Observing this display, Lu Chang felt his irritation mount. Before the apocalypse, he harbored a profound disdain for those meddlesome townsfolk. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, their capacity for harm had only intensified, and within a mere moment, they had ignited his wrath thrice over. Yet, he prided himself on his rationality. Despite the simmering frustrations within, he managed to suppress his emotions and spoke, "Sir, the matter is rather straightforward. This morning, I went to the restroom alongside his son, who was subsequently attacked and killed by a monster, while I emerged unscathed. This man, overwhelmed by the grief of losing his child, has unjustly accused me of causing his demise. You may inspect the restroom in the dormitory. The bloodstains and remnants of the body will confirm that his son was indeed slain by a creature. I certainly do not possess the ability to control monsters. Their failure to attack me is merely a stroke of luck, as I happened to arrive at the sewer entrance a moment later. Such is the reality. Had I known that monsters lurked there, no one would dare approach." Upon hearing Lu Chang's words, the company commander nodded, swiftly bypassing the squabble between the two and shifting to a matter of greater concern. "Can monsters emerge from the sewer drains to assault humans?" he inquired. "Indeed," Lu Chang affirmed with a nod. "Notify the higher-ups and the temporary propaganda department to inform the public of the monster's unique attack methods, urging them to exercise caution." The commander instructed before rising and departing the scene. It was evident that he was a man of remarkable decisiveness. In such an environment, he understood precisely what actions were necessary. As he passed by Lu Chang and the father of Xiao Yong, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no explanations and ignoring the pleading look in the father's eyes as he moved between them with purpose. Apologies, but in such circumstances, amidst this turmoil. Once the commander had distanced himself, Lu Chang turned to Xiao Yong's father, a mocking smile breaking across his face. His tone dripping with disdain. "Those military officials have little concern for your trivial matters." With that, Lu Chang too took his leave, unperturbed by the potential for further offense. Upon returning to his dormitory from the office, Lu Chang observed the expressions of worry etched upon the faces of the little girl and the others who had already returned. "What happened?" Fatty inquired, his voice laced with concern as he was the first to speak upon Lu Chang's arrival. "They didn't say anything, did they?" "No," Lu Chang replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Everything is in disarray right now. The military is preoccupied with issues of food supply and communication with their superiors, leaving them no time to meddle in personal affairs. Moreover, it's evident to any discerning eye that my son's demise has nothing to do with me. Damn it, what a bunch of fools." Seeing Lu Chang was unharmed, Fatty settled back onto his bed, muttering, "Their son was attacked by a monster, yet they cling to us, insisting we are to blame. It truly baffles me what kind of people they are. There are plenty of such individuals in this world. Everyone encounters them at some point," Lu Chang sighed. "But you shouldn't completely alienate them." Zhu Lin, who had been silent until now, interjected softly, "This will only make our lives more difficult in the future." "That's not entirely accurate," Li Qingshui said, tugging at Zhu Lin's arm to silence her. "From the perspective of those petty citizens, the moment their son perished, we have already irreparably offended them. Our subsequent attitude towards them is ultimately of little consequence." "How can you be so certain?" Zhu Lin disregarded Li Qingshui's hint and pressed on with her inquiry. "I understand their kind all too well." Li Qingshui offered an ambiguous response before deftly shifting the conversation. "It would be prudent to remain vigilant moving forward, as this is not the appropriate time to delve into such matters." The stout man nodded in agreement, asserting, "Our focus should be on the issue of dining, for that is of paramount importance. Are we to forego eating altogether?" At the mention of the word dining, Lu Chang felt a surge of indignation, akin to being provoked, but he relegated those emotions to a corner of his heart, recognizing that this was not the moment for such thoughts. Must we truly abstain from food? Upon hearing Lu Chang's words, the young girl wiped away the subtle traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. She then turned and rummaged through her backpack on the bed, retrieving several packets of food and some bread. Chapter 24. The Hunt. How utterly revolting. Upon receiving the food offered by the little girl, Lu Chang's face instinctively contorted as he felt the soft, sticky substance in his hands. He frowned and remarked, "Is this still bread? It resembles a ball of yarn. Truly inedible." The plump man gazed at the unappetizing food, a look of regret etched across his face. "What shall we do? We haven't had a proper meal in 2 days." The continuous strain of anxiety, coupled with the exhausting back and forth, had left everyone feeling famished. After 2 days without a substantial meal, fatigue and hunger weighed heavily upon them. The military should send over some rations. Although the supplies in the military depot are mostly inedible, they must have some means to assist us. Li Qingshui leaned against the bed and said weakly, "Let us wait a bit longer." Nods of agreement followed, and a moment of silence enveloped the group. Their wait was not prolonged. Soon, the Xiaoyong family returned, followed closely by personnel from the military bearing supplies. Each person received either half a pack of compressed biscuits or half a can of food. One portion per person. No more could be taken. The suppliers exchanged no idle chatter, swiftly distributing the provisions according to headcount before wheeling away their cart. Indeed, the military's compressed biscuits have a far longer shelf life than those found in supermarkets. After receiving a pack, Li Qingshui examined the packaging intently. The sealing technology surpassed that of supermarket biscuits, and the moisture had been extracted more thoroughly, making it exceptionally conducive for preservation. The canned goods were also sealed impeccably, untouched by the outside world. The corpulent man unscrewed a can, inhaled its scent, and remarked, "Though it has soured somewhat, it remains edible." However, with each person receiving merely half a portion, it was evidently insufficient. Zhu Lin, seated at the edge of the bed, said softly, "Let us make do with what we have." Lu Chang took a bite of his half-biscuit, accompanied by a sip of mineral water, hastily swallowing the biscuit that expanded upon contact with liquid. In truth, half a biscuit or half a can amounted to merely 3 or 4 bites. And given that each individual had been famished for half the day, they consumed their meager meal with remarkable speed. Within moments, they had devoured a day's worth of sustenance. Reclining on their beds, "Have you ever felt hungrier after eating?" The corpulent man mused, rubbing his belly, which emitted a low rumble. "Is it not the case that the secretion of gastric acid increases after consuming food?" Lu Chang, too, experienced an intensified hunger after finishing his meal. Yet after a brief moment of rest, he summoned his energy to sit up. "Although I am still hungry, at least I have replenished some sustenance and warmth. My body shall not be too weakened. Seizing this momentum, let us venture out and accomplish something, lest we ultimately perish from hunger." Indeed, you are correct. I observe that the military's food reserves are scant, and even now, a mere half a compressed biscuit or half a can is but a drop in the bucket. Li Qingshui remarked, "The biscuit is manageable, but the canned food will soon become inedible, rendering our situation even more dire. I believe that in order to survive, we must venture out in search of sustenance. Though the outside world is fraught with peril, flora and fauna are flourishing abundantly, with a stroke of luck. We may still discover ample provisions. Indeed, every part of plants, stems, branches, and leaves, is edible, while animal flesh can also serve as sustenance." Lu Chang, upon hearing Li Qingshui mention venturing out to seek food, lowered his voice and remarked, teacherly, "You possess considerable knowledge of flora and should be able to distinguish which plants are consumable. Why not take Fatty and Zhu Lin to gather edible plants within the military compound or its vicinity? Meanwhile, I shall accompany the young girl to observe if there are any vulnerable animals outside, in hopes of securing some meat. If we split up, we are bound to find something to eat. You intend to hunt alone?" Fatty, upon hearing Lu Chang's proposal, shook his head and replied, "That is unwise. It is far too perilous. I am not well versed in botany, so I shall accompany you instead. You are rather large, which makes you an easy target. It would be unsafe for you to follow me." Lu Chang jested, playfully declining Fatty's kind offer. "You should stick with Teacher Li. I have the young girl with me, and we should not encounter any danger." "Not necessarily," Li Qingshui interjected, shaking her head. "Before you encountered the creature in the restroom, did the young girl not fail to sense its presence?" "No," the young girl affirmed, shaking her head in response to Li Qingshui's inquiry. "It was only when its tentacles emerged that I sensed its existence." Thus, this sensory ability may be akin to a mobile signal, susceptible to interference? Lu Chang furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. Nonetheless, it is likely that subterranean monsters are few in number. We shall search the surrounding area. If we find nothing, we shall not press the matter. Rest assured. The hefty one wanted to say something, but Lu Chang abruptly interrupted, declaring, "Let us settle it this way. No need for unnecessary fuss. I am resilient. I shall not perish. Anticipate a feast tonight." With that, Lu Chang took the little girl by the hand and exited the room. "Come, let us go," he urged as they stepped out of the building and into the world shrouded in a crimson haze. Outside the military dormitory was not a realm of silence. Rather, the courtyard was teeming with an influx of people, compounded by the distribution of provisions. At this moment, the military compound, while not bustling, was decidedly more animated than the desolate exterior. Disregarding the throngs awaiting their rations, Lu Chang guided the little girl beyond the confines of the military yard. As they approached the entrance, he observed a steady stream of individuals arriving from various corners of the city, seeking refuge. The numbers continued to swell, and the disparity between supply and demand was becoming untenable for the military. Noticing the dense congregation of people, Lu Chang led the little girl to a secluded corner. Even in such apocalyptic surroundings, amidst the throngs, it was notably rare to catch a glimpse of mutated creatures. This phenomenon, where a specific group thrives while other beings instinctively avoid it, fundamentally stems from the concept of territory, driven by the innate self-preservation instincts of animals, a steadfast law of nature. Let us venture to a secluded area, away from the crowd, yet not too far from this location. Please be vigilant in scanning for any perilous creatures or those that may appear in large numbers. Lu Chang guided the young girl, imparting instructions as they walked. Should you encounter any beings with an excessively high danger level or those in overwhelming numbers, you must first conceal your presence and then discreetly signal me by tugging at your clothing. I shall not stray too far from you. Our hunting objective this time is to target solitary creatures with a danger level below 1. Do you understand? Yes, I comprehend. The young girl nodded emphatically. Very well. Let us proceed. With that, Lu Chang took the lead, stepping forward while drawing 2 surgical knives he had meticulously prepared, embarking on his inaugural hunt. Chapter 25. The 2 individuals proceeded northward, away from the military camp located to the south of the city. Venturing any further south would lead them into the fields once cultivated by farmers, an area typically deserted and now rendered even more perilous. Thus, Lu Chang opted for the relatively safer route towards the city center. However, after only a few steps, the young girl sensed an unusual presence. She detected 2 entities with danger levels around 0.8 approaching their vicinity. 0.8? Upon hearing the girl's observation, Lu Chang crouched down, pulling her with him into the thick underbrush, concealing themselves amidst the lush foliage. What remarkable luck, he mused, gripping his scalpel tightly as he peered through the grass at the world outside. Is this the direction? He cautiously pointed ahead with his scalpel. Yes, they are slowly advancing towards us. Nodding in agreement, Lu Chang held his breath, acutely aware that even the faintest sound of breathing could betray their presence to the keen senses of the creatures. For a predator, remaining concealed is the paramount lesson. Time passed with a rhythmic cadence as Lu Chang counted his heartbeats to alleviate the tension before the hunt. Just as he reached the count of 100, he noticed movement in the grass ahead, and soon, 2 beings emerged from the thicket. Damn! As the 2 creatures came into Lu Chang's line of sight, he muttered a curse under his breath and rose from the thicket. Xiao Jing, stop hiding. There are 2 of them. Upon hearing Lu Chang's voice, the young girl also emerged from the bushes. Are they 2 girls? She inquired. Yes, Lu Chang replied, glancing at the 2 young women in the distance, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age. It was evident that his voice had startled them, yet due to their limited vision of only 3 meters, they were unable to see Lu Chang. Is someone there? One of the girls called out, her voice tinged with trepidation. The unseen is often more frightening. The 2 girls stood still, scanning their surroundings. We are merely passing travelers. No need to be alarmed, Lu Chang responded, remaining outside the fog. Let us go? After uttering that phrase, Lu Chang patted the girl's head and disregarded their response, pulling her away to continue their hunting expedition. However, the hunt did not unfold smoothly. 3 hours passed without a single catch. During that time, they had encountered humans 17 times, detected 15 creatures with a danger level exceeding 5, and evaded 3 migrations of large swarms of insects. Yet they had not once encountered the desired prey. Sigh, it's already past noon, and we still have nothing. Sitting on a step beside the roadside greenery, leaning against the now 3-meter-high plants, Lu Chang exhaled deeply, taking a moment to rest. Are you tired? He asked, gently ruffling the girl's hair. Indeed, I can still endure. The girl nodded, and the scar on her face traced an arc in the air. After running for so long, are you hungry, uncle? Haha, please don't call me uncle. I am still young, merely a recent graduate. Lu Chang chuckled at the girl's words, saying, I do not consider myself old. Typically, girls your age may call me brother. As for whether I am hungry, I can assuredly tell you, I am exceedingly famished. Oh really? Fortunately, I have a small piece of food stashed away, the girl replied, retrieving a small half-piece of biscuit from her pocket. I saved this from my earlier snack, You'll need energy to battle the beasts ahead, so have it to replenish your strength. Haraha. Upon seeing that small fragment of biscuit, Lu Chang laughed once more. It's quite rare for you to have saved even a half piece. Don't tell me you were full then, for I refuse to believe you are not hungry. Just eat it yourself. Noticing that Lu Chang did not accept her biscuit, the little girl paused, her face displaying a hint of grievance, yet her hand stubbornly did not retract. Well, since it is your kind gesture, I shall indulge. Observing the girl's expression, Lu Chang laughed for the third time, taking the biscuit and placing it into his mouth. Immediately, the distinctive hard texture and aroma of the compressed biscuit enveloped his senses. How incredibly delightful. When one is hungry, anything tastes exquisite. Thank you. After savoring the biscuit and taking a sip of water, Lu Chang rose once again. Let us proceed. For now, I shall consume your small biscuit, and this evening I shall compensate you with a large piece of meat. Indeed. Upon hearing Lu Chang's words, the girl vigorously nodded, a smile gracing her face. The two resumed their journey. After the afternoon, perhaps due to the influence of the biscuits, their fortunes suddenly took a turn for the better. In merely a matter of minutes, they encountered a throng of people and soon located their desired target, a wild dog. This creature was a solitary large breed, slightly altered in physique due to the crimson mist, yet it did not possess extraordinary strength. The little girl designated a danger level of 1.5, indicating that the dog's physical capabilities were not vastly superior to that of an adult male. However, owing to the innate tendencies of canines, it could prove more challenging than an ordinary human to contend with. Consequently, upon sighting the beast, Lu Chang promptly crouched down, refraining from uttering a word, fully aware of the acute sensitivity of a dog's hearing. Concealed within the grass, Lu Chang pressed his palm downwards, signaling the girl to remain at a distance. He then held his breath, utilizing the cover of the foliage to stealthily approach the large dog. However, contrary to his intentions, despite his utmost caution, the soles of his shoes crunched softly against the grass roots, producing a barely perceptible creaking sound. This, in turn, startled the large dog. Its keen auditory senses immediately pinpointed Lu Chang's location, and with a pair of blood-red eyes, it accurately tracked him down to a mere 3 meters away. Grr. Upon noticing the unfamiliar figure approaching, the dog's face contorted, revealing its sharp teeth, and a low growl emanated from its throat, a distinct warning characteristic of its kind. However, the Lu Chang of today is no longer the same as he was just a few days ago when the apocalypse first descended. As one of the rare mutants among humanity, his physical prowess may not have experienced a monumental enhancement, yet he is no longer intimidated by this mere canine. Gripping the scalpel tightly in his hand, Lu Chang stood his ground, facing off against the dog. He was resolute in his decision not to strike first. He understood that, given the instincts of animals and the positioning of humans, initiating an attack would likely not yield the desired outcome. Humans are taller than dogs, and canines possess a remarkable agility on all fours. If Lu Chang were to launch an offensive, he would need to crouch, bend, sprint, and swing the blade, all of which could compromise his balance. A single failed strike would make it exceedingly difficult to follow up with another. Rather than act rashly, it would be more prudent to wait for the dog to make the first move. According to the natural instincts of mammals, when confronted by an adversary, their predatory instincts compel them to target the neck of their opponent, aiming to induce asphyxiation. It is not merely a conscious decision, it is an instinctive response. Lu Chang has faith in the primal instincts of animals. Thus, he waits. Chapter 26. Struggle and Flight. The confrontation between the two parties lingered for an extended period. Both felines and canines exhibit a remarkable level of caution. Throughout this protracted standoff, Lu Chang maintained an optimal stance for attack, his mind intensely focused. Awaiting the moment of the opponent's pounce, he positioned the tip of the scalpel at a precise 75-degree angle above him, poised to plunge it into the adversary's abdomen the instant it lunged at him. He understood that hunting was not a contest, while the confrontation may stretch indefinitely. The moment that determines life or death is fleeting. In the heat of battle, combatants often find it challenging to execute even a second attack. Either they succeed, or they meet their demise. Thus, he locked eyes with the wild dog, which reciprocated the gaze, the two remaining motionless for a full 10 minutes. Ultimately, the wild dog's patience could not outlast Lu Chang's. Just as Lu Chang's arm began to stiffen from its raised position, the wild dog finally sprang into action. In an explosive transition from stillness to movement, the wild dog effortlessly leaped more than 2 meters, soaring to a height level with Lu Chang's neck, showcasing its extraordinary agility and physical prowess. Lu Chang, however, did not disappoint himself. His keen retina captured the dynamic tableau in an instant, relaying the visual information through his spinal nerves to his brain. He swiftly executed his initial response, arching backward as his right arm thrust the knife upward, seamlessly merging evasion and attack into a fluid sequence of movements. With a piercing sound, the scalpel met its mark. During the confrontation, Lu Chang felt a slight resistance. Soon thereafter, a warmth surged above his clenched fist, indicating that his scalpel had indeed penetrated the belly of the wild dog. Yet, the momentum of the beast's charge remained unabated. Consequently, he thrust the blade forward, and the sensation of heat and stickiness intensified. He realized his strike had found its mark. However, at that very moment of triumph, a searing pain shot through his left chest. Although he had narrowly evaded the wild dog's lethal bite, this direct confrontation had inevitably inflicted injury upon him. A muffled groan escaped his lips simultaneously with the wild dog's anguished whimper, and both combatants collapsed to the ground due to the force of inertia. Lu Chang, leaning backward, struck the ground with the back of his head first, plunging into a momentary darkness and confusion that lasted roughly half a second. The wild dog, despite sustaining more severe injuries, managed to rise first owing to a more favorable landing posture. However, the wound to its abdomen had stripped it of its once ferocious nature. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, it emitted a mournful cry and fled into the distance. Damn it! In that brief half-second pause, this entire series of events unfolded. Lu Chang lay on the ground, watching as the wild dog vanished into the underbrush. With a surge of adrenaline, he sprang to his feet and pursued after it. Moments ago, he caught a fleeting glimpse that revealed the extent of the injury he had inflicted upon the wild dog, a wound approximately 10 centimeters long on its abdomen. Although it did not result in evisceration, it was undoubtedly a fatal injury, rendering the creature incapable of fleeing far. After rising to his feet, Lu Chang followed the trail of blood into the depths of the woods. "Brother, don't chase it." A small girl's voice called out from behind him just as he had begun to move. "What's wrong?" he replied, not turning back or halting his pursuit. He continued to follow the crimson trail. However, after running several meters, he realized he had underestimated the running capabilities of canines. Even though the wild dog was wounded, it was beyond the reach of a human on 2 legs. Nonetheless, Lu Chang's urgency began to wane. That 10-centimeter gash was too deep and too long. No matter how far the wild dog managed to escape, the blood trail would unerringly reveal its location. After a few steps, he paused, feeling a twinge of concern for the little girl, who was now too far behind. After a brief wait, the girl came panting up to him, breathless. "Brother, don't chase it anymore." "Don't chase it? What do you mean?" Lu Chang inquired, furrowing his brow. A creature with a danger level of 8 was approaching from the direction he had been running. The girl pointed towards the direction where the blood trail extended. 8. Lu Chang frowned. "Yes, and it's moving quickly. It must be a large animal." The girl closed her eyes, silently attuning herself to the images in her mind. "How could it come here? Just a moment ago, it wasn't here, was it?" "Indeed, just a moment ago, it was not far from 100 meters away, yet I could not sense it. Its speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it breached my perception." The young girl opened her eyes and tugged at Lu Chang's sleeve, saying, "Let us depart. A creature with a danger level of 8 is far too formidable. No, I cannot leave. Without sustenance, I will be rendered weak, and in a few days, I shall perish from hunger. Moreover, this is merely the first day. My physical condition is at its peak. If I cannot secure prey now, the chances will be even slimmer as time progresses. Death is inevitable. I refuse to resign myself to futile efforts for a single day. I must at least take a look." Witnessing the meat slip away was disheartening for anyone. So Lu Chang pondered for 3 seconds before resolutely declaring, "Regardless of the circumstances, I must investigate. But it will be fine. I possess keen awareness. I shall remain at a distance to observe the situation. It will not detect my presence." Having uttered these words, Lu Chang plunged into the underbrush, instructing her to stay put, assuring her he would return shortly. Following the trail of blood on the ground, Lu Chang pursued relentlessly. It was not long before he heard a faint whimper emanating from ahead, a sound unique to canines, typically expressed in moments of pain. However, this particular sound was alarmingly brief. Abruptly ceasing, Lu Chang understood that his quarry had met its demise. Without needing to examine the bloodstains further, he rushed towards the source of the sound and, after a distance of several dozen meters, beheld the wild dog. It had perished, grasped in the jaws of a large white cat, its crimson blood staining the pristine whiskers of the feline. What a colossal creature it was! Standing 7 meters away from what could no longer be termed a mere kitten, Lu Chang struggled to swallow hard. This was a pure white cat, an estimated 4 meters in length, larger than an average tiger by a third, with a tail even longer, its fluffy appendage curling elegantly around its body like a snow-white column, a sight to behold. One could only wonder which grandchild had raised such a cat, neglected to the extent of its current size. There was no hope left now. Upon witnessing this majestic feline, Lu Chang relinquished any thoughts of his intended prey. Unlike canines, felines possess a greater agility and a solitary hunting prowess, their dexterous forelimbs serving as lethal instruments against smaller creatures. Moreover, considering the cat's physique, augmented by its peculiar transformation, it could easily contend with several fierce tigers. And even Lu Chang, no matter how bold, dared not risk confrontation. Thus, he watched helplessly as the great cat carried the lifeless dog-esque carcass, leaping onto a distant building, vanishing entirely from his sight. The unyielding law of nature regarding the competition for prey had, at last, been validated in his experience. Chapter 27. Wounds. In a moment of frustration, Lu Chang bellowed at the sky, watching his prey vanish along with the accompanying danger. The release of his pent-up emotions brought a sense of relief, and as his spirits lifted, the pain that had been suppressed by tension became acutely pronounced. Glancing down at his chest, he noticed several long gashes inflicted by the wild dog. Fortunately, though the wounds appeared lengthy, they were not deep. Despite the searing pain coursing through him, they were not life-threatening. Yet, as he stood there, an overwhelming sense of emptiness enveloped him. The combination of intense physical exertion while in a state of hunger and the brief but acute mental strain left him feeling particularly weakened. With a sigh, he sank down into the grass, observing the bloodstains left by the wild dog and contemplating the potential dangers that the scent of blood might attract. After a brief respite, he rose and hurried back along the path. A few dozen meters later, he found the little girl standing there. "Are you all right?" she asked, her face lighting up with a smile as Lu Chang emerged from the brush. "I'm fine, but the prey got away," he replied, a look of disheartenment evident in his eyes. "As long as you're okay, we should leave quickly," the girl urged, taking Lu Chang's hand and leading him in a particular direction. "Are there more monsters approaching?" Lu Chang inquired as he followed her. "Well, it's not exactly a monster, rather a multitude of creatures with a danger level of approximately 0.003 have approached. I suspect they might be insects," the girl replied. "It's best to remain cautious." "All right." Following the young girl, Lu Chang exited the area, leading them to an abandoned dwelling. He found a basin and washed the bloodstained hands, subsequently locating some perfume and gel to mask the scent of blood emanating from him. After completing these tasks, Lu Chang finally felt a semblance of relaxation. "Shall we continue?" the girl inquired, curling her weary form against the sofa's backrest. "You're injured. Don't you need to go back and disinfect your wounds or take medicine?" "It's fine. The human immune system and bacteria are eternally matched adversaries. Should one gain the upper hand without completely annihilating the other, the next encounter will place them at a disadvantage. Since I survived the last infection, I doubt I will succumb to this one." Lu Chang patted his chest. "For precaution, I should take some antibiotics. But it's not urgent. I can do that later tonight." "Then shall we continue?" the girl asked, rubbing her feet as she resumed the previous line of questioning. "Well, both of us are in relatively good condition today. If we fail to catch any prey, tomorrow and the day after will be even more challenging." Lu Chang gazed up at the ceiling, feeling a bit dizzy from hunger. At this rate, he mused, his combat effectiveness and agility would likely diminish by half come tomorrow, making it even more challenging to secure prey. However, hadn't teacher Li Qingxue and the others gone to gather plants? As she spoke, the little girl removed her shoes and socks, massaging her small feet. The soles and surrounding areas of her tender feet were now covered in blisters, which caused Lu Chang great sorrow. Walking continuously for 6 or 7 hours was beyond the endurance of a frail girl of merely 10 years, especially when traversing anything but smooth roads. The outside world had become as treacherous as the rugged paths of a wild forest, if not worse. At least in the wilderness, one would not encounter the jagged concrete fragments or industrial refuse scattered about. Yet now, the roads were ravaged, littered with such debris, making it painful for anyone to walk. let alone the young girl. Lu Chang himself found it excruciating. You should head back for now. It's been a long day. I'll just scout around here, Lu Chang suggested, casting another glance at her blistered feet and sighing. I can't go back just yet. Wandering alone makes it difficult to find prey, and what if we encounter danger? The girl rubbed her feet, then slipped on her shoes again. A smile broke across her face, revealing the scar that marked her cheek as she cheerfully declared, let us keep exploring. I can endure a bit longer. All right then, let's continue our journey. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Lu Chang nodded, gently lifting the little girl and placing her upon his back. Hold on tight and whisper to me when you spot our prey, he instructed. The girl, initially instinctively struggling, soon wrapped her limbs around him, clinging tightly to his back. With her secure grasp, Lu Chang approached the entrance, opening the door of the dilapidated dwelling, now overrun by nature, and once again immersed himself in the thick fog. However, yet another afternoon of hunting yielded no rewards. As dusk began to envelop the sky, Lu Chang, bearing the little girl on his back and dragging his weary, hungry body, returned to the military compound, arriving at his own quarters. Come down now, he said, gently setting the girl on the ground at the threshold of his dormitory. Upon touching the earth, she visibly flinched, a natural response to the pain inflicted by the pressure on her blisters. Releasing her brought a slight relief to Lu Chang, although his body had undergone a transformation. Endowing him with enhanced strength, he still felt the weight of fatigue. The girl was but a mere few dozen pounds, yet in his current weakened state, reducing any burden was a welcome respite. After setting her down, Lu Chang pushed open the door to his dormitory, revealing a floor strewn with an array of meticulously cleaned plants. We're back, he announced, his voice startling the three individuals engaged in sorting the foliage. They turned in unison to face the entrance. Lu Chang offered them a smile, gesturing to indicate his empty hands, and with a hint of self-deprecation remarked, alas, I bring nothing. It matters not. In fact, prior to your arrival, Professor Li Qingshui had already indicated that your endeavor to hunt would be fraught with challenges. However, on another note, are you injured? The rotund figure engaged in plant classification, upon noticing the vivid crimson streaks marring Lu Chang's chest, rose and retrieved a bottle of alcohol and some cotton cloth from his backpack. The wound was not deep, it posed no significant threat. Accepting the alcohol-soaked cotton cloth that the stout man offered, Lu Chang poured the alcohol directly onto his wound, eliciting a searing wave of pain. Gritting his teeth, he endured until the agony subsided. He then dabbed the cotton cloth into the blood that oozed from the wound and turned to the young girl beside him. Remove your shoes, he instructed gently. Lu Chang assisted the girl in sitting at the bedside, and upon removing her shoes, he discovered that her socks were similarly soaked in blood and had dried into hardened scabs. It seemed likely that blisters had burst, causing her feet and socks to adhere together. Observing the hardened blood scabs clinging to the exterior of the girl's socks, Lu Chang turned to Professor Li Qingshui. Teacher, how should we treat a wound that has adhered to the clothing? First, we must soak the fabric in saline solution, replied Li Qingshui, standing behind Lu Chang. He handed a small basin to Zhu Lin, who was still organizing the plants behind him. Go fetch some water. We have run out of saline solution, so we shall use salt instead. Understood. Zhu Lin lifted her head in acknowledgement, her gaze not lingering on the girl's feet as she set off on her own. Do not search for water in the restroom on the first floor. Li Qingshui cautioned her as she departed, a note of concern in his voice. You must go to a higher floor. The tendrils of the sewer monsters cannot reach there. Got it. A response echoed through the corridor. Moments later, Zhu Lin fetched some water, into which Li Qingshui added a pinch of salt. Lu Chang gently cradled the little girl's foot and submerged it into the saline solution. Hiss! As the girl's foot entered the salt water, her entire body shuddered, instinctively gasping in shock, yearning to withdraw her foot, yet Lu Chang firmly held her trembling ankle in place. Chapter 28. Enduring discomfort. Bear with it a little, Lu Chang sighed. The pain of salt on a wound is excruciating, akin to the suffering of the young girl whose injured foot is immersed in saline. Given the density of nerve endings in the soles of her feet, her agony is amplified several-fold compared to that of a typical salted wound. Within moments, the girl's face turned pale from the torment, yet Lu Chang remained focused solely on her feet, disregarding her expression. In the saline solution, the sock that had formed a hardened scab began to soften, gradually loosening from the wound. After a brief interval, Lu Chang gently lifted the girl's feet, meticulously peeling off her sock bit by bit. He applied alcohol to the injury, opting not to bandage it, allowing her foot to breathe freely. Li Qingshui observed as the sock was removed, continuing to guide Lu Chong from behind. Oh. Lu Chong nodded in acknowledgement. Following his mentor's instructions, he treated the girl's wound before propping her legs on the bed's railing. He rummaged through his bag, retrieving antibiotics, consuming one himself before administering another to the girl. Sighing, Lu Chong reclined wearily on the bed after completing the task. How did it go today? Once Lu Chong finished, Li Qingshui returned to the cluster of plants, commencing the meticulous division of labor. It's challenging. Hunting is indeed difficult, Lu Chong remarked, gazing at the wooden slats above him. The prey is exceedingly alert. Before one can approach, they are already aware of our presence. If hunting were not so arduous, ancient hunters would not have faced starvation. Li Qingshui chuckled lightly and remarked, in ancient times, the monetary value derived from the skins and flesh of a sizable prey could sustain a hunter for over a month, perhaps even several months. If they were to catch prey daily, would they not all become wealthy? Yet, in reality, hunting has always been a profession rife with uncertainty, where even the most skilled hunters have succumbed to hunger. As Li Qingshui organized their belongings, he continued, moreover, it is not solely the hunters who face such hardships. Even the apex predators at the top of the food chain struggle to secure their sustenance. Take mammals, for instance. Among all terrestrial mammals, the cheetah boasts the highest success rate in hunting, yet this rate is still less than 1 in 7. Furthermore, after each hunt, regardless of success or failure, the cheetah's body suffers from the strains of high-speed pursuit, rendering it unable to eat for a period. Thus, while its success rate is the highest, it frequently finds its kill snatched away. As he spoke, Li Qingshui extracted a peculiar herb from a cluster of plants, inhaling its scent as he continued. Therefore, even the most proficient hunters and top predators face tremendous challenges in procuring food from nature. Those prey lacking the ability to escape or survive have long been eliminated through millions of years of evolution. Acquiring sustenance is far from simple. I will accompany you on your hunt tomorrow. After all, these plants will suffice for our nourishment for some time. Oh, very well. Lu Chong, turning in bed, fortuitously caught sight of Li Qingshui's action of sniffing the plant and promptly inquired, Teacher, are these things edible? Uncertain, it should be edible, right? A glimmer of skepticism flickered in Li Qingshui's eyes. These wild herbs and vegetables were undoubtedly consumable before the arrival of the crimson mist, belonging to the category of edible plants. However, it now appeared that they had evolved their own unique capabilities. What unique capabilities? Lu Chong furrowed his brow. The unique capability of deterring consumption, Li Qingshui replied, stepping closer to Lu Chong and squeezing the plant in his hand to extract its juice. Take a whiff. Ugh. The juice splattered onto Lu Chang's face, provoking a wave of nausea. What does that smell? It's worse than excrement. Can it truly be eaten? It should be edible. Li Qingshui, also choking on the foul odor and sneezing repeatedly, remarked, the composition should remain unchanged. It merely smells foul. A little extra cooking should make it palatable, better than starving to death. With that, he seized a bundle of the plants and stood up. I'm heading to the military kitchen to cook these. Is anyone coming with me? A profound silence enveloped the room. No one responded to his invitation. If no one is joining me, I shall go alone, Li Qingshui chuckled before exiting the room. An hour later, he returned, carrying a pot of vegetable soup that emanated a repugnant stench. Oh, I smell the scent of a sewer. As the pot was placed on the table, everyone in the room, including the two other families, simultaneously covered their noses. The odor of the sewer was far more pleasant than that of the soup. The rotund man approached Li Qingshui while pinching his nose. Teacher, are you certain this concoction is edible? Haha, edible indeed. Allow me to ascertain the quality of this fare. Li Qingshui placed the pot atop a stool and, with a flourish, lifted a stalk of greens from within, placing it into his mouth. After a mere chew, he swallowed it whole, a bittersweet smile blossoming on his face, truly authentic in flavor. Is that so? Lu Chong rose from his bed, grasping a spoon to sample the vegetable soup. The warm broth flooded his mouth, instantly overwhelmed by the acrid taste akin to boiled excrement, which engulfed his palate and assaulted his senses. This pungent stimulus caused his stomach to churn violently until he felt the sourness rise in his throat, compelling him to pinch his nose and force the foul liquid down. As the repulsive concoction settled in his belly, tears streamed down his face, mingled with mucus. The authentic flavor of the sewer crisp and jarring. Lu Chang, weeping, gave a thumbs up to the hefty fellow. Come now, let us all partake. There is no need for pretension. Consuming this is certainly preferable to starvation. Although the aroma is uninviting and the texture leaves much to be desired, it is, after all, fundamentally a vegetable, and thus, consumable. Li Qingshui remarked, returning from the dormitory with several pre-prepared bowls, serving each individual a portion of the vegetable soup. Do eat up. Leave no remnants. How many days has it been since we have had a proper meal? If we do not consume something soon, it will not be long before one among us succumbs. Is it truly that dire? Lu Chang, still pinching his nose, took another hefty gulp of the vegetable soup, his mouth exuding foul odors as he queried, surely no one will perish within 3 days. With a mere half a biscuit a day, if one remains inactive in bed, one could endure for several days. It is not death by starvation, but rather the complications arising from hunger that claim lives. Li Qingshui took another large bite of the green vegetables, swallowing it without much chewing, and remarked, what kind of world lies beyond? A realm where all living beings are undergoing a frenzied evolution. For millions of years, microorganisms and humans have been evenly matched adversaries in resilience. Yet now they have evolved at an alarming rate. Conversely, if we fail to evolve and instead allow our immunity to plummet due to hunger, we will inevitably be besieged by a myriad of ailments. At that point, even a simple breath could result in severe bacterial infections of the respiratory tract. So, does the teacher imply that there will be deaths here in a few days? Lu Chang took another bite of feces, surveying the surroundings as if he could already envision the scene of countless corpses in a few days. It is not merely death, it is the death of many. Li Qingshui sighed and handed Zhu Lin a bowl, urging her to eat quickly. These plants are evolving, and now they taste like excrement. In a few days, we may not even have that to consume. Chapter 29. Human desires to think that one could not even access the most basic sustenance is truly an unfathomable world. Upon hearing Li Qingshui's words, Lu Chang picked up an empty bowl and filled it to the brim for the little girl. Come now, let us toast to the fact that we have something to eat. Such a crude jest. The chubby fellow sighed softly from the side. And then he too served himself a bowl. The three of them subsequently took their bowls, inhaling the aroma of the vegetable soup, only to grimace in unison moments later. After a brief pause, the little girl gathered her courage and took the first sip of the soup. As the thick liquid entered her mouth, her previously pale face drained of all color. Nevertheless, she trembled as she swallowed. After that initial taste, she discerned the flavor and, much like patients forced to consume bitter traditional medicine, pinched her nose and gulped down the soup and vegetables in large mouthfuls, hoping to minimize the duration of her suffering. Observing the little girl's approach, Zhu Lin seemed inspired to emulate her. She pinched her nose, took a deep breath, and after sealing her nostrils, took several hurried gulps of the vegetable broth. However, at the very moment the soup rushed into her stomach, her bowl clattered to the ground with a loud crash, followed by the violent sounds of her retching. Ugh! The vegetable juice, mingled with gastric fluid, erupted from her mouth and nostrils, rendering the already unpleasant dormitory odor even more peculiar. My apologies. After Zhu Lin had vomited, she wiped the remnants from the corners of her mouth and cast an apologetic glance at the other four. Then, feeling weak, she supported her stomach and picked up a broom to begin cleaning up the mess she had created. Sighing, she glanced at the reactions of the other two. The stout fellow summoned his courage a few times while facing the bowl of soup, but after tasting a small sip, he surrendered. I can't manage this, he declared, setting his bowl aside, indicating he would eat no more. Such fragile beings they are. Li Qingshui observed their reactions and did not press them to continue eating. After finishing the food in his bowl, he set down his utensils and closed his eyes in contemplation. Meanwhile, Lu Chang remained silent, quietly finishing the contents of his bowl before consuming the remaining vegetable soup from the pot. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar warmth blossomed within his stomach, and the foul taste in his mouth seemed to dissipate. The suffering of humanity, regardless of its nature, loses its weight after enduring the initial pangs. The human body has evolved to an extraordinary degree. Excessive pain can trigger the brain to sever its connection with the body, leading to what is known as fainting. In situations where individuals cannot faint under particular stimuli, the agony following the initial phase gradually diminishes. In fact, some people, upon reaching the peak of their suffering, find their brains transforming that pain into a peculiar form of pleasure. Thus, humanity is indeed a remarkable species, just like Lu Chang. after consuming a bellyful of foul water. The only sensation he now feels is a warmth within his abdomen, which alleviates his hunger and brings him comfort. How can you possibly eat so much? As Lu Chang devoured an entire pot of soup, Zhu Lin's pale face revealed a tinge of admiration. I cannot manage even a single bite. Once you endure the first mouthful, it becomes considerably more palatable, Lu Chang replied candidly. But I cannot endure even one bite. What is there to endure? I wager that within 3 days, or perhaps even sooner, you will undoubtedly consume all of this and find it delightful, Zhu Lin asserted. Upon hearing her words, Li Qingshui opened her eyes and remarked with a smile, humans have never been delicate creatures. The desire for sustenance will overshadow all else. I refuse to believe it. I would rather die than consume such fare, Zhu Lin countered. Your reluctance to eat these things stems from your sheltered existence. Only those who have truly experienced hunger and famine understand the terrifying depths of human craving for food. The desire for sex arises from the instinct to procreate, while the appetite for food is born from the instinct to survive. Additionally, the urge to reproduce is a branch of the survival instinct, making the hunger for food an equal counterpart to the hunger for sex. The agony of starvation is 1,000-fold worse than the torment of thirst. The yearning of a genuinely starving individual is akin to the insatiable lust of someone intoxicated by potent desire, where the latter will seize any opportunity with the opposite sex. The former will pursue anything that can be consumed. In ancient times of famine, countless individuals resorted to consuming tree bark and even the very earth beneath their feet. When one is driven by hunger, they may disregard even the most toxic of substances in their desperate quest to satiate their hunger. Li Qingshui spoke these words as he reclined back onto his bed, closing his eyes. Thus, today, should you choose not to partake in these provisions, I shall not press you. Tomorrow, or at the very latest, the day after, you will undoubtedly be compelled to eat. With that statement, Li Qingshui shut his eyes once more, clearly someone who was adept at conserving his physical energy. Lu Chang, too, engaged in a similar act during Li Qingshui's discourse. He lay back beside the girl, closing his eyes. Though he had filled his stomach with vegetable soup, it merely quenched his thirst, lacking essential carbohydrates and proteins. As such, the energy his body required remained unfulfilled. Therefore, when it came to physical endurance, any opportunity to conserve energy was essential for survival. As Li Qingshui and Lu Chang succumbed to slumber, the little girl curled up beside Lu Chang, silent. The stout man and Zhu Lin, having been subjected to Li Qingshui's admonition, also fell into silence. Within their shared space, a brief stillness enveloped the room. Meanwhile, the other two families in the dormitory remained entirely mute. One family, recently bereaved, found themselves without recourse for justice. Casting the occasional malevolent glance toward Lu Chang and his companions, yet the oppressive atmosphere stifled their voices. The plight of the other family was even more tragic. The two elderly individuals in his home seemed to be unwell, a combination of hunger, sleeping on the floor, extreme mental strain. An advanced age had rendered their faces pale and sickly. The daughter relinquished a bed so that they could huddle together on a single cot, quietly watching over them from the side. Lu Chang, who lay at their feet, was evidently aware of the scene unfolding before him. Yet he had no intention of offering up his bed. In a world like this, he felt acutely aware of his own precarious existence. He had come to truly grasp the difficulty of finding prey and sustenance. Now, lying on the comparatively soft mattress was the only thing that could aid in restoring his strength. And strength signified survival. He could not afford to sacrifice his chances of living for others, even if the sight of the frail, ailing couple was indeed heart-wrenching. Thus, 3 families, 11 individuals, occupied a single room, enveloped in silence. The sky had darkened completely into stillness, and those familiar with the laws of the jungle understood that the dangers of the night were tenfold compared to those of the day, leaving no one daring to venture outside at such an hour. After a final glance at the crimson-tinged darkness beyond the window, Lu Chang closed his eyes, embraced the little girl in his arms, and gradually drifted into slumber. Will the teacher accompany me to hunt tomorrow? This was the last exchange in the tranquil room. Chapter 30. Preparation at the break of dawn, when the first rays of sunlight illuminated the dark crimson mist into a vivid scarlet. The room was filled with the sounds of awakening. After a night had passed, the hungry felt even more ravenous, and the weak grew weaker. As Lu Chang opened his eyes, he noticed that the eyes of everyone in the room glimmered with a greenish hue, a sign of their hunger. Upon rising, Lu Chang sensed a gnawing emptiness in his stomach. The thin soup he had consumed the previous night had long been digested. This sensation of hunger was quite unbearable, akin to a black hole forming within him, exerting a powerful gravitational pull that seemed to draw all his attention and organs towards a singular point. Thus, Lu Chang resolved to engage in some activity to divert his focus. "Will the army bring food today?" he inquired, sitting up and slipping on his shoes. "One would hope so, though the ration may be even less than yesterday," replied Li Qingshui, who had also sat up. She glanced at Lu Chang's feet and suddenly asked, "Do you think you could manage walking outside without shoes?" "What do you mean?" Lu Chang paused, loosening his shoelaces and contemplating whether his physical condition could withstand the harshness of the broken concrete outside. "Aren't we supposed to go hunting together today?" Li Qingshui stepped barefoot onto the ground and remarked, "Many of the animals we are about to encounter possess extraordinarily keen hearing. For instance, a common dog has a sense of hearing that is 16 times more acute than that of a human. The sound of shoes scraping against the ground is far too pronounced for them, making it difficult for us to approach our prey." "Indeed," Lu Chang responded, pressing his feet against the cool surface, a sudden chill surging through him. "After a prolonged trek, my feet may not withstand it, but for a short duration, I believe I can manage." "That's good. Keep your shoelaces a bit loose. Once we spot our target, you can remove your shoes," Li Qingshui nodded, donning his own footwear before turning to the other three. "You all stay here and await the military supplies. We shall venture out to procure some weapons." "Weapons?" the stout one questioned, his face etched with confusion. "Indeed, suitable weapons can enhance our hunting success rate by approximately 30%. Li Qingshui proclaimed as he secured his backpack and turned to Lu Chang. "First, put on your shoes. We are going to acquire a spear." "All right," Lu Chang acquiesced, fastening his shoes before following Li Qingshui out of the dormitory and into the military compound. Over the next 2 hours, the two scoured the vicinity of the camp and discovered a dilapidated courtyard wall, a common sight in small towns, characterized by its iron railings. These railings were constructed from welded steel rods, topped with a row of sharp, spear-like iron spikes aimed at the sky, designed to deter intruders from climbing. The spear-shaped iron rods served as excellent raw materials for crafting weapons. The two individuals circled around the crumbling wall and extracted a loose iron spear. After Lu Chang sharpened the spearhead, Li Qingshui carefully wrapped it in green foliage, enhancing its camouflage with the surrounding environment. 2 hours later, a fully formed green spear appeared in Lu Chang's grasp. This spear measured approximately 1.6 meters in length, slightly shorter than an average adult male. Solid and about the thickness of 2 human fingers, it weighed around 10 kilograms. Though slender, it possessed substantial heft. Hunting with this weapon was decidedly more advantageous than using a knife, primarily due to its length, which mitigated the challenges of engaging close-range prey. Furthermore, it facilitated combat with larger animals. Observing Lu Chang wielding the spear, Li Qingshui nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, had he possessed such a weapon when confronted by that dog yesterday, he likely would have avoided injury. Lu Chang nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with Li Qingshui's sentiment. "Let us return. We have spent 2 hours crafting this, and the military provisions should have arrived by now." Lu Chang nodded affirmatively, and together they headed towards their dormitory. As they traversed the bustling military compound, they encountered numerous individuals. Upon seeing Lu Chang's unusual spear, many cast curious glances in his direction. Some pondered thoughtfully, while others cast a fleeting glance before losing interest. Yet, all can surmise Lu Chang's intent behind crafting this iron spear, the pursuit of sustenance. Hunger has seized the minds of all, rendering their thoughts subservient to their bellies. It matters not that Lu Chang's hunting guise is overt. Even the most subtle of endeavors, in the eyes of this ravenous crowd, is inexorably linked to the prospect of food. Thus, when they observe someone venturing forth to hunt, it is only natural that similar aspirations stir within them. However, akin to Lu Chang's earlier existence, those who have dwelled in the city cannot fathom the arduous nature of hunting within this blood-drenched realm. Indeed, the most formidable phase of acquiring prey lies in the quest for it, constituting 50% of the entire hunting challenge. As Li Qingshui ambled along, she exchanged invaluable insights with Lu Chang, asserting that locating prey is far more arduous than capturing it. Fortunately, the presence of the young girl renders this initial, most daunting hurdle somewhat more manageable for us. Lu Chang nodded in acknowledgement, casting a glance at the surrounding throng. He was acutely aware of the implications behind Li Qingshui's words. She was unmistakably indicating that the city dwellers would pose no threat to their hunting efforts, as they are oblivious to the existence of prey. Nonetheless, should the number of hunters increase, their presence could prove to be a distraction. Lu Chang discerned the full import of Li Qingshui's statement and added, "Moreover, should we succeed in our hunt, we must remain vigilant against these individuals who may seek to usurp our hard-won spoils. They are unable to discover anything, hence they will naturally envy what we possess. Therefore, we must take adequate measures for concealment." As the two conversed, they arrived at the dormitory door, and in perfect harmony, they fell silent and pushed open the door to the room. "You are back." The sound of the door opening caught the attention of those inside. The little girl, upon seeing Lu Chang's return, displayed a joyful expression. The food had already been delivered, though it was less than yesterday. It seemed there were no canned goods, only a small fragment of compressed biscuit. The little girl, speaking as she limped towards Lu Chang, proudly brandished 2 pieces of biscuits, one large and one small, before him and exclaimed, "This is your share." It hardly appeared to be just a fragment. Lu Chang, glancing at the 2 pieces in his hand, frowned and inquired, "Haven't you finished yours?" "I am so small, I cannot consume it all." "Please take it," the girl responded with a smile. "But you should keep it. Today, as Hunt relies on you as the main contributor." Li Qingshui interjected, her expression impassive as she advised, "I will carry the girl today. Her foot cannot bear weight, and further movement may lead to serious injury. I will ensure she does not expend too much energy." Chapter 31. Art, and what about you? Lu Chang listened to the conversation between the two without further argument. He understood that at this moment, being overly sentimental would only betray a lack of perspective, an act of misguided kindness that was utterly inadvisable. Carrying the little girl must be exhausting, I presume. I am fine. I know how to conserve my energy, and besides, I am not the main combatant, and I might not even partake in the battle. As she spoke, Li Qingshui approached the plump man and retrieved her share of the biscuits, which she consumed alongside the cold water. Observing the situation, Lu Chang ceased his idle chatter, moved to the bedside, and took a cup of water, complementing it with a piece of biscuit. The hard, dry biscuit expanded in his mouth upon contact with the cool water, releasing an intense aroma that filled his throat and nostrils. Within 3 seconds, Lu Chang had devoured his modest portion of biscuit. The fleeting experience was akin to a powerful climax, as the overwhelming satisfaction rendered his mind momentarily blank, plunging him into a brief state of oblivion. How delightful! Moments later, Lu Chang's thoughts returned, and he felt a genuine admiration swell within him. I have never tasted anything so exquisite in my life. After savoring this morsel, he glanced at the remaining smaller half of the biscuit in his hand, then at the little girl, his emotions swirling in complexity. Having tasted the biscuit, he now comprehended the remarkable determination the girl must have possessed to retain some food in such dire circumstances. Understanding breeds appreciation. He gazed at the last fragment of cookie in his hand and the girl's cheek for several seconds before swallowing the morsel. "I promise to bring you meat today." After finishing his food, Lu Chang refrained from uttering any sentimental words and merely ruffled the girl's hair. The girl's response mirrored her previous one. She smiled and nodded. "Let us depart. Time is of the essence. If we fail today, I fear we may not have another chance tomorrow." As Lu Chang concluded his meal, Li Qingshui had already prepared a backpack. He slung it across his chest backward, then approached a corner of the house, gathering a handful of yesterday's uneaten vegetables that had begun to spoil. Finally, he made his way to the little girl, encouraging her to climb onto his back. "Let's go." The girl seemed a bit unsteady on Li Qingshui's back. Lu Chang noticed this and stepped closer, gently patting her shoulder to steady her emotions before following Li Qingshui out. "With a bit of luck, we shall return before nightfall," the trio declared as they closed the door. Yet, once the door was shut, Lu Chang's voice slipped through the crack, completing his thought. "If fortune does not favor us, we may never return." Following this darkly humorous remark, the 3 exited the dormitory and the military compound, stepping once more into the world shrouded in crimson mist. The outside world appeared far quieter and more desolate, yet oddly vibrant compared to the interior. No one would come within 3 meters of Lu Chang, nor would anyone take note of his peculiar attire. "Teacher, what are you doing with those pungent vegetables?" Upon stepping into the outside world, Lu Chang felt no need to lower his voice intentionally. He stood amidst the blood-red mist, conversing with Li Qingshui with ease. "To mask your scent," Li Qingshui replied. placing the girl down before squatting to grind the vegetables into a paste, which she then applied to her skin. You previously used perfume to conceal your odor. I could discern that, but such a method leaves too much room for error. So, you intend to substitute these vegetables? Indeed, for in the animal kingdom, the sense of smell is far more acute than that of hearing. If a dog's hearing is 16 times that of a human, do you have any idea how much more sensitive their sense of smell is? I don't know, perhaps over 100 times? Lu Chang ventured a guess. It is actually 1,200 times. A male dog can detect the scent of a female from 1,500 meters away. How far can you sense a girl's fragrance? As Li Qingshui spoke, she continued to cover herself in the fetid paste, subsequently applying the remaining mixture to the girl. If a woman does not wear perfume or use shampoo, I would not even notice her presence. Lu Chang was astonished to learn of the extraordinary sensitivity of canine smell. Amidst his surprise, he imitated Li Qingshui, smearing the noxious paste over himself. Thus, it would be wise to apply more. This will facilitate your approach to the prey. Before hunting, lions often roll in the dung of rhinos or elephants to mask their own scent. The dish possesses a robust flavor, a true gift from nature, serving as an unparalleled tool for concealment, far superior to any artificially synthesized aromas. Indeed, it is known that canines are not the undisputed champions of olfactory prowess in the natural world. Other creatures possess even more acute senses. After Lu Chang had thoroughly coated his spear with the sauce, he grasped the iron spear anew. In the realm of nature, the olfactory sensitivity of canines is merely average. Felines match it, while rodents exceed it by a factor of 10. It is simply that other animals remain less utilized by humans, thus their capabilities are less understood. Once prepared, Li Qingshui hoisted the little girl upon her back and commenced walking, engaging in conversation as they proceeded. Lu Chang, in agreement, set off towards the south, heading towards the city. In our hunting endeavors, we must heed 3 crucial precautions, ranked by their significance. Olfaction first, followed by audition, and then vision. Regarding vision, the green sauce upon your person, along with the dense fog and grass, provides excellent cover. Animals are primarily attuned to movement rather than color. Thus, when you lie in wait, they typically remain unaware of your presence. Therefore, it suffices to be cautious in your movements. Should you notice their alertness, immediately cease all motion and hold your breath until their vigilance wanes, at which point you may resume your actions. As for hearing, it is imperative to minimize the sounds of your breathing, heartbeat, and footsteps. Only by maintaining a tranquil mindset can you regulate the volume of your heart's rhythm. At this juncture, Li Qingshui suddenly broke into a smile, perhaps embodying the very essence of the murderous intent often depicted in martial arts novels. It seems that a proficient hunter inevitably transforms into a skilled assassin. As for the scent, while I have taken measures to mask it, utmost caution is still imperative. When approaching your prey, you must invariably assess the wind direction. You should maneuver to the downwind side before launching your ambush against the wind, ensuring that your scent remains undetected by the quarry. Furthermore, just as Li Qingshui was about to elaborate, he was interrupted by Lu Chang. Teacher, after listening to your extensive insights, I suddenly have a thought. What thought? In comparison to hunting, taking a life seems to be such a simple affair. Chapter 32. This is the hunt indeed. Humanity is a peculiar creature, endowed with a highly developed brain, yet astonishingly dull in perception. If one can master the art of ambushing animals, then taking a life becomes an effortless endeavor. Li Qingshui did not contest Lu Chang's assertion. Instead, he continued the discourse, noting that in tumultuous times, acquiring the skill of stealth is immensely advantageous. In such chaotic periods, conflict with others is inevitable, and this may well become our means of survival in the future. Lu Chang nodded in agreement. He had already taken several lives, and he had gained profound insight into the sluggishness of human perception. While human eyesight is relatively decent compared to other animals, other senses are diminished to a staggering degree. In this thick fog, the value of sight is rendered nearly obsolete. Lu Chang recalled the ease with which he had dispatched a few escaped prisoners just days prior. Utilizing the cover of the mist, it had been as effortless as cutting through reeds. They could neither hear his footsteps nor detect his scent, deprived of sight. Humans are as unresponsive as wooden fish. Have you experienced a transformation in your body as well? Li Qingshui abruptly shifted the topic, likening her own transformation, akin to that of a young girl, to his cognitive evolution. Indeed, Lu Chang affirmed with a nod. How did you know? I don't recall discussing my physical condition. I'm not certain, she replied. Yet, over the past few days, I've sensed that the clarity of thought within my mind has remarkably improved. Many long-buried memories have resurfaced, even those from my infancy that I had never recalled. Furthermore, my capacity for analysis has grown increasingly formidable. Li Qingshui spoke slowly. For instance, just a moment ago, as we were walking together, you suddenly shifted slightly to the left, and after traversing 4 meters, I noticed a large tree in your previous path, which struck me as rather peculiar. Thus, I deduced that your vision must be at least twice as good as mine. In the past, I would have overlooked such minute details. However, now these nuances are as evident to me as flies on a white sheet. I also observed that your leg lifts are consistently swifter than mine by a margin of 3/10, and your breathing is more even. These observations collectively suggest that your physique is more robust than mine. Altogether, it becomes effortless to conclude that your body has undergone some transformation. I apologize for not having shared my physical condition with you earlier. It's quite all right. After all, just 2 days ago, we merely shared a typical teacher-student relationship. It would have been abnormal for you to mention it. Li Qingshui continued walking, gazing at the world shrouded in dense fog. Now, our fates are intertwined. Let us confront this world together. Humanity has relied on unity to establish its foothold in this world before evolving imagination, which is the essence of true wisdom. Indeed. Lu Chang nodded, then inquired, among our group of 5, 3 of us have exhibited varying degrees of mutation. Does this signify that humanity is on the brink of a mutation phase? Quite possibly. Although humans possess the most intricate biological structure on Earth, they are expected to be the last to undergo such transformations. However, in essence, humans are not significantly more advanced than cats or dogs. Throughout billions of years, we have merely evolved the capacity for imagination a few tens of thousands of years earlier. Some might even say 100,000 years. In fact, the complexity of humans compared to cats and dogs is quite limited. Thus, it seems inevitable that collective mutations will occur. Does that mean every individual will undergo a transformative evolution? Lu Chang inquired. Indeed, everyone will experience varying degrees of mutation, though the extent may differ vastly. Ultimately, survival of the fittest will prevail, ushering in a new cycle of Darwinian theory. After a sigh, Li Qingshui suddenly looked down at his feet with a prophetic awareness. Wait, there's a fresh pile of excrement here. Let me examine it. As he spoke, he crouched down, meticulously discerning the footprints and fur embedded in the surrounding soil. Moments later, he lifted his head southwest. There's a dog, not large in size. Another dog? Lu Chang gasped. What else could it be? In the city, the most common creatures are cats, dogs, and rats, right? Li Qingshui replied, quickening his pace slightly. Xiao Jing, be vigilant and report any movements within 100 meters at once. Understood. The young girl nodded. 5 minutes later, 3 life forms appeared ahead. 2 had a danger level of around 1, while 1 registered a danger level of 8. The girl whispered softly, and both men halted simultaneously. Damn it. Hearing the words danger level 8, Lu Chang and Li Qingshui muttered curses under their breath. Wait a moment. It seems that the creature with a danger level of 8 has departed. The little girl closed her eyes to sense the surroundings, but it was beyond her perception range. Has it truly moved away? Lu Chang felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. I cannot tell. The presence is completely undetectable. Let us approach and investigate. The girl and Li Qingshui nodded, proceeding forward for several more meters. It appears to have indeed left. The little girl shook her head, signaling that she still could not detect any trace of the creature with a danger level of 8. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps it is merely lurking nearby and may return shortly. As Li Qingshui spoke, he shifted his steps, tracing a large circle around the area from the direction the girl was sensing. Yet, still nothing. After circling around and waiting for another 10 minutes, that fearsome creature had not returned. There's no point in waiting any longer. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang gradually rose from the grass, scooping up a handful of soil. You all remain here, approximately 90 meters away. Do not disturb the prey. I shall venture in first to assess the situation. With that, Lu Chang gently tossed the soil into the air, sending dust swirling. Following the direction of the rising sand, he located the downwind position. Subsequently, he removed his shoes and cautiously placed his feet on the ground, allowing his soles to adapt to the sharp stones beneath. Once he had acclimated to the slight sting, he swiftly slipped into the thicket. Silently, he maneuvered to the downwind position, facing the wind and slowing his pace. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. With each step, he treaded carefully, weaving through the gaps in the underbrush and circumventing the scattered debris. Moments later, he finally discerned the location of his quarry. It was a clearing amidst the foliage, where two formidable hunting dogs lay in quiet repose. Though they were large and appeared significantly stronger than they had before the arrival of the Crimson Mist, their size was not exaggerated. Holding his iron spear, Lu Chang felt no fear towards them. However, he remained reluctant to approach the prey too readily, having heard of the terrifying olfactory and auditory systems possessed by canines. He did not consider them easy creatures to approach. Crouched within the thicket, Lu Chang faced into the wind and inhaled deeply several times, conjuring images of the sea and sky, elements that brought him serenity, as he endeavored to suppress the rhythmic pounding of his heart, which quickened due to overexcitement and tension. One deep breath, two deep breaths. After a third, prolonged and silent inhalation, Lu Chang finally regained control over his emotions. His heartbeat slowed, and his body ceased to tremble from the surge of adrenaline. At last, he entered a state of relative tranquility. Chapter 33. Pursuit. Gripping the iron spear tightly, Lu Chang suddenly felt akin to a leopard lurking in the jungle, concealed within the underbrush, patiently awaiting the moment when his prey would lower its guard. This time, fortune favored him. After only a brief period of concealment, he was presented with a promising opportunity for attack. Two wolfhounds were playfully wrestling with one another before turning away, exposing their dark backs and robust tails to him. A skilled hunter understands the art of patience and the necessity of seizing every fleeting opportunity for attack. At that moment, a phrase spoken by Li Qingshui flashed through his mind. Without further hesitation, Lu Chang seized the moment, cautiously advancing from the thicket, closing the distance to the two wolfhounds to within 3 or 4 meters. Then, with a thunderous shout, he unleashed the full force of his legs, propelling himself into the air with unprecedented speed. With a resounding ha, Lu Chang's roar startled the two wolfhounds, causing them to drop and turn, surprisingly opting not to flee at the first sign of danger. This reaction is an instinctual response among animals, much like the roars of lions and tigers before a hunt, intended to intimidate their prey. Lu Chang's powerful shout granted him the optimal moment to strike. As he soared through the air, he no longer hesitated, choosing the larger of the two wolfhounds as his target. The iron spear descended from above with lethal precision. With a muffled thud, the culmination of Lu Chang's weight and might drove the spear through the wolfhound's fur, piercing its innards and emerging from the belly, firmly anchoring it to the ground. The impaled wolf dog emitted a wretched howl, instinctively retaliating in a frenzied manner beneath the iron spear, its bloody jaws gaping wide as it lunged towards Lu Chang's ankle. The struggle of a cornered beast is particularly harrowing. Lu Chang swiftly discarded the spear and leaped back, leaving the injured wolf dog behind. Once at a safe distance, he turned his attention away from it and retrieved a scalpel from his person, fixating instead on the other dog. The unscathed canine, observing Lu Chang's retreat, refrained from pursuing him. Instead, it stood beside its companion, barking furiously in an attempt to drive away the intruder with its menacing tone. Yet, this intruder was well aware of its capabilities and remained unfazed by the threats, contemplating how to secure this prey as well. Seemingly understanding the intent reflected in Lu Chang's gaze, the wolf dog barked a few more times in a threatening manner before casting a glance at its companion and, to Lu Chang's astonishment, fled. This abandonment of its companion was uncharacteristic of canine behavior. Nevertheless, Lu Chang did not dwell on it, recognizing that an excess of meat would only spoil, especially in such sweltering heat where microorganisms thrived. The flesh would degrade within merely 2 or 3 hours. The wolf dog he had already captured weighed around 100 pounds, certainly sufficient to feed the 5 of them. Thus, with this thought, a surge of joy filled his heart, and the primal desire for meat momentarily eclipsed all else. He approached the weakened wolf dog, which was growing faint from blood loss, and plunged the sharp blade into the creature's neck. After a fleeting moment, over 30 seconds elapsed, and the wolf dog succumbed to asphyxiation, leaving little blood to taint Lu Chang's arm. Just as he completed this grim task, Li Qingshui arrived at the scene, carrying the little girl. Moments earlier, the child had whispered to me about one entity departing, while another vanished. In that instant, I understood your success. Upon his arrival, Li Qingshui gently placed the girl on the ground, retrieved a large plastic bag from his backpack, and accepted Lu Chang's surgical knife. Allow me to perform the dissection. You shall pack the meat into the bag, but be cautious not to soil yourself with blood." "Very well," Lu Chang replied, grasping the plastic bag as he observed Li Qingshui deftly dismantling the wolf dog into sizable chunks of flesh. The entire process was remarkably swift, and astonishingly, not a single drop of blood was wasted. "Quickly, into the bag. The stench of blood is overwhelming. I fear it may attract danger." Once the dismemberment was complete, Li Qingshui wiped the sweat from his brow. With a note of admiration for his skill, Lu Chang began to place the severed limbs into the large black plastic bag brought by Li Qingshui, and together they packed it into the backpack he carried. "Now, hop onto my back." Having accomplished their grim task, Lu Chang cleansed his hands with the sap of nearby plants, took up the iron spear, and once the little girl was securely on his back, the trio departed with hearts brimming with joy. Who would have thought that fortune would smile upon them this day? As they made their way back to the military camp, the faces of Li Qingshui, Lu Chang, and the little girl radiated sheer delight. "Fortune truly smiles upon us," Li Qingshui remarked. "I never anticipated that our first hunting expedition together would yield such success, with an abundance of meat that we cannot possibly consume. After enduring hunger for so long, indulging excessively could jeopardize our health. However, if we refrain from eating, within 2 or 3 hours, the meat will spoil and become inedible." Lu Chang felt a pang of regret. Alas, there is no means of refrigeration. Otherwise, we could preserve it for an additional couple of hours. "Perhaps I should return and see if I can barter some of the meat with the military for biscuits, which are more easily stored. They have ample personnel, so I doubt they would worry about surplus." As Li Qingshui spoke, she pinched her chin, her eyes reflecting a profound contemplation. "If we were to exchange goods with the military, they would likely scrutinize us extensively, which could be troublesome. Generally, civilians prefer to avoid dealings with officials regarding matters of profit, as the disadvantaged often find themselves at a disadvantage when negotiating with the powerful. I shall endeavor to sidestep complications." Upon uttering this, Li Qingshui fell into silence, clearly pondering how to evade potential troubles. The three companions continued their journey in silence, their pace quickening as they approached the military district. Suddenly, the little girl behind Lu Chang began to tremble violently. "This is not good. Something is pursuing us, moving with great speed. One has a danger level of 8, and trailing behind is another with a danger level of 1, both heading directly towards us." The little girl spoke those heart-stopping words in a hurried tone, startling Lu Chang and the others, who were just about to quicken their escape. However, scarcely had her words settled when Lu Chang heard the rustling sound of grass behind him. How swift can a human run 100 meters? Before the cataclysm, some could achieve it in under 10 seconds. After the apocalypse, the figure could only be greater. And what of a dog's speed? Certainly, it was more than 10 seconds prior to the end of days, and post-apocalypse, a 5 to 6 second 100 meters would be entirely plausible. Thus, just as the little girl's voice faded, and Lu Chang prepared to hasten away, he felt a shadow loom above him, a massive wolf dog leaping from behind to land just ahead. The path was blocked, and Lu Chang quickly halted, wielding his iron spear as he scrutinized the approaching foe. It was a large dog, but how large, precisely? Standing on all fours, it was threefold the size of a giant bear, perhaps due to the inherent prowess of felines over canines of the same bulk. This dog was even more colossal than the enormous white cat Lu Chang had encountered previously. Its visage was grotesque, with powerful, sturdy limbs, and its bared teeth were as long as Lu Chang's fingers. A single glance was enough for Lu Chang to realize that engaging in combat with this beast would be tantamount to certain death. Chapter 34. The wounded. As Lu Chang observed the enormous dog, a wolfhound emerged from the underbrush, barking incessantly at him. Its sharp, fleeting barks captured the full attention of the colossal beast. This was clearly a creature seeking vengeance. A fleeting glance at the smaller dog revealed its identity. It was the very one that had fled earlier, not in cowardice, but to summon aid. "You go to Teacher Li. This dog is coming for me." Lu Chang gently bent down, allowing the little girl on his back to dismount. He gripped his iron spear tightly, for it was the last bastion of hope in his life. The girl obeyed without hesitation, aware that her presence would only hinder Lu Chang. She dashed towards Li Qingshui, the entire exchange unnoticed by the giant dog, which remained fixated solely on Lu Chang, disregarding Li Qingshui and the little girl entirely. "You three should leave, combined. We are not enough to withstand a single blow from this beast." Grasping the spear, Lu Chang felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Yet, knowing his fate was sealed, This sorrow gradually transformed into a sense of tragic heroism. Thus, he resolved to undertake the first act of valor in his otherwise ordinary life. "You two go ahead. I will hold them off." Lu Chang sighed deeply. "All right." Li Qingshui's overly simple reply shattered the heroic aura Lu Chang had struggled to cultivate. Without casting him another glance, Li Qingshui scooped up the little girl and fled into the thick mist, disappearing from sight. Ignoring the tragic figure of Lu Chang and the little girl sobbing in her arms, he swiftly dashed into the thicket. Oh, this unwaveringly rational resolve is indeed both admirable and fearsome. As Lu Chang watched Li Qingshui's silhouette vanish into the depths of the mist, a sigh escaped his lips, and he couldn't help but feel that the crimson hue of the world around him had intensified to an unprecedented degree. Was death imminent? Lu Chang gazed at the two wolfhounds, one large and one small, baring their teeth at him, gripping his iron spear tightly, uncertain whether to flee or to fight. Surely, he could not outrun the creature that could sprint 100 meters in mere seconds, and to engage in battle seemed futile against a beast as formidable as a giant bear. In that moment, poised on the brink of death, he found himself confronting a dilemma, one that he wished to evade entirely. Fortunately, fate spared him the torment of choice, as his adversary swiftly provided the answer. The wolfhounds charged forward. Casting aside the internal conflict of whether to attack or retreat, Lu Chang raised his iron spear to shield his chest against the oncoming shadow. Clang! The iron spear intercepted the first assault of the massive hound, yet the sheer force of its powerful forelimbs bent the spear into a V-shape. Lu Chang's body could not withstand the tremendous recoil. His arms went numb, and the spear slipped from his grasp, sending him hurtling back 3 or 4 meters, tumbling into the underbrush. As others tumbled to the ground, a small wolfhound sprang forward, sinking its teeth into his calf. Its sharp fangs tore through his trousers and skin, embedding themselves deep into his muscle. The excruciating pain from the ferocious bite instinctively prompted Lu Chang to retaliate. With a surge of strength, he kicked the wolfhound away, only to witness the enormous creature break through the underbrush and launch a second attack. Damn it! The colossal beast lunged at him once more. Lu Chang, in a swift motion, rolled aside while drawing a surgical knife to slash at its forepaw. Though the wound was not substantial, it provoked an even greater wrath from the creature. The monster howled, its gaping maw aimed directly at Lu Chang. He realized that if it were to sink its teeth into him, he would not experience the cinematic fate of being tossed around like a ragdoll, surviving against all odds. Given the exponential increase in bite force that accompanies the enlargement of an animal, Lu Chang understood that a bite from this giant hound would surely be fatal. Bones would shatter, muscles would tear, and organs would rupture. There would be no hope for survival. Consequently, he navigated through the underbrush as if he were a mouse evading a cat. His physical prowess was commendable, and the creature's size, coupled with the obstructed view through the foliage, allowed him to elude capture for a brief moment. However, the overwhelming disparity in their physical capabilities meant that it was merely a matter of time before he was caught. Struggling on the precipice of death proved to be an arduous endeavor, constantly haunted by the thought of his impending demise while remaining oblivious to the exact moment it would strike. It was exhausting. However, it is utterly impossible not to struggle, for this is a dual exhaustion of body and spirit. Yet, just as Lu Chang was crawling in a state of utter disarray, the divine once again extended a hand of assistance. In the midst of his tumultuous movements, he suddenly spotted a manhole cover above the sewer, which was not round but rather bulging in the center, evidently damaged from below. The presence of a manhole cover indicated the existence of a sewer, and in his frantic state, Lu Chang glanced around, only to discover a shadow amidst the chaotic underbrush beside the iron cover. That dark glimmer of hope was so dazzling that it compelled Lu Chang to throw himself into its embrace without a second thought. In his urgency, he risked another bite from the small dog and, with a combination of crawling and rolling, plunged headfirst into the sewer, landing with a splash in a fetid world. As he dove into the sewer, the massive wolfhound pursued him, attempting to thrust its head inside. However, due to its considerable size, it could not enter, instead remaining above, howling in frustration. The smaller dog beside it also barked angrily, but despite its outbursts, it clearly lacked the courage to leap down. Moreover, even if it did, it posed no threat to Lu Chang. Thus, for the moment, he found himself safe. Once he realized his safety, Lu Chang rose from the noxious waters, and his first sensation was one of profound darkness. An overwhelming darkness. The outside world, shrouded in crimson mist, already had low visibility. And within the naturally dim confines of the sewer, the darkness was even more pronounced. The darkness enveloped him to such an extent that even Lu Chang, with his keen eyesight, could scarcely discern his own outstretched hand. The sole source of illumination emanated from the faint halo at the entrance of the sewer above him. Alas, this meager glow was utterly insufficient to illuminate the abyss around him. Standing beneath this dim light, Lu Chang listened intently to the distant barking of dogs and the soft trickle of water flowing through the sewer, absorbing the sensations of his surroundings. In the depths of darkness, fear often takes root within the human psyche. Upon rising, Lu Chang's immediate thoughts gravitated towards the monstrous entities lurking within the sewers. The fleeting image of these creatures was swiftly followed by unsettling recollections of maggots, flies, and various parasitic beings. It was then that he became acutely aware of the wounds on his body, seeping with plasma. Subsequently, he amalgamated all these sensations into a singular realization. The plasma coursing from his wounds carried a pungent scent of blood, which, in this oppressive darkness, served as a beacon, guiding the lurking monsters towards him. Before long, he was assaulted by one such creature, which dismembered him and feasted upon the remains, leaving behind fragments that were subsequently infested by mutated flies, giving rise to a mass of putrid maggots. As he processed this grim tableau, a profound shiver coursed through Lu Chang's body, and he could not help but feel that his deductions were, indeed, alarmingly plausible. Chapter 36. The Fear of Paradise. Thus, Lu Chang found himself engulfed in hesitation once more. Every individual harbors an innate dread of death. However, the intensity of fear associated with various forms of demise can vastly differ. Many are able to accept the notion of gracefully aging into oblivion, turning to ashes with a gentle flame. Yet, no one wishes to meet their end in a fetid sewer, torn apart by grotesque tentacled monstrosities, only to be infested by flies and reduced to a putrid mass. If such a fate were to befall him, Lu Chang would rather be devoured by the colossal hound outside. At least that sounded less repulsive. Consequently, he was confronted with a decision, one far more arduous than the previous choice between battling or fleeing. He contemplated whether to ascend and allow the giant dog to consume him, or to remain here and succumb to a fate of becoming a puddle of putrescence. Although he leaned toward the former, the specter of death left no one unperturbed, least of all Lu Chang, who had no desire to perish. He gazed up at the halo of light above, then cast his eyes down toward the murky depths of the sewer, and once again, he looked up at the luminous orb. Ultimately, he found himself ensnared in profound conflict. The juxtaposition of fear in the face of death and the struggle to choose a method of demise may represent one of humanity's most tormenting emotions, akin to asking a condemned prisoner whether they would prefer to be executed by firing squad or beheaded. Fear encroached upon him. In the enveloping darkness, the sound of every droplet echoed like thunder within Lu Chang's heart, while the frenzied barks of the beast above left him disoriented. He dared not venture deeper into the sewer in search of another exit, for it was an abyss of utter darkness, a dense void capable of swallowing a soul, a realm where countless tentacled horrors lay in wait. Once one entered, there would be no return. Thus, Lu Chang, choosing to timidly grasp the faint glimmer of light above, nestled beneath its halo. Like all those who stand on the precipice of death, he unwittingly succumbed to a tide of memories. Suddenly, he recalled the Gaokao, the arduous days leading up to it, and then the entirety of his student and childhood years. Play, gaming, reading novels, indulging in anime, and the occasional study. The taste of fish-flavored shredded pork, the thrill of shooting hoops, the carefree moments spent with friends late into the night watching matches. The gentle urgings of his parents, the familiar sense of home. Never before had Lu Chang realized so vividly that he had been living in paradise, complaining about paradise, languishing in its comforts, and wallowing in self-pity over matters that now seemed utterly trivial. He remembered the arguments with his parents over his reluctance to read, the times he had run away from home to escape the same, and the moments spent on ancient city walls lamenting the bleakness of life. What was it all about, if not simply reading a bit more? Curled beneath the radiance, he found himself inexplicably weeping. He had always considered himself a rather resilient individual, stronger than most during the apocalypse. Yet in this darkness, as memories of his past life and his parents surfaced, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Time slipped into a haze within the chaos of his thoughts. After an indeterminate period, He was jolted back to reality by the sudden, fierce barking of dogs above, accompanied by the sharp crack of gunfire resonating from outside the manhole. Lu Chong! Lu Chong! After the gunfire ceased, Lu Chong was jolted from his dazed state by a familiar voice, staring blankly at the circular halo above him. Had he been rescued? Lu Chong, dear brother. Outside, a voice cried out again, and this time he recognized it as that of a little girl. The barking of dogs had ceased, and the people he cherished were just beyond the light. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chong sprang into action, grasping the iron ladder beneath the manhole cover and hastening step by step from the darkness towards the brightness. One step after another. Here I am. Just as his head emerged, with his body still in the sewer, Lu Chong eagerly shouted to the surroundings. Here I am. Upon emerging from the manhole cover, he was greeted by the familiar figures of the little girl, the stout fellow, and Li Qingshui, who had come towards him, guided by his voice. Everyone was there. I'm alive, haha, I'm alive. Bursting forth from the manhole, Lu Chong ran joyfully, lifting the little girl into his arms and spinning her around, exclaiming, I can't believe I'm alive. Haha, I'm alive. The little girl, swept up in Lu Chang's exuberance, transformed her earlier anxiety into delight. Her innocent smile illuminating her face, causing the deep scar to curve into a long, graceful arc. Buddy, you're alive. How wonderful. The stout fellow approached, giving Lu Chang's shoulders a hearty pat. Then, noticing the redness around Lu Chang's eyes, he squinted and asked, Did you cry? Me cry? Ha ha ha. Lu Chang laughed heartily. It's just that the sewer smelled so foul. That's what got to me. Did you crawl out of the sewer? Li Qingshui pondered while retrieving alcohol and pills. You managed to slip into a manhole during the fierce struggle with that giant dog. Quite impressive. I genuinely thought you were doomed. However, this shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't be the case? Lu Chang interjected as he poured alcohol onto his wound. You shouldn't have survived. Li Qingshui's remark caused Lu Chang's hand to tremble, spilling some alcohol. What do you mean, shouldn't have survived? You seem to wish for my demise. No, really. I was gone for an hour, and your wound is bleeding in a place like this. Logically, you should have perished. Li Qingshui rubbed his chin. Your survival defies logic. Who cares about logic? Perhaps it was merely luck. In any case, I am alive, aren't I? Lu Chang exclaimed exuberantly. I never realized how fortunate it is to survive. But it still defies logic. No, I must go down and investigate, Li Qingshui insisted. Don't. If I didn't die, and you jumped in and met your end, that would be utterly tragic. After tending to his wound, Lu Chang took his medication and returned the remaining alcohol to Li Qingshui's backpack. By the way, I haven't asked you, how did you manage to drive away that large dog? We exchanged 30 pounds of dog meat for 6 or 7 armed soldiers. They wielded powerful military rifles, and it was their gunfire that scared off the beast. And where are those soldiers now? Lu Chang surveyed his surroundings, noticing the absence of others. They had gone in pursuit of that colossal hound, which in their eyes resembled a substantial piece of meat, weighing several hundred to 1,000 pounds, more than enough for their entire squad to feast upon. Li Qingshui gestured towards the direction the men had taken and added, regrettably, they will not catch up. Even if they do, it may prove futile. Although they wield formidable rifles, their stamina is woefully inadequate. If that giant dog puts up a fight, I fear it will be those soldiers who meet their demise. Do you think the beast might retaliate? Lu Chang mused, contemplating packing his belongings and departing this perilous location swiftly. Unlikely. The gunfire has already frightened it away. Do you truly believe those soldiers can outrun it? Rest assured, if we wait here a little longer, they will return, Li Qingshui replied. As he spoke, Lu Chang heard the rustling of shoes against the grass, and soon, several armed soldiers emerged from the underbrush, their expressions reflecting disappointment. Chapter 37. The roots let it escape. After several soldiers emerged, they shrugged at Li Qingshui. Alas, capturing prey is indeed a formidable challenge. Li Qingshui returned their gesture with a smile. Indeed, I sense that even if it had not fled, we would have found it exceedingly difficult to contend with. One soldier, appearing more mature and composed, remarked, with such swiftness and robust physique. It remains uncertain how much damage the bullets from this assault rifle could inflict after penetrating its hide. Furthermore, the fog is so dense that we dare not fire, lest we inadvertently harm our own. Indeed, the other soldiers nodded in agreement, acknowledging that visibility was limited to merely 2 or 3 meters. To be candid, when that colossal hound stood before me, I could scarcely discern its full form. A surprise attack from it would spell our doom. The soldiers exchanged words. their initial expressions of disappointment fading into a palpable sense of dread. Fortunately, it did not pursue us. Otherwise, we might not have returned alive. The same mature soldier concluded, then turned to Li Qingshui and the others with a smile. You are quite impressive, managing to hunt even in this place. Our military has also dispatched personnel for hunting. Yet we have scarcely caught a glimpse of any creatures. Those domesticated animals, after undergoing mutation, seem to have reverted to their wild instincts. Exhibiting an alarmingly high level of vigilance, they vanish before we can even catch sight of them. Indeed, on such fog-laden days, how can one hope to locate prey? We were fortunate to have stumbled upon it. Alas, one of our men nearly lost his life in the process. Li Qingshui gestured towards Lu Chang, indicating that they too were not in an easy position. Is this the person you are here to rescue? Several soldiers scrutinized Lu Chang, relieved to find him relatively unscathed. With only minor injuries. This task is even easier than we anticipated, one soldier remarked. Indeed, replied the squad leader. Those who report the mission will receive a pound of meat. Damn, it's been ages since I've had any meat. Gulp. One soldier swallowed hard and said, actually, it hasn't been many days, but during this time, we have hardly eaten anything. As the soldiers spoke of meat, their spirits lifted. It was evident that while their rations surpassed those of the common folk, they were still far from sufficient. Though they had the strength to move, hunger had left their eyes glinting with desperation. Seizing the moment while they were animatedly discussing food, Li Qingshui borrowed a military flashlight, a standard piece of equipment for nighttime patrols, from one of them, and then pulled Lu Chang aside. Come with me to take a look below, Li Qingshui signaled, glancing towards the direction of the sewer obscured by thick fog. Are you really going down there? Lu Chang frowned. Isn't that stretching yourself too thin on an empty stomach? I want to ascertain the situation down there, Li Qingshui replied. Why such curiosity? Lu Chang continued to frown. This is not like you. Shouldn't a rational person avoid danger? What is the point of venturing down there? Foreseeing danger is indeed the best choice. I simply wish to take a look. You can go if you wish. I shall not accompany you. Emerging from that realm of darkness and despair, Lu Chang was resolutely unwilling to return, for this venture seemed utterly unnecessary. Very well, I shall go alone, Li Qingshui declared, striding toward the entrance of the sewer and slowly descending the iron ladder. What is he up to? The rotund man inquired as he observed Li Qingshui vanish into the mist. He has ventured into the sewer. It's beyond my comprehension, Lu Chang replied, fixated on the sewer's entrance for several minutes. Seeing no sign of Li Qingshui's return, he shook his head and declared, I must descend and investigate. I will accompany you. Upon hearing Lu Chang's intention, the quiet little girl who had been standing by his side exclaimed, Where you go, I shall go. No, you must stay here. Lu Chang responded, gently pushing the girl towards the rotund man. Watch over her. I will retrieve Teacher Li. Understood, the man nodded, holding back the eager girl. Lu Chang then plunged into the dim, shadowy depths of the sewer. As he entered the underground realm, darkness enveloped his sight. The world within remained shrouded in blackness, rendering the beam of light from Li Qingshui's flashlight extraordinarily piercing and vivid. Upon his arrival in this subterranean domain, Lu Chang's eyes were immediately drawn to the luminous glow emanating from Li Qingshui's hand. The light burst forth from the flashlight, etching its brilliance onto the dark walls, revealing an expanse of immense plant roots. However, upon returning to this world that instilled fear within him, Lu Chang had no inclination to observe the roots of plants. As he clung to the last iron ladder, his feet barely touching the ground, he called out towards the source of light. Teacher Li, hurry up. There is no danger here. Li Qingshui responded with a slight smile, yet the beam of the flashlight rendered that smile eerily unsettling. Come and see. The sight here is extraordinarily unique. What is so unique about it? Aren't those merely roots of some plants? Lu Chang remained hesitant, his feet still barely above the ground. No, this is a magnificent world. As he spoke, the beam of light in Li Qingshui's hand gently shifted, illuminating the subterranean realm. Thus, Lu Chang beheld the grandeur of this world. It was teeming with roots of various plants. Some clung to the walls, others traversed the entire drainage system, and some delved deep into the earth, as if this vast network of roots had claimed dominion over the subterranean expanse of the city. Wherever the light reached, wherever his gaze fell, there lay these robust roots. This extraordinary sight inadvertently conjured images of the mythical world tree in his mind. What is this? Seeing the peculiar spectacle, Lu Chang instinctively descended from the ladder and touched a root that was several times thicker than his waist, inquiring, "Which tree does this root belong to?" "I do not know. It does not originate from this area, but rather extends from afar." Li Qingshui spoke as he swatted away Lu Chang's hand, which was gently caressing the plant's roots. "Do not touch recklessly. There is acidic liquid present that could corrode your skin," he cautioned. "I suspect these roots possess a degree of aggression, but for now, they appear to be dormant and have not yet reacted to us." No sooner had Li Qingshui finished speaking than Lu Chang noticed several slender roots subtly writhing under the illumination, reminiscent of the faint breaths of a slumbering individual, rather than the typical stillness exhibited by most plants. No wonder there are no sewer monsters here. They have all been absorbed by this vegetation. Upon witnessing the wriggling roots, a chilling memory surged through Lu Chang's mind, one of being engulfed by these creeping tendrils that enveloped him and absorbed the digestive fluid. He shivered involuntarily. "We should leave quickly. If they awaken, we are finished." "I wish to collect a sample before we depart," Li Qingshui replied, tearing a rag from his clothing to wrap around his left hand. He then produced a knife from his pocket and swiftly severed a small segment of the delicate root. At this action, Lu Chang, standing beside him, trembled in fright and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Chapter 38. Flesh and weapons do not worry. It is so large that removing such a small segment is akin to plucking a single hair from a person's body, imperceptible. As Li Qingshui spoke, he hastily caught the severed root with his palm wrapped in tattered cloth. When the flashlight illuminated it, both men beheld the root writhing like a lizard's severed tail, splattering corrosive mucus that scorched a substantial portion of the fabric. What a wondrous plant! Gazing intently at the quivering root, Li Qingshui's eyes sparkled as if he were beholding a rare treasure. "All right, enough of this. We must leave swiftly. I sense you are beginning to resemble a madman." With that, Lu Chang approached Li Qingshui and forcibly guided him towards the iron staircase, exclaiming, "We must exit quickly. The colossal tree may awaken at any moment." Indeed, this time, Li Qingshui offered no rebuttal. After securing his knife and wrapping the writhing plant, he ascended the iron staircase. "Madman," Lu Chang sighed, following suit and emerging once more into the world shrouded in crimson mist. "Let us proceed." Upon emerging from the sewer, the two discovered the anxious faces of the portly man and the young girl waiting for them, as well as a soldier tugging at the grass on the ground. "That thing is inedible." Li Qingshui observed several soldiers engaged in uprooting grass and patted one on the shoulder, warning, "Consuming that grass will result in severe diarrhea, and you might even expel your intestines." "Oh." A group of soldiers, swayed by Li Qingshui's words, skeptically discarded the greenish plant resembling a small cabbage, expressing their disappointment. "If that is the case, let us return." "Very well." Lu Chang nodded in agreement, eager to leave this place. The journey back to the military district was marked by silence. Lu Chang and Li Qingshui, accompanied by the soldiers, soon found themselves in an office-like setting where a soldier had been awaiting their arrival. Upon scrutinizing this soldier, Lu Chang realized he was none other than the capable platoon leader whom he had encountered during the previous incident involving Xiaoyang's father. "Greetings, sir." Having formed a favorable impression during their last meeting, Lu Chang took the initiative to greet him upon entering. The platoon leader paused momentarily upon recognizing Lu Chang, clearly recalling the young man. "Hello, please take a seat." He gestured towards the square stools in front of the desk. "There are but a couple of matters to address. First, to express our gratitude for the provisions you have provided to the military. Second, to inquire about the source of these provisions, specifically the methods by which you acquired them." As he spoke, the platoon leader retrieved a package from below, stating, "This dog weighs a total of 70 pounds, of which I have had the inedible parts, amounting to over 10 pounds, removed. We now have more than 50 pounds of edible meat and bones. If you agree, we will take the inedible portions and provide you with over 20 pounds of the edible meat, leaving you with 30 pounds. Alternatively, we can arrange it the other way around. Certainly, if you could furnish us with efficient hunting methods, we would forego any claim to the meat, and even offer you some biscuits in return. What do you think?" The squad leader remarked, casting a glance at Li Qingshui and Lu Chang, evidently seeking their opinions. "In truth, there is not much to it. One merely needs to pay attention to the praised sense of smell and hearing, as documented in various texts. I have little to add." Noticing the squad leader's gaze upon her, Li Qingshui replied, "The rest is merely a matter of luck. There is nothing more to it." "Truly nothing more?" The squad leader's eyes flitted across the faces of the young girl, the stout fellow, and Lu Chang before he inquired, "Among you, there must be a mutant, correct?" "Huh." The group was taken aback. "Do not display such expressions. Mutants began to emerge a few days ago. With so many personnel in our ranks, it is only natural that there would be some mutants among us, albeit in limited numbers." The squad leader tapped the table. "Have you ever considered serving in the military?" "We are merely fortunate," Li Qingshui murmured, her expression impassive. "Very well, should you come to a decision, you may seek me out at any time. I shall not dwell further on this topic. Now, let us discuss how to divide the meat. We only require our share for sustenance," Lu Chang interjected eagerly. "Agreed." The squad leader nodded, pushing the 30 pounds of meat towards Lu Chang. "Do not cause any disturbances while consuming it. You are all aware of the current situation outside. The military kitchen has provided you with a space. Consume it discreetly and avoid drawing attention. Moreover, it has been over an hour since the demise of this dog, and the flesh has begun to emit an unpleasant odor. If not consumed promptly, it will spoil. We are aware of this." As Lu Chang received the meat and caught a whiff of the pungent smell wafting from it, his hungry stomach convulsed unexpectedly. Yet, he did not hasten to depart. Instead, he inquired on the spot, "Could I exchange this meat for a firearm? Exchange for a gun?" The squad leader frowned. "Indeed, I wish to barter for a firearm for future hunting endeavors." Lu Chang held the meat in his hands and continued, "There are 30 pounds of meat here, which we cannot consume in one sitting. Anything left uneaten will spoil, leading to waste. Thus, I propose to trade 10 pounds of meat for a military-grade rifle suitable for hunting, which would aid in our survival. Exchanging for a gun is out of the question. I lack the authority for such transactions." The squad leader interrupted Lu Chang before he could finish his sentence. Just as Lu Chang felt disheartened and contemplated offering meat in exchange for biscuits instead, the squad leader spoke again. "While a firearm is not feasible, a military assault crossbow would serve as a superior alternative for hunting." As he spoke, he gestured discreetly to a soldier beside Lu Chang, who understood and departed from the scene. Moments later, the soldier returned with a green crossbow, placing it upon the squad leader's desk. This crossbow bore distinct military characteristics. With a camouflaged green and brown pattern akin to that of field uniforms, designed for concealment in the jungle, the structure resembled that of a crossbow, measuring the width of an adult man's forearm horizontally, while its vertical length was double that. The metallic material gleamed brilliantly, presenting an impressive sight. What do you think? This military assault crossbow is indeed a high-quality weapon. In the realm of wilderness hunting, this particular tool proves to be remarkably convenient, devoid of flames and noise, thus facilitating stealthy ambushes. Moreover, at close to mid-range, the bolts it fires possess a significantly greater power than the bullets of a conventional assault rifle. Although it bears the drawbacks of a slower rate of fire and inferior ballistic performance, it is not intended for indiscriminate shooting or murder. Indeed, this weapon is impeccably suited for hunting. The squad leader, caressing the weapon presented by the soldier, inquired, "What do you think?" 15 pounds of bone and flesh, accompanied by 7 large crossbow bolts and 10 smaller ones. Deal? As Lu Chang gazed at the army green assault crossbow, a spark ignited in his eyes. With this weapon, coupled with his vision, the little girl's intuition, and Li Qingshui's experience, he was confident that future hunts would not prove as arduous as this one. Excellent. With Lu Chang's agreement, the squad leader took half of the neatly cut bone and flesh from him. Once the leader had collected his share, Lu Chang reclaimed his belongings, marking the completion of this transaction with the military. "If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." The squad leader glanced at the aromatic bone and flesh on the table, his expression betraying a sense of urgency. Evidently, he wished to avoid wasting any time. Understood. Gathering his possessions, Lu Chang and his companions waved their farewells. One last reminder: when consuming food, be sure to avoid causing any disturbances. A hungry crowd can be quite terrifying, and chaos is infectious. Chapter 39. The aroma of meat. Rest assured, we understand. Lu Chang and the others nodded and departed. "Do you know where the kitchen assigned to us by the platoon leader is?" Upon exiting, Lu Chang picked up a limping little girl. "Yes, I do." "That's good. How is your injury?" Li Qingshui inquired. "It's nothing serious. The bite from that little wolf dog wasn't too strong. It only grazed my flesh without damaging any bones. It hurts a bit, but it doesn't hinder my movement." Lu Chang cast a glance at the scar on his leg and continued, "I feel that my wound is healing faster than before. By tomorrow, I should be just fine." That is reassuring. The matter of hunting cannot be neglected even for a day. Li Qingshui looked at the crossbow arrow in Lu Chang's hand and remarked, although you now have the means, and after this meal, you should replenish your strength. We must remember that humans need 3 meals a day, and food cannot be stored indefinitely. A sense of urgency is essential. Moreover, in hunting, luck constitutes 50% of the success rate, so we must not be careless. I understand. Lu Chang nodded, gazing out at the crimson sky. In this world, I have never been careless. Indeed. As they chatted leisurely, Li Qingshui led Lu Chang and the others to a small kitchen. Standing at the entrance, Lu Chang observed that this kitchen was quite modest. Not the kind meant for preparing large quantities for the troops, but rather equipped with small pots and stoves, likely intended for the leaders and officers. This is it. Fatty, go summon Zhu Lin. Let us share a meal together. Upon receiving instructions from Li Qingshui, the portly fellow dashed over with surprising alacrity, displaying a vigor that belied his days of hunger in the apocalypse. The mere mention of food invigorated everyone's spirits. Lu Chang chuckled, let us proceed, teacher Li, and commence our culinary endeavors. Indeed, Li Qingshui replied, nodding as he rolled up the sleeves of his already tattered shirt, lifting it above his shoulders before carrying the meat inside. What followed was a flurry of culinary activity. Lu Chang, rarely tasked with cooking at home, had grown accustomed to the indolence that comes with parental care. Yet, despite having never cooked pork, he had observed its preparation. Thus he set aside his crossbow and joined Li Qingshui in arranging the meat on the cutting board, diligently slicing and preparing it. I told you. Today we would have meat to feast upon, Lu Chang exclaimed, brandishing a slice of meat in a triumphant display for the little girl beside him. Look, indeed we have something to eat. The young girl gazed at the meat, swallowing hard and nodding vigorously in response. Meanwhile, the portly man called over Zhu Lin, and soon they too joined in the culinary efforts. As they handled the precious food, which had been procured at great personal risk, Lu Chang treated each piece with utmost reverence, contemplating each cut carefully, fearful of marring this exquisite bounty. Regarding the meat, Li Qingshui, adhering to the principle of preserving nutrition, strongly insisted on a clear broth preparation. According to his assertion, by utilizing this method, the broth could also be consumed to replenish bodily energy. And this culinary technique inherently minimizes the loss of food nutrients, making it more suitable for survival than other cooking methods. His irrefutable argument was, of course, endorsed by others. And soon a large pot of dog meat soup was placed before the 5 of them. The aroma of the cooked meat wafted enticingly, captivating the 5 as they gathered around the pot, unable to resist the temptation. I finally understood why ancient people prayed in gratitude before meals. Lu Chang picked up a pair of chopsticks, hands clasped together. I now feel as though I am bestowed with a divine gift while dining. Let us express our gratitude for the blessings of heaven that grant us sustenance. The plump fellow exclaimed, as he produced a spoon and, without blowing on it, gulped down a spoonful of the piping hot broth. He then let out a deep sigh of contentment, exclaiming, thank the heavens, this is the essence of life. Indeed, it surpasses the foul-tasting soup we had last night by a multitude. Lu Chang also scooped a spoonful, placing it in his mouth. The rich flavor cascaded from his taste buds to his mind, and with that single sip, every pore in his body seemed to open up. Consequently, he found himself echoing the plump fellow's sentiments of gratitude to the heavens. And let us not speak of that dish. Earlier today, Zhu Lin and I could no longer withstand our hunger and sampled some of that foul leftover dish you all had not cooked yesterday. It was utterly dreadful. The plump fellow remarked, shoving another generous bite of meat into his mouth. With a hint of disbelief, one might recall a previous assertion that one could hardly eat. Yet it seems that Teacher Li's wisdom rings true. When hunger strikes with urgency, anything becomes palatable. Observing the little girl beside him, who had yet to touch her chopsticks, Lu Chang offered her a piece of meat, cheerfully encouraging, go on, eat up. This meat bears witness to your contribution as well. Do not hold back. Today, one person devoured 3 pounds of both bones and meat. Feast freely. If you find yourself still hungry, I shall bring you more tomorrow. The girl cast a glance at Lu Chang, hesitated no longer, and began to eat voraciously, much like a stray kitten savoring its meal. In that fleeting moment, all were enveloped in a shared bliss. In the midst of despair, this stolen meal felt like a slice of paradise. As everyone relished the happiness of the hour, words fell silent, and the room was filled with the primal sounds of humanity consuming sustenance. As the meal approached its conclusion, "Once we finish dining, you should practice using that crossbow." It was Li Qingshui who first disrupted the tranquil atmosphere. After placing his empty bowl and chopsticks aside, he turned to Lu Chang to impart, "The more you practice, the more adept you shall become. As for archery techniques, I am no expert. You must explore that realm on your own. It's a skill that requires mastery. Also, the crossbow is rather new and reflective. Be sure to smear some dust on it later for better concealment." Understood, Lu Chang nodded, swallowing the last piece of meat from his bowl. The cherished moments of their meal slipped away all too swiftly. A large pot of meat soup, filled with broth, meat, and bones, was consumed voraciously by 5 individuals. After indulging in their feast, they gradually departed from the kitchen, which was devoid of food yet replete with spices. The other 4 returned to their dormitory, while Lu Chang ventured alone to a secluded corner of the military compound, intent on mastering the use of a crossbow. Amidst the fog-laden grass, Lu Chang examined the weapon in his hands. He began by analyzing its construction, which, like most cold weapons, was quite straightforward. The bow's arc was tethered at both ends by metallic strings, with a long grip extending from its rear. At the front of the crossbow, a horizontal slot housed 17 arrows, arranged in a cross-like formation to facilitate retrieval during shooting and to prevent self-injury while in motion. Adjacent to the bow was a small lever to draw the string. Lu Chang attempted to pull the string back and discovered it required considerable strength for an untrained person. Even the act of stringing it would pose a significant challenge. However, this was not a daunting task for Lu Chang. With a firm pull, he drew back the string and retrieved a long arrow from the slot. Steadying the crossbow, he aimed at a large tree several meters away and pulled the trigger. Chapter 40. Betrayal. With a swift whoosh, the arrow was propelled forth by the formidable force of the metal crossbow string, emitting a faint, piercing wail as it sliced through the air. In a flash of darkness, the arrowhead embedded itself deeply into the tree trunk. Observing this, Lu Chang hurriedly approached to inspect his achievement. The crossbow bolt, measuring 40 centimeters in length, had penetrated the tree to a depth of 30 centimeters, leaving only the fletching exposed. Grasping the arrow's tail with one hand, he exerted considerable effort, pulling it free from the tree's grasp after numerous attempts. What immense strength! Lu Chang gazed at the deep hole in the tree and the sap oozing forth, marveling. Its power far surpasses that of a service pistol, if one considers its mass. This crossbow bolt is indeed more potent than a military rifle bullet within a 30-meter range. Regrettably, the trajectory was somewhat lacking. Upon examining the wound in the tree, he noted that the entry point was slightly lower than his aim, indicating a parabolic flight path for the bolt. Due to its substantial weight, the trajectory was indeed more challenging to predict than that of a bullet. Additionally, while it was certainly more formidable than a rifle bullet at close range, its effectiveness diminished significantly beyond 50 meters. Fortunately, in the midst of this fog-laden atmosphere, even Lu Chang himself found it difficult to discern objects beyond 8 meters. Thus, the issue of 50 meters had never crossed his mind. What he must now undertake is to test the attributes of the crossbow bolts and to refine his proficiency with the crossbow, while simultaneously honing his accuracy in close-range shooting of prey. Thus, an entire afternoon slipped away, during which his endeavors left countless punctures upon the trunk of the great tree. Of course, had that tree evolved to possess a sense of aggression, the culprit behind this destruction, Lu Chang, would have long since been torn asunder by its wrath. Alas, in its evolutionary journey, it lagged behind its formidable counterparts deeply rooted in the underground world, failing to transform into that colossal and terrifying monstrosity. It remained merely a tree, albeit slightly more robust than before. This afternoon's trials yielded significant gains for Lu Chang. He has now mastered the art of knocking the crossbow in the briefest of moments, and has come to comprehend the distinctions in trajectory and power between long and short crossbow bolts. For shooting distances within 10 meters, he has developed a commendable grasp of the nuances, making the process feel remarkably seamless. As dusk descended, Lu Chang's visibility diminished amidst the dense fog. When his sight range contracted to within 3 meters, he decisively departed, retracting his bolts and making his way homeward. Traversing through the darkened crimson world, the mist swirled around him, flowing slowly past as he moved like a mouse stirring a pot of soup, navigating through the thick fog until he reached the confines of his dormitory. Upon returning to the threshold of his room on the first floor, Lu Chang's keen sense of smell detected a familiar scent of decay wafting from within. A sudden tension gripped his heart. The presence of the stench indicated the existence of a corpse, and the implication of death within his own quarters was unmistakable. Lu Chang had a strong inkling of who the deceased might be. As he pushed the door open and entered the room, he indeed beheld the lifeless form of an elderly man covered by a white sheet on the sole bed of the small household. The sheet concealed most of the body, leaving only the head exposed to the air. Beside the corpse lay another frail elder, his feeble breaths scarcely stronger than those of the lifeless figure nearby. A true embodiment of impending demise. Guarding the two elders was a solitary woman who had never uttered a word. She sat on the edge of the bed like a marionette, her face devoid of expression, tears absent, and sorrow indiscernible. Occasionally, she would gently wipe the beads of sweat from the forehead of the other elder, though her visage bore no trace of grief. The aura she exuded was steeped in profound sadness. With a heavy sigh, Lu Chang stepped into the room, permeated by a pungent odor, and walked past the elder's corpse to sit on his own bed beside it. A wave of melancholy washed over him, reminiscent of the sorrow felt when a rabbit dies alongside a fox. Just last night, he had hesitated to offer a bed to the two elders, and now one of them had departed from this world. Regret swelled within Lu Chang as he pondered whether, had he made the sacrifice of offering them a bed, it might have bestowed upon their lives a final flicker of warmth before the inevitable end. Yet, he found himself pondering, had he not rested well the previous night, would he have been able to evade the countless brushes with death when confronting the colossal hound today? Would fate, in its twisted irony, allow him to witness the beast seize its prey? Could he ultimately remain alive, seated here in this moment? If granted the opportunity to choose anew, would he alter his previous decisions? Thus, he became ensnared in profound internal conflict, trapped in a logical conundrum. At that moment, a large hand gently patted his shoulder. Lu Chang looked up to find Li Qingshui. "Come, step outside with me for a smoke," Li Qingshui suggested, producing a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his back pocket, the origin of which remained a mystery, and offering one to Lu Chang. Holding the tobacco, Lu Chang noticed even the dry cigarettes appeared somewhat moldy in this dreadful world. The once pristine white paper had taken on a yellowish-green hue, reminiscent of the elderly man lying in bed. "Let us go?" "All right." The two exchanged little conversation, clutching their cigarettes as they left the dormitory in single file. Upon reaching the corridor, leaning against a bed, Lu Chang accepted a lighter and ignited his cigarette. "Do you know when I last lit a cigarette?" "No. It was when Lu Tao passed away." Lu Chang touched the fingerbone necklace resting against his chest and continued. "On the first day the red mist descended, he asked me for a smoke, but I had none. Later, we sought medicine together for our infected wounds, and then, after we found the medicine and consumed it, I survived, yet he perished. Upon awakening, I lit a cigarette for his corpse." Upon finishing his statement, Lu Chang took a deep drag from his cigarette. "The elderly resident of that household has passed away. Do you feel a tinge of sorrow?" Li Qingshui did not engage with Lu Chang's remark, but instead glanced at him and shifted the topic. "Perhaps a little, but I wouldn't call it sorrow." Exhaling the acrid smoke, Lu Chang pondered for a moment and remarked, "It should be termed discomfort. After all, I had little interaction with her, merely a sense of sympathy." "The term sympathy is aptly employed. I sought you out to discuss this matter." Li Qingshui seized upon Lu Chang's comment and continued, "I came specifically to advise you against harboring such sentiments, as they may undermine your zeal for survival." "Why?" Lu Chang inquired, puzzled. "Because to feel sympathy for the weak is, in essence, a betrayal of nature." After a brief silence, Li Qingshui articulated words that left Lu Chang momentarily stunned. Sensing his tone lacked sufficient gravity, he added, "What kind of world do we inhabit now? It is no longer the human society of yore. We have reverted to a primal state of existence. Survival of the fittest. Your choice last night was unequivocally the right one. Do not allow this incident to cloud your judgment regarding survival. Next time, ensure that sympathy does not sway you into making erroneous choices. For those destined for elimination will ultimately meet their fate. Do not let a misjudgment lead to the downfall of those who should persist." Li Qingshui's words plunged Lu Chang into contemplation, and a momentary silence enveloped the corridor. "Thank you." After a moment, Lu Chang lifted his bowed head and, with a bitter smile, remarked, "But if one has lost even their compassion, would that not constitute a betrayal of humanity? Do not dwell on such a complex notion as human nature, for it will ensnare you in a philosophical quagmire. Simply strive to live well. That would not be a betrayal of yourself, your family, nor of me, the stout man, or the little girl. Above all, it is not a betrayal of your own life. Upon concluding this plan, Li Qingshui inhaled the remainder of his cigarette in one swift motion, forcefully discarding the butt onto the ground and extinguishing it with his foot, before turning and entering the dormitory. Chapter 41. Death and Mutation. This was the first occasion on which Lu Chang witnessed Li Qingshui display such emotional fervor and speak with such intensity. Previously, Li Qingshui had embodied a demeanor that mirrored his name, serene and unperturbed, like a gentle breeze over calm waters. The fervency in his words suggested to Lu Chang that they were not merely intended for others, but rather served as a form of emotional self-hypnosis. It appeared that he too bore the weight of moral pressure. With a sigh, Lu Chang discarded his cigarette butt and returned to his dormitory. Upon opening the door and traversing the corridor, he settled back onto his bed. Hardly had he rested for a moment when the dormitory door swung open once more. This time, 2 soldiers entered, accompanied by Xiao Yang's mother. Upon her entrance, she pointed to the bed beside Lu Chang and exclaimed, "There, that one. The person has been dead for over 2 hours, and it already reeks. I told her to bury the body, but she refuses. Tell me, what reason could there possibly be for leaving a corpse unburied? Not only is it foul-smelling, but what if some infectious disease were to arise? Who would dare to reside in this room?" At the sound of Xiao Yang's mother's outcry, Lu Chang lifted his gaze to the young woman beside him. Noticing her reaction to the words, he observed her body tremble slightly before she finally spoke. "I just wanted to spend a little more time with my mother," she said, casting another glance at the corpse, which had begun to bubble. This young lady. After 2 soldiers entered, one of them sighed and said, "We fully understand your desire to spend more time with your family, but we can no longer afford such considerations. Please allow us to handle the body. As you know, great disasters inevitably lead to great epidemics. The accumulation of corpses can easily result in a plague. We have received directives from our superiors regarding the recent fatalities in the barracks. These bodies must be cremated without exception, and we hope for your understanding." The 2 soldiers, having spoken, turned to the young woman, awaiting her response. However, after nearly 2 minutes of silence, seeing no intention from her to rise and yield, one soldier stepped forward and gently moved the woman aside, while the other approached to drag her mother's body away. The girl did not struggle in the soldier's embrace, but began to weep softly, her voice a muted sob, yet tears streamed down from her sunken eyes. The other soldier, maintaining his focus, did not spare her a glance or utter a word. He advanced with gloved hands, grasping the corpse by the ankle, and with a swift motion, he skillfully maneuvered the body to the side of the bed, exuding an air of professionalism that suggested he had dealt with numerous similar situations in recent days. However, just as he was preparing to lift the body for removal with practiced ease, the elderly man on the opposite side of the corpse suddenly stirred. His body trembled as he turned to glance at the soldier preparing to remove his deceased partner's body. His eyes moved, fixating intently on her lifeless form, tears streaming down his cheeks. After a moment of such intense gaze, his mouth opened wide, and a resonant, drawn-out "r" escaped his throat. The sound was exceptionally loud, echoing with a prolonged breath. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang understood that he too was nearing the end. This was the final gasp of a dying man. As the old man exhaled his last breath, producing a sound akin to a hiccup, his head tilted, and he succumbed completely. The 2 soldiers, witnessing this scene, stood in stunned silence for several moments. Then, the soldier who had been carrying the young woman gently placed her beside a bed before approaching the elderly man's body to check his pulse. He shook his head at the woman, then assisted the other soldier in carrying out both corpses in succession. Is this the apocalypse? Observing this, Lu Chang inexplicably thought of his own parents, unable to bear the expression of the young woman. He lay down on the bed, clutching his father's finger bone, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. He refrained from looking at the woman's face for fear of seeing a reflection of his own future, understanding that the likelihood of his parents surviving was exceedingly low. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this grim reality, resolutely avoiding the sight of her expression. Indeed, humanity is a creature of boundless imagination. The more one endeavors to suppress a thought, the more it manifests in one's mind, often in bizarre and unsettling forms. With his eyes closed, Lu Chang transitioned from contemplating the demise of the parents of another to reflecting on his own parents' mortality. This contemplation of death led him to envision corpses, and eventually, to the haunting image of zombies. He had previously perused numerous zombie novels and often pondered the nature of humanity's fear of such entities. In this moment, he finally grasped the enigma that had long eluded him. The fear of zombies surpasses that of tigers, perhaps merely because individuals dread confronting the visage of their posthumous selves. Carrying this tumultuous stream of thoughts, Liu Chang unknowingly slipped into slumber, allowing a chaotic and perilous day to fade into the past. Within the span of this single apocalyptic day, he had experienced hunger, sought sustenance, brushed against death, wept, laughed, felt satiated, and endured discomfort. It seemed that this singular day of the apocalypse encapsulated a decade's worth of emotional tumult. He had never realized that when faced with death, one could unleash such a torrent of profound feelings. In the ensuing days, this intensity of emotion persisted. Liu Chang ventured out to hunt during the day, only to return at night to witness lifeless bodies being discarded into the makeshift crematorium erected within the military camp. In just a few days, the toll of human mortality within this encampment had surpassed half, as hunger and disease began to wreak havoc, leading to widespread fatalities. In the initial days, the elderly and children bore the brunt of the calamity, the former succumbing to the frailties of age, while the latter suffered from an underdeveloped immune system, lacking the resilience of adults. Within a matter of days, the majority of the elderly and children in the camp perished, their lifeless forms, some aged, others tenderly young, cast into the flames alongside the anguished cries of their kin, reduced to mere ashes. In the ensuing 3 to 4 days, the grim specter of death, having claimed the old and the young, turned its attention to adults and adolescents. A significant portion of the less robust adults also succumbed. Yet those who survived gradually acclimated to their harsh environment over the span of these few days, developing remarkable new capacities. Most notably, their digestive systems underwent substantial enhancement. Previously inedible plants, those with slight toxins, excessive hardness, or low nutritional absorption, were now easily processed by their strengthened stomachs. Thus, while hunger still plagued the survivors daily, they had managed to claw their way back from the brink of death. Accompanying the evolution of their digestive systems was the fortification of their immune systems. Illness became a rarity among the living, and the likelihood of wound infections diminished to its lowest ebb. On the final day in the military zone, death from disease was no longer a widespread tragedy. Under the formidable law of natural selection, those who had perished were swiftly lost, while the survivors emerged remarkably robust, transformed into powerful entities sculpted by nature itself. Each individual's body experienced varying degrees of evolution. Bones became more resilient, muscles grew stronger, and a fortunate few even manifested extraordinary abilities due to mutations. During this nearly week-long period of human mortality and mutation, Liu Chang's physique underwent a transformation alongside others, becoming significantly more robust. His sensory abilities also experienced a slight enhancement. Throughout this week, he ventured out to hunt daily, yet he had only managed to capture prey on 2 occasions. The first was a large field water snake, and the second, which was this time, was a chicken, indeed. A chicken, the kind once domesticated, now astonishingly grown to half a person's size. Carrying this chicken, Liu Chang made his way to the kitchen, where he sought out the military's small food overseer, Mao Yishuan. Chapter 42. The Realm of the Mind. Mao Yishuan is an acquaintance Liu Chang made a few days prior during the Great Death period. He seemed to have previously served in the military, overseeing a cooking team responsible for preparing meals for the leadership. Currently, during this extraordinary time, he has acquired a minor leadership role within the military grain management group due to his position. The manner in which Liu Chang met him was rather straightforward. While a few individuals were in the kitchen preparing snake meat, Mao Yishuan, who had come to fetch supplies, caught sight of them. Following a casual conversation, driven by mutual interests, they reached an agreement for a food exchange. Liu Chang traded his surplus snake meat for a handful of biscuits. This exchange proved beneficial for both parties. Liu Chang and his companions received easily preservable food, while Mao Yishuan acquired a source of protein. It was indeed a win-win situation. However, during the trading process, Liu Chang experienced a slight disadvantage, which he could comprehend, given the perishable nature of the meat that would otherwise spoil without a trade. The urgency of the transaction inherently diminished its value. Yet, the other party did not impose an excessive discount, which could be considered a sign of fairness, a decent man from Shandong. Thus, after their initial transaction, Liu Chang took the initiative to approach him again. "Hey, buddy, guess what I've got this time?" Liu Chang exclaimed as he entered the kitchen, adopting an exaggerated expression in an attempt to elevate the perceived worth of his goods. Chicken. Yes, chicken. How long has it been since you last had chicken? In the past, this was considered genuine meat, not like that snake meat from before. Surely, this chicken can earn me a few more biscuits, right? Haha, chicken. Excellent, excellent. The robust man from Shandong gazed at the large rooster that Lu Chang was carrying, his eyes gleaming with envy as he exclaimed twice, "Good." He then complimented, "You truly are an extraordinary individual. Within just a week, you've managed to procure meat twice, something few can achieve in the entire military camp. Luck, perhaps. Nevertheless, this rooster weighs around 50 pounds. I'll give you 30 pounds in exchange for 10 pounds of biscuits," Lu Chang declared as he placed the rooster on the stove. 10 pounds. You are being rather greedy, aren't you? While this rooster may weigh 50 pounds, how much of that is actually edible? Moreover, this meat cannot be preserved. Therefore, exchanging it for perishable food cannot possibly be at a 2-to-1 ratio, the Shandong man replied with a sincere yet naive expression, engaging in the negotiation with a demeanor that appeared particularly earnest. However, Lu Chang was not swayed by this approach. He understood that this meat was earned at the cost of one's life, intended for sustenance. Come now, the biscuits from the army must be nearing their expiration. Regardless of how well they were preserved, they might last another 2 or 3 days at best. If they are simply going to sit idle, it would be better to trade them for my rooster. Lu Chang frowned, adopting the disdainful expression he had previously loathed, reminiscent of an elderly woman haggling at the market. Furthermore, even if I give you 30 pounds of chicken, there would still be around 20 pounds of edible meat. After all, it's meat. You've heard, haven't you? Those who consume meat gain strength far more rapidly than those who merely forage for wild greens. Such is the powerful effect of protein. And as for your claim that such food is unsuitable for preservation, nonsense. The military personnel are so numerous that, without a doubt, they could consume not just 20 pounds but 200 pounds in an instant. Thus, the notion of preservation being a disadvantage is utterly nonsensical to you. This is undoubtedly a surefire transaction, exchanging 10 pounds of provisions for over 20 pounds of meat. I need not elaborate further, and there will be no negotiation. Oh, never mind, never mind. Mao Yishuan gazed at the rooster on the stove and chuckled. Well, considering it is chicken, I shall grant you a bit more this time. Just wait. With that, he exited the kitchen. No sooner had he departed than a little girl arrived with Li Qingshui and several others. Xiaojing informed us that you have procured some meat today. Upon arriving, Li Qingshui looked at the chicken and inquired, "How do you intend to handle it?" "I'll trade some for biscuits and consume the rest, just as we did last time," Lu Chang replied. "Oh," Li Qingshui nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. The others, aware of the impending events, prepared a large pot of boiling water and patiently awaited the arrival of their companion. Moments later, Mao Yishuan entered, carrying a small half-box of biscuits. After exchanging smiles with the group, he produced the boiling water and commenced the process of plucking and bleeding the rooster. Once completed, he weighed the chicken and took his portion according to their previously agreed ratio. By the way, when I went to fetch the biscuits, they inquired about the situation. After I honestly responded, they seemed intrigued by you and subsequently reviewed your records. It appears you have previously engaged in exchanges with others in the military for meat. It appears that your encounters with flesh have not been infrequent. Just moments ago, our superior expressed a fervent desire for you to join them and share your methods of hunting. As the chicken was placed into a plastic bag, Mao Yishuan continued, stating that should any of you possess a mutation in the brain region, arrangements could be made to ensure your safe transport to the provincial capital. Our unit has recently established contact with individuals from the province who seem particularly interested in those with brain mutations. They claim that if such individuals were to arrive in the provincial capital, they would be provided with secure accommodations and ample sustenance. Having stated this as a matter of routine, Mao Yishuan waved his hand and remarked, "I have conveyed the message. It is merely a suggestion from the higher-ups, and you need not take it too seriously." He acknowledged that those with brain mutations appear to be quite rare, with our entire unit seemingly possessing only one. Thus, he encouraged you to focus more on the matter of hunting methods. After delivering this statement, Mao Yishuan had no desire to linger, grasping the plastic bag and departing, leaving behind a group lost in contemplation. Brain mutation? Lu Chang pondered this term, casting his gaze towards a nearby young girl and Li Qingshui. The former has the ability to perceive external life, while the latter possesses formidable memory and computational skills, both undoubtedly qualifying as mutations of the brain. Therefore, Let us all feign ignorance of this matter and continue with our tasks. Li Qingshui interjected with a spirited tone, proclaiming, "Every opportunity to indulge in meat is a cause for celebration. It is a rare moment of relaxation, and we should not allow the words of others to disrupt our existing atmosphere." Indeed, indeed. The stout man chuckled. First and foremost, we should be grateful to be alive. And secondly, we are faring better than many others. If it doesn't concern you, there's no need to dwell on it. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the little girl. Upon meeting his gaze, she turned to Lu Chang and, after uttering, "I don't want to go anywhere," she tugged at his sleeve and chose silence. Only Zhu Lin glanced at Li Qingshui and then at the little girl, remaining mute. Fortunately, this silence was but a fleeting moment. When the stout man called out for a second time to commence the meal, the atmosphere regained its liveliness. It seemed the allure of meat had temporarily allowed everyone to forget their troubles. Lu Chang smiled, affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, and initiated the process of preparing another pot of stewed meat. After a hearty meal, Lu Chang looked up at the ceiling, savoring the lingering aroma of the meat, while Li Qingshui approached the box of biscuits to inspect the packaging. "It seems we cannot leave it for much longer," Li Qingshui remarked, tossing Lu Chang a packet of biscuits, saying, "Your nose is keen. Why not check if there's any scent inside?" Chapter 43. The first cycle. Lu Chang deftly caught the biscuit in midair and held it to his nose for a careful sniff. Strangely enough, it lacks any signs of mold, yet the original flavor has vanished entirely. It seems it is on the brink of spoiling. We must indeed consider alternative measures. Li Qingshui cast a glance at the box of biscuits and remarked, "The military rations are nearing their expiration as well, and they have already taken notice of our situation. It appears our supply of biscuits has been irrevocably severed. Didn't we hear rumors about someone attempting to cultivate grains?" The portly individual, filled with anxiety, interjected. "The plants outside are flourishing so abundantly that some have suggested reintroducing former grain varieties. Given the rapid growth of the other vegetation, it's conceivable that the yield cycle for grains could be reduced to less than 10 days. It is not that simple. Many once edible items are now inedible. Can you guarantee that the grains will be consumable? Remember, they are also a form of plant and subject to evolution and mutation," Li Qingshui countered. "Moreover, even if they are edible, what shall we do for the next 10 days? Do you wish to resort to consuming roots and wild grasses like those outside? What then? If we do not consume the provisions, they will spoil. Even if we have a ton of meat, we cannot finish it in one sitting, and it will go to waste," the anxious individual exclaimed, his words plunging the room into a momentary silence. "It appears we are left with no choice but to resort to that method." After a brief pause, Lu Chang broke the awkward silence, glancing at Zhu Lin as he spoke. "We can only employ the method she previously mentioned, implementing a more robust preservation technique for the meat." Upon Lu Chang's reminder, Li Qingshui immediately recalled a suggestion made by Zhu Lin about 10 days prior, regarding the use of formaldehyde to preserve corpses. Indeed, if formaldehyde were available, the meat could be preserved for 2 or 3 days even now. As long as the meat remains viable, the provisions we procure will hold value, ensuring that we do not face complete starvation, Lu Chang remarked with narrowed eyes. "Where can we find formaldehyde?" the hefty man inquired once more. "There are plenty in hospitals." Lu Chang thought back to his first visit to the hospital in search of medicine, though the notion of hospitals seemed somewhat ominous. "This method is feasible," Li Qingshui declared, rising from his small stool. "Let us proceed. It is getting late, and we can discuss further as we walk." After Li Qingshui stood, Lu Chang and the others followed suit. They engaged in discussion about the matter while tidying up the kitchen before departing, returning to their dormitory. At this moment, their living quarters appeared considerably more spacious than upon their arrival. The passing of individuals in the military camp had rendered what was once a crowded barack far more vacant. Originally, Lu Chang's dormitory was designed for 8 occupants, yet it had accommodated 12 from 3 families, leading to an insufficient number of beds. However, merely 10 days had elapsed, and the beds were no longer in high demand. Aside from Lu Chang's group, the other 2 families had suffered over half their losses. Xiao Gang, from a family of 4, had met a grim fate, being dismembered by a tentacled monster on the very next day after moving in. A few days ago, during the catastrophic period of death, his father succumbed to the relentless onslaught of bacteria, leaving only Xiao Yong and his mother behind. As for the wretched family of 3, it had been reduced to a solitary, taciturn young woman long before the arrival of the calamitous times. Ever since the demise of her parents, She had been teetering on the brink of mental collapse, subsisting daily on wild grasses and tree bark. Though her form had been ravaged to the point of near inhumanity, she remarkably persevered. Witnessing her survival, even Li Qingshui could not help but marvel at the resilience of human life. At this juncture, following the death of 4 individuals, the 8-person dormitory finally had enough beds. Moreover, due to the little girl's preference for sleeping alongside Lu Chang, an additional bed had been added to the dormitory, eradicating any disputes over sleeping arrangements. However, despite the absence of contention regarding the beds, the atmosphere remained far from relaxed. Rather, it had become even more oppressive. The specter of death and the gnawing hunger rendered the air as heavy as mercury, creating a bizarre ambience that felt eerily akin to a morgue. Should an unacquainted individual, untouched by the apocalyptic reality, enter this room, the weighty atmosphere would surely induce a sense of suffocation and nausea. Upon entering, Lu Chang and his companions chose silence, akin to their demeanor a few days prior. Their small group of 5 was a rarity since the onset of the apocalypse, a collective untouched by loss, which lent an air of unusual lightness to their interactions, starkly contrasting with the prevailing gloom surrounding them. Upon their return, they typically adopt a taciturn demeanor, adhering to local customs to avoid unsettling others. The 5 individuals engage in their respective pursuits in harmonious silence, eventually succumbing to slumber as darkness envelopes the land. Another night passes without utterance. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight ignite the crimson mist, they simultaneously awaken, instinctively rising from their beds in a primal quest for survival. Lu Chang and the little girl remain an unchanging hunting duo, while the stout man and Zhu Lin perpetually follow Li Qingshui in search of edible plants. These flora serve as vital sustenance when Lu Chang fails to procure meat, transforming into supplementary fare once he secures it, their significance rivaling that of the flesh he hunts. With their roles clearly delineated, they step into the embrace of nature, illuminated by the morning's first light, much like ancient primitives striving for nourishment and existence. Legends speak of fortune and misfortune arriving in pairs, embodying the truth that good luck is often followed by adversity. As they exit the dormitory, Li Qingshui pats Lu Chang on the shoulder, remarking, "Your luck was splendid yesterday with the capture of a chicken. May I wish you further success today. Thank you for your kind words." Lu Chang responds with a hearty laugh, crouching to lift the little girl onto his shoulders. After waving to the others, he fully immerses himself in the profound crimson ambience. Stepping out of the military compound and traversing through the dense underbrush, Lu Chang carried the little girl on his shoulders. His steps were not only steady but also remarkably swift. The second evolution of his body had bestowed upon him an immense strength, rendering the child almost weightless upon him. His expansive field of vision allowed him to perceive the surroundings with astonishing clarity within a range of 15 meters, making the once foggy world appear vividly distinct. "Xiao Jing, how much has your perceptual range increased over the past 2 days?" Lu Chang inquired, gripping his military crossbow as he moved stealthily. "Approximately over 130 meters. I believe the rate of increase has begun to slow down," she replied. Indeed, Teacher Li mentioned that the first significant mutation cycle for humanity has already passed. I wonder when the next one will occur. What is my current danger level? Chapter 44. The bullfrog perhaps somewhere between 3 and 4, the young girl remarked. Ordinary individuals have evolved to a level around 2, rendering them significantly stronger than before. Some individuals have even surpassed a value of 8. In terms of physical prowess, they are more robust than that colossal wild dog we once encountered. However, it remains uncertain whether those individuals possess any extraordinary abilities. As Lu Chang spoke, he habitually applied the pungent, odoriferous herb to himself. There should be none, right? Did not Teacher Li conclude a few days ago that the intensity of physical evolution bears little relation to the abilities that emerge from mutations? The rapid evolution of those individuals is indeed alarming, especially if they possess unique capabilities as well. Mutants are exceedingly rare, and those who undergo such extreme evolution are even scarcer. The probability of such unlikely events occurring simultaneously is minuscule. Take us, for instance. Although both Teacher Li and I have manifested abilities, our physical attributes are comparable to those of ordinary individuals, the young girl continued. You are fortunate to possess commendable physical statistics alongside special abilities. That is indeed true. And it is precisely for this reason that I find it somewhat easier to procure food, Lu Chang replied. Let us invigorate ourselves. Today we shall acquire some new ingredients." With a light chuckle, Lu Chang fell silent, while the young girl closed her eyes atop his head, beginning to scan their surroundings attentively. As Lu Chang entered the state of hunting, his mind became intensely focused, rendering his footsteps nearly silent upon the ground. His pores instinctively contracted, ceasing to emit the strong scent of humanity. The days spent in the pursuit of game had allowed him to fully adapt to the rhythm of hunting, leading his body to undergo corresponding evolutionary changes. The long neck of a giraffe, for instance, evolved through generations to reach the leaves of tall trees. This notion was articulated by Lamarck, who predated Darwin's theory of evolution. In the world of yore, a species required countless generations of selection and transformation to instigate change, a painstakingly slow process. However, in the present realm, amidst the formidable crimson mist, an individual seeking sustenance from lofty branches experiences a directional evolution of its genes, driven by the brain's desires. This evolution occurs at an astonishingly accelerated rate, comparable to the speed of light, a phenomenon befitting the splendor of this era. With his footsteps barely audible, the grass and gravel produced only the faintest rustle as he roamed like a ghostly hunter, driven solely by the primal instincts of survival. Throughout the morning, Lu Chang encountered living beings 7 times, yet they were either overwhelmingly powerful or communal insects, none of which constituted viable hunting targets, until the final encounter. Lu Chang, there is a singular life form ahead with a danger level of 5, approximately 110 meters to your right and slightly forward. A danger level of 5? Lu Chang, who had been searching intently, came to a halt, contemplating the possibility of a surprise attack. If successful, it would present an opportunity. The young girl nodded but cautioned him to be wary, for in a direct confrontation, he was no match for the creature. "Rest assured," he replied. Their collaboration in hunting over the past week had fostered a profound understanding between them. The girl had come to appreciate Lu Chang's cautious nature and no longer felt the need to dissuade him as she had in previous encounters. Upon detecting the life form nearby, she gracefully leaped from Lu Chang's side, allowing herself to blend into the underbrush. Her role was to scout, while the remaining tasks of hunting and ambushing were beyond her capability. Thus, during the hunting phase, her greatest contribution lay in not creating chaos. Crouched among the grass, she wrapped herself in the foliage, holding her breath and remaining utterly still, her gaze fixed on Lu Chang as he slowly advanced, shedding his shoes. Finding the direction of the downwind, Lu Chang moved stealthily, akin to a phantom cat, his padded feet muffling all sound. After gauging the wind's flow, he entered the hunting zone. As he proceeded, Lu Chang carefully readied his military crossbow, securing the bolt as he navigated cautiously towards the downwind area, following the location indicated by the girl. After traversing several hundred meters while circumventing the target area, he settled into the grass and finally spotted his quarry, a bullfrog. Indeed, it was a bullfrog, but not just any ordinary one. It was a frog of an impressive size, comparable to that of a bull. The creature's appearance closely resembles that of an ordinary frog from years past, with its grayish-green skin and large, expressive eyes, lying in wait among the grass, its throat pulsating rhythmically. While it bears a general resemblance to its predecessors, it is also distinctly different. This enormous frog, aside from its colossal size and greenish hide, is adorned with a tough, horn-like carapace reminiscent of rhinoceros horns, enveloping its body like a suit of armor, exuding an impression of formidable resilience against impact. This beast certainly poses a significant challenge. Lu Chang gripped his military crossbow, contemplating the disparity in strength between himself and the creature. Armed and in the position of ambush, he recognized that the danger posed by the frog surpassed his own. This meant that if his initial strike failed to inflict substantial harm, his hunting endeavor would be deemed a failure. Faced with prey that was slightly stronger than himself, a missed opportunity could easily result in being overpowered by the quarry, or worse, causing it to flee in fright. Thus, one must proceed with utmost caution. With his military crossbow in hand, Lu Chang meticulously sought out the frog's vulnerabilities. However, upon closer inspection, he found no apparent weaknesses. Its entire body was encased in that tough carapace, and he estimated that even if he managed to pierce it with a crossbow bolt, it would not penetrate deeply enough to reach its vital organs and inflict significant damage. Consequently, the only areas where he could potentially deliver crippling blows were beneath its jaw and around its eyes. As he gazed into the frog's uniquely glistening, watery eyes, A flicker of inspiration ignited within him. With a thought of aiming for the eye, perhaps delivering a fatal blow, Lu Chang cautiously advanced, inching his steps forward. The frog possessed excellent dynamic vision but was lacking in static vision and had no sense of smell, so if he approached slowly, he should remain undetected. Step by step, Lu Chang closed the distance to within 10 meters of the bullfrog. He then raised his crossbow, taking aim at its enormous, bowl-sized eye. With such a sizable target at 10 meters, Lu Chang felt relatively confident. After confirming his aim, he pulled the trigger. The bowstring twanged, and the bolt sliced through the air, transforming into a dark shadow as it sped towards that moist, glistening orb. Whoosh! The bolt flew with remarkable velocity. Lu Chang's dynamic vision could only catch a fleeting glimpse of black light before it vanished from view. In less than the blink of an eye, it hurtled toward the giant frog's eye, everything transpiring in a blur. Just as Lu Chang reveled in the precision of his aim, the giant frog suddenly opened its mouth and swiftly flicked out its tongue, striking at the dark arrow. All unfolded in a flash. Everything was astoundingly rapid. Lu Chang had no knowledge of how fast the frog's tongue moved, nor did he comprehend the speed of the bolt. But he was aware of one outcome. That crimson tongue had successfully intercepted the flying arrow midair. Although the bolt's formidable power did not completely displace it, it slightly altered its trajectory. With a sharp thud, the redirected crossbow bolt sliced through the giant frog's tongue, folding in midair before embedding itself deeply into the hardened tissue on its forehead, causing it to croak in agony. Chapter 45. Burn injuries upon witnessing such a scenario. Lu Chang was momentarily taken aback, swiftly knocking another arrow onto his crossbow in preparation for a second shot. He refrained from retreating at the first sign of failure, for he had witnessed the terrifying dynamic vision of this bullfrog. It could intercept even a swiftly launched bolt. Thus, evasion would prove futile. Furthermore, he had heard folktales asserting that frogs possess exceptional dynamic vision but are notably poor in static sight. Concealed within the foliage, Lu Chang methodically drew his bowstring with the utmost calmness. However, he was mistaken. The notion that frogs had poor static vision belonged to a bygone era. With the advent of the crimson mist, this mutated frog had evidently undergone significant evolutionary advancements in various aspects. Just as he had drawn the bowstring and positioned the bolt, a scarlet tongue, akin to an arrowhead, surged forth from the thicket with astonishing speed. Lu Chang barely had time to react before this fearsome appendage ensnared his waist. A tremendous force followed, and his body, weighing over 100 pounds, was swept away as though he were a mere insect. As he soared through the air, Lu Chang struggled to maintain his balance, all the while observing how the tongue retracted, drawing him ever closer to the frog's even more crimson maw. Internally, he calculated the rapidly diminishing distance between them. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Bang! Lu Chang finally collided with the edge of its mouth. However, having prepared for this moment, he raised one hand and spread his feet apart, using his limbs to brace against the upper and lower jaws of the frog. With immense strength, he pushed against the force of the tongue. A perilous value of 5 and another approaching force suggests that the disparity in strength between the two parties is not insurmountable. Lu Chang found himself wedged at the edge of the frog's enormous maw, using his hands and feet to brace against its upper and lower jaws. Although he felt the pressure intensifying around his waist, he managed to maintain his grip. As he raised his gaze, he beheld a peculiar mucus lining the interior of the creature's mouth. This greenish-blue secretion emitted a noxious odor, indicating either toxicity or severe corrosiveness. Lowering his head, he noticed that a crimson tongue at his waist was exuding the same viscous substance. Upon contact with this mucus, his t-shirt emitted a sizzling sound, followed by a wave of searing heat emanating from the point of contact. Could this frog secrete acid? Panic surged within Lu Chang, but he remained resolute, refusing to succumb to complete disarray. Understanding that a mere test of strength would not suffice to extricate himself from this perilous situation, he opted for a different approach. With all his might, he lifted the frog's upper jaw with one hand, while his right hand swiftly descended to aim his crossbow bolt directly into the creature's oral cavity. Pulling the trigger with utmost urgency, the bolt whizzed through the air, unhindered by the keratinous armor, effortlessly piercing the inner lining of the frog's mouth. With tremendous force, it continued its trajectory, akin to a burrowing creature, plunging deep into the giant frog's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the bolt embedded itself deep within the creature's body. Due to its injury, A copious amount of greenish acid gushed forth from its mouth in a reflexive manner, enveloping Lu Chang's body like a torrential downpour. Subsequently, a series of hissing sounds emanated from various parts of his being. A searing heat radiated from the front half of his body, and even with Lu Chang's formidable will, he could not withstand the agony of the burns, succumbing to violent convulsions. Yet, despite the spasms, while the acid singed his nerves, it did not extinguish his resolve. Amidst the pain, Lu Chang instinctively discarded the crossbow in his hand, swiftly retrieving a scalpel from the side of his trousers, and with a decisive motion, he sliced at the crimson tongue coiled around his waist. With a resounding thud, the sharp scalpel cleaved through half of the frog's tongue under the force of his strength, producing a sound akin to a snapped guitar string. In response to the pain, the frog instinctively retracted its tongue, granting Lu Chang the opportunity to descend from the precipice of its mouth back to the ground. Upon landing, instead of retreating immediately, Lu Chang tightened his grip on the scalpel and, with a powerful thrust from below, aimed for the tender skin beneath the frog's jaw, delivering a vicious stab that carved a half-meter-long gash into its throat. It was only when blood gushed forth like a waterfall that Lu Chang withdrew, propelling himself backward. In the course of his retreat, he deftly retrieved the military crossbow he had discarded earlier, positioning himself a few meters away from the writhing frog to once again draw back the bowstring. With a swift whoosh, the third arrow flew forth, achieving the target that had eluded it previously, plunging deep into the eye of the colossal frog. After releasing the arrow, Lu Chang was certain that the giant frog could not escape. The creature had been struck in both its abdominal cavity and its ocular region, with arrows of formidable penetrating power from a military crossbow. Furthermore, a fatal wound marred its throat and jaw. No matter how resilient its life force, survival was an impossibility. Indeed, the frog struggled on the ground for a moment, leaping a few times before it soared a few meters into the air, landing with its back against the earth. Legs splayed upwards, convulsing in clear distress. Upon witnessing the prey finally succumb, Lu Chang's taut nerves entirely relaxed. The pain that had been suppressed surged forth, overwhelming him. In moments of intense excitement, one is often oblivious to pain, yet upon relaxation, the numbed nerves respond by amplifying the suffering. Amidst the agony, Lu Chang hastily removed his completely charred shirt and began to assess his injuries. As he looked down, he discovered that his entire upper body, extending down to his face beneath the nose, was extensively burned. His skin had blistered and wrinkled, taking on a deep crimson hue that rapidly transitioned to black. The searing pain radiated throughout his upper body, and he let out a piercing scream that had been pent up since earlier. The shriek was harrowing. Burns are among the most excruciating forms of injury for humanity. Lu Chang felt as though the nerves in his upper body were ablaze, and in response to the torment, he instinctively clawed at the damaged areas, causing large patches of charred skin to peel away. "Brother, Lu Chang." The voice of a little girl echoed from several dozen meters away. She had sensed the perilous decline of a life force rated at 5. Feeling the intense fluctuations of Lu Chang's vitality, she surmised that the situation here must have led to a mutual destruction. Thus, after sprinting over 100 meters, she finally arrived, only to behold Lu Chang, his body scorched and stained with crimson. Oh no! The acid burns were of a nature that seemed non-lethal at first. Yet the subsequent complications were horrifically severe. Just moments ago, Lu Chang had been able to fight, but now he lay on the ground, screaming in agony, the remnants of a greenish-blue viscous substance searing his skin. "Brother, what happened to you?" As she rushed over, the sight of Lu Chang's tragic state sent the little girl into a fit of tears. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Don't touch me. I'm covered in acid. Quickly, bring me some water," Lu Chang exclaimed, snatching the water flask from the girl's waist, a vessel they typically carried for hydration during their hunts. He poured the icy water over himself, allowing it to cascade down his neck, neutralizing the acid. The hissing and bubbling ceased as his wounds stabilized. He lay back on the ground, gasping for breath. "Brother, are you all right?" Observing Lu Chang, who lay breathless yet still struggling for oxygen, the little girl cried out desperately, "Lu Chang, what happened to you?" Lu Chang lay on the ground, his body convulsing unnaturally due to complications from the burns he sustained. He writhed in agony, reminiscent of an epileptic seizure, gasping for breath. Yet, through gritted teeth, he managed to utter his final words. "I feel a bit unable to stand. You must return and inform Teacher Li of the situation here. Tell him I have been burned and there is so much flesh here. Chapter 46. Concern without hesitation. The little girl observed Lu Chang's labored breathing, quickly wiping her tears before sprinting towards the southern outskirts with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Lu Chang remained on the ground, enduring his agony. After the girl departed, his body continued to convulse for 3 to 4 minutes before he finally found some semblance of calm, though his breaths remained rapid, carrying a faint scent of urine. Amidst the physical torment, Lu Chang glanced at the distant prey and inwardly mocked himself, reflecting that this was the second time in recent days he had awaited rescue after a hunt. The first instance occurred in the sewers, where he felt the chilling grip of death. This time, he lay here, his body aflame with pain. Out of 4 successful hunts, he had faced life-threatening situations twice. What an alarming risk factor. Yet, despite his severe burns and labored breathing, Lu Chang's spirits were considerably lifted compared to the last ordeal. With such an abundance of game nearby, and provided that the scent of the frog's blood had not attracted other hunters before help arrived, he felt a sense of safety. Thus, even though he lay on the ground, his body a disturbing shade of red and black, racked by spasms, his heart remained relatively tranquil compared to his previous experience. He even began to reflect on the lessons learned from his recent hunting endeavors. The difficulty of capturing prey and the challenges of preserving meat had imparted profound insights. Even in his current state, procuring food in this perilous world remained an exceedingly arduous task. Therefore, engaging in hunting should be minimized whenever possible. Furthermore, this time he had captured a bullfrog, a colossal creature weighing several hundred, nearly 1,000 pounds, leading him to ponder that, had there been provisions for storage, the meat would suffice for several individuals for an extended period. As Lu Chang contemplated this in his mind, he gradually calmed his breathing. Although his breath remained somewhat labored, he had managed to emerge from the state of oxygen deprivation, and his thoughts began to clear. After regaining some respiratory function and mobility, he did not immediately rise. The overwhelming sense of weakness still enveloped him, so he chose to remain on the ground, awaiting the arrival of others while taking the opportunity to rest. This hunting spot was in close proximity to the military camp, and Lu Chang was confident that it would not be long before someone arrived. Indeed, after merely 20 minutes of waiting, he spotted a little girl approaching, accompanied by Li Qingshui, the plump fellow, and the young woman from his dormitory who had lost both parents. Thanks to the little girl's keen perceptive abilities, they easily located Lu Chang, who lay concealed among the underbrush. Upon noticing their arrival, he struggled to sit up, casting a look of confusion toward the young woman. She is a doctor, a fact I have just learned, and I invited her over with 3 packets of biscuits, Li Qingshui explained. He then turned to the young woman and said, Dr. Huang, let us not dwell on the past. Today, I kindly ask you to examine my friend. All right, she replied. The woman retained the same expression of numbed indifference as she had in the dormitory. Nodding slightly, she crouched down and began to assess Lu Chang's physical condition. She first inhaled the breath exhaled from his nostrils, then inspected the charred and mangled wounds that marred his body. Turning to the others, she declared, the symptoms indicate a disturbance in water and electrolyte metabolism, likely caused by extensive burns leading to acute renal failure. Acute renal failure? Is it that serious? Li Qingshui furrowed his brow deeply upon hearing the woman's words. Although he was not a doctor, he understood that acute renal failure is a critical condition, one that warrants a notice of severe illness, and is often fatal, making it exceedingly difficult to treat. He felt compelled to ask, is there no hope for recovery? Given the current medical conditions, without the necessary equipment and medications, this would typically be a death sentence. The woman continued to probe Lu Chang's condition as she remained crouched before him. However, there is no need for excessive worry, for under normal circumstances. Even in cases of acute renal failure, it would take at least several hours for the symptoms of water and electrolyte imbalance to manifest. His situation is quite unique. It is likely a result of the current evolution in human physiology, which is vastly superior to that of the past. Therefore, he is certainly not doomed to die. Moreover, at present, I sense that his body is rapidly engaging in self-repair. As she spoke, she carefully peeled away a patch of charred skin from Lu Chang, observing, his body's self-repair capabilities are remarkably strong, and his failing organs seem to be regaining vitality. As her breathing gradually stabilized, the unpleasant odor of the exhaled air also began to dissipate, indicating a positive trend in metabolic function. Therefore, there was no need for concern if this trend continued. It wouldn't be long before her body would naturally recuperate. That is indeed reassuring. Initially, upon hearing the woman's diagnosis of acute renal failure, Lu Chang felt a tightening in his chest and refrained from interrupting her. Only after she concluded her assessment did he finally exhale in relief. Fortunately, it was merely a case of aesthetic distress due to the fever. She was still alive. Lu Chang remarked, gently touching the bloodstains on his chin, remnants of the severe burns he had sustained. Please rest for a while and refrain from moving. Wait until your breathing is fully steady before getting up, the woman advised, pressing him back into a reclining position and falling silent. With the sense of crisis alleviated, Lu Chang's thoughts turned entirely to sustenance. Though his body lay still, his mouth was far from idle. Teacherly, do you see the prey I hunted over there? He inquired. Yes, it appears substantial, and judging by its coloration, it should be edible. I shall take a closer look, Li Qingshui replied. Upon learning that Lu Chang was out of danger, his attention shifted elsewhere. Speaking to himself, he approached the bullfrog, retrieving some dried plant powder from his belongings to mask the pervasive scent of blood. After completing this task, he called for the portly companion to join him. Have you gathered everything I asked you to bring? Yes. I took care to collect it all. Upon hearing the little girl mention there was an abundance of meat, the stout man spoke, tossing the axe and large knife onto the ground. He lifted his t-shirt and withdrew a woven bag from his waist, gazing at the corpse of the frog with a frown. So much meat. If we don't consume it all in one sitting, it will spoil. What a tremendous waste. It won't go to waste. I'll procure some formalin. Li Qingshui instructed the stout man, pointing at the axe and knife on the ground. You and Zhu Lin stay here to divide this giant frog into portions and place them in bags. If there isn't enough room, take the leg meat to a more suitable location for consumption. Be cautious while cutting. Pay attention to its oral cavity, as there should be glands secreting acidic liquid. Avoid touching the surrounding areas. I will accompany the little girl to the city hospital to obtain some formalin. Understood. All right. The stout man and Zhu Lin nodded. After this exchange, Li Qingshui returned to Lu Chang, offering a smile to the doctor. Dr. Huang, I entrust my friend to you. All right. The woman nodded. Are you going to get formalin? Lu Chang sat up from the ground. Yes. Rest for a while. I shall return shortly. Naturally, to ensure safety, the little girl must accompany me. Li Qingshui glanced at the girl beside Lu Chang, smiled at her, and then crouched down in front of her. Come. Today I shall carry you. The little girl, Ji Jing, looked at Li Qingshui, crouching before her, then at the flushed Lu Chang, swallowing hard as she said, Brother, wait for me. Yes, be careful on the way. Gently patting the little girl's shoulder, Lu Chang watched as she leapt onto Li Qingshui's back, subsequently bidding farewell to the pair as they vanished into the mist, fading from his sight. It is truly wonderful to have someone worth caring for, the woman remarked, her expression one of stupor as she observed the scene. Chapter 47. The super life is truly wonderful. Lu Chang smiled gently, casting another glance in the direction where Li Qingshui and the little girl had departed. Their destination was the 4th People's Hospital of the city, the nearest large hospital, where they were certain to find what they sought. With the little girl in tow, Li Qingshui and her ventured forth in silence, traversing nearly half an hour before finally arriving at the hospital's entrance. Before them loomed a grand sign, and upon closer inspection, the neon letters revealed the name, Feng City 4th People's Hospital. This was indeed the place. Li Qingshui set the little girl down. Observing the now dim neon lights and the desolate entrance of the hospital, his brow furrowed in confusion. Have you detected any hazardous life forms? He inquired. No. The girl shook her head. That is rather peculiar, Li Qingshui mused, stroking his chin as he pressed on with his questions. What about any traces of human presence? None either, she replied, shaking her head once more. This is increasingly strange, Li Qingshui remarked, surveying the surrounding environment. Logically, a hospital should contain medications. Even if we have surpassed the time of death, it should not be this desolate. Moreover, you claim there are no signs of any creatures. This is exceedingly odd. I cannot say for certain. We must remain cautious, the little girl said, closing her eyes to attune herself to the ambience around them. After a moment, she confirmed with a resolute shake of her head, Truly, there is nothing at all. Very well, your investigative abilities have yet to falter. Let us proceed with caution, advancing slowly. Should any unusual occurrence arise, we shall promptly retreat. After the two had made up their minds, they cautiously stepped through the hospital's grand entrance. As they traversed the courtyard, the little girl meticulously scanned her surroundings with each few steps, yet she discerned nothing amiss. Li Qingshui, whose vision was akin to that of an ordinary person, could only see about 3 meters ahead. In his perception, the world was shrouded in a blood-red hue, and apart from the small patch of ground beneath his feet, everything else remained obscured. Nonetheless, following the trail of crushed stones on the ground, the two managed to navigate without error, steadily making their way along the path within the hospital grounds. Their journey was remarkably uneventful, eerily quiet, and they soon found themselves at the center of the courtyard with an almost uncanny ease. This cannot be right. Upon reaching the midpoint of the courtyard, Li Qingshui halted. Sensing that something was amiss, it was too silent here. We must turn back. Indeed. The little girl complied readily. But what shall we do about that thing? We can seek another hospital. There are plenty in the city. As Li Qingshui spoke, he turned to lead the girl away. Yet, in the instant he lifted his foot, he was seized by the horrifying realization that his legs felt as heavy as lead, immovable. In a panic, he glanced down and was horrified to see numerous tendril-like vines sprouting from the ground, silently and swiftly entangling his feet, creeping up his calves. Without uttering a word, Li Qingshui swiftly drew the small knife at his waist and bent down to slice through the vines. However, after several attempts, he found no success. The seemingly supple vines exhibited a resilience akin to steel cables. In merely 3 to 4 seconds, the frenzied vines coiled around his lower body, ceasing to grow, and effectively immobilized both him and the young girl nearby. What is happening? Li Qingshui asked, his expression fraught with anxiety as he glanced at the girl. I don't know. I can't sense any life force from these vines, she replied, her face a mask of terror. The failure of her mental probing only heightened her fear, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. Just then, a voice emerged, transforming the peculiar atmosphere into something altogether more profound. Greetings, human. The ordinary phrase echoed as if spoken by an extraterrestrial invader, resonating with an ancient timbre reminiscent of sounds reverberating within a hollow tree. The tone was in Mandarin, allowing both individuals present to comprehend the utterance clearly. Who are you? Li Qingshui inquired, scanning his surroundings until he beheld a colossal silhouette before him. The figure towered above, its immense stature eluding Li Qingshui's ability to discern its height, breadth, or even its appearance. Had it not been for the sheer size of the shadow blocking the sunlight piercing through the dense fog above, he might not have noticed its presence at all. Greetings, human. I am a tree. The vast silhouette shifted silently, and when it finally stood directly before Li Qingshui, it completely obscured the sunlight overhead. After he stood firm, he spoke once more. By your human terminology, I am a willow tree, an altered willow tree. Willow tree? Li Qingshui suddenly recalled the enormous plant root he had encountered in the sewer a week prior, a root that traversed the entire subterranean world. It reminded him of the concept of the world tree, stirring within him a plethora of inquiries regarding this nascent realm. He had even taken a piece of it back for study, and, indeed, a slender root still lingered in his belt. Yes, a willow tree. The immense apparition spoke again. You must have seen me. You carry within you remnants of my former roots. The hollow voice continued to resonate. And then Li Qingshui beheld a willow branch gracefully extending from the air, reaching into his line of sight, and penetrating the vines that ensnared him, ultimately burrowing into his pocket and extracting the desiccated root. This is a remnant of what I once was, the apparition articulated, as the willow branch coiled and enveloped the root, which was subsequently crushed. However, I no longer require it. Are you truly a tree? Witnessing the resilient root move with a dexterity akin to human fingers and hearing the remarkably anthropomorphic utterances of the apparition, even Li Qingshui, who had extensively studied biology and had grown accustomed to the marvels of this great era of evolution, found it utterly implausible. Indeed, I am a willow tree. There is no need for deception, the voice in the air conveyed patiently. Then why can you speak? Li Qingshui cried out, as if attempting to mask the more frantic reality with his desperate voice. It is inconceivable that even an evolved species endowed with intelligence could fully master the intricacies of human language in such a brief span. Even if they could, the profound understanding of each word's significance would remain elusive. Your tone and inflection bear no resemblance to that of a novice. It is as if you were a living being. For, at its core, my intelligence mirrors that of humanity, and thus my language is inherently human. The ethereal figure spoke, extending a branch from above once more, albeit this time the branch was several times thicker than the previous one, exhibiting a complexity thousands of times greater. It resembled an intricate instrument composed of countless slender twigs intricately intertwined. Among this assemblage, some branches were as thick as a human finger, while others were finer than a strand of hair, all entwined around a transparent, bowl-sized membrane of resin. Encased within this translucent layer was a human brain, vibrant and alive, its veins seemingly coursing with blood, interconnected with innumerable delicate, hair-like crimson willow branches, perpetually circulating and delivering blood and energy. Author's note: having surpassed 100,000 words. This chapter marks the official unveiling of the global evolution saga. Upon reading this chapter, please do not be perplexed. The significance of the willow as a super life form will be elucidated in the subsequent text. As I pen these words, I am merely revealing a small fragment of the vast world that exists within my mind. Please grant me some time, for I will soon unveil a truly grand universe in the subsequent passages. Due to the sequential nature of novel writing, many enigmas of this nascent world remain unresolved. For instance, the question of why once gentle creatures now consume humans, the establishment of a new food chain system involving herbivorous and carnivorous animals, and the trajectory of human evolution are all inquiries raised by earnest readers in the comment section. I can only assert that these thoughts have not eluded me. They simply have yet to be articulated, and they will indeed be addressed. Just as an early questioner in the comments pondered why humanity would not evolve, I trust that by now, they have come to understand the reasoning behind it. Thus, I will gradually elucidate certain queries within the narrative. As I strive to depict a genuine world, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have contributed their thoughts in the comment section. Your encouragement and insights are immensely valuable to me. Just yesterday, it was the inspiration of a reader that led me to thoroughly refine the ecological system I had envisioned. Additionally, some discerning readers have pointed out inaccuracies in the text. For example, I mistakenly attributed the giraffe theory to Darwin in the earlier chapters, though it was, in fact, proposed by Lamarck. This error has been rectified, and I am grateful to the reader known as Dark Fairy for their correction. Chapter 48. Imagination. What is this? Li Qingshui gazed at the object before him, encased in resin, meticulously discerning the intricate neural patterns within. His eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting an overwhelming sense of incredulity. This is the human brain. Although he beheld it with his own eyes, Li Qingshui found it difficult to accept, for the events unfolding before him had utterly shattered his previous understanding of biology. Is this brain still alive? Indeed, it is alive and functioning normally. The ability to preserve the vitality of the brain is, without a doubt, the aspect of my transformation that I take the greatest pride in. As Lu Shu spoke, he retracted the intricate and delicate tendrils into the mist. Now, do you understand why I can speak the language of humans? I comprehend. Li Qingshui nodded, acknowledging the validity of existence. After taking a few deep breaths to suppress his emotions, he inquired, "But how many brains can you actually control?" "Currently, not many, merely 7. Lu Shu replied, a hint of regret lacing his tone. The complexity of information within the human brain is overwhelming. It is not only abundant, but also exceedingly intricate. When I attempted to control the 6th brain, I sensed a clash and entanglement of information, as if a ball of yarn had become hopelessly knotted, making it exceedingly difficult to manage. Thus, after gaining control of the 7th brain, I resolved to refrain from further attempts, lest the influx of information culminate in a complete cognitive short-circuit. So it is, then what is your intention in capturing both of us? Li Qingshui gazed at the ethereal shadow of the heavens and inquired. Trees, being producers within the food chain, should not lack the organic matter necessary for growth. Therefore, consuming me seems rather futile. Moreover, you just stated that roots have become of no use to you, indicating that you have evolved alternative methods of nutrient acquisition. With these 2 methods of obtaining organic matter, your nutritional needs should undoubtedly be met. If my body serves no purpose for you, then only my mind remains of value. Yet, you have mentioned that you can no longer accommodate additional information. Thus, I must ask, what do you intend to do with us? You are quite astute, and your mind must be brimming with knowledge. I wish I could replace this brain of yours. As the willow spoke, it extended a delicate composition of branches from the void, revealing that this individual's mind is cluttered with trivial information, sex, violence, and monotonous tales of everyday life. I long to vacate this position to make room for you, but alas, I have severed my roots and currently lack the capacity to do so. Oh, so I am still fortunate, then. Li Qingshui chuckled ruefully and pressed on. You have yet to reveal your true purpose in capturing us. Questions linger. The ancient, hollow voice echoed once more, expressing my inner doubts that must be unraveled. Although I can no longer contain a greater influx of information, I can certainly accommodate a question or two. Therefore, I wish to pose a few inquiries to you. What benefits are there? The answer satisfied me, and I could release you. If not, you would merely exist as my sustenance. The willow tree spoke, extending a remarkably thick vine from above. This vine was menacing, starkly contrasting with the earlier delicate tendril. Not only was it robust, but it also bore sharp barbed thorns, lined with dozens of hollow human skins. Fail to answer, and you shall meet their fate. Why should I trust your words? Li Qingxue gazed at the empty visages, struggling to swallow. Because you have no choice, the willow replied, retracting the hanging skins. If you remain silent, I shall undoubtedly seek others. My existence is lengthy, and I possess ample patience. I am not in haste to uncover the truth, and many others may know it as well. You may choose to disbelieve me and swiftly become fertilizer, or you may opt to trust me and take a gamble. However, I assure you, I have no need to deceive you. Very well, I concede. I have no alternatives. And your words are quite artful. I suspect one of those 7 individuals harbored a legal mind. Under the eaves of fate, Li Qingxue found himself cornered by the willow's discourse and had no choice but to respond. Ask, what do you wish to know? I wish to understand. What is wisdom? A tremor echoed through the hollow voice of the willow. The general definition of human intelligence can be categorized in numerous ways, encompassing creativity, discovery, organizational skills, logical reasoning, and so forth. However, I contend that the essence of intelligence lies in imagination. How so? Based on the knowledge stored within your mind. You should be aware that faculties such as discovery, organizational skills, and even logical reasoning are not exclusively human traits. Many animals possess these abilities as well. Indeed, mice tidy their nests, lions and tigers exhibit the ability to locate prey, and primates such as monkeys and orangutans can utilize wooden crates to reach bananas that are otherwise out of their grasp. Thus, all the capabilities you mentioned, including logical reasoning, are shared by various species, yet they do not appear particularly wise. Therefore, the fundamental distinction between humans and other animals is, undoubtedly, imagination. This is the core definition of intelligence. Li Qingxue interjected. The reasoning behind scientific formulas, the creation of various tools, and even the realms of literature, poetry, and drama, everything that constitutes human civilization is built upon the foundation of imagination. I understand now, and your response has thoroughly satisfied me. After uttering this statement, Lu Shu fell into a profound silence, seemingly contemplating the true nature of imagination, while Li Qingxue patiently awaited his next words. After a moment, Lu Shu's voice resonated once more. So, the second question is, how is human imagination acquired? Opinions vary widely, yet I find the most credible assertion to be that humanity's conception of natural disasters has engendered our present imagination. Li Qingxue gradually recollected the knowledge in his mind, recalling a documentary that suggested the earliest stirrings of imagination among humans originated in Africa. During the rainy season, they enjoyed an abundance of food and water, while the droughts would lead to widespread fatalities due to water scarcity. Thus, after countless generations of evolution, there came a time when they began to envision the calamities of the dry season, prompting them to devise tools for storing water and food during the plentiful rainy season. Consequently, these were the first humans to possess imagination. Is it a mere illusion of crisis? So it seems. The willow tree fell silent once more. However, after this brief moment of quietude, Li Qingxue suddenly felt the roots entwined around his waist begin to writhe. He looked down and observed the vines retracting, first from his waist to his thighs, then from his thighs to his ankles, ultimately disappearing entirely into the earth. I am quite satisfied with your response. You may leave now, came the voice of the willow tree. Before departing, Li Qingxue inquired, may I ask you a question? Upon hearing the affirmation of his freedom, a look of unrestrained joy illuminated his face. Yet he hesitated, remaining in place to continue the conversation. Certainly, ask away. Why? Possessing the brain of a human. Do you still question what wisdom is? Because I lack wisdom. Chapter 49. The vessel. How can it be that a vessel lacks intelligence? Possessing the brains of 7 distinct humans, even Li Qingxue finds himself utterly outmatched in their discourse. No one would find it credible to assert that this great tree is devoid of wisdom. There exists nothing impossible. My lack of intelligence merely stems from the fact that I possess only the right to utilize human brains. In truth, even my capacity for linguistic organization during our conversation is a mere transmission of signals from these 7 brains, rather than a product of my own. Thus, I am inherently devoid of wisdom. Is it not the case that by acquiring the right to these brains, one inherently acquires wisdom? Yet Li Qingshui remains perplexed by the true meaning behind the willow's words. Different, I am merely a vessel. The willow continues with a voice that is both ancient and hollow. For all my consciousness emanates from these 7 brains. In a certain sense, I am more akin to a person who has simply changed bodies than to a tree endowed with a brain. My thoughts, my very essence, are dictated by these 7 brains rather than emerging from my own volition. This could even be regarded as a remarkable evolutionary leap for your human race. For the brains belong to you, and these thoughts originate from you. I merely provide a more robust body and the connection binding these 7 brains together. Have you not encountered such fantasies in your science fiction? In a future of advanced technology, where your brains are transferred into artificial machines, granting you greater vitality and an extended lifespan? Now, I find myself akin to this machine. Since the Earth underwent its transformative evolution these past few days, what abilities have I acquired? Merely the capacity to absorb and possess, and at present, I happen to occupy your minds. But what of my essence? I remain but a willow tree. Your words appear to hold some truth. Upon hearing the willow's remarks, Li Qingshui fell into a contemplative silence. Yet, you are ultimately distinct from a machine. You are in a constant state of evolution. You have already attained self-awareness. And it seems that the attainment of autonomous wisdom is merely a few steps away. Haha, at that juncture, you shall not only possess the minds of others, but will genuinely seize their wisdom. I am genuinely curious to witness the world that a collective embodiment of all human intellect could create. You shall witness that day indeed. The final words spoken by the willow unexpectedly carried an emotional resonance. After a soft chuckle, its figure gradually faded away, and the immense shadow above Li Qingshui slowly diminished, allowing the obscured sunlight to return to him. Where will you go? In the end, Li Qingshui called out to the vanishing apparition. To the south. According to your human vernacular, it is called biding one's time. Until I cultivate autonomous wisdom, I shall not reappear in this world. Upon uttering these words, the shadow completely dissipated, and the world was restored to its clarity and vibrant crimson. As Li Qingshui gazed in the direction of the departing willow, he remained rooted in place, silent for an extended period. Teacher Li, Teacher Li. It was only when the little girl beside him tugged at his sleeve that Li Qingshui returned to his senses. Teacher Li, let us go. We need not concern ourselves with that willow tree any longer. The little girl did not ponder the matter of the willow tree too deeply, for her world was not so vast. In her eyes, there were far more significant people and matters than the tree. Brother Lu Chang and the others are still waiting for us over there. If we delay any longer, that enormous frog will begin to rot, and then we shall go hungry. Indeed, you are absolutely right. Awakened by the little girl's words, Li Qingshui forced a self-deprecating smile, his gaze gradually shifting from the distant horizon back to the ground beneath his feet. If I cannot even manage my own affairs, how can I hope to tackle greater issues? I am at risk of being devoured or starving at any moment. Why should I dwell on such matters? Casting one last glance toward the direction of the willow tree, Li Qingshui hoisted the little girl onto his back once more. Let us go find Formalin. With the willow tree gone, we too can seek shelter in its shade. Surely there are no other strange creatures lurking in this hospital. As they made their way into the hospital, it remained as quiet as it had been before. Li Qingshui, carrying the little girl, encountered no obstacles as he navigated to the chemical storage area of the hospital. Indeed, he did not encounter any further dangers. Within the pharmacy, Li Qingshui easily located the pungent substance he sought, formalin. Upon discerning the label affixed to the medical plastic barrels, Li Qingshui promptly lifted 2 of them, casually retrieving a few portable common medicines to stow in his pocket. After allowing the little girl to descend from his back, the 2 hastened their return. The journey back proved relatively smooth. Under the girl's watchful eye, they adeptly evaded the perilous creatures lurking outside the hospital. After half an hour, they arrived at the original hunting ground of Lu Chang. Why the delay? The meat is on the verge of spoiling. Upon seeing Li Qingshui return with the barrels, the rotund man inquired with concern, "Did you encounter any dangers?" "Indeed, we faced peril, extremely grave peril. It was a near-fatal experience. Li Qingshui replied as he approached the group, where Lu Chang had already risen from the ground, evidently having regained some mobility. Apart from appearing somewhat weakened, his upper body remained stained with blood and charred. Yet he seemed to have sustained no serious injuries. You encountered danger? With Xiao Jing present, nothing should have been able to approach you. Could it be creatures emerging from the depths? Lu Chang, upon hearing of their ordeal, hurriedly examined them, only to find no injuries. It's a long story. The events of the day have been quite convoluted. Let us first attend to the meat. Fatty, have you all properly divided the meat? It has been prepared long ago, skinned and deboned. It's all flesh. Everything that could be packed is stowed away. Very well. Li Qingshui approached a few enormous woven bags and opened one, pouring a measure of formalin evenly into each. He then remarked, I will sprinkle a bit first to slow the decomposition. We'll return and find some large barrels to mix with water, soaking all this meat. With such a potent preservative as formalin, I believe it can sustain the food for 3 to 5 days without issue. Now that everything is handled, let us not linger here. The longer we stay, the greater the peril. Once all matters were concluded, Lu Chang approached the female doctor from the same dormitory and expressed, Thank you for your assistance today. Let us return together. There's no need for gratitude. I haven't contributed much. It was your own resilience that facilitated your recovery, she replied, her expression remaining impassive. Let us go? Indeed, Lu Chang nodded, then turned to see Li Qingshui, the hefty one, and Zhu Lin, each carrying one of the 3 bags filled with meat on their backs. Can you manage the weight? Lu Chang inquired, stepping towards Zhu Lin. Previously I could not, but now I can. Even as a woman, my strength has significantly increased, Zhu Lin affirmed. You've been injured. You needn't worry about this. Very well, Lu Chang smiled, beckoning the little girl to stand beside him. The 6 of them then set forth on their journey back. As they traversed the overgrown path, obscured by rampant vegetation, Lu Chang walked at the rear of the group, side by side with the little girl, softly engaging in conversation. Xiao Jing, did you encounter any danger just now? Indeed. I encountered a colossal willow tree, an immense being that obscured the very sky. Its form was shrouded in mystery, leaving me unable to discern its features, as if it had vanished into thin air. A willow tree, you say? Upon hearing this term, Lu Chang furrowed his brow. In the same hospital, beneath the same willow, he was suddenly reminded of the second day of the newborn era, less than 24 hours after the arrival of the crimson mist, when he had similarly encountered a willow while seeking medicine. This tree had been known to consume humans, their skins hanging from its branches. At that time, its life index had soared above 100, an astonishing intensity reached merely on the second day, a rapid and bizarre mutation. As someone who ventured out to hunt daily, Lu Chang knew that during the days following the emergence of the crimson mist, he had rarely encountered creatures with danger levels exceeding 30. Even as he stealthily searched the urban landscape, all of this could only imply that, even in this era of rapid evolution, beings with evolutionary speeds akin to that of the willow tree were exceedingly rare. If there were indeed 2 such trees, both willows, Lu Chang was convinced that the one the little girl mentioned was the very same he had encountered before. If it were indeed that tree, it was impossible for you to return alive. Lu Chang lifted his gaze towards Li Qingshui's silhouette ahead. The figure, burdened with a sack, moved with heavy steps, shoulders hunched under the weight. Chapter 50. Division from behind. Lu Chang observed Li Qingshui for the first time hunched over. Although typically appearing slender, he always exuded an air of competence. Lu Chang recalled a phrase he once encountered in a book. A person who usually stands tall may stoop not from bearing excessive burdens, but from the weight of unmanageable thoughts. The mere 100-odd pounds of woven bags could hardly diminish the transformed Li Qingshui. Thus, the sole reason for his stooped posture must be the heavy load upon his heart. What sort of tree did you encounter? Lu Chang pondered, unable to fathom what kind of life could evoke such an unbearable transformation in this biology teacher. A very large tree that can speak, with 7 brains. The little girl spoke slowly, recounting everything that had transpired to Lu Chang. With each word she uttered, his expression shifted from shock to sheer incredulity. By the time she concluded her tale, his gaze had fully transitioned from astonishment to disbelief. After absorbing the entire story, he too wore a contemplative expression, pressing his lips together in deep thought. Thus, silence enveloped them as Lu Chang trailed at the rear of the group, returning to the military compound and arriving at his dormitory. With a creak, he opened the door, and one by one, the others entered. Li Qingshui, Fatty, and Zhu Lin, all drenched in sweat, placed 3 woven bags into a corner of the room. Fatty, set those 2 barrels of formalin aside and come with me to find some iron buckets. Time cannot be wasted. The longer we delay, the more difficult the situation becomes. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Qingshui tugged at the rotund companion and led him outside. Moments later, the two returned repeatedly, bringing back a large military green iron bucket filled with water each time. After 4 trips, a neat row of these green barrels stood by the window. Subsequently, Li Qingshui poured an equal amount of formalin solution into 3 of the buckets, allowing it to mix with the water inside. This formalin is a 40% formaldehyde solution, a concentration far too potent for even us to endure. I shall dilute it. As he infused the solution into the buckets, Li Qingshui elucidated his intentions to the others. Once this was accomplished, he unwrapped 3 woven bags and poured the neatly cut chunks of meat into the formalin solution. What is this? Upon witnessing Li Qingshui open the bags, Xiaoyong's mother, who had remained silent and observant, could no longer contain her composure. Weakly, she rose from her bed, pointing at Li Qingshui, and exclaimed, "That is meat. You possess meat." Hearing her exclaim, the rotund companion rushed over, acutely aware that in these extraordinary times, he could not allow others to discover their possession of meat. Otherwise, the news would spread like wildfire, and within 5 minutes, the entire dormitory would swarm over. "You actually have meat? So much meat." Xiaoyong's mother gazed at Li Qingshui, who was pouring the meat, her eyes glinting with a green light. No wonder no one had perished these past few days. Even that frail girl had survived. "It turns out you have meat to eat. The matter of our meat is none of your concern, so cease your incessant wailing." Upon hearing the old woman's continued outcry, the portly man felt a surge of irritation, causing the flesh on his face to contort in agitation. At that moment, the door swung open once more, and the old woman's sole remaining son, Xiaoyong, stepped inside, carrying a rather tender-looking tree root, evidently the sustenance he had procured for the day. "What is happening?" As Xiaoyong entered, he immediately observed the confrontation between the hefty man and his mother, promptly aligning himself with her. "There is meat." The old woman, emboldened by her son's arrival, pointed at the iron bucket beside Li Qingshui, reiterating her claim. "There is plenty of meat." "Meat?" Xiaoyong glanced over, and indeed spotted barrels brimming with meat. Like his mother, his eyes gleamed with avarice. He dropped the tree root and stepped forward to investigate. However, after taking but a few steps, he found his path obstructed by Lu Chang, who still bore the marks of his recent ordeal. "We do have meat, but what concern is it of yours?" Though injured, Lu Chang, armed with a military crossbow, was not someone to be trifled with. His bare chest, marred with ghastly wounds, instilled fear in Xiaoyong, compelling him to halt. "How can it not concern us? After all, we share the same dormitory." Observing her son's hesitance, the old woman interjected once more. "Isn't there a saying in Kaifeng? When we meet, we share equally. Those present must partake. If you do not share with us, then do not expect to enjoy it yourselves. I have endured great hardship to acquire these items, with my face scorched and marred in the process. I have wagered my very life for them, so why should I relinquish them to you?" Lu Chang pointed to his grotesquely disfigured jaw, his eyes brimming with palpable indignation. "That matters not to me. If you refuse to give them to me, you shall not partake in them either. Should you deny us sustenance, I will summon assistance immediately. I assure you, a single shout from me could rally not only the entire dormitory, but also those from the neighboring building. Do you dare to test my word?" As he spoke, Xiaoyong's mother crossed her arms defiantly across her chest, challenging him to try. Observing her stance, Lu Chang's finger trembled nervously on the trigger of the crossbow, while the corpulent individual slowly positioned himself at the doorway. "What is this? Are you contemplating violence?" Upon witnessing the movements of Lu Chang and the hefty man, Xiaoyong's mother unveiled her true nature, exuding the demeanor of a common street brawler. With her chin raised and cheek turned, she spoke with a defiant tone. "You are undoubtedly aware of the temporary management regulations instituted by the military during the recent period of turmoil. To avert unrest, the military has strictly prohibited civilian altercations. Should a conflict arise among civilians, the military lacks the resources or time to act as judges. Regardless of the scale of the dispute or the righteousness of either party, both shall be expelled from the military compound." Once you are expelled from this enclave, I trust you understand the grim outcome that awaits you. There may not even be a place to rest your head. and you could very well be devoured by some monstrous creature emerging from the depths of the earth, much like your son? Lu Chang interjected with a cold laugh. You. In the midst of an extensive discourse, Xiaoyang's mother found herself at a loss for words, the atmosphere thick with tension. Just then, Li Qingshui, having finished preparing the meat, approached slowly from the window. Please, let us not raise our voices. The meat is available for you. But you must adhere to 2 stipulations. Li Qingshui reached the doorway and faced Xiaoyang's mother, articulating, there are but 2 points. First, you must not disclose anything regarding the meat to anyone. I have faith that you will comply, for if you share this secret, we shall all go without. The crux of my message lies in the second stipulation. When consuming the meat, it must be eaten raw. Do not attempt to grill or boil it. Our dormitory is small, and the scent of cooked meat is too pungent. Those in the adjacent rooms would surely notice. Therefore, we must all partake of the raw meat. Can you abide by these 2 conditions? Chapter 51. The grudge of Dumi. Certainly, we shall utter not a word. Upon hearing the mention of meat, Xiaoyang's mother exchanged a knowing glance with her son, their eyes gleaming with pride. They then returned to their respective beds in silence, silently affirming their vow to refrain from further speech. Observing their quietude, Li Qingshui approached Lu Chang from behind and gently urged, let us step outside for a moment. As they opened the door and made their way to the distant staircase, Lu Chang and Li Qingshui settled themselves upon the steps, one after the other. Lu Chang, with a hint of confusion, inquired, are you truly prepared to share the meat with them? Has the frog's acidic fluid clouded your judgment? Li Qingshui cast a glance at Lu Chang, responding simply, no. Lu Chang echoed her sentiment, neither have I. However, Li Qingshui's gaze shifted, revealing a flicker of resoluteness. You. Lu Chang found himself momentarily taken aback by her intensity, but soon comprehended her intent. With a heavy sigh, he remarked, I grasp your meaning now. When shall we act? Perhaps tonight, when the world is shrouded in silence. It shall be easier to proceed. And how shall we address the military's involvement? It was precisely my concern for the military's influence that led me to agree to provide them with meat earlier. The armed forces are exceedingly sensitive to any potential conflict with the populace. They fear unrest, wary that violent confrontations might sow discord among the people. For such volatile emotions can indeed be contagious. Li Qingshui spoke as he retrieved a hand-rolled cigarette from his pocket. After lighting it and taking a puff, he continued, while the military pays attention to public sentiment, that is all it does. The notion of discreetly eliminating a few individuals without causing any ripple is not within their purview. Lu Chang nodded in agreement. It's best to handle matters efficiently at night. Given your skills, it would be exceedingly simple to eliminate them. As he spoke, Li Qingshui offered the half-smoked cigarette to Lu Chang, saying, give it a try. I rolled it myself using a unique plant leaf. The flavor is exquisite and it has a calming effect. Accepting the cigarette, Lu Chang took a tentative puff and was greeted with a delightful aroma. Can you truly go through with it? This must be your first experience in taking the life of someone defenseless. Noticing Lu Chang's silence as he smoked, Li Qingshui gently encouraged him. Ultimately, taking a life is not a pleasant task, yet when it comes to scoundrels and rogues, we have no other choice. There are far too many who harbor grievances over trifles. Even if we provide them with sustenance today, when we find ourselves in need and unable to share, they will surely betray us. Moreover, why should we provide them with food? How did we acquire this meat and other resources? After enduring severe burns and kidney failure, and narrowly escaping death at the hands of the willow tree, we sacrificed 3 lives for this. Why should they enjoy it without consequence? These pieces of meat represent not merely sustenance, but the very essence of our existence, a lifeline for the 3 of us. I shall not relinquish them lightly to anyone. Call me selfish or whatever you wish. Without contribution, one should not expect recompense. If they dare to act as rogues and scoundrels, they must be prepared to face the consequences that such behavior entails. I comprehend your intentions. Thank you. Your words aim to soothe my conscience, allowing me to act with swiftness when the time comes. I understand. Lu Chang, with a wry smile, finished the last puff of his self-rolled cigarette. Only when the burning end threatened to singe his lips did he finally discard the remnant onto the ground. Let us divert our conversation to other matters. I have heard about the willow tree incident, yet Xiao Jing, being quite young, spoke somewhat unclearly. I wish to learn more about it. A super life form. How does one even begin to explain it? This entity exhibits a mutation and evolutionary speed that is markedly superior to other species. rendering it a unique case. Speaking of the willow tree, Li Qingshui's back involuntarily arched, as he possesses the ability to manipulate human brains, to access memories and knowledge, and even to interlink and communicate functionalities between different minds, albeit lacking autonomous intelligence himself. Yet, he has already developed a sense of self, suggesting that true autonomous intelligence may not be far off. How tragic it is that humanity took countless years to attain self-awareness, only to have it seized by other species within a mere span of days. One must ponder how many such exceptions exist in this world. Lu Chang felt a sense of oppression upon hearing Li Qingshui's remarks about the willow tree. After taking a deep breath, he inquired, "The world is so vast, and Kaifeng is merely a small city in northern China. If such a remarkable life form as the willow tree can emerge here, what about elsewhere?" "I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you that such extraordinary life forms are exceedingly rare," Li Qingshui replied. "We have merely encountered a fortunate coincidence. Consider this. Even if other regions were to give rise to superlative life forms, would they necessarily evolve to possess the cognitive abilities akin to those of the willow tree, which occupies a unique niche within the human intellect? If that willow tree had not fortuitously acquired such an ability, would it even contemplate the evolution of wisdom? Without intelligence, it would merely be a robust individual species, posing no threat to humanity's existence. Everything seems too coincidental. Thus, even among superlative life forms, it stands as an exceptional anomaly." As Li Qingshui concluded his thoughts, he stated, "I cannot ascertain whether other regions will harbor superlative life forms. But one thing is certain, a tree of this nature will not emerge again." "I must respectfully disagree with your perspective," Lu Chang countered. "It has only been a matter of a few days. The world is immense, and the oceans are profound. Can you guarantee that such an anomaly will not arise in other locations? Furthermore, even if it does not exist now, can you assure that it will not appear in the future? Keep in mind, it has only been a brief span of time. Evolution on a global scale renders all possibilities conceivable." Upon concluding his statement, Lu Chang rose from the steps and extended his hand to assist Li Qingshui to her feet. "Let us return," he suggested. "Overthinking such matters is futile and offers no assistance in addressing the issues at hand. We shall focus on what we can control. As for the rest, we must leave it to fate." "Indeed, leave it to fate," Li Qingshui replied as she stood up and walked alongside Lu Chang into the corridor, heading back to their dormitory. Inside, Xiao Yong and her son were eagerly anticipating a meal, and upon seeing Lu Chang and Li Qingshui's return, they rose from their beds. "Let us begin our meal. The meat will lose its flavor if left too long," Xiao Yong urged. "Very well, let us feast," Li Qingshui replied, glancing at the two with an expressionless demeanor as she continued. "Do not forget the commitments I asked of you." "Rest assured, we shall not forget. We will keep our silence," Xiao Yong's mother assured with a carefree confidence. "Are you truly prepared to share with them?" Hongzi inquired, his anxiety palpable as he observed Lu Chang's unwavering stance. "You risked your lives for this. Are you really going to let them partake?" "Enough. We are all in this dormitory together. There will be times we must support one another," Lu Chang said, stepping forward to pat Pongzi on the shoulder. Chapter 52. Honestly, I can't fathom your thoughts. The rotund man scowled in discontent. "However, since you brought the food, I have no say in the matter. If you truly wish for them to partake, let them." Sighing, Lu Chang cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Yong and his mother. Strangely, after deciding to eliminate them, they no longer appeared as bothersome. He beckoned them over, revealing a resigned smile. "Come, let us share a meal." Indeed, this young man possesses wisdom. Upon hearing Lu Chang's words, Xiao Yong's mother displayed a victorious glint reminiscent of a triumphant shrew. She stood up, pulling her son from the bed, and addressed the rotund man. "What is the big deal? We will all be sharing the same dormitory. Shouldn't we support one another?" "Huh? Now you choose to speak sweetly? Where were you all this time?" The stout man turned his head away, irritation evident in his demeanor. "In all these days, aside from deliberately causing trouble, I have yet to witness you extend a helping hand. Spare me your words in the future. I have no interest in conversing with you." This disdain naturally bred discontent from the mother and son duo. Fortunately, Lu Chang intervened to alleviate the awkwardness. "Let us not dwell on this. Let us eat together. We're all hungry, aren't we? I, too, am in need of nourishment." Taking a seat on his bed, he inhaled deeply and instructed, "Xiao Jing, please lock the door." "Okay." The little girl nodded obediently and proceeded to secure the door. As Li Qingshui, silently removed the frog meat, soaked in formalin from the barrel, and diligently rinsed it in the bucket of fresh water, striving to dilute the residual formalin. He distributed a portion to each person. Upon receiving the meat, the dissatisfaction of the mother and child dissipated immediately. They ceased their chatter and began to ravenously devour the tender morsels. Lu Chang, too, grasped his share and commenced to feast. This was his first experience with raw flesh, and though its flavor was not particularly exquisite, its texture surpassed that of cooked meat. Despite the acrid scent of formalin lingering upon it, it was still 100 times more palatable than the foul, soupy concoction he had endured on his first day here. Observing the voracious appetite of the mother and child, Lu Chang discerned that this meat was indeed far superior to any tree roots. However, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to his burns, he found himself devoid of appetite today. After consuming merely half of his portion, he felt unable to continue, returning the remnants to the formalin. Sitting on the bed, he stared vacantly into the air, his gaze unfocused. "Are you feeling unwell?" the stout man inquired with concern, noticing Lu Chang's condition. "Are you sure your burns have healed? They still appear quite bloody. Should we have Dr. Huang take another look? Perhaps you should take some anti-inflammatory medication afterward." "It's nothing serious. Aside from the pain, I feel fine. I'll take some medicine, and in a few days, I'll be all right," Lu Chang replied, turning his head away and choosing not to observe those still relishing their meal. "We've finished ours. Is there any more?" "Yet." The voices of the mother and child still echoed in his ears. "Eat, eat. You've consumed over a pound already, and still want more?" came the voice of the plump man. "Let them eat. They must have been starving for many days." "A hearty meal is not easily come by," responded Li Qingshui. As his words faded, the sound of meat being retrieved from the water jar followed. These sounds stirred a chaotic flurry of thoughts in Lu Chang's mind. Suddenly, the seemingly inconsequential remark made by the plump man resurfaced in his consciousness. It dawned on him that the female doctor from his dormitory was also present, prompting him to turn and observe her stoic silhouette. "Dr. Huang, thank you for visiting me today. Won't you join us for a meal?" Lu Chang called out to her back, which faced the wall. "I'm not hungry," she replied, turning slightly, her gaze wary and seemingly discerning something unusual. The moment he met her eyes, a silence enveloped him. Or rather, a profound stillness settled in Lu Chang's mind. As night fully descended, the only sounds that remained were those of the mother and child swallowing their food. All other noise faded into oblivion. Leaning against the back of the bed, he found himself enveloped in a void until darkness enveloped the world around him. "Xiao Jing, I cannot hold you to sleep tonight. My entire chest and abdomen are burned and hurt upon contact." As night fell, Lu Chang inhaled the frigid air, rising to place the little girl onto the empty upper bunk. He forced a smile, albeit feebly. "You'll sleep by yourself tonight. Won't you be afraid?" "It's all right, brother, get well soon." The little girl nodded, indicating her lack of fear, and obediently lay down. Though unable to sleep, she closed her eyes. The woven bag, stained with blood, emitted a foul odor. It was unbearable to keep it overnight. "Perhaps I should dispose of it? Just before sleep." The plump man noticed the bag used for frog meat was soaked in blood. "I'll set it aside for now. I shall deal with it tomorrow." Li Qingshui interrupted him, urging, "You should go to bed." "Oh," the plump man replied, offering no further protest as he lay down on his own bed. After ensuring everyone was settled, Li Qingshui retrieved the medication he had casually taken from the hospital earlier that day and approached Lu Chang's bedside, presenting him with the pills, anti-inflammatory and antibiotics. "Do not presume that a robust body absolves you from medication. Take the pills and rest well." Having conveyed this, Li Qingshui climbed into his own bunk. Lu Chang stared at the pills, momentarily dazed, and without consulting the instructions. He haphazardly swallowed a few before lying back on his bed, gazing out at the world devoid of scenery. Night fell completely, and for those unable to sleep, the hours stretched interminably. Lu Chang silently counted in his mind, passing the tedious time until his biological clock indicated it was near dawn. And only when he discerned the calm breaths and heartbeats of those around him did he quietly rise from his bed. He retrieved the hidden scalpel, and barefoot, he advanced toward the two slumbering figures. Lu Chang's footsteps were so light that even he could not hear them, soft enough to allow him to approach within mere meters of animals without detection. Beneath the cloak of night, he harbored no illusions that approaching a slumbering individual would pose any risk of detection. Yet, an undercurrent of tension coursed through him. Despite the proficiency he had cultivated through relentless training, which allowed him to regulate the rhythm of his heartbeat, the acrid taste of saliva in his mouth betrayed his unease. It was a novel experience for him to engage in murder whilst in a state of calm. The last instance of taking a life had been driven by a desperate surge of anger when he intervened to save a young girl, whose cheek had been marred by the blade of a nefarious assailant. In that moment, the act of killing had evoked no profound emotion, perhaps even a fleeting sense of exhilaration, for in a state of fury, one acts without the critical faculties of the mind. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. Although he felt a palpable tension, his mindset remained composed. He was acutely aware of his intention to wield the sharp blade in his grasp against two utterly defenseless souls. Chapter 53. Indecisive in slaughter. Silently and cautiously, Lu Chang approached the space between the bed and the doorway, standing behind the two individuals' bed. He remained motionless, his hesitation evoking memories of the term decisive in killing that he often encountered in literature. How amusing it is, he thought, that if I were a character in an online novel, I would undoubtedly be deemed an inadequate protagonist, incapable even of taking the lives of a few. With a self-deprecating smile, Lu Chang attempted to psych himself into recalling the various malevolent actions of those he intended to eliminate, hoping to instill within himself a semblance of resolve. From their initial act of seizing the bed, to falsely accusing him of murder, to threatening him over provisions, and ultimately to their avaricious consumption of meat. Reflecting on these transgressions brought a sense of calm to Lu Chang. No longer anxious, he rose onto his toes, his hand gripping the scalpel as he deftly maneuvered it into the space atop the upper bunk. Guided by the position of a pillow, he discerned his target's sleeping form. With one hand covering his mouth, he swiftly drew the scalpel across the other's neck in a deep, decisive stroke. Taking a life is as simple as a nod of the head. A straightforward process indeed. Throughout this act, Lu Chang felt only four sensations before the individual succumbed to death. His initial sensation was the gentle warmth felt while grasping Xiaoyong's mouth, followed closely by the second sensation akin to the snapping of a violin string experienced when severing the muscles in Xiaoyong's neck. This tactile experience had previously occurred when he had cut through the tongue of a giant frog, though this time it required significantly less effort. Following these two sensations, the third was the slight convulsions and movements of Xiaoyong's body, and the fourth was the warm, sanguine heat felt on the palms and backs of his hands. In a mere span of a few seconds, for sensations culminated in the complete extinguishing of a life, an interval that was scarcely a fraction of the time Lu Chang had just counted. In those fleeting seconds, he had obliterated decades of existence. The act of destruction is infinitely simpler than that of creation. After terminating Xiaoyong's life, the slight movements from the upper bunk perhaps stirred the lower one, awakening Xiaoyong's mother from her slumber. However, the instant she opened her eyes, she was met with the ghastly visage of a man whose upper body appeared equally horrifying. In the next moment, she felt a chilling pain in her neck, followed by an overwhelming difficulty in breathing. As the scalpel plunged into the woman's throat, Lu Chang, now positioned in the lower bunk, had the opportunity to witness the act of murder firsthand. The scalpel entered with ease, penetrating the vulnerable and lethal area without obstruction. Lu Chang didn't need to glance at his blade to know that the wound was fatal. His attention was captivated instead by the swift transformation in the woman's gaze. It was his first encounter with how rapidly a person's expression could shift. As the blade plunged downwards, Lu Chang first perceived a fleeting confusion in the woman's eyes, followed by an unmistakable terror in the subsequent second. In the third second, he grasped the bewilderment reflected in her gaze, and by the fourth second, the complexity of her expression reached its zenith. In that ephemeral moment, she momentarily succumbed to fear, only to have a sudden thought cast away her dread, transforming it into a profound plea. Her mouth agape, she struggled to emit a choked sound from her throat, her limbs thrashing as her hands clawed upwards, seemingly desperate to convey something. Yet the knife lodged in her throat and the torrent of blood stifled her words, compelling her to gaze deeply at Lu Chang, expressing her thoughts and desires through her eyes and lip movements. Perhaps it was the poignancy of her gaze that struck a chord within him, or perhaps it was the overwhelming focus of his first calm act of killing. But Lu Chang found himself unconsciously attempting to decipher her silent words in the air. Please, you, were the first three syllables he discerned, which stirred no significant turmoil within him. Don't kill me, were the next three words, evoking similarly muted feelings. Son, were the final two syllables. When pieced together, the full sentence emerged. Please, don't kill my son. In that instant, Lu Chang's mind was suddenly engulfed in a buzzing sensation, the world around him blurred, and a wave of nausea surged within his stomach, causing his hand gripping the knife to tremble uncontrollably. As his consciousness wavered, a drop of his son's blood finally seeped through the upper bunk and fell upon the woman's face, a substantial drop which obscured her visage entirely and stained her eyes crimson. Upon the moment the blood touched her eye, her gaze transformed once more. She noticed the bloodied bed above, and her eyes lost their plea. In that instant, her pupils constricted intensely, her body fought against the bonds of despair, and she unleashed her fury and hopelessness with every ounce of strength. The blood in her throat erupted through her lungs, forcing a withered yet poignant scream from her lips just before her demise. This brief, muted cry was soon supplanted by the gurgling sounds of bubbling blood. As her pupils locked in a tight grip, they gradually began to lose focus. Yet throughout this harrowing ordeal, her hands remained raised, unwavering. In response to this anguished cry, Lu Chang could no longer suppress the turmoil in his stomach and promptly retched upon the ground. The commotion roused all the occupants of the dormitory, who bore witness to this tragic and terrifying spectacle. However, the first to respond and descend was the individual who had not been asleep. He approached Lu Chang, gently patting his shoulder while glancing at the awakened Dr. Huang. You woke her up. Do not touch me. Do not even think of compelling me to commit murder. With a sharp flick, Lu Chang cast off Li Qingshui's arm. After expelling the bile from his stomach, he despondently sank to the ground, his mind consumed by the pleading expression of that woman. It suddenly struck him that, despite her boorish demeanor, she was merely a woman of the same age as his mother, a mother in her own right. Though she was detestable, her sins did not warrant death. In her final moments, she had radiated the most profound essence of humanity. When confronted with death, her most instinctive reaction was not the primal desire for survival, but rather a mother's love. Observing Lu Chang's silence as he sat on the floor, Li Qingshui opened the door to survey the corridor. Noting that the commotion had not disturbed the other residents, she returned to the room and wrapped the two increasingly cold bodies in the sheets they had slept upon. After securing the corpses in woven bags, she called to the little girl. Come, assist me in checking the courtyard for an unoccupied spot. We must dispose of this. The girl, bewildered, nodded and glanced at Lu Chang on the ground, then at the trembling Dr. Huang seated on the bed. Nevertheless, she leapt down from the bed. Thus, in the stillness of the night, Li Qingshui, one bag in each hand, led the little girl out the door. With the ambition to write 2 chapters in a single night, I feel a surge of enthusiasm and resolve to host an event next week to motivate myself. Today is Saturday, and starting tomorrow, if the recommendation votes exceed 600 on any day next week, I shall deliver a double update the following day. I vow to keep my promise. Chapter 54. Confession. As Lu Chang watched Li Qingshui and the others leave, he felt the spasms in his stomach subside. He wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth and stood up from the floor. After clearing away his vomit, he returned to the bed. Do not be afraid. I shall not take your life, he reassured the trembling female doctor, rubbing his blood-stained hands. Indeed, he will not harm you. The stout man observed the situation and stepped down from the bed, striving to modulate his voice to sound more jovial. They were insufferable. It is their threats that have led us to this treatment. I could not fathom why they were allowed to feast today, but I must say, you handled it remarkably. The stout man approached Lu Chang, patting him on the shoulder. Handled what? I am quite unaccustomed to this, Lu Chang replied, shaking his head as he attempted to erase the visage of the middle-aged woman in her final moments from his mind. He walked to the water tank and began cleansing his bloodied hands and the knife. At that moment, Li Qingshui entered through the door, carrying the little girl and placing her gently on the bed. He then joined Lu Chang at the water tank to wash his hands. I apologize for earlier. My emotions were somewhat heightened. Lu Chang managed a strained smile at Li Qingshui. No need for apologies. You performed far better than I had anticipated, Li Qingshui replied, shaking the water from his hands and returning a smile to Lu Chang. It cannot be your first encounter with blood. Not at all. It is my second. Lu Chang vigorously rubbed the bloodstains from his hands, though the previous occasion had not been so tranquil, nor had he pondered so deeply as he did now. Why overthink? Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged, you have performed admirably. Li Qingshui praised him once more, yet inadvertently roused the doctor from her slumber. After cleansing his fingers, Lu Chang began to scrub his palms. In this world, even the slightest stir in one's sleep can awaken a person. It is impossible to avoid disturbing her. Li Qingshui chuckled. Even if you hadn't awakened her, the sound of me moving the body would certainly do the trick. With so many tasks at hand, it is inevitable that some noise would ensue. In these times, even the faintest sound of a major artery rupturing could rouse a deep sleeper. There is no need for excessive contemplation. You are simply prone to overthinking, Li Qingshui implied. It is not mere overthinking. Certain matters invade one's mind, compelling contemplation. At last, Lu Chang had cleansed his hands and turned to return to his cot. I will say this, for the sake of survival. For survival. Strangely enough, upon hearing these 4 words, Lu Chang felt an unexpected sense of reassurance, more profound than any philosophical discourse. As he reclined back onto the bed, he savored the significance of those words, disregarding Li Qingshui, who was still engaged in discussions of confidentiality with the female doctor, and even the little girl who had been watching him, who remarkably fell into a peaceful slumber. He slept soundly until the break of dawn. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Chang realized it was the first time he had slept so deeply until the day was so bright. Observing the vivid crimson hue of the mist outside, he understood that he had nearly slept until noon. As he sat up, the first person he beheld upon opening his eyes was still Li Qingshui. You're awake? Yes. It seems something has happened. What sort of event? That woman has reported us. Li Qingshui gestured towards the doorway. How do you know? Lu Chang exclaimed, springing up from the bed. It's a feeling, Li Qingshui replied, seated on the bunk, tapping her fingers. Since the previous night, something had felt amiss. After she had donned a smile and ventured out, it suddenly struck her that this was seemingly the first time in days that the woman had smiled. That was undoubtedly a facade. Li Qingshui mused, rubbing her temples. Anything feigned indicated she was concealing something. Before Li Qingshui could finish her thought, the dormitory door was pushed open once more, and several armed soldiers entered, accompanied by none other than the female doctor. Someone has reported that you all committed murder. We also discovered blood-stained fabric scraps along with some hair and nails outside in the yard. The leader, a company commander whom Lu Chang had encountered multiple times, stood and proclaimed, "There is no need for you to defend yourselves regarding the murder, for we are soldiers, not police, nor judges. It has been confirmed that a person was in your dormitory last night, and this morning they are missing. You are under significant suspicion." With a tone of resignation, the commander continued, "Please understand, we do not have ample time to investigate such matters. Since you have been reported and carry substantial suspicion, I must temporarily expel you. If you are innocent, I beg you not to hold it against me." Li Qingshui nodded in acknowledgement of the squad leader's words, but refrained from engaging further. Instead, turning to regard the female doctor. "Why? No reason. I merely fear that you might slay me in my slumber." The doctor responded with a similar blank expression. Yet this time her visage was tinged with a hint of ferocity. "I have assured you, we shall not harm you." Lu Chang gazed at her in confusion. Why should I place my trust in your words? To be frank, I harbor no trust in you whatsoever." The doctor stepped forward, asserting, "Each of you is adept at feigning innocence. One can dine together during the day, yet wield a knife at night. What is it that you are incapable of doing?" You Lu Chang, is it? Do not cast those innocent eyes upon me. None of you are virtuous. From the very first day, I recognized that you were not good people." As she spoke, her voice gradually crescendoed, as if she were venting her pent-up dissatisfaction and rage, or perhaps merely expressing her own fears. "From the outset, you seized the beds. Their family of 4 claimed 3 beds, yet you, with 5 individuals, occupied 4. Have you ever considered that one of those beds rightfully belonged to us? 5 of you occupying 4 beds. And you sleep soundly. What right do you have to masquerade as benevolent? When my parents perished, did you ever contemplate relinquishing a bed for them to rest?" The voice of the female doctor had nearly reached a point of hysteria. "Perhaps you have contemplated, after much reflection, seeking alternative justifications to convince yourselves that remaining on the bed is indeed the right choice, using the excuses you concoct to fill the void in your conscience. Humanity is inherently selfish. I bear no ill will towards you, so do not blame me for arriving at this decision. I find no sense of security sleeping alongside you. Hence I reported you. Perhaps you will find yourselves without a place to rest after you leave, and on the first night, you might be devoured by monsters. Of course, with your capabilities, you may endure the first night, but what of the second night?" As the woman spoke, her voice gradually diminished in volume. her expression returning to a semblance of stoic rationality. Ultimately, who truly cares about your fate? All I desire is the assurance of a peaceful sleep here. Before she could finish her thoughts, the door swung open once more, and a little girl, a stout boy, and Zhu Lin were ushered back in by 3 soldiers. Observing the trio's return, Li Qingshui furrowed her brow and spoke to the squad leader. Sir, could we continue to reside in the military district? We possess meat. Those provisions could sustain others, perhaps alleviating some of our sins. She gestured towards the 3 large barrels of meat, but was met with the squad leader's frigid shake of his head. In that case, we have the means to hunt. If you permit us to stay, we could contribute a portion of food to the company each month. The squad leader raised an eyebrow at Li Qingshui's words, yet resolutely shook his head once again. From his demeanor, Li Qingshui discerned the paramount importance the military district placed on maintaining stability. Upon realizing this, he let out a long sigh, drew a deep breath, and, in a gesture of resignation, raised his hands and said, Very well. I am an aberrant of the cerebral domain. Chapter 55. To stay or to leave. The anomalous mind domain. Upon hearing this statement, the squad leader furrowed his brow, his expression betraying evident skepticism. Indeed, the classification pertains to those with anomalous mind domains. By gauging the duration of your exhalation, I can effortlessly deduce that your current respiratory rate stands at 17.5 breaths per minute, while your heartbeat fluctuates at 85 beats per minute. Furthermore, by observing the amplitude of your bodily tremors, I infer that your pulse is slightly slower than your cardiac rhythm, leading me to conclude that you exhibit mild arrhythmic symptoms. Li Qingshui remained steadfast in his position, asserting that the data I have discerned from your physical manifestations should be relatively accurate. Should you wish to ascertain the veracity of my claims, a simple test would suffice. Upon uttering these words, Li Qingshui raised his hands high, signaling his non-resistance. After a moment of initial astonishment, the squad leader instructed 2 soldiers to keep watch over the others while escorting Li Qingshui away. Ensure they do not escape. Their freedom is confined to this room, and nothing beyond that matters, he commanded, leaving 2 armed soldiers behind as he departed with his team. Once the squad leader exited, the 2 soldiers relaxed their stances and lowered their weapons. Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, no opposing force had yet emerged that could rival the might of the national military. As long as no one could withstand the onslaught of bullets, the military's dominance would remain unchallenged for the time being. As soon as the company commander departed, they shed their disguises, and the gnawing hunger within them instinctively drew their gaze toward the large water barrels behind Lu Chang. Their throats involuntarily constricted as they swallowed, revealing their gluttonous expressions. Hey, I must say, you fellows are quite resourceful to procure such an abundance of meat, 2 soldiers remarked suggestively. Regrettably, it held no value now, as we were uncertain of our next destination. Lu Chang discerned their implication and retrieved 2 pieces of meat from the barrels, offering them to the soldiers. Times are tough for everyone. You soldiers must be going to bed hungry as well. Please, do not hesitate. We have no use for this anymore. Have a bite. Brothers, we know right from wrong. The 2 soldiers accepted the meat, their fingers trembling slightly. Though we have a bit of food, it is utterly insufficient to share. We go to bed each night with our stomachs growling. We shall not be modest. There is no need for modesty. My friend has no troubles accompanying the company commander. Right? No troubles, none at all. The soldiers, having received the meat, consumed it rapidly, perhaps fearing the commander would return and discover their misuse of privilege. They hastily devoured the meat, even as they remembered to share pertinent information after taking their share. Let me assure you, do not be afraid. Should that individual truly be an anomaly of cerebral mutation, he would be treated like a treasure. Recently, we reached out to contacts in the provincial capital and learned that the higher authorities had issued only 3 primary directives. The first concerning stability maintenance, the second regarding the exploration of novel plant-based food cultivation, and the third addressing individuals with cerebral anomalies. It is said that those who have undergone such cerebral mutations are of significant concern to the upper echelons, with reports indicating that the value of one individual with a cerebral anomaly is equivalent to that of an entire military district. Regardless of the veracity of these claims, it is certain that your friend remains safe. 2 soldiers, while partaking in their meal, casually discussed this information, which was not deemed highly confidential. Lu Chang, upon hearing their words, let out a sigh of relief. He pulled the little girl standing at the door closer and cast a glance at the informant, Dr. Huang, who stood silently in the room, awaiting the uncertain turn of fate. Time passed neither quickly nor slowly, and after Lu Chang had waited quietly for 3 to 4 hours, Li Qingshui reappeared. This time, in addition to the company commander and soldiers, there was a middle-aged man, clearly of a higher rank, accompanying them. Upon closer inspection of the insignia on his shoulder, Lu Chang realized that this man, appearing to be nearly 50 years of age, held the rank of division commander. In a small city like Kaifeng, a division commander is regarded as the highest administrative authority within the military district. The officer who arrived was crew-cut, with hair graying at the temples and a dark complexion that obscured his expression. He bore a slight paunch, yet it was not overly pronounced. While he did not stride with the ferocity of a dragon or tiger, he certainly emanated a certain presence. "Are these the companions you mentioned?" the division commander inquired, gesturing towards Lu Chang and the others standing in the dormitory. "Indeed," came the reply. Li Qingshui nodded. "Very well, I can acquiesce to your request. But you must accompany our personnel to the Research Institute in Zhengzhou shortly. This is a mandatory requirement. I trust you will understand." The commander nodded at Li Qingshui and remarked, "Indeed, the journey is fraught with peril, as vehicles are rendered unusable, and the wilderness is far less secure than the city. Therefore, I shall assign a dedicated individual to safeguard you along the way, endeavoring to ensure your safety throughout the journey. That is all I wish to convey. We shall await outside. After you and your companions deliberate on your next course of action, please respond to me at your earliest convenience." With that, the commander exited the room with the soldiers and the company commander, closing the door behind them, leaving tranquility within the confines. "What do you think?" Lu Chang inquired as soon as the others had departed. "Not much was said. Just that I am to go to the Military District Research Institute in Zhengzhou for collaborative research. It appears they have been investigating the red mist phenomenon for over 2 years, dating back to early 2002. Recently, they seem particularly intrigued by individuals with altered brain domains, claiming they wish to establish a globally elite team to explore the realms of life and genetic science," Li Qingshui explained, shrugging his shoulders. "Of course, these are merely superficial statements. Whether we will engage in genuine scientific research or end up as subjects in their experiments remains uncertain. What should we do?" Both Pengzi and Zhu Lin expressed their concerns simultaneously. There is no feasible solution unless Lu Chang's health can be enhanced tenfold, ensuring our survival outside the military district. Otherwise, we have no choice but to comply with their arrangements. Li Qingshui smiled and said, "However, the likelihood of them dissecting me is quite low. I have my own plans, so you need not worry." Lu Chang posed a crucial question. "What did the commander say?" "Not much, just that I must go to the Provincial Research Institute. It is mandatory. As for you, if I cooperate, you may continue living here. Of course, you also have the option to accompany me. This is the exchange condition between him and me." Li Qingshui sighed, casting a glance at the somewhat flustered female doctor surnamed Huang, and continued, "Initially, I intended to delay my visit there until I was more prepared or until Lu Chang had grown stronger. However, circumstances have compelled me to act sooner than expected. Now, I must ask you, do you plan to accompany me or remain here?" The plump man attempted to interject, but was interrupted by Li Qingshui's next words. "Do not rush to make a decision, nor heed the commander's assurances of safety from the outside. I can assure you that the wilderness is exceedingly perilous. Even in this world, cities remain humanity's ecological sanctuaries, where concrete pathways and industrial products severely hinder the proliferation of flora and fauna. In contrast, the wilderness lacks these conditions, resulting in a vastly more intricate ecosystem, with biological hazards increasing exponentially. Thus, during our excursion, having even a 50% chance of survival would be fortunate. Reflect carefully on your choice. Will you journey with me, or stay behind? I will go with you." Li Qingshui's words remained unfinished when the stout man interjected, expressing what he had not had the opportunity to convey earlier. My mother has passed away, and I am left with no kin. I merely wish to be with you. In this wretched world, death is but death, and perhaps perishing alongside you would offer a modicum of solace. Well, what about you?" Li Qingshui turned to Zhu Lin, urging her not to be swayed by the opinions of others, but to follow her own convictions. "Whatever decision you make, we will not hold it against you." Zhu Lin glanced into Li Qingshui's eyes, then cast her gaze towards Lu Chang and the others, before lowering her head. "I feel a bit afraid." Chapter 56. Departure. Li Qingshui nodded, indicating his understanding. "Take care of yourself. After uttering these words, he stepped forward to embrace Zhu Lin, then turned his inquisitive gaze toward Lu Chang and the others. "Where are you going?" Lu Chang did not respond to himself, but first directed the question at the little girl. "Although you are still quite young, you must understand that this is a significant decision. Consider carefully whether to stay or to accompany him." "Where you go, I go." The little girl stepped forward, her gaze resolute. "There is no need for such." "Where you go, I go." For the first time, the little girl interrupted Lu Chang, her determination unwavering. "Very well." Meeting her steadfast eyes, Lu Chang sighed and pulled her back to his side. He then approached Li Qingshui, patting him on the shoulder. "We will accompany you. Have you made up your mind?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed Li Qingshui's eyes. "I have made up my mind." "All right, I will inform the commander then. Our party will consist of 4. After casting another glance at Zhu Lin, Li Qingshui turned and opened the door, stepping into the throng of soldiers. After a brief exchange of gestures and words, the majority of the soldiers dispersed, leaving a few to guard the doors and windows, while the others followed the commander away. Upon returning, Li Qingshui spread his hands, signaling completion. "When do we depart?" The stout one inquired. "Early tomorrow morning. It has grown late. As soon as dawn breaks, we shall follow Zhengkai Avenue all the way to Zhengzhou. The main road stretches approximately 75 kilometers, and with the surrounding paths of Zhengkai Avenue, the total distance amounts to 80 kilometers. As Li Qingshui spoke, he counted on his fingers, seemingly aiming to instill a deeper understanding of these figures in a few individuals. In the past, the drive from Kaifeng to Zhengzhou typically took over an hour. I once cycled there, taking nearly 4 hours. If one were to walk, this duration would likely double or even more. However, with the longer daylight hours and our enhanced stamina compared to the bygone era, despite the road no longer being perfectly smooth, if we maintain a brisk pace and depart in the morning, we should be able to reach our destination before nightfall. Indeed, we must prepare thoroughly today," he concluded. Upon hearing his words, Lu Chang realized that the journey would undoubtedly be fraught with tension. Not only was the path perilous, but time was also of the essence. If they failed to reach the urban area of Zhengzhou before dark, they risked peril on the road. After all, the night jungle harbored great dangers. "Xiaojing, tomorrow there will certainly be many soldiers accompanying us. Stay close to me, and should you sense any danger, do not raise an alarm. Simply inform me discreetly, and I shall relay the message to the others," Lu Chang instructed carefully, pulling the little girl aside. "Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to reveal your identity as a brain domain aberrant to others, for upon our arrival in Zhengzhou, we may not know what awaits us. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand," the young girl nodded. "Make sure to eat your fill today, as we cannot take these provisions with us. Zhu Lin, who remains behind, cannot possibly consume them all alone." Li Qingshui pointed at the frog meat in the bucket, suggesting that they indulge in some cooked food, as there was no longer any concern about the military discovering their presence. Upon hearing Li Qingshui's words, the stout man retrieved the meat from the bucket, wrapped it up, and the group set off towards the kitchen. Just at that moment, the door swung open once more, and the familiar company commander entered, accompanied by a soldier. "I bring you someone," the commander announced, clearing his throat to draw their attention. He gestured towards a remarkably robust young man beside him, stating, "This is a person recommended by the division commander, said to be one of the top evolvers in the entire military district. After the great transformation of humanity, his level of physical evolution has far exceeded that of others, making him exceptionally strong. Tomorrow, the division commander will send him with you to Zhengzhou, and I thought it best to introduce him to you now so that you may become acquainted. Hello everyone, my name is Shun Mingyi," the young man said with an honest smile, exuding an air of reliability. "Thank you to the division commander and the soldiers from the headquarters," Li Qingshui responded, returning the young soldier's smile and nodding at the commander. "Well, I shall take my leave now. Get to know each other. It will be beneficial for your mission tomorrow," the commander concluded. After bidding farewell to the commander, Li Qingshui took the young soldier, who appeared quite youthful, to the kitchen, clearly eager to build rapport with this highly evolved individual while gleaning useful information that would be advantageous for ensuring the safety of their team. Moreover, it is abundantly clear that the soldier's task transcends merely fostering camaraderie with a select few. He bears the significant responsibility of surveillance over them. Thus, they cannot easily rid themselves of his presence, despite their lack of intent to escape. In this manner, 2 groups, each harboring their own thoughts, entered the kitchen. "Xiao Jing, what is his danger level?" Lu Chang, trailing at the back of the line, cautiously inquired of the young girl. 9. Extremely high. The company commander did not deceive us. He is undoubtedly among the top in the entire military district in terms of physical evolution, she whispered in response. Understood, Lu Chang mused, observing the agile young man ahead. It was astonishing that this slender figure possessed a physique stronger than any formidable canine he had previously encountered. For reasons unknown, he instinctively began to compare himself with the individual before him. If a confrontation were to occur between them now, who would emerge victorious? Could this well-built body withstand the impact of a standard police firearm? How swift and agile could he truly be? With this series of questions, perhaps destined to find answers by tomorrow, Lu Chang stifled his curiosities and donned a smile, savoring his final sumptuous dinner in Kaifeng. Throughout the meal, fueled by the presence of meat, everyone relished the moment, and the harmonious atmosphere allowed them to glean some fundamental information about the young soldier. Before them stood a warrior of remarkable evolution, yet he was merely 19 years of age, hailing from a rural village in Zibo, Shandong. He had only recently enlisted and was thrust into the chaos following the arrival of the Crimson Mist, rendering him still unskilled with firearms. Nevertheless, his extraordinarily enhanced physique garnered the attention of the military command, who entrusted him with the task of escorting others. Upon learning about this soldier's background, the group lowered their guard. After dinner, they returned to Lu Chang's dormitory, organized their belongings, and retired for the night. Before slumber, Lu Chang meticulously inspected all his medicines and gear, then cradled his formidable crossbow as he drifted into sleep. At the break of dawn the following day, the command dispatched personnel to awaken the lightly sleeping group. Under the leadership of the commanding officer, they were joined by over 20 additional escort soldiers. These were meticulously selected by the command to accompany them. In escort missions, an excessive number of personnel can hinder effectiveness. Thus, only these elite warriors were assigned to them. Rest assured, each of them is a consummate soldier, the commanding officer stated, gesturing towards the line of field soldiers in the corridor. Their physical prowess surpasses that of the average individual, and they are already well versed in firearms and combat, ensuring your safety along the journey. Thank you, Commander. Li Qingshui replied with a respectful bow. No need for gratitude. This is an order from above, and you need not thank me, the commander replied, casting a glance at Lu Chang and the others. Are your preparations complete? Do you have any further requests? The fundamental preparations are nearly complete. However, I have one final request. Li Qingshui spoke as he turned and pushed open the door behind him, pointing to the female doctor surnamed Huang within. I want her to accompany us, for my niece wishes to remain here. We have had our differences in the past, and with her present, I am not entirely at ease. Chapter 57. A Grand World. Upon hearing Li Qingshui's words, the commander paused for a few seconds, as if contemplating the intricacies of the situation, then nodded in agreement. It is indeed the military district's responsibility to ensure the safety of our key personnel's families. After uttering this, the commander waved to several robust soldiers. Take her away. No. As the imposing soldiers approached, Dr. Huang screamed vehemently, You cannot do this. You are abusing your power. I have committed no crime, and you have no authority to expel me from the military district. Her desperate cries reverberated through the entire dormitory floor, rousing several individuals from their slumber. Alert, they opened their doors to investigate the commotion. Yet upon seeing the silhouettes adorned in military uniforms, they retreated promptly. Nevertheless, it was evident that numerous ears now lingered behind those doors. The disappearance of this woman's roommate has rendered everyone present, including yourselves, as suspects in a potential homicide. Therefore, you are all to be expelled from the military district. The commander proclaimed with a resonant voice, announcing a startling truth. Under his directive, the soldiers escorting Dr. Huang efficiently maneuvered her from her room into the corridor, and then out of the dormitory. Very well, I have fulfilled your requests, the commander remarked, casting a glance at Dr. Huang, now enveloped in mist. He extended his hand to shake Li Qingshui's, lowering his voice to say, I trust you will cooperate with my efforts. Of course. Li Qingshui nodded, withdrawing his hand and retrieving a letter from his coat pocket, which he handed to his superior. This contains my observations from a few days ago, detailing my encounter with a form of intelligent life. I hope you will take the time to read it. Intelligent life? The superior accepted the letter. Yet disbelief was palpable in his expression. It is inconceivable, even if the world outside is evolving at a rapid pace. I cannot fathom the emergence of any sentient beings beyond humanity in such a brief span of time. Indeed, if I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would also be skeptical, Li Qingshui remarked. I have provided you with the information, and I have conveyed the news. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely your prerogative. However, I feel it is imperative for humanity to be informed of this matter in advance. As for your belief, it is of little consequence, for it seems to me that the military in this small city of Kaifeng could never locate that being, nor pose any threat to it. Upon hearing Li Qingshui's alarming statements, the superior, despite his skepticism, placed the envelope into his pocket with a lingering doubt. After this exchange, the morning light began to seep into the world outside. It is time for you to set forth. Indeed, we must depart. The journey is time-sensitive, and we cannot afford to delay even for a moment. Tightening the straps of his backpack, Li Qingshui led the way out. Lu Chang and the young girl followed closely behind, while the heavier-laden figure brought up the rear. They traversed the corridor and arrived at the dormitory entrance. Gazing out at the newly illuminated, dark crimson horizon. Be careful on your journey. As I gazed at the retreating figures, Zhulin, with tears brimming in her eyes, hurriedly pursued them from behind. You must take care here. Lu Chang turned back to look at the frail, reticent girl. You must survive. The stout boy stepped forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace. You must survive. Lu Chang lifted the little girl and joined in the embrace, cherishing their bond forged through shared trials. Take good care of yourself. Even the usually composed Li Qingshui joined this circle of supportive arms. Finally addressing Zhulin, there is still meat in the water jar. It will sustain you for several days. If you cannot finish it, donate it to the army, so that you may have a better life here in the future. Should anything arise, be strong. For the sake of survival, you may need to forsake certain things. Let me always know that you are alive. Thank you. The girl, enveloped in their embrace, could hardly speak through her tears. Will we have the chance to meet again? I believe we will. Lu Chang freed himself from the embrace, lifting the little girl onto his shoulders with a smile. What do you think? I feel the same. The stout boy laughed heartily, masking the lump in his throat. Certainly. Li Qingshui loosened his grip, casting one last glance at Zhulin before stepping forward with the stout boy and Lu Chang into the thick morning mist, disappearing from her sight. The journey had finally commenced. As Lu Chang and his companions ventured into the thick fog, a contingent of soldiers trailed behind them, numbering over 20 in total. Leading the group was a middle-aged man accompanied by a super-evolved individual named Shen Mingyi. At the rear was Dr. Huang, who was being pulled along by the soldiers. Mingyi, please incapacitate the woman behind us. Her incessant tugging is significantly delaying our progress. Once we reach the main road, we can awaken her. She will undoubtedly follow us rather than attempt to return alone, instructed the leader as they departed from the dormitory building. Upon receiving the command, Shen Mingyi exhibited no signs of reluctance and swiftly complied. After subduing Dr. Huang, he effortlessly hoisted the emaciated woman onto his shoulder, bearing the weight as lightly as if it were a mere garment. In just a few strides, he reclaimed his position at the forefront of the group. Hey, I say, my friend, the stout man remarked as he noticed Shen Mingyi approaching him. In a bid to alleviate the sorrow of impending separation, he, usually reserved, spoke up quietly. Aren't you the leader of this team? Why are you following his orders? Well, he is the deputy captain and my former squad leader. Shen Mingyi replied in a hushed tone. While I may be referred to as the captain, I'm merely a novice, utterly inexperienced with firearms, let alone commanding a unit. My former squad leader has served for over a decade, rising through the ranks without much formal education or background. A few years ago, he even fought on the Sino-Indian border, witnessing the harsh realities of battle. His leadership is far superior to mine. Oh, is that so? The stout man nodded. What is his name? Zhao Yu. The stout man murmured as a group of over 20 individuals exited the military compound. The one named Zhao Yu, the commanding officer, stepped to the front of the formation and illuminated the sky with a large flashlight emitting a yellow glow, capturing the attention of all present. Our team is about to set off, and I have a few words to share. Noticing the crowd gathering around him, Zhao Yu continued. Although the responsibility for this mission lies with Comrade Shen Ming, given the extraordinary circumstances, I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse. He is still quite young, and I will temporarily assume leadership. Is that agreeable to everyone? Yes, the soldiers shouted in unison. Evidently, several among them were previously under his command. Very well. Let me explain, Zhao Yu nodded, shaking the flashlight in his hand. This device I hold is a modified fog lamp. With it, An average person can see an additional meter or two ahead. However, the primary purpose of this tool is not merely to enhance our visibility, but rather to provide guidance for those of you at the rear of the formation. Standing atop a stone pedestal, the commander proclaimed, "In this thick fog, I trust that, like me, you can only see 2 or 3 meters ahead. Those in the middle of the formation cannot see what lies ahead, and those at the back are even less fortunate. Therefore, as we proceed, each of you must pay close attention to the person directly in front of you. Stay in line and do not lose sight of one another. Should you inadvertently lose sight of the group, do not hesitate to call out and seek the light. Do not remain frozen in place. The dense fog possesses sound-dampening properties, and lingering for even 10 seconds may result in your eternal separation from the team. Moreover, ensure that your equipment is thoroughly prepared for immediate use. However, bear in mind that if you encounter danger and lack certainty, refrain from firing your weapon indiscriminately. Given the close proximity of our ranks, amidst this obscured visibility, a single shot could inadvertently harm a comrade. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, do not discharge your firearm. Should others hear the gunfire, they must immediately drop to the ground. Is that understood? Understood. The soldiers responded in unison, and Lu Chang and his companions nodded in agreement. Very well, since everyone comprehends, let us commence our journey. Leading the way, Zhao Yu guided the group while continuing to provide instructions. Following his orders, Shen Ming positioned himself at the rear of the formation, silently safeguarding the entire troop. Lu Chang and Li Qing Shui, along with others, occupied the central positions, benefiting from the protection afforded by those in front and behind them, thus ensuring relative safety. Due to his vision, Lu Chang became the sole individual capable of observing the entirety of the team, carefully monitoring both the front and rear while attentively surveying the slightest disturbances in the surroundings. As they progressed, Li Qing Shui discreetly scattered a plant powder that masked their scent, distributing it to each soldier in accordance with the wind's direction. In this manner, the group advanced in a cohesive and secure manner, steadily moving from south to west. Along the path through the urban area, the group encountered little peril. Upon reaching the city center, they fortuitously passed by Lu Chang's former abode. What was once his home has now completely collapsed, all remnants of the past obscured and replaced by the exuberant growth of vegetation. He dared not linger too long on that spot. Lu Chang swallowed his nostalgia and the lump in his throat, continuing onward with the group as they traversed from the southern suburbs to the western outskirts, eventually exiting the city of Kaifeng. Standing just outside the city, beneath the welcoming sign for the people of Kaifeng, the group gazed in awe at the magnificent world beyond the urban confines. Is this truly what it has become? Chapter 58. Slimming down before the crowd lay a dense expanse of primordial jungle. Although none could behold the true visage of the thicket, the sight of the towering trees embraced by a few companions, the myriad vines entwining their trunks, and the unique fragrance wafting through the air, unmistakably signified the presence of a vast wilderness. The natural vitality emanating from this jungle surpassed that of any previously encountered on Earth, its boundless life force inciting an irresistible yearning in those who stood before it. Among the assembly, Lu Chang, endowed with the keenest vision, surveyed the scene with the broadest perspective. To him, it was a genuine feast of life interwoven in a breathtaking tapestry. Towering trees were draped in a variety of climbing plants, while beneath their canopies flourished an array of shrubs and low-growing vegetation, previously unseen by any beholder. When one considered the diverse herbaceous plants and mushroom-like saprophytic organisms carpeting the ground, this symphony of life revealed itself in a strikingly three-dimensional manner. What a true ode to existence this was. In a realm devoid of concrete and steel, had nature already flourished to such an extent? Li Qing Shui plucked a blade of grass from the earth, bringing it to his nose to inhale its essence. Could we traverse this jungle? Standing amidst the morning mist, accompanied by the rustling sounds and croaks emanating from the depths of the thicket, even Shun Mingi, the strongest in their midst, voiced his skepticism. There seems to be no path ahead. The soldiers in the front were scouring the ground, yet they completely failed to discern the previous location of Zhengkai Avenue. There was a path on the ground, and they searched for fragments of broken cement, following the traces of the concrete to uncover the old road. Zhao Yu, the leader, crouched down and, amidst the weeds, unearthed several pieces of cement debris that bore clear signs of human craftsmanship. Holding the cement shards in his hand, Zhao Yu called out to the team behind him, stating, The former cement thoroughfare has been shattered by vegetation and their roots, leaving only these remnants of concrete. Fortunately, it has not been long since its degradation, and by following these fragments, we can navigate our way to Zhengzhou City. The areas where the cement road once lay exhibited no more plant growth than elsewhere. Li Qingshui stepped forward, advancing to the front of the group, meticulously observing the surrounding flora, and remarked, "Thus, this is also a method for us to retrace our path." He was correct. Zhao Yu, taken aback by Li Qingshui's insight, found it astonishing that this individual could identify a second method for finding their way in such a short span of time. However, he was not overly surprised, as he was aware of the man's status as a brain domain aberrant. "Captain Zhao." Li Qingshui furrowed his brow, gazing at the dense primordial jungle, and inquired, "May I ask you a question?" "Of course," Zhao Yu replied. "Since the apocalypse, how many times have your forces established contact with the higher-ups in Zhengzhou City?" "3 times. "I believe," Zhao Yu responded. "At least, that is what I know." "How was the communication established?" "In Zhengzhou, an emergency temporary communication battalion has been established, specifically tasked with disseminating documents and central information to various subordinate cities." Zhao Yu responded, noting that such emergency battalions appear to have been formed in considerable numbers, likely repurposed from former reconnaissance companies or field armies, with each battalion comprising 100 individuals dedicated to the transmission of messages and documents. In the absence of radio communication and with wired lines having been destroyed, they are left to rely on these rudimentary methods. 3 times, Li Qingshui remarked, rubbing his chin. "What is the casualty situation?" "The first team arrived 10 days ago, suffering the loss of over 10 individuals. The second battalion, which came after, faced more than 20 fatalities. The third team arrived just a day after the second, one 7 days ago and the other 6 days ago, resulting in a total of 30 casualties." Zhao Yu furrowed his brow in recollection, acknowledging, "That is quite a high casualty rate." "Not at all. It is certainly not high. Can 100 ordinary people truly navigate through such dense jungles?" Li Qingshui stepped forward, resting his hand on a large tree, a look of fear evident in his eyes. Sensing the trepidation in his tone, a soldier from the group took a step closer, jokingly remarking, "Ha, what's wrong? Does a highly intelligent mutant also feel fear?" "Indeed," Li Qingshui replied without turning, intently observing the texture of the tree before him, seemingly attempting to ascertain its growth cycle through its patterns. "Allow me to share with you a more alarming piece of news. There is a rumor circulating within our battalion that just 3 days ago, another company arrived from Zhengzhou, comprising about 100 personnel, yet only a little over 20 emerged, most of whom were gravely injured." One soldier jested, patting Li Qingshui on the shoulder, exclaiming, "How about that? A casualty rate of nearly 100%. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet it was overheard by Zhao Yu, who promptly strode forward and delivered a sharp slap to the soldier's head, rebuking him. "Damn it, what nonsense is this? Is this the kind of joke one can make? If this were in the past, it would be deemed a treasonous act, a crime punishable by execution. Foolish brat, get back in line." Following Zhao Yu's reprimand, the youthful soldier merely scoffed as he was kicked back into formation. "I apologize, Mr. Li. Pay no heed to his foolishness. He is merely young and means no harm," Zhao Yu added, his expression revealing a hint of fondness for the soldier, as evidenced by the fact that the lad felt comfortable enough to jest in his presence. "I understand that he harbors no ill intentions. This is merely his way of expressing fear. It is evident that he is the most terrified among the ranks." Li Qingshui cast a glance at the soldier, his eyes still filled with concern. "However, I do not believe he is merely rambling. The peril posed by this jungle has undoubtedly escalated exponentially compared to previous days. It is merely a jungle. We are armed. Even if the creatures within are more numerous and formidable than those in the urban areas, the 20 or so of us are far from ordinary. We are a chosen few and should fare well." Zhao Yu observed the expression of Li Qingshui and likewise felt a sense of apprehension. However, he did not allow this to impede their progress. "Let us proceed with utmost caution," he suggested. Indeed, Li Qingshui nodded before returning to the center of the formation. "Let us embark." Once the group was aligned, Zhao Yu waved the mist lantern and stepped boldly into the lush wilderness before them. As the group ventured deeper into the forest, Lu Chang sensed the fog thickening around them, and the multitude of plants obscured his vision, rendering him unable to see far ahead. He hoisted the young girl onto his shoulder and whispered, "Alert me immediately if any danger arises." Understood, the girl replied, her body trembling with fear. The cascading vines above unsettled her, prompting her to curl into a ball, her hands clutching Lu Chang's neck, her face pressed against the back of his head. Thus, the group meandered through the jungle, the individuals at the forefront following the trail of scattered stones, while those behind remained vigilant, attuned to every sound in their surroundings. The young soldier who had jested with Li Qingshui earlier walked alongside Lu Chang, his face pale as he surveyed the area with his weapon at the ready. After several kilometers of travel without incident, the tension remained palpable. No one dared to lower their guard. Each member of the party maintained a stern demeanor, focused on the person ahead to avoid falling behind, while also remaining alert to any subtle disturbances in the environment. This collective vigilance cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. "Hey, brother," Lu Chang ventured, "let us engage in conversation. This weighty ambience is making my head spin." The young soldier walking beside Lu Chang gently nudged his arm with his elbow and turned to speak to him. Startled by the sudden gesture, Lu Chang turned to face him, only to immediately furrow his brow. "Why do you appear thinner than before?" The soldier touched his own cheek, and indeed, his fingers encountered the hollowness of his face and the prominence of his cheekbones. What is happening? The realization struck him, causing his entire body to tremble in fright. Chapter 59. Cuscuta, who could have known that not only had he lost weight, but he also appeared quite pale? Lu Chang scrutinized him from head to toe, but found no other signs of an attack. He then inquired, "Are you unwell?" "Impossible. If I were ill, I would have perished during the Great Death period. I must have been attacked by something." The soldier hastily set down his weapon and, in a panic, removed his camouflage uniform to inspect his body. Moments later, his hand brushed against something that felt oddly swollen on his skin. "Damn it!" he shouted in terror, as the young soldier frantically stripped off his camouflage, revealing a fitted t-shirt beneath. "It seems there is something stuffed inside your t-shirt." "What is it?" The soldier, filled with dread, pulled at his t-shirt. As both of them caught sight of the objects clinging to his skin, an involuntary shiver ran through them, raising goosebumps all over their bodies. What on earth is happening? Zhao Yu, who had been leading the group, halted upon hearing the commotion and made his way over, only to witness this peculiar scene. "Oh, that's absolutely disgusting. What is this?" Upon his arrival, Zhao Yu observed the soldier frantically tugging at the plant tendrils that were firmly attached to his skin, as if they were leeches, siphoning his blood and fat. "It looks like Cuscuta," Li Qingshui remarked, approaching to examine the vines on the soldier. "You didn't feel them crawling onto you?" "Of course not. Otherwise, how could these things have grown so fat without him noticing?" Lu Chang gazed at the soldier, feeling an intense revulsion as he observed the plants clinging to the soldier's body, tightly enveloping his skin. The minuscule roots, resembling fine thorns, penetrated his flesh, while slender, straw-like apertures siphoned his blood and subcutaneous fat. It appeared that these plants had been affixed for quite some time, their once verdant exteriors now saturated with the soldier's mingled crimson and ivory fluids, reminiscent of well-fed mosquitoes, plump and bloated. It dawned on him that the dizziness he had recently experienced was a consequence of excessive blood loss. As the soldier tore the vines from his body and stepped down upon them, the ruptured plant skin erupted, splattering blood plasma and fat across the ground. The vine he had crushed seemed to react in anguish, writhing as if attempting to burrow into the earth below. Indeed, it was a type of dodder. Li Qingshui seized the end of the vine, yanking it from the soil and examining it closely in his hand. What exactly is dodder? Lu Chang pondered aloud while inspecting his own body, only to discover that a similar plant had also infiltrated his trousers. Fortunately, it seemed to have only recently begun its invasion, not yet having commenced its extraction of his blood. Dodder is a parasitic plant, devoid of roots and stems in its adult form, relying on other plants for sustenance. It was surprising to find that even animals had become its hosts. Li Qingshui carefully avoided the barbs on the vine in his hand, remarking, "These thorns must possess a potent paralytic effect, akin to the feeding apparatus of a mosquito, which penetrates the body without eliciting any sensation." How terrifying! Extracting the vine from his pant leg, Lu Chang promptly crushed the ghostly plant beneath his foot and exclaimed, "Everyone, quickly check your bodies for this plant. You might not even realize you're being drained until it's too late." At his urgent call, the soldiers shrouded in mist understood the gravity of the situation and hurriedly began to remove their clothing to inspect their skin, only to find that 3 or 4 of them had also discovered the dreadful tendrils. "Mr. Li, is this plant poisonous?" asked a soldier whose face had sunken from excessive feeding. After stripping away all the thick vines from his body, he exhibited unmistakable fear. If this thing were toxic, his life would be in jeopardy. I'm not sure. It shouldn't be poisonous, I hope. Li Qingshui scrutinized the color of the barbs. Do you feel nauseous or experience muscle spasms? No, just a bit dizzy, the soldier replied, shaking his head. It's likely just a result of blood loss. It should be non-toxic. Discarding the segment of vine from his grasp, Li Qingshui called out to the group, be vigilant. There are many lurking dangers in the forest. And pay close attention to your physical condition. Understood, came the scattered responses along with the rustle of clothing being removed. After a moment, the soldiers had completed their inspections, and a profound silence enveloped the group. Xiao Jing, why did you fail to notice the attack from the daughter? After reorganizing his belongings, Lu Chang cautiously inquired of the young girl. He had previously believed that with her presence, he would be adequately prepared even in the event of an assault. However, the terrifying forest lurker had imparted to him the true meaning of a sneak attack, what it felt like to be devoured while remaining utterly oblivious. I don't know. I thought it was just weeds. Their essence seemed too similar to that of ordinary grass, and their presence was so faint that I felt nothing at all. The little girl replied, a look of distress etched on her face. I'm sorry. If you hadn't detected it in time, perhaps both you and that soldier would have perished. There's no need to apologize. This is not your fault, Lu Chang reassured her. That wretched vine must have emerged from beneath the ground. It's no wonder you couldn't sense it. He rolled up his pant legs, exposing his ankles to his line of sight, ensuring that he would be able to detect any future parasitic plant attacks like the daughter in advance. Let us hurry. The ground is soaked with blood and fat, and the stench is overpowering. We might attract carnivorous creatures, Li Qingshui remarked, glancing at the spot where the daughter had been crushed, and then at the soldier who was losing too much blood. Can you still walk? Yes, I'm fine, the man replied, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to dispel the dizziness. If you're fine, then we must leave at once, Li Qingshui urged. The peculiarities of this forest had led the commander to a preliminary understanding of its dangers. He waved his hand, holding up a fog lamp, and rolled up his pant legs, signaling for the soldiers to follow him as they continued onward. Yet, the heavens do not align with human desires. Just as he raised the fog light, the little girl emitted a warning sound. Brother, be cautious. In the sky, 100 meters away, numerous creatures with a danger level of approximately 0. 2 are approaching swiftly. Before the girl's words could fully resonate, Lu Chang was already enveloped by the resounding flaps of massive wings. He barely had a moment to alert the others when he witnessed a peculiar flock of birds soaring towards them. Within his line of sight, these birds possessed sharp beaks, each the size of a human head, with small, crimson eyes. Their sudden appearance was evidently not a harbinger of goodwill. Something is in the air. Everyone be alert. As Lu Chang's warning rang out, a large bird swooped down towards his head, only to be struck down by his crossbow. Damn it! As the colossal bird crashed to the ground, Lu Chang had no time to deliver a decisive kick before a relentless barrage of attacks ensued from above. Struggling to defend himself, he took shelter behind a grand tree with the little girl, aiming to shield her from potential harm. Fire into the sky to scare them away. The call of the squad leader resonated through the mist. Be mindful of your angles. We must not harm our own. Following his command, Lu Chang raised his weapon and unleashed a series of gunfire. The loud reports startled the massive birds, causing them to hesitate in their assault, rising instead to circle ominously in the sky. Though momentarily deterred, their intentions to depart were evidently unfulfilled. Be wary. They have not retreated. As the gunfire subsided, Lu Chang recognized that the others were unaware of the peril looming overhead. He urgently shouted, they are still hovering above us. They will likely not relent until they taste flesh. After the call to action, Lu Chang raised the crossbow in his hand and aimed at the plumpest bird within the flock, pulling the trigger. The bolt, propelled by the bowstring, shot forth with remarkable speed, piercing the bird's body before it could react. Feathers and blood erupted into the air, creating a vivid display of crimson blossoms. At that very moment, as a smile began to form on Lu Chang's lips, the remaining birds in the sky caught a whiff of their fallen comrade's blood and flocked towards the scene, vying for the carcass. In the blink of an eye, the recently deceased bird was reduced to nothing but bones, leaving Lu Chang, the sole witness to this spectacle below, utterly astonished. However, his moment of stupor was swiftly shattered by the little girl's next remark. Another group is coming, and they are even more dangerous, with a threat level of 0. 5. Lu Chang furrowed his brow, his apprehension deepening as he heard a buzzing sound fill the air. Soon, a swarm of large insects resembling mosquitoes but armed with sharp proboscises emerged into his view. He then observed the birds, upon sighting these gigantic mosquitoes, swiftly take flight, while some unfortunate ones that could not escape were captured, becoming a sumptuous breakfast for the half-man-sized insects. Chapter 59. Disguise. Certainly. These carnivorous mosquitoes are not solely preying on birds. Larger creatures are evidently among their targets as well. Thus, a few mosquitoes launched tentative assaults on the crowd below. Fortunately, the majority of these insects remained fixated on the avian beings soaring above, showing a distinct preference for their familiar diet over the unfamiliar humans. Consequently, the number of mosquitoes descending to attack the populace was negligible, providing the group with a momentary reprieve. "Let us move swiftly while they are occupied," Zhao Yu exclaimed, recognizing the fleeting opportunity. As he shouted, he waved the broken fog lamp in his hand, attempting to signal all the scattered individuals to regroup. Upon noticing his signal, Lu Chang hastily took the hand of the little girl and hurried towards him, joining the reassembled group as they moved forward in an orderly retreat. During his withdrawal, only a solitary mosquito dared to assault him. However, this pitiful creature, possessing a mere danger level of 0.5, posed no threat once it had strayed from its swarm. Drawing his scalpel, Lu Chang swiftly severed its head as it approached, and without pausing, he continued alongside the group, leaving the battlefield behind. Thus, the individuals continued to fight and retreat, hastening several kilometers away until they finally settled down, ceasing their frantic escape. Zhao Yu then took stock of their numbers. With a fog light in hand, Zhao Yu illuminated each member of the team, counting aloud as the beams swept over each individual. 1, 2, 3, 4, until he reached 25. Why are there 2 missing? After completing his count, Zhao Yu realized that 2 soldiers were absent from their expedition. Alongside Lu Chang's group, there were 22 soldiers, 4 escorted individuals, and the coerced Dr. Huang, totaling 27. Yet, so soon into their journey, the absence of 2 familiar faces cast a pall over Zhao Yu's expression. Could it be that someone had fallen behind? Ordinary vision extends only 3 meters. Unless one is in direct proximity to another, it is all too easy to become lost. In the chaos of the dual onslaught from the giant bird and the massive mosquito, people had been scrambling to resist while frantically fleeing, making it inevitable that some would stray. "Let us wait a moment," suggested one soldier. "But what if we cannot wait?" countered another. "Perhaps we should split up and search?" This suggestion, however, was swiftly dismissed, barely a second after it was voiced. "Split up to search? Are you mad?" someone shouted from the ranks. "If we do that, we will never regroup. This fog could ensnare us indefinitely, were it not for the trace of this gravel path beneath our feet. Plunging into the jungle would leave us lost for 10 days, or even longer." His words were starkly realistic, resulting in a heavy silence among the group. They found themselves at an impasse, unable to choose between waiting, departing, or searching. "Perhaps I should go look for them," Zhao Yu offered. Lu Chang's words shattered the momentary silence. "I traced my steps back along the gravel path, confident that my vision surpasses yours. Perhaps I might uncover something." In this perilous moment, Lu Chang no longer hesitated to reveal his unique ability, for he had witnessed the dangers lurking within the forest. Now, we were all in the same precarious situation. The demise of one would inevitably heighten the peril for the others. Should our group dwindle to only 2 or 3 individuals, any subsequent threat could render our return impossible. "You possess better eyesight than we do?" Zhao Yu inquired, gazing at Lu Chang. "Indeed. This is a gift bestowed upon me by my transformation. I can search for survivors." "Very well. In that case, allow Ming Yi to accompany you. His strength combined with your keen sight will significantly reduce the likelihood of encountering mortal danger," the squad leader suggested, nudging Shen Ming Yi forward. "Release that woman. How long do you intend to carry her?" She regained consciousness when the gun was fired. Without addressing her fearful inquiry, Ming Yi gently placed Dr. Huang on the ground, then seized a military machete and stepped closer to Lu Chang. "Return within half an hour." At that moment, Li Qingshui approached. "If you haven't found anyone in 30 minutes, abandon the search. Time is of the essence. If we do not reach Zhengzhou before nightfall, we may all perish here." "Understood." Lu Chang nodded, wasting no further time. He hoisted the little girl onto his back and, accompanied by Shen Ming Yi, retraced their steps. The 2 individuals cautiously retraced their steps along the path they had previously fled. striving to maintain a safe distance from the battlefield while remaining close to the gravel trail beneath their feet. As they progressed, they remained vigilant, for the distance the others had covered was not substantial. In a short while, the little girl detected an unusual presence. "Brother, there are 3 life forms 100 meters ahead to the left. 2 have a danger level of 4, and 1 has a danger level of 2. 5. She whispered softly into Lu Chang's ear, her voice barely audible even to herself, yet she was certain he could hear her clearly. Upon hearing the figure of 2. 5, Lu Chang felt a stir within him. This particular number represented the average vitality of the elite soldiers, and given their proximity to both the battlefield and their team's location, it was plausible that a creature with a danger level of 2. 5 could indeed be worth investigating. As for the 2 life forms rated at 4, he felt reassured by the presence of both himself and Shun Mingyi, who possessed a danger level of 9. Even an encounter with them should pose no threat. "Shun Mingyi, let us proceed in that direction," Lu Chang suggested, having pieced together the reasoning behind their course of action. He gestured towards the direction indicated by the little girl and began to make his way toward the opposite side of the jungle, accompanied by the formidable figure behind him. "Stop, that path veers off the trail," Shun Mingyi cautioned after following Lu Chang for a few paces and noticing something amiss deep within the thicket. "Not to worry. We will only venture 100 meters, not far at all," Lu Chang reassured him, instilling confidence. "Rest assured, I promise to find our way back." "Very well then," Shun Mingyi conceded. With a firm grip on the military machete, Shun Mingyi followed the silhouette ahead into the depths of the jungle. Deviating from the original path of Zhengkai Avenue, the vegetation grew noticeably denser within the forest. Lowering the young girl from his shoulders, Lu Chang, with his exceptional vision, took the lead. Indeed, after traversing several dozen meters, he spotted a companion who had gone missing moments ago. A middle-aged soldier, armed and scanning his surroundings anxiously, bore an expression of confusion and desperation, unmistakably lost. Upon seeing the soldier, Lu Chang felt a surge of joy. However, he refrained from calling out immediately, as he was still apprehensive about the 2 creatures with a danger level of 4 that the little girl had mentioned, which had yet to appear. Thus, he readied his crossbow, opting for caution rather than making any sudden movements, and crouched within the thicket to observe the subtle shifts in his surroundings. Yet, after a prolonged moment of stillness, even Shun Mingyi, who had been trailing behind, began to lose patience. Lu Chang had yet to discern any signs of life within the jungle. He remained stationary for about 10 seconds, and when the little girl finally caught up, he still had not spotted any trace of the creatures. "Where are those 2 danger level 4 creatures you mentioned?" Lu Chang quietly inquired, pulling the girl closer. "I haven't seen a single one. They're right in front of you, next to that one with a danger level of 2. 5, she replied. Though unable to see the soldier a few meters away, she sensed his presence and closed her eyes, focusing her mind to perceive her surroundings. "There's one." The young girl pointed behind the soldier, yet Lu Chang could only see a cluster of verdant ferns. As he pondered in confusion, the girl directed her finger toward a similarly shaped cluster of trees nearby, adding, "There's another one. Could it be another plant hunter?" Lu Chang scrutinized the 2 clusters, yet after a prolonged gaze, he found no signs of any living creatures. "It should not be plants. Amidst the sprawling vegetation, my sensitivity to flora is not particularly acute." The young girl, her eyes wide with perception, remarked, "If I can sense it from such a distance, it must be an animal." "Animals." Lu Chang moved forward a few more meters, carefully observing the 2 plants within a 10-meter radius, and at last, he discerned traces of animal life within the foliage. Chapter 60. The mantis. These eyes were concealed with remarkable skill, blending seamlessly among the 2 plants, resembling 2 verdant leaves. Strangely, these peculiar eyes lacked pupils, remaining motionless and fused with the body. Had Lu Chang not been forewarned of their presence, he would have likely strolled past without realizing that these leaf-like entities were, in fact, eyes, nor would he have discerned that these botanical apparitions were adeptly camouflaged assailants. If one were to walk past them unnoticed, the outcome would inevitably be death. At that moment, regardless of the adversary's danger level, be it significantly lower than his own, the element of surprise in a vulnerable state would result in demise. However, now that Lu Chang had identified these 2 hidden attackers, he no longer felt fear. Observing his military companion draw nearer to them, lost in confusion, Lu Chang hastily called out a warning. "Hey, be cautious." He leaped from the thicket, exclaiming, "There are assailants behind you." "What?" Upon hearing the human voice, The soldier's earlier anxiety dissipated, and he hurriedly moved towards the source of the sound. "Watch out behind you. Something's there," Lu Chang reiterated. "Something?" The soldier glanced over his shoulder, discovering that aside from the underbrush and saplings, there was nothing amiss. "What is it? Where are you? Are you lost as well?" he inquired as he continued to advance, blissfully unaware that a sapling behind him had already begun to stir, moving with the swiftness of the wind, silently and stealthily. The phrase "still as a virgin, swift as a hare" aptly describes a plant that, in one moment, appears to be an innocuous, lifeless entity, only to transform in the next instant into a monstrous killer. As the plant stirred, a flash of green light surged forth, and the soldier, who had just turned his head, found his head severed from his neck in an instant, as if by the scythe-like arm of the creature. Perhaps the speed of the decapitation was so rapid that the soldier's head, hurtling through the air, did not immediately succumb to death. In that fleeting second, he could still manifest an expression, initially one of surprise at finding a companion, which swiftly morphed into sheer terror. After that brief moment, the expression became eternally frozen in time. With a thud, the head fell, and the once vibrant body was left devoid of life's essence. "Curse it!" Lu Chang instinctively exclaimed, his reaction overshadowed only by the swift motion of raising his crossbow to release a bolt. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt zipped through the air, traversing the scant distance of less than 10 meters, and embedded itself in the creature's form. Thud! The sharp tip, propelled by immense force, pierced through the monster's bark-like skin, inflicting considerable harm. In response to this injury, the creature immediately turned its body towards Lu Chang, seemingly attempting to discern the source of its assault. As it moved its body with all four limbs on the ground, it lost the carefully arranged disguise, allowing Lu Chang to discern the true nature of the two creatures. They were two mantises, though not excessively large. Their bodies exhibited remarkably fluid lines. With their limbs on the ground and their elongated blades protruding forward, they resembled young saplings even when standing upright. Despite being only slightly larger than a human, these mantises appeared exceptionally agile. What on earth was happening? Standing beside Lu Chang, Shen Mingyi was utterly perplexed. First, he observed Lu Chang murmuring to a little girl, then heard his shouts and the responses from ahead. Just as he thought he had located his companion, he was startled by Lu Chang's mention of monsters, followed by the release of an arrow. Two creatures had attacked that soldier. Lu Chang pointed towards the misty depths, vividly describing the scene within. Two mantis-like monsters that, while seemingly small, would likely prove formidable. Before Lu Chang could finish his sentence, the antennae of the two mantises twitched, seemingly detecting the source of the sound. In a swift motion, they leaped and soared towards Lu Chang's hiding place. They were coming. Seeing the creatures approach, Lu Chang hastily pushed the little girl aside and plunged into the thicket himself. Shen Mingyi, unable to see the scene just 3 meters away, was a moment too slow and found himself confronted by the wild mantises, which swept towards his head. By the heavens! As two mantises entered Shen Mingyi's field of vision, the first thing he noticed was a massive claw, reminiscent of a sickle, lunging towards him. He let out a loud shout and swiftly evaded, moving nearly twice as fast as the mantis to dodge the attack. Instinctively, he swung the broadsword in his hand, delivering a decisive upward slash to the soft, unarmored abdomen of the mantis. The blade cleaved through that vulnerable area. Following the incision in the mantis's abdomen, Shen Mingyi delivered a powerful kick, accompanied by a crisp crack, severing the creature into 2 pieces with the force of his blow. Green viscous fluid erupted from within. Such strength, such speed, Lu Chang observed from a distance, unable to suppress his admiration. Yet, despite his awe, he did not cease his own efforts. Another bolt was swiftly loaded and shot, thwarting a second mantis's assault on Shen Mingyi. Seizing this moment of opportunity, Shen Mingyi once again brandished his weapon, effortlessly cleaving the other mantis in half, just as Lu Chang had dispatched the mosquito moments before. The struggle for survival can often be a matter of mere instants. Life or death hinges upon a fleeting moment. The battles in the jungle bear no resemblance to the intricate techniques of martial arts novels, nor do they follow the prolonged duels found in epic tales. Instead, it is a contest of speed and ferocity, nothing more, nothing less. Truly impressive, I had anticipated a fierce battle. With his crossbow retracted, Lu Chang emerged from the dense fog and approached Shen Mingyi, observing the 2 still twitching mantis corpses. He extracted his bolt from within them. It's nothing. I reacted faster than they did, and I possess far greater strength. With your support from the side, defeating them was hardly a challenge. Shen Mingyi gazed at the two mantis bodies on the ground, his brow furrowed. These creatures are not particularly formidable. However, their camouflage is undoubtedly top-notch. Just look at how much they resemble saplings. In the bygone era, he had often heard tales of the mantis's exceptional stealth, capable of blending seamlessly with branches or grass. Now, it seemed that these monsters had perfected the art of disguise beyond that of their predecessors. Even in death, lying amidst the foliage, they could easily deceive the unwary. If I were caught off guard and ambushed by them, it wouldn't matter how much stronger I am. I would still meet my demise. Indeed, sometimes, sheer prowess does not guarantee victory in battle. Lu Chang recalled the grisly scene of the soldier whose head had been severed. Realizing that had he or Shen Mingyi been in that soldier's place, they too would have been unable to evade such a close-range ambush. What about that soldier? Shen Mingyi inquired, glancing at the two now motionless mantises before him. He's dead. His body is over there. Lu Chang gestured towards the location of the soldier, whose name he did not even know. I'll go take a look. There are no monsters around, right? None. Oh, as Shen Mingyi spoke, he made his way towards the spot Lu Chang indicated, where he soon beheld a gruesome sight of blood-soaked ground and the dismembered remains of the soldier. Perhaps due to the apocalyptic days that have befallen them, he had grown accustomed to the cycles of life and death, as well as the sight of various corpses. The gruesome scene elicited little reaction from him. Silently collecting food and ammunition from the lifeless body, he turned and returned to Lu Chang's side. Do you know him? Lu Chang inquired, gesturing toward the nearby corpse, noticing Shen Mingyi's lack of emotional response. It's not quite accurate to say I know him. We served in the same battalion and crossed paths a few times. I believe his name was something like Chao. Chapter 61. The Resplendent Thicket. Lu Chang nodded, his heart heavy with sorrow for the fallen soldier, a life extinguished in the verdant embrace of the jungle, where not even his name was known. The essence of existence faded amidst the lush foliage, bereft of kin and companions. Sighing deeply, Lu Chang sought out the young girl he had earlier found amidst the grass, lifting her gently and reassembling their belongings. Turning to Shen Mingyi, he stated, "Let us proceed and search for any remaining souls." "Very well," Shen Mingyi replied, following closely behind Lu Chang, whose gaze scanned the expansive horizon. They soon found themselves traversing Zhongkai Avenue. In the ensuing minutes, though the trio detected signs of life, it was evident that they belonged to creatures other than humans. To avert unnecessary peril, they refrained from further investigation. Lu Chang remained mindful of the time. As recounted by Li Qingshui, after several more minutes yielded no human presence, he resolved to return. "Let us head back. We have been out for over 20 minutes, and we must not delay our journey." Agreed. Retracing their steps, approximately 10 minutes later, the trio regrouped. "Did you find anyone?" Zhao Yu inquired, his expression betraying disappointment as he noted the unchanged number of their party. "We encountered one individual, but alas, he fell victim to a monster's assault," Shen Mingyi lamented, handing over the magazine and provisions he had salvaged from the corpse to the squad leader. Sighing again, he observed the items in his hand, recognizing them as belonging to Chao Wei. What a pity. With a sigh, Zhao Yu did not allow the emotional turmoil to impede their progress for long. "Li Peiheng is likely lost to us as well. Let us move on," he declared, waving the fog light in a gesture that signaled the irrevocable fate of another missing soldier, Li Peiheng. The team resumed their journey, aware of Lu Chang's excellent eyesight. Zhao Yu did not impose excessive demands upon him. He merely instructed him to position himself in the middle of the group to ensure the safety of the soldiers and prevent further losses. Without needing reminders, Lu Chang remained vigilant. After nearly 3 hours of travel, as the sun reached its zenith and the crimson mist illuminated the surroundings in a glaring hue, the group was fortunate to encounter no further perils. However, due to the considerable exertion, the commander ordered a brief pause to rest and replenish their depleted supplies of food and water. The military personnel produced some nearly inedible biscuits that had been prepared in advance, while Lu Chang and his companions brought forth the frog meat preserved in formaldehyde. Gathering in a circle to partake in their meal, the military members formed a tight-knit group, while Lu Chang and his friends constituted a separate enclave, leaving only Dr. Huang isolated beyond the circle. "Come join us. We have plenty to share," called Li Qingshui, who had just retrieved food from her backpack, beckoning to Dr. Huang. The latter, however, cast a dispassionate glance back at Li Qingshui, clearly still harboring resentment towards the individual she held responsible for her predicament. You have not consumed food or water. And as a physician, you should be more cognizant than I of the consequences arising from high temperatures, significant physical exertion, and the absence of nourishment. Li Qingshui spoke, placing a piece of frog meat wrapped in a leaf at Dr. Huang's feet, and handed him a flask of clear water. Having completed these actions, he turned away, not casting a glance at the woman's expression, nor uttering further words of consolation. Eat, for survival is paramount, he urged. At that moment, the stout man also turned his gaze, revealing that since the apocalypse, he had shed considerable weight, no longer resembling the corpulent figure he once was. He smiled at Dr. Huang, his sunken cheeks forming a grin, and remarked, though we may not be paragons of virtue, we are not as malevolent as you previously suggested. Of course, your harsh words yesterday might have stemmed from other factors. Yet, in the grand scheme, who truly cares? After all, isn't living better than anything else? Upon hearing the stout man's words, Dr. Huang remained silent, momentarily lost in thought for half a minute. Following a brief internal struggle, he picked up the food and water from the ground and began to eat. Once everyone had replenished their sustenance and rested for a few minutes, the group prepared to set off again. By midday, only 2 individuals had perished, and they had traversed over a third of their journey. Such a mortality rate was relatively tolerable. Consequently, the atmosphere among the group was not overwhelmingly bleak. Thus, they continued to navigate through the jungle for another hour until the front of the line came to a halt. What is the matter? Upon observing the halt of the procession, several members swiftly raised their rifles, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Is there a situation? One inquired. No, lower your weapons. Zhao Yu called from the front ranks. If there is no issue, why have we stopped? Lu Chang, positioned midway through the ranks, was perplexed by the sudden pause and took a couple of steps forward to catch up. As he reached the front of the formation, he refrained from further questioning. The splendid sight before him had already revealed the reason for the platoon leader's command to halt, a breathtaking expanse of flowers. Before him lay a dazzling array of blossoms, their colors remarkably vivid. Even in this world shrouded in crimson mist, the red flowers shone with an intensity that far surpassed the surrounding haze. Their hue so striking it seemed as though they could bleed at any moment. The field of flowers appeared vast, and with Lu Chang's keen eyesight, he could not discern its boundaries from afar. It sprawled imperiously across the gravel path, instilling a sense of trepidation to venture beyond. These flowers are oddly vibrant, exclaimed Li Qingshui, who had hurried up from the rear to witness the scene. Indeed, Mr. Li, the platoon leader remarked, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the colorful blooms ahead. Do you suppose these flowers could be toxic? I cannot say for certain, Li Qingshui replied, gesturing toward the resplendent cluster. However, their hues are excessively bright. I believe it prudent for us to avoid contact with them. Moreover, observe that within this floral expanse, there is almost no other vegetation. This is decidedly uncharacteristic of the jungle's norms. Indeed, came the acknowledgement. Lu Chang gazed intently, and indeed, within this vibrant patch of flowers, not a single weed was to be found, starkly contrasting with the chaotic growth of various plants elsewhere in the forest. In this era of relentless competition among living beings, its ability to dominate such an area certainly indicated its unique prowess. Li Qingshui sighed. Thus, regardless of whether it is poisonous or not, we must refrain from touching it. Could it be a carnivorous plant? Zhao Yu stretched his imagination to fathom the wonders of nature's creations. Who knows? Let us give it a try. Li Qingshui retrieved a piece of frog meat from his backpack and tossed it into the thicket from a distance. However, upon the meat's descent into the flowers, the lifeless entities showed no response, nor did they suddenly sprout rows of sharp teeth to devour the meat below. Not eating? Zhao Yu frowned. Forget it. Let us go around. Despite the flowers' indifference to the meat, Li Qingshui remained vigilant. Go around, but the path lies directly ahead. What if we lose our way while circumventing it? Then what shall we do? Wade through? Li Qingshui knitted his brow as well. Observing Li Qingshui's expression, Zhao Yu glanced back at the extraordinarily vibrant red flowers and ultimately lost his courage to confront them. Never mind, let us go around. He pulled out a compass, calibrated the direction, and beckoned Lu Chang to join him. As we navigate the detour, stay close to me. Your keen sight, combined with the compass, should prevent us from completely losing our way. Agreed. Lu Chang nodded, acknowledging that he possessed little experience in traversing the jungle, and vowed to heed your guidance. Yes, just don't stray too far from the flower thicket. Inform me promptly of any changes in the terrain. Chapter 62. The Bloodstained Blossom. Lu Chang nodded, standing beside the young girl, Li Qingshui, next to Zhao Yu. After informing the soldiers about the conditions of the road ahead, Zhao Yu, along with his companions, took a detour and proceeded onward. With Lu Chang by his side, he wielded a fog light and a compass, navigating through the dense flowers. He was cautious not to stray too far from the blossoms, fearing he might lose his way, yet he also dared not venture too close. Wary of the potential dangers posed by the flowers, they progressed slowly, pausing intermittently to recalibrate their bearings. What a vast expanse of flowers! At this pace, it seemed unlikely they would reach Zhengzhou before nightfall. Lu Chang, leading the group, expressed his impatience. Squad leader, can we move a bit faster? Indeed, it is time to quicken our pace. This floral expanse is larger than I had anticipated, the squad leader replied, nodding in agreement before accelerating their footsteps after recalibrating their direction. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted from the flower thicket, carrying with it the scent of pollen. These flowers are truly fragrant, someone behind Lu Chang remarked, infusing a slight cheer into the atmosphere of the group. I have never encountered such a delightful aroma. This serene and fragrant essence surpasses that of any blossom from the bygone era. If coupled with their vibrant hues, these flowers would fetch an excellent price in the previous age. Yet, lamentably, in this era, perhaps the fragrance of these flowers signified the scent of death. Li Qingshui frowned and urged, let us hasten our steps. In the realm of nature, the fragrance of flowers and their presence are never merely for admiration. In times past, the fragrance of flowers served to attract insects for the purpose of pollination. However, contemporary floral scents may be designed to entice other creatures into their vicinity. Furthermore, one must acknowledge that flowers are merely reproductive organs. What allure do others' reproductive organs hold? Li Qingshui frowned, remarking that many individuals find pleasure in bringing them to their lips to inhale, which she found utterly repulsive. Your words are equally distasteful. Upon hearing Li Qingshui's comments, laughter erupted from the rear of the group, and as the atmosphere lightened, their pace quickened. After meandering around the flower clusters for over half an hour, the trajectory of the group gradually aligned with the direction of Jinkai Avenue. Just as they felt they were about to navigate past the peculiar blooms, an unusual sound suddenly pierced the air. A blood-curdling scream erupted, raw and jarring, akin to the abrupt moment when laughter is shattered by the piercing agony of a knife thrust into the abdomen. It was sudden and hauntingly distressing. What is happening? Upon hearing the scream from behind, Zhao Yu immediately prepared for combat, illuminating the area with the fog lights. Lu Chang caught sight of the soldier who had cried out. Had he been attacked? The soldier's expression was one of sheer agony, veins bulging grotesquely in his neck, his face flushed, and his features grotesquely contorted, clearly enduring immense suffering. At that moment, the weapon he had been wielding lay discarded on the ground, his fingers stiffening into claws. And Lu Chang observed with alarm that his body had begun to exhibit noticeable convulsions. The soldiers surrounding the man, upon witnessing his condition, became increasingly vigilant, raising their guns and scanning the surroundings for any signs of disturbance. However, after a prolonged search, they found no movement in the air or on the ground. Could it be an ambush akin to that of a daughter? Someone in the group exclaimed. It's possible. Upon hearing this, several individuals subdued the soldier who had lost his wits due to pain, tearing open his clothing. They observed that although his muscles were tense and his skin a vivid red, his body bore no visible marks. He appeared to be suffering from poisoning. A woman's voice emerged from the group. It was Dr. Huang. She gazed at the fallen soldier, her brow furrowed as she remarked, the symptoms indicate heightened excitability of the autonomic nervous system, excessive sweating, and salivation. It seems he may have been exposed to a neurotoxin, poisoned, but he hasn't consumed anything. Zhao Yu stepped forward to examine the incapacitated soldier. Could it be that his skin was grazed by a poisonous plant? He mused, inspecting the soldier's forearms and ankles, areas exposed and vulnerable to injury, yet he found no blemishes on the soldier's smooth skin. What could be the explanation? Perhaps it was the patch of flowers. Could the pollen be toxic? Li Qingshui's pupils dilated suddenly, as if struck by a realization. Impossible. None of us exhibit symptoms of poisoning. How could he? As Zhao Yu was speaking, his tongue suddenly became tangled, his words transforming into incoherent murmurs. Lu Chang observed with horror as Zhao Yu, who had been frowning and articulating moments before, suddenly displayed an expression of excruciating agony. His symptoms mirrored those of the soldier, as he suddenly lost his sanity. His body flushed and sweating, with blood vessels visibly appearing in his eyes. He then emitted a heart-wrenching roar. Indeed, the pollen was toxic. Lu Chong, in a state of alarm, hastily held his breath and seized the little girl, fleeing in the opposite direction of the flower thicket. Similarly, some soldiers began to react. Upon learning of the pollen's toxicity, they desperately sprinted away. A few soldiers closely connected to the squad leader attempted to pull him back before fleeing. Yet it proved difficult to command someone in such a frenzied state. After realizing they could not budge the squad leader, 2 or 3 individuals hastily retreated to a safe distance. Soon after, a horrifying scene unfolded beside the flower thicket. Just as the group had distanced themselves, accompanied by agonizing screams, the squad leader and the earlier soldier charged desperately toward the flowers. They appeared to be in excruciating pain, their bodies heated, as they tore at their clothes and exposed skin. Under the influence of their evolved strength, their high-quality combat uniforms were effortlessly shredded into tatters. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied, they exerted themselves further, scratching at their own skin. Their flesh was mercilessly clawed and torn by their fingers, releasing dreadful cries. As Zhao Yu and the soldier appeared to be infested with an insatiable, itching parasite, desperately clawing at their own flesh. The visage was torn asunder, revealing a grotesque display of white bone, as they continued their macabre actions. Subsequently, they plunged their fingers into their own abdomens, reaching for their innards. Pieces of flesh were ripped apart, and their contorted bodies writhed in agony, causing blood and mangled meat to spray forth like a deluge, staining the vibrant blooms with an even more resplendent hue. Lu Chong, witnessing this horrifying scene from a distance, was rendered speechless, grasping the little girl and urging the others to flee to a place devoid of the floral scent, finally halting their frantic escape. What should be done? Have we all succumbed to the poison? The people who had fled regrouped, each reflecting the profound terror mirrored in the eyes of the others. Only Li Qingshui maintained a semblance of composure. Dr. Huang, how can we counteract the neurotoxin? He inquired, furrowing his brow as he turned to the sole adult woman in the group. There are countless types of neurotoxins, and this particular pollen's venom is unprecedented for me. I am at a loss, the female doctor, Ms. Huang, replied, her face obscured by her hands in sheer panic. Moreover, without any medicinal supplies, there is no solution. Chapter 63. The wounded. At the very moment Dr. Huang declared her powerlessness, 2 more soldiers exhibited symptoms of poisoning. Their frenzied actions mirrored those of Captain Zhao before them. In a state of wild agony, they dashed towards the flower thicket like crazed beasts, as if the distant fragrance beckoned them to their fated sanctuary. What an extraordinary method of predation, indeed, to have the prey deliver itself, even sparing the need for a fertilization process. Li Qingshui cast a glance in the direction of the flower thicket, disregarding the 2 soldiers, and after a moment of intense contemplation, suddenly seized the large water container at her waist and drank deeply. Observing Li Qingshui's actions, Lu Chong quickly came to a realization, irrespective of its efficacy. He grasped his own water container and gulped down nearly half of it, subsequently retrieving a spare water source from his backpack to pour into the small girl's mouth. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Though their efforts might prove futile, none wished to relinquish the last glimmer of hope. Thus, within mere seconds, the clean water supply of the group was entirely consumed, leaving everyone with slightly distended bellies. Clarification: if anyone goes mad again, incapacitate them. Li Qingshui instructed the strongest member of the team after finishing her drink. Understood, the man nodded. This marked the final utterance within the group. As the rest awaited the impending judgment of death, everyone inhaled the toxic pollen, and none could escape the impending disaster. Yet, each one harbored the hope of being the fortunate soul who, having been bitten by the venomous serpent, miraculously survived. Thus, the crowd sat upon the ground, caught in a tumult of anticipation, dread, and despair. This unbearably oppressive atmosphere rendered even those who had not succumbed to the affliction breathless, as they gasped for air, fervently praying not to become mere fertilizer for the flowers. A minute later, another individual succumbed to madness, only to be swiftly subdued by the arriving Shin Ming, who rendered him unconscious with a decisive blow. However, even in unconsciousness, the afflicted man's body continued to convulse uncontrollably, the symptoms of poisoning unabated. Unfortunately, the others found themselves incapable of offering any further assistance, Their own preoccupations left little room for concern for one another's plight. As time elapsed, more and more individuals exhibited signs of poisoning, seemingly correlated with their body's resistance. The ordinary soldiers were the first to succumb, followed by Dr. Huang and the young girl, who also exhibited abnormal symptoms. Lu Chang and Xin Ming were among the last to display such unsettling signs. Lying on the ground amidst the grass, Lu Chang did not lose consciousness as swiftly as the other soldiers. His mind remained clear, even as his body endured excruciating torment. The pain was overwhelming. Although Lu Chang had previously struggled to comprehend the nature of neurotoxins, he now felt as if every nerve in his body were engulfed in flames, each pulse a testament to his suffering. The pain he experienced transcended the ordinary suffering inflicted upon the human body, far surpassing the torment he had felt when seared by the giant frog. This toxin, which directly assaulted the pain receptors, even overwhelmed Lu Chang, whose will to survive was notoriously robust, leading him to fleetingly contemplate the release of death. However, despite such thoughts, his remaining resolve restrained him from succumbing to the urge to scratch at his skin. Instead, he buried his hands deeply into the earth of the forest, patiently awaiting the passage of time. Second by second, the phrase "days feel like years" aptly encapsulates the excruciatingly slow progression of time for those in profound agony. Lu Chang's bewildered gaze and the ringing in his ears rendered him incapable of discerning the passage of time. It was unclear how long he had endured. It felt like hours, yet also like days, before the searing pain that engulfed him abruptly subsided. The pain arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. In less than a minute, it diminished to nothingness, and Lu Chang sensed the full return of his bodily sensations. The life that had been so agonizing moments before finally regained its equilibrium. As he sat up, the first person he beheld was Xun Mingyi, evidently the strongest and quickest to recover in their party. "You're awake?" Upon noticing the clarity in Lu Chang's eyes, the somewhat simple and honest man from Shandong revealed a bittersweet smile. "Yes." After lightly tapping his head to confirm the absence of pain, Lu Chang inquired, "What about the others?" Alas, Xun Mingyi sighed, shaking his head and gesturing for Lu Chang to look for himself. Upon witnessing Xun Mingyi's expression, Lu Chang was overtaken by a foreboding sense of dread. Turning his head, he was met with a gruesome sight, a ground soaked in blood, accompanied by individuals still writhing in agony. Originally numbering around 20, only a handful remained sprawled on the ground. The others, one could surmise, had succumbed to their injuries and fled into the floral thicket, becoming mere fertilizer for the blossoms. The condition of those on the ground was equally dire, each one marked by self-inflicted wounds, clearly still grappling with their pain. Faced with such a harrowing scene, Lu Chang hastily tore a strip of cloth from his attire to bind the hands of the little girl and the portly boy. As for Li Qingshui, he was the sole individual among the fallen who bore no scars. What was most alarming was that he had not even lost consciousness. Though he lay on the ground, his muscles convulsing and robbing him of mobility, his eyes remained wide open, retaining their characteristic wisdom. "How long have you been awake before me?" After securing the bindings around the girl and the boy, Lu Chang inquired of Xun Mingyi, who was similarly restraining his companion. "Perhaps a mere 10 seconds, Xun Mingyi replied, gesturing towards the bloodied figures scattered on the ground. "Otherwise, do you truly believe this pervasive stench of blood could ensure our safety from other predators for an extended period? In truth, it is a stroke of luck that we were not attacked during those 7 or 8 minutes of unconsciousness." Indeed, Lu Chang nodded in agreement. "I merely could not fathom that our lapse in awareness lasted such a brief time. It felt as if several hours had elapsed. Upon awakening, I harbored similar thoughts. However, the watch upon my wrist cannot deceive me." Shenming gave a slight shake of his wrist, revealing a watch. But fortunately, we had not been delayed for long. Otherwise, reaching Zhengzhou before nightfall would have been impossible. Now, considering our aim to arrive in Zhengzhou before darkness descends seems arduous, we have already taken a detour. And as you can observe, these individuals are all injured, undoubtedly prolonging our journey. Lu Chang shook his head, counting the number of bodies sprawled on the ground, and sighed. "There are still 13 of us left, and hardly anyone remains unscathed. The heavy stench of blood, no matter how one attempts to conceal it, is likely inescapable. Our path is fraught with challenges. Indeed, with the scent of blood lingering, we are akin to beacons in the eyes of those keen-nosed hunters." As Xunming lamented, he seemed to envision the scene of our group besieged by relentless beasts. Chapter 64. stepping into the blossoms as the two were engulfed in worries about their future. Another figure stirred from the ground, Li Qingshui. Although he had not entirely lost his faculties prior, his muscles, including those of his tongue, had been seized by spasms, rendering him immobile and mute. Now, as he propped himself up, he first massaged his aching muscles, then turned his gaze to the two young men, who appeared deeply pensive. There is no need for such despondency. After all, the journey must continue. You've awakened, Lu Chang exclaimed, rushing to Li Qingshui's side to assist him to his feet. How do you feel? Are there any lingering effects? Not too bad, really. Just that the prolonged spasms have sapped a considerable amount of my strength. Aside from that, I'm quite well. Li Qingshui managed a wry smile, adding, though I must admit, it was truly painful a moment ago. Indeed, you must have felt it more acutely than I, given that your senses were fully engaged. Lu Chang understood that while he and the others on the ground were indeed suffering, the partial loss of consciousness had dulled much of their pain. What has become of these individuals? Li Qingshui inquired, as he walked among the sprawled figures on the ground, his gaze settling on the chubby boy and the little girl. Are they unharmed? Fortunately, their injuries are not the most severe, Lu Chang replied, crouching to inspect the little girl's wounds. Do you still have any antiseptic in your backpack? We should disinfect their injuries, regardless of the circumstances. Yes, I have some with me. Li Qingshui stepped aside and retrieved some iodine from her bag, applying it generously to the little girl and the chubby boy. Upon witnessing their actions, Shen Ming hurriedly rummaged through the military backpacks of his comrades to find the same substance, administering it to the injured soldiers. During this process, the trio sorrowfully discovered that 2 more had succumbed, victims of excessive blood loss. These unfortunate individuals had inflicted severe injuries upon themselves, not only breaking the skin, but also damaging blood vessels and muscles. Their ill fate was further compounded by the fact that they had struck major arteries, leading to their demise within mere minutes due to the loss of blood. Alas, another 2 have perished. We are left with only 11, Shun Ming lamented, shaking his head in despair at Lu Chang. The latter sighed in response. In the oppressive silence that followed, the 3 awaited the awakening of the remaining members of their group. Minutes later, first the little girl and Dr. Huang stirred, followed by the soldiers and the chubby boy. Those who had not succumbed to the poison gradually regained consciousness, greeted by the warmth of the sun. However, upon surveying their surroundings, a profound silence enveloped them all. The morale of the group had plummeted to its nadir, and a collective thought emerged. Would they ever escape this fate? Let us not dwell in such despondency. We ought to be grateful for our survival. Inspired by the somber atmosphere, Li Qingshui unexpectedly voiced an encouraging sentiment. Lift your spirits, everyone. Do not let your heads hang low. Do you wish to sit here and await death? Or perhaps we ought to observe a moment of silence for our fallen comrades, followed by half an hour to gather our emotions, and ultimately rush back to Zhengzhou before nightfall? Enough of this lamenting. Stand up, everyone. Upon hearing Li Qingshui's remarks about time, the soldiers who had awakened indeed lifted their eyelids. The gruesome reality lay before them. Yet an even more harrowing future pursued them from behind. If they failed to reach Zhengzhou before darkness fell, they would meet their demise. Even if they set off immediately, time was not guaranteed. Every wasted minute could equate to the loss of their own lives. At this juncture, the soldiers could no longer afford to wallow in sorrow and despair, for they all understood that now was not the time for emotional outpouring. Each individual, though reluctant, rose resolutely from the ground, retrieving their weapons and backpacks, preparing once more for the battle for survival. Dr. Huang, please attend to those with severe wounds and administer basic first aid. We shall depart at once. Understood. Dr. Huang did not contest Li Qingshui this time. Seizing the opportunity while Dr. Huang tended to the soldiers' injuries, Li Qingshui called out to the other side of the team, Shen Mingyi. Does anyone in the group still possess a compass? None remain. The squad leader took the only one, intending to navigate along Zhengkai Avenue without needing a compass. Hence no spare was brought. As Shen Mingyi spoke, he suddenly realized something, gazing towards the direction of the thicket, and shouted, "This is bad." When the squad leader was poisoned earlier, he took the compass into the thicket with him. Upon hearing the shout of Declaration 1, everyone's pupils dilated in sudden alarm. A cry of anguish echoed from the group, particularly from the portly member. What shall we do? In this realm, more tropical than a tropical rainforest, devoid of paths or compasses, we cannot possibly find our way out. Fear not, everyone. Remain calm and tend to your wounds. I shall search for a compass. Li Qingshui reassured, pulling Lu Chang along. "What are you doing?" Lu Chang, gripped by terror, cast a frightened glance toward the vibrant flowers. "Are you seeking death there?" "Not necessarily," Li Qingshui countered, leading Lu Chang to the side of a deceased soldier. He began to strip the fallen warrior of his garments. "The flowers merely release toxic pollen. If we cover ourselves entirely to avoid contamination and block our noses with damp cloths, we can prevent poisoning. I believe that as long as we do not inhale excessive pollen, our lives will not be in jeopardy. However, if we fail to find a compass, we shall all perish." With that, Li Qingshui donned the attire of the tall soldier, layering himself in 2 sets of clothing. He then tore strips of fabric to secure the cuffs of his sleeves and trousers. After contemplating, Lu Chang decisively followed suit, putting on another set of garments. Finally, the two tore additional tatters from others' clothes, moistening them with the sap from a nearby tree to effectively cover their mouths and noses. Minutes later, fully equipped, they ventured once more into the vibrant yet perilous zone, under the watchful eyes of their anxious yet hopeful companions. Retracing their steps, the two individuals found themselves at the vibrant flower cluster, halting at the threshold of the deadly, alluring realm. "Your vision is keen. Could you assist me in locating the body of our squad leader?" Li Qingshui inquired, his gaze fixed warily upon the crimson expanse beneath their feet. "He shouldn't have wandered far. Let us search." "Indeed," Lu Chang nodded, circling the area where the incident had transpired, soon discovering the numerous soldier corpses hidden amidst the dense foliage. Each body lay in a state of utter devastation, their skin and flesh torn asunder, transformed into fertilizer for the very blossoms surrounding them. The grotesque condition of the remains made it difficult for Lu Chang to discern which one belonged to the squad leader. However, drawing upon his recollections from the incident and his familiarity with the individual named Zhao Yu, he eventually identified a familiar silhouette among the mangled forms. "It seems to be." Lu Chang pointed towards a direction veiled in mist. "Is it over there?" Li Qingshui adjusted his bearings, unable to perceive the scene beyond 3 meters, relying solely on Lu Chang's indication. "Yes, precisely. Stay here. I shall retrieve the compass." "You intend to go?" Lu Chang questioned, apprehensive. "These blossoms may not solely wield toxins as an offensive means. Aren't you concerned about potential danger?" "Naturally, I am cautious," Li Qingshui replied, patting Lu Chang's shoulder. "Yet, I cannot let you bear the brunt of every perilous endeavor." With that, he disregarded Lu Chang's concerns and stepped forward, crossing into the resplendent flower cluster. Chapter 65. An initial discussion on the food web as Li Qingshui stepped into the thicket of flowers and soil. Lu Chang was immediately struck by the subtle rustling of fabric against leaves and the soft squelching of his shoe pressing into the earth. Though these sounds were faint, they resonated within him like a mighty bell tolling. His palms grew clammy, and he clenched his fists, fixated on the vibrant flora surrounding Li Qingshui's feet. At that moment, as Li Qingshui's foot intruded upon the cluster of blossoms, the brilliant red flowers instantly sensed the presence of this foreign invader. Remarkably, they all seemed to turn away in unison, as if each blossom had sprouted a pair of eyes, directing their gaze toward Li Qingshui's ankle. Indeed, they exhibited movement. Witnessing this peculiar sight, Lu Chang instinctively yearned to pull Li Qingshui back, but before his alert call could escape his lips, Li Qingshui waved his hand at him, signaling reassurance. "Everything is fine, stay put." Lu Chang understood the gesture well, rooted in his prior trust in Li Qingshui. He lowered the thigh he had raised in alarm back to the ground. Seeing that Lu Chang had refrained from advancing, Li Qingshui cautiously placed his other foot into the flower bed, ensuring that both feet nestled into the soft earth. He skillfully navigated around the densely growing blossoms, embodying the esteemed tradition of respecting nature that is cherished by his compatriots. Indeed, although he was cautious not to tread upon the delicate blossoms, those peculiar entities sensed his presence. One by one, the flowers turned their faces away, resembling a throng of onlookers witnessing a brawl. Their vibrant visages encircled Li Qingshui's calves. Observing this scene, Lu Chang felt his heart leap to his throat, yearning to call him back, yet fearing that a single shout would startle the seemingly gentle blooms. Thus, he stood there, caught in a limbo of indecision, unable to move, unable to cry out, consumed by anxiety. Within the circle, Li Qingshui's eyes mirrored a similar dread of the uncertain future. The evolution of his intellect did not impede the integrity of his emotions. As an ordinary human, he too was capable of fear. However, As someone possessing a greater acumen than the average individual, he also understood the necessity of suppressing his feelings, constraining the trepidation within him and stifling the tremor that threatened to seize his body. Li Qingshui cautiously took a third step into the floral thicket. This was followed by a fourth step. With each advancement, the knee-high flowers turned their heads in response, and under the watchful gaze of many, he ventured deeper into the heart of the blossoms. Watching Li Qingshui enter the abyss of fear like a valiant dragon slayer, Lu Chang's clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. He dreaded witnessing that familiar figure being assailed by a tempest of petals, and feared even more the moment when that recognizable face might transform into a lifeless husk. He squinted slightly, standing at the edge of the flower thicket, torn between the desire to observe and the trepidation that held him back. Watching as Li Qingshui ventured deeper into the blooms in search of the fallen commander's body, fortune smiled upon him. For the dense foliage did not present Li Qingshui with further obstacles in locating the compass. After a mere few seconds, Lu Chang noticed a subtle shift in his blurred expression, signaling that he had succeeded. The familiar figure gingerly withdrew his right hand into his sleeve, carefully securing it, before retrieving the compass from within the blossoms, then turning back. With each cautious step, Li Qingshui's approach seemed even more tentative than his initial entry, and the flowers, much like when he first arrived, bid him farewell as he departed their domain. As he stepped out from the edge of the thicket, just as he returned to Lu Chang's side, his heels faltered, and the emotions he had suppressed erupted forth. "You scared me to death," he gasped, thrusting the compass into his pocket, breathing heavily through the damp cloth. "We must hurry back." Lu Chang supported his frail frame, intent on retreating. "Wait." After taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, Li Qingshui steadied himself. "There is still something to address." "What is it?" "Now that you've found the compass, we need to leave this place. Let us also search for the fog lamp." I recall the commander had dropped it near the edge of the thicket in his frenzy. Li Qingshui turned back towards the area marked by fresh blood, and after a thorough search, he located the fog lamp, now extinguished. Upon picking it up, he employed the simplest yet most effective method to restore it within a mere 3 seconds. With a couple of sharp slaps, Li Qingshui forcefully struck the fog light's head, and the previously extinguished light, having fallen to the ground, reignited with a warm yellow glow. After turning off the fog light and securing it to his waist, Li Qingshui bent down to the edge of the flower thicket. "What are you doing?" Lu Chang approached Li Qingshui, frowning at him. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his furrowed brow twitched in surprise. Li Qingshui had, in a flash, reached out with his encased hand to grasp 2 flower buds, and in an instant, his palm was filled with vibrant petals. "Are you out of your mind?" Lu Chang exclaimed. "Relax, they don't have teeth, they can't bite." Li Qingshui calmly displayed the handful of petals to Lu Chang, assuring him of their harmlessness before carefully placing the vividly colored petals, which seemed to be capable of weeping blood, into a pre-prepared iron box. Clearly, collecting the petals was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had meticulously planned this during his change of clothes. "You are truly insane. How did those flowers not consume you just now?" Lu Chang, unable to tolerate Li Qingshui's reckless behavior any longer, forcibly dragged him away towards the crowd, distancing them from the floral chaos. "They didn't consume me because they haven't evolved to that point yet," Li Qingshui replied with a grin as Lu Chang pulled him along. "They have indeed developed a sensory system, but their feeding mechanisms are still inadequate. That was mere luck on your part. In a few days, those flowers might very well leap up and devour you." Lu Chang furrowed his brow, expressing his bewilderment at Li Qingshui's actions. "What do you hope to achieve with these seemingly pointless risks?" "Pointless," Li Qingshui replied, having gathered the iron box. "I never engage in actions devoid of purpose. I am conducting this endeavor to study the nascent ecosystem. With our lives hanging in the balance, do you still have the luxury to ponder such matters?" Lu Chang continued to frown. "Well, one must prepare for the future. It is precisely because humans possess the foresight to imagine potential dangers that we have evolved slightly beyond other species." "But your foresight seems excessively distant," Lu Chang remarked. "After all, we find ourselves deep in the heart of the forest. If we were in a military district, I might comprehend your current approach. No. My considerations are not so far-reaching as the future of humanity. I am merely contemplating tomorrow," Li Qingshui clarified. "Think about it. If we indeed reach Zhengzhou, where will we go?" "The Research Institute." "Indeed," Lu Chang replied. "Now, the second question arises. By what merit do I believe I could establish myself in that so-called research institute? Li Qingshui continued. To put it more bluntly, if my brain has merely undergone mutation without corresponding scientific contributions, will I not be reduced to a lab rat subjected to dissection and experimentation upon my arrival? Upon hearing this, Lu Chang's furrowed brow relaxed as he began to grasp Li Qingshui's intentions. Thus, I aim to demonstrate my scientific value before we arrive, ensuring they recognize that retaining me as an individual holds far greater significance than merely using me as an experimental subject. As Li Qingshui walked, he remarked, even if that place is not as dark as I envision, in this world, only by realizing and manifesting one's value can we secure greater benefits for ourselves. Lu Chang comprehended this fully and inquired, have you achieved any results? Indeed, I have made some progress. Based on my observations over the past few days, I have roughly constructed a new theory of ecological systems. Do not underestimate theories. They are the foundation of science. I believe this theory will greatly aid future scientific research for humanity. Could you elaborate on it? Lu Chang's expression revealed his intrigue. Well, the overall theoretical system is still incomplete. I have only developed a theory concerning the new food chain within the ecosystem. Li Qingshui suddenly smiled. I call it the preliminary theory of food webs. The preliminary theory of food webs? Lu Chang echoed. Yes, it is termed preliminary because it remains unfinished. Allow me to give you a brief overview, Li Qingshui said, tapping his fingers thoughtfully. You are familiar with the food chain system on Earth, I presume? Of course. It's the concept where big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. Lu Chang replied as they walked. Indeed, the intricate transfer of organic matter in nature, through various relationships of predation, tightly interlinks all species. However, what you mentioned, big fish eating small fish, represents merely a portion of the predatory food chain. In fact, the food chains in nature are categorized into three types: the predatory food chain, the detrital food chain, and the parasitic food chain. Li Qingshui gestured with a sweep of his finger, delineating a portion of sky and land, and remarked, but look, do the traces of these food chains still exist? It seemed. Lu Chang gazed at the diverse plants before him, bewilderedly shaking his head, as if to say they were no longer present. Indeed, ever since the emergence of the red mist, the inherent food chain systems of living organisms have utterly collapsed. Can the larger fish still prey upon the smaller ones? Are shrimp invariably destined to be the hunted? Do trees still exist as the pure producers of the natural world? Li Qingshui posed three questions in quick succession. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chang shook his head once more. Truly, all species have deviated from their former patterns of behavior. Those who once subsisted solely on plants now seem to partake in flesh, while creatures that were strictly carnivorous may now manage to survive on the tender grasses. Even the trees, it appears, have become formidable in their own right. Indeed, the newly formed food system has transformed from a series of singular chains into an intricately woven web, thoroughly blurring the original three fundamental concepts. The traditional distinctions between producers and consumers have become obscured. Trees, once considered pure producers, can now transform into consumers, preying upon animals. Even more astonishing is that they retain their innate ability to absorb nutrients from the soil and synthesize organic matter while engaging in predation. The clear demarcation between herbivorous and carnivorous consumers has also blurred, as all creatures seem to be transitioning towards an omnivorous existence. Furthermore, the hierarchical structure of the food chain is no longer rigid. Individual mice have grown formidable enough to prey upon cats, while cats have become powerful enough to threaten humans. In the contemporary ecological landscape, competition has metamorphosed from a harmonious race into a brutal struggle for organic resources. A brutal struggle, indeed. Lu Chang raised his eyes to the surrounding flora, as if he could already scent the fierce and bloody competition wafting through the air. Meanwhile, Li Qingshui, after a lengthy discourse, paused to swallow hard and remarked, my intention in collecting these petals extends beyond mere research. Should we find ourselves in Zhengzhou, we will inevitably encounter various individuals, and where there are people, conflict is unavoidable. However, in the midst of such struggles, what is overt is never as appealing as what lies hidden in the shadows. I find myself contemplating that had I possessed these petals earlier, I would not have felt so helpless when confronted with the family you so ruthlessly eliminated. Upon hearing Li Qingshui's words, Lu Chang, who was deeply immersed in the initial discourse on the food web, abruptly turned to him, his astonished gaze capturing the faint, enigmatic smile that had already begun to fade from the corner of his lips. Chapter 66. The most important person. I seem to perceive the scent of impending adversary's demise. Lu Chang gazed at Li Qingshui and remarked, "No wonder the elders often cautioned against provoking the astute. Do not misconstrue my words as those of a schemer. I merely seek to survive and ensure my own safety, employing whatever means necessary." After securely storing the iron box, Li Qingshui inquired of Lu Chang, "How far are they?" "They are just ahead, not far off," he replied. "Then let us remove this outer layer of clothing. It has become tainted with pollen." "Indeed." Lu Chang nodded. As he and Li Qingshui paused cautiously, meticulously shedding the second layer of garments enveloping their bodies. "Do you think we can reach Zhengzhou today?" Lu Chang posed a query while undressing. "According to your food web theory, the aggression of all species now is unparalleled compared to the previous world, is it not?" "Indeed. The evolution of organisms, particularly those progressing towards gigantism, necessitates the consumption of copious nutrients during their evolutionary journey. In nature, the most expedient and effective method of acquiring such nutrients is through predation. Therefore, I fear our forthcoming journey may prove arduous. Alas, regardless of the difficulties, we must persevere." Lu Chang sighed as he removed his outer trousers, and together with Li Qingshui, they returned to the original throng of people. Upon their return, the soldiers in the ranks, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, displayed expressions of anticipation. "Did you find the compass?" "Yes." Li Qingshui retrieved a metallic box from his pocket and shook it lightly, proclaiming, "I found it." He then turned his gaze towards Dr. Huang, inquiring about the condition of their injuries. "Two are quite severely hurt, while the others are relatively stable and able to move." Dr. Huang indicated a wounded soldier lying on the ground alongside a small girl nearby. "Is Xiao Jing seriously injured?" Lu Chang approached the little girl, crouching down with concern as he gently touched her forehead. He had sensed her lethargy before departing. Otherwise, given her usual spirited nature, she would have clung to him. Indeed, she is still quite young, and even with similar injuries, her condition appears significantly more dire. "Brother." Upon seeing Lu Chang return, the girl stirred, her pale lips moving as she struggled to utter a word. "Shoo, it's all right. You need not move or speak. You've merely lost too much blood. A little rest will suffice." Lu Chang tenderly stroked her hair, forcing a faint smile. Her response was merely a single word again, revealing her determination to remain conscious, though her frail body had expended tremendous energy in sustaining her spirit and will. After voicing that final word, or perhaps upon recognizing Lu Chang's safety, she succumbed to a deep unconsciousness induced by her blood loss. Sighing heavily at the sight of her slumber, Lu Chang felt a profound sense of loss with the absence of her alertness. The path ahead seemed even more arduous. Li Qingshui observed the little girl fainting and, for once, let out a deep sigh. After sighing, he glanced at another incapacitated soldier lying beside the girl, his brow furrowed. "Shunmingyi, are you able to carry him?" Li Qingshui gestured towards the soldier on the ground. "Yes," Shunming nodded, stepping forward to lift the soldier effortlessly onto his back. "Very well, since everything is arranged. We must set off now. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Take only what is useful and discard the rest. We must act swiftly." With Zhao Yu's demise, Li Qingshui temporarily assumed the role of the squad leader. "Lu Chang, you and Shun Mingyi shall lead the way. I will guide you from the side. Fatty, you carry Xiao Jing, while the rest of you pick up your weapons. Let us depart without delay." "Understood," the soldiers responded in unison. After a brief rustle, they reformed into a small squad consisting of only a handful of members, following the lead of the front runners as they set off once more. This time, they had no water and had discarded most of their backpacks. Despite their injuries, the significantly reduced number of soldiers allowed their pace to remain brisk. However, given their current speed, reaching Zhengzhou before nightfall seemed implausible. Adjusting the compass, Li Qingshui frowned, realizing that this was in the absence of any encountered troubles. "Oh." As soon as Li Qingshui's words fell, a scream erupted from within the ranks. By the time the others rushed over, the unfortunate soldier lay on the ground, his face a deep shade of blue, while simultaneously, a minuscule insect, no larger than a fingernail, flew from his neck. He was deceased. Dr. Huang stepped forward to check the soldier's pulse and addressed the gathered crowd. "Continue onward." Li Qingshui waved his hand, sighed, and chose not to look back at the fallen soldier as he led the group onward. However, after only a few steps, they lost another member. Now, merely 10 remained. As the squad traversed the dense jungle, the foliage grew increasingly tangled, with various plants competing fiercely for space, rendering certain areas impassable. Thus, at the forefront of the procession, Shunming wielded a machete to clear the obstructive vines while awkwardly carrying an injured comrade. In truth, if they had abandoned the wounded, their progress would have been swifter. Observing this predicament, Lu Chang quietly remarked to Li Qingshui, "Indeed, but I lack the authority to make that decision." Li Qingshui replied in a hushed tone. Casting a glance back at the soldiers trailing behind, I wouldn't even dare to suggest such a thing. Human sentiment is peculiar. Abandoning this soldier would fracture our unity, and the entire team might disband as a consequence. If we forsake this individual, the others will feel insecure. Lu Chang was speaking when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his ankle, followed by a scream as he lost his balance and fell to the ground. What's going on? Li Qingshui hastily lowered his head to investigate. Damn it! A piece of flesh has been torn away. Clutching his ankle, Lu Chang caught sight of a fist-sized dark shadow swiftly disappearing into a nearby tree hollow, carrying with it a morsel of fresh skin and flesh. The speed was so astonishing that he barely registered what it was. Is it serious? Fortunately, it seems that the tendons in his foot were unharmed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to walk at all. With a swift motion, he tore off a strip of fabric from his clothing and tightly bound the wound on his ankle, constricting the surrounding blood vessels. Without Xiao Jing, this would have been exceedingly inconvenient. The assailant had approached so close, and yet he remained oblivious. With her around, we can circumvent most of the dangers, Li Qingshui sighed. In this vast wilderness, whether it is Shun Mingyi or either of us, none are as crucial as Xiao Jing. She is truly the most vital member of our team. Chapter 67. The signal of the field mouse. Indeed, monsters do not engage in reasoned discourse. When confronted with palpable danger, even the highest intellect proves futile. Rising from the ground, Lu Chang tested his injured right foot by shifting his ankles back and forth. After applying some pressure, he found that aside from the expected tearing pain, his ability to exert force remained largely unaffected. Observing that his mobility was intact, a look of relief spread across Lu Chang's face as he continued. As for direct confrontations with monsters, that is perpetually a laborious and thankless choice. Thus, both Shin Mingyi and I are merely last resort options. The unconscious state of Xiao Jing, which could have helped us evade danger, is indeed a significant loss for our team. Having confirmed his condition, Lu Chang did not linger and urged, "Let us proceed. I am able to walk." Very well, Li Qingshui nodded, resuming the pace of the group. Did you catch a glimpse of the creature that bit you? No, it was too swift, darting into a tree hollow in an instant, Lu Chang replied, grimacing as he hoped it bore no venom. Indeed, the team continued their journey, and over the course of the next hour, they successfully navigated past the vibrant cluster of flowers, returning to the main path. During this hour, they also withstood several monster attacks. Fortunately, these sporadic attacks have not resulted in any casualties among the team. The flora and fauna of the forest evidently possess a certain degree of discernment regarding danger. Some of the weaker groups, upon catching sight of our human contingent from a distance, chose to retreat rather than engage in futile, suicidal assaults. A group of field mice seemed to have been trailing us for quite some time. Upon reaching Zhengkai Avenue, Lu Chang glanced back at the pairs of crimson eyes concealed within the woods. How many are there? Inquired Li Qingshui as they walked. I'm not certain. Perhaps 7 or 8. I can only see about 4 or 5, but there must be more, Lu Chang replied, stealing another glance behind him. I can't ascertain their size, as they are hiding, but they are likely at least as large as a wolf dog. Well, that is of little concern. We still have 10 of us and firearms. We need not fear them. They are probably drawn by the scent of blood on us. But I doubt they will dare to approach, Li Qingshui responded, quickening his pace. As long as they refrain from calling for reinforcements and their numbers do not increase, we are safe. Should we fire a shot to scare them away? Lu Chang proposed. It's worth a try. Our scent is already quite strong, so we need not worry about revealing our position by firing, Li Qingshui replied, turning to a soldier. Fire a few shots into the thicket behind us. Something is following us. Understood. The soldier received orders, raised his assault rifle, and unleashed a barrage of shots into the shadows of the summer jungle. The echoes of gunfire mingling with the chirping of insects and the calls of birds, as whistling bullets pierced the depths of the forest. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The field mice, indeed startled by the gunfire, scurried out in droves. All right, let's proceed. Hearing that the mice had been frightened away, Li Qingshui led the team forward at a brisk pace. However, Not having walked more than a kilometer, Lu Chang detected that familiar disturbance behind them. Damn it! Those mice have come back, relentless as ever. Lu Chang frowned, listening intently. Well, there's nothing to be done. They are lurking behind us, trailing at a distance. What can we do? Li Qingshui shrugged, acknowledging that despite having startled them away multiple times, the mice would inevitably regroup. They now resembled a man, intoxicated by desire. Facing us, the alluring beauties exuding the scent of flesh, no matter how much we reject them, they would charge forth, undeterred. Shall we simply ignore them? The sensation of being followed is truly discomforting. The atmosphere within the team is already stifling. And being trailed by a pack of bloodthirsty yet timid creatures is unbearable for anyone. What then? Shall we return and engage them in battle? Li Qingshui remarked. Let it be. By the time we return, they will likely have fled, and when we set out again, they might just follow us once more. Sometimes, this is how lions hunt. It's utterly disgusting. Lu Chang spat onto the ground in disgust, falling silent thereafter. The team maintained a brisk pace, accompanied by a swarm of mice for over half an hour, until Lu Chang's furrowed brow finally began to relax. Suddenly, the rodents seemed to disperse all at once. As Lu Chang walked, he sensed a lightness in the air, and a smile crept onto his face. They must have vacated their territory. Perhaps, after all, most mammals possess a sense of territoriality. Li Qingshui also breathed a sigh of relief, but as he exhaled, he instinctively drew in his breath again. Did they leave gradually? Or did they scatter all at once? It was the latter. Within mere seconds, they had vanished completely. Observing Li Qingshui's expression, Lu Chang furrowed his brow and inquired, Is something amiss? The reaction of the field mice did not seem to indicate a reluctant departure from food, but rather a panicked flight in the face of danger. As Li Qingshui spoke, he gestured for the team behind him to halt. Do you remember when I told you that a mouse's sense of smell is 10 times more acute than that of a dog? Lu Chang nodded, grasping the implication. You mean? He readied his crossbow, drawing the string taut. Danger appeared imminent. Li Qingshui turned to the team, shouting, Arm yourselves and safeguard your comrades. Form a semicircle and spread out. Upon receiving the command, the well-trained elite squad swiftly assumed a combat formation. Although the proximity of the soldiers to one another compromised their conventional alignment due to visibility issues, they executed the order commendably, demonstrating admirable military discipline. Mr. Li, what dangers lie ahead? A soldier inquired after dispersing the formation. I am uncertain. The field mice that have been trailing us have suddenly fled. I surmise this is a signal indicating the presence of an adversary beyond our capacity to confront, replied Li Qingshui, as he swiftly lifted the gravely injured Shiming Yi onto his back. Allow me to carry you. Prepare yourself for combat. Understood, Shiming Yi nodded in agreement. Which direction did the mice flee? After securing the injured soldier, Li Qingshui turned to Lu Chang. Directly behind us. Then you shall scout ahead to ascertain the nature of the threat, Li Qingshui instructed, patting Shiming Yi on the shoulder. Will you accompany him? Certainly, Shiming Yi affirmed. Let us proceed. Lu Chang, with no further ado, readied his crossbow. The two most physically capable members of the team dashed forward at an impressive pace. After covering a distance of several dozen meters, Lu Chang caught the faint sound of rustling carried by the breeze. Something is out there. Upon hearing the noise, Lu Chang quickly crouched behind a large tree along the path, pulling Shiming Yi into concealment alongside him. Listening intently to the rustling sound approaching from afar, a head emerged from behind the thicket. As the noise grew increasingly distinct, a vibrant and enormous creature stepped forth from the depths of the dense fog into his line of sight. Oh, what is this abomination? It's utterly revolting. The moment Lu Chang laid eyes upon the monster, a wave of nausea surged through his stomach. Chapter 68. The pill millipede. A shiver ran down Lu Chang's spine as he suppressed the churning bile in his stomach and gazed upon the vividly colored monstrosity before him. It was an insect, or perhaps more accurately described as a creature reminiscent of an insect. Its elongated body bore a striking resemblance to that of a centipede. The sole distinction lay in its disproportionately short yet abundantly numerous legs. This creature was grotesque in appearance, its shell gleaming with a kaleidoscope of colors, unmistakably indicating its lethal toxicity. This must be the pill millipede, Lu Chang mused, struggling to recall the insect's former nomenclature. Although evolution has progressed swiftly, we have yet to reach an epoch where entirely new biological forms emerge. Thus, anything that exists must have a corresponding prototype. Indeed, It is the pill millipede. Lu Chang mentally aligned the diminutive figure he had in mind with the colossal being before him, discovering a remarkable similarity exceeding 90%. Has the creature arrived? Xin Ming inquired in a hushed tone from behind a tree. It has. We must retreat swiftly. The creature is exceedingly fast, Lu Chang replied, taking hold of Xin Ming and fleeing along their original path. What sort of creature? A bug, resembling a serpent, and quite massive, its girth akin to that of a barrel, though I couldn't ascertain its full length. The two moved with remarkable speed, exchanging only a few words as they traversed the forest's expanse and returned to their group. What is happening? Li Qingshui observed Lu Chang's hurried demeanor and instinctively sensed imminent danger. A bug, the pill millipede, as thick as a barrel, roughly estimated to be 35 meters long, resplendent in colors, and seemingly venomous. Lu Chang answered Li Qingshui's questions rapidly and intermittently. Is it fast? Do we have a chance to escape? Uncertain, he remarked that it had yet to exert itself, but undoubtedly, it was swifter than an ordinary human. As Lu spoke, he turned to look back, only to see the vibrant figure emerging from the depths of the mist, its massive head already protruding. There was no escaping now. It had caught up. Lu shouted and dove into the ranks. Fire in that direction. He stood among the soldiers, his finger rigidly pointing towards a target. Open fire. Open fire. Li Qingshui echoed his command. The giant millipede could expel a blinding liquid. They must not let it close in. Though many soldiers were unfamiliar with this creature known as the millipede and could not discern its enormous form several meters away, an innate wisdom compelled them to fend off the impending danger. Rat-tat-tat. For soldiers armed with assault rifles simultaneously unleashed their firepower. A barrage converging upon the distant silhouette. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets penetrated the foliage, and despite the relatively short distance, the majority failed to hit their mark. This exceedingly low accuracy could not be entirely attributed to the soldiers. With no visible target and merely a direction to shoot, even the most skilled marksman would struggle to achieve results. Fortunately, the rapid rate of fire from the assault rifles ensured that, despite the low hit rate, a few fortunate bullets managed to fulfill their purpose, striking the surface of the colossal insect's body. Clang! A crisp sound resonated through the air, reminiscent of metal clashing. Two bullets struggled to pierce the formidable exoskeleton of the colossal insect, burrowing into its body and inflicting negligible harm. With a sharp screech, the wounded creature expelled a yellowish pus, catapulting itself into the air and swiftly concealing itself upon the trunk of a towering tree. Lu Chang's gaze instinctively followed its trajectory, but he was met only with a canopy of leaves. Damn it! In this place, even more densely vegetated than a tropical rainforest, an abundance of lush foliage and various vines created an overwhelming sensation of being engulfed by the greenery. Locating a hidden entity, even one of considerable size, proved to be an insurmountable challenge. It has ascended the tree. Everyone, remain vigilant of the heights, Lu Chang commanded, directing the remaining capable soldiers as if he were the eyes of the entire team. Don't you possess more powerful weaponry? He urged. These rifle bullets seem to inflict minimal damage. We have grenades and a disposable anti-tank rocket launcher, one soldier replied, discarding his rifle onto the ground and preparing the rocket launcher. However, I am uncertain about hitting it. I still don't even know what it truly is. The soldier tilted his head upward, only noticing leaves dangling perilously close to his face, for with his limited vision, he could discern nothing beyond the lower vines and leaves of the surrounding trees. The forest was so dense that I could not discern what lay among the trees. Silence fell upon us. Everyone remained vigilant, attuned to the sounds above. Lu Chang, wielding a crossbow, directed his gaze upwards, striving to discern a vibrant hue amidst the chaotic greenery, while simultaneously straining his ears to capture any potential noise. Yet, to his surprise, neither his sight nor hearing proved useful. Instead, it was his oft-ignored acute sense of smell that came into play this time. A peculiar scent wafted through the fresh air of the woodland. Quickly, disperse, he urged. His nostrils detected a pungent aroma, and as the words barely escaped his lips, he grasped the hefty figure beside him and retreated from the area. The others followed suit, albeit a moment later, hastily vacating the vicinity. Just as the last individual leapt away, a strange misty liquid descended through the gaps in the treetops, showering the ground below. Upon contact with the verdant grass, the once emerald blades revealed a startling pink hue. Simultaneously, Lu Chang finally spotted that elusive flash of color among the leaves above. "There!" he exclaimed, and in a swift motion, released the crossbow bolt, striking the colossal insect with precision. The creature writhed in the air, emitting a grotesque screech. Yet, this anguished cry served as a beacon for the unseen soldiers, who, quick to respond, unleashed a barrage of a rocket and numerous rifle bullets into the area. The ensuing explosion resonated loudly, shaking the very ground beneath us. A tremendous roar and the sound of an explosion reverberated, leaving everyone in a state of acute ear-ringing and dizziness. The proximity of the blast engulfed the crowd in a fiery torrent, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing upon them, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that sent individuals sprawling in all directions. "Damn it!" Lu Chang, having fallen from a distance, struggled to rise from the ground, expelling the sand and debris from his mouth before extracting 3 fragments of shrapnel embedded in his chest. How could I possibly know it was so close? I couldn't see a thing. A soldier who had been even nearer to the explosion shouted in agony as he clambered to his feet, his chest charred and severely injured. Upon hearing his comrades' complaints, the soldier who had launched the rocket discarded the disposable launcher and stood up, gazing into the smoldering woods where the explosion had occurred. That creature must be dead, right? It should be dead. The branches scorched by the explosion blazed fiercely, and Lu Chang meticulously searched through the flames and thick smoke for the remains of the colossal insect. Chapter 69. The Scent Umbrella. After a prolonged search amidst the thickets, Lu Chang finally discerned the charred remains of the insect, its body severed in two by the formidable force of the rocket. The residual flames had evaporated much of its internal fluids, rendering the already viscous yellow ichor even more gelatinous. The creature appeared lifeless. However, I had no intention of confirming its state. Lu Chang fixed his gaze upon the insect's corpse hanging from the tree for a considerable time before addressing the others. After all, there is a saying, isn't there? A centipede, even when mortally wounded, does not easily perish. Li Qingshui had also risen from the ground, wiping away the blood that had been forced from his nose. Fortunately, the number of shrapnel pieces that had ricocheted here was minimal. Otherwise, I might have met my demise. "You have narrowly escaped, but he seems to be beyond saving," remarked a soldier who had managed to stand, pointing to the severely injured comrade Li Qingshui had previously carried on his back. The man, already gravely wounded, had succumbed after the bombardment. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chang was immediately reminded of the little girl, who too bore serious injuries. He swiftly scanned the ground and spotted the figure of the plump man. At that moment, the man's back was lacerated from the impact of the rocket, his scalp nearly devoid of hair, indicating severe trauma. The whereabouts of the little girl on his back remained unknown. Plump man, plump man. Observing such a distressing sight, Lu Chang hastily nudged his prostrate companion, inquiring with genuine concern, "Are you all right? What about Xiao Jing? You were carrying her earlier." With a gentle push from Lu Chang, the stout fellow emitted a soft, plaintive cry as he gradually lifted himself from the ground, revealing the small girl he had been shielding beneath his now less corpulent frame. She was unharmed, as I had kept her safe, though I felt as if I might perish from the pain. The stout man propped himself up, his hands reaching back to tend to the wound on his back. I suspected he had suffered a concussion, for his head throbbed incessantly, accompanied by a persistent ringing in his ears. If the artilleryman were to fire another shell so close, I could not ascertain whether the creature had perished, but it was certain we would all meet our demise. "My apologies," he murmured. I had no idea the target was so near. Observing the destruction wrought by his rocket, the expressions of his comrades mirrored his dismay, while the soldier who had initially launched the projectile appeared rather sheepish. "No harm done. You managed to obliterate that creature, which is fortunate indeed. Otherwise, we would have found ourselves in a precarious situation." Shun Mingyi rose from the ground, remarkably unscathed save for a few fragments of shrapnel lodged in his robust form. It seemed he had encountered only minor injuries. Such a sturdy physique certainly has its advantages. The stout man stood upright, vigorously patting Shun Mingyi's chest. "You should have faced that creature in a duel. Then we might have avoided these injuries entirely." "Me duel with it? Huh. I would surely meet a dreadful fate." Shun Mingyi chuckled in response to the stout man's jest. After enduring this tumultuous ordeal, the group found themselves once again amidst a scene of casualties. Regardless of the wounds and pains they endured, they dared not linger too long, merely pausing for 5 minutes before resuming their arduous journey. Now, only 9 individuals remained. As they traversed the jungle path, Each bore significant injuries, and a haunting thought plagued their minds. Would they be the next to perish? With half of their number already lost to death or injury, a profound sense of dread and uncertainty enveloped them, casting shadows over their prospects of survival. Doubts began to surface regarding the squad's ability to reach their destination. Do not fear, for our recent encounter with that creature may well be fortuitous. Li Qingshui, leading the way, endeavored to uplift the spirits of the weary team. It is indeed a blessing. We have lost a severely injured comrade, allowing us to quicken our pace. Some members of the group, seemingly emboldened by fear, retorted with cynical remarks, instinctively lashing out at their surroundings, much like a wounded hedgehog, timid and reckless. I am not referring to that, Li Qingshui replied, unperturbed by the soldier's attitude, and continued his explanation. I speak of the scent. Do you not perceive that after our encounter with that bug, the stench of our blood has been masked by the creature's potent, almost medicinal odor? And what of it? The advantages are manifold. Firstly, masking the scent of blood can significantly diminish the dangers that surround us. Furthermore, that enormous insect, even amidst this jungle, appears to be the ultimate predator. Such apex predators possess a certain deterrent effect within the woods, if we were to become imbued with its scent. Li Qingshui remarked with a smile. Then the sense of oppression we impose on other creatures would be greatly amplified, effectively providing us with an invisible shield of protection. Is that so? Cradling the little girl, Lu Chang inhaled the aroma lingering on his sleeve. If only he had taken the chance to rub against that creature earlier. He could have absorbed some of its ethereal essence. Damn, your jokes are making me feel cold and achy, he quipped. The stout fellow, in sync with Lu Chang's jest, rubbed his own back injury, hoping to alleviate the stress induced by fear and pain. Thus, the group of 9 supported, teased, and assisted one another, journeying onward until twilight fell without encountering further peril. Whether it was sheer luck or the insect's imposing presence remained uncertain. As night descended, the 9 adventurers drew nearer to their destination, Zhengzhou. Let us muster our strength. We are almost there, Li Qingshui exclaimed, glancing skyward while calculating the remaining distance. Quickening his pace once more. With dawn seemingly within their grasp, the group summoned their dwindling energy, moving briskly through the underbrush. However, a half-hour later, as darkness deepened and visibility sharply declined, Lu Chang once again sensed impending danger, the familiar rustling sound. A few hours ago, the identical rustling sound echoed in his mind, reminiscent of the countless tiny footsteps of a millipede traversing the grass and leaves. Lu Chang recalled it vividly. Another creature had arrived, and this time, it was not solitary. Damn it, are they considering us their companions? Upon hearing Lu Chang's words, a soldier within the ranks immediately discarded his weapon and sprinted towards the end of Zhengkai Avenue. Had it not been for their fortuitous shot that struck the earlier creature, their small squad could have faced utter annihilation. Now, with several such creatures charging towards them and the finish line tantalizingly close, an overwhelming sense of temptation coupled with fear paralyzed their spirits. In that moment, every individual, including Lu Chang, Shun Mingyi, and Li Qingshui, found themselves propelled into a frenzied dash, with the little girl nestled in Lu Chang's arms, bouncing amidst the dense foliage. As they surged forward, the disparity in their speeds became evident. Shun Mingyi led the charge, outpacing everyone with remarkable agility, leaping through the jungle like a nimble monkey, quickly vanishing from sight. Lu Chang followed closely behind, his physical advantage and broader perspective enabling him to navigate obstacles with ease, though cradling the young girl. He kept pace with Shun Mingyi. Surprisingly, in the third echelon of their escape, Li Qingshui, whose stamina paled in comparison to the elite soldiers, managed to outrun many of them, defying expectations. Each step he took appeared to be meticulously calculated. Amidst the treacherous terrain of slick fungi-laden grass and the intricate entanglement of various root systems, he managed to land his feet in the most opportune crevices of the forest floor. Despite the limited expanse of his vision, he seemed to possess an innate sensor, effortlessly evading obstacles in the underbrush as if this escape route had been honed through countless rehearsals, allowing him to navigate with an effortless grace. Chapter 70. Certain matters, everyone was sprinting for their lives, acutely aware that any hesitation could prove fatal. Despite the collective urgency, even Lu Chang, who occupied the second tier of the fleeing crowd, could not entirely shake off the ominous rustling sounds behind him. The creatures, though corpulent, moved with astonishing swiftness, their bulk failing to impede their agility. As Lu Chang gasped for breath while racing forward, he could still glimpse the swaying branches above, adorned with vibrant hues hidden among the foliage. Split up, split up. Though Li Qingshui lacked Lu Chang's prowess, his keen perception of detail allowed him to sense the imminent danger above. He shouted as he ran, "Everyone, scatter! If we become surrounded by the insects, none of us will escape." But just as Lu Chang's words left his lips, a massive insect descended from the trees, its body dangling precariously, half suspended in the branches, half hanging in midair. With its sharp mandibles poised menacingly, it unleashed a blinding, strange liquid from its terrifying maw. Damn it! Faced with this dire situation, Lu Chang wasted no time. He evaded the noxious spray and swiftly veered into the denser underbrush nearby. Now that he was close to Zhengzhou, he felt assured that he would not lose his way. As long as he maintained a general sense of direction, escape was all but guaranteed. Diving into the dense thicket, he cradled the little girl as he navigated through the foliage, leaping and bounding, carefully selecting paths through the underbrush that the colossal insect would find difficult to traverse. The low shrubs, lacking the robust branches of towering trees, could not withstand the immense weight of the creature, thriving instead in a more densely packed formation than other plants, rendering movement for the insect exceedingly challenging. With purposeful intent, Lu Chang wove through the undergrowth, gradually distancing himself from the fast-moving centipede. As the rustling sound receded into the distance, he dared not slacken his pace, clutching the girl tightly as he sprinted eastward toward Zhengzhou. The entirety of the Zhengkai Avenue, stretching 80 kilometers from west to east, was finally reached amidst his labored breaths. As he ran, the surrounding vegetation began to thin. The towering trees and the myriad of fungi vanished from sight, giving way to a landscape dominated by a singular blend of grasses and shrubs. After another 20 minutes of relentless running, the already sparse foliage became even more scattered, and at last, he burst forth from the jungle, emerging into a clearer world. The vista before him transformed from an endless expanse of varied flora to the stark reality of a highway and a collapsed overpass, with the remnants marking the end of Zhengkai Avenue just a short distance to his left. As he walked towards the end of the main road, beneath the welcoming sign of the people of Zhengzhou, Lu Chang gazed at the transformed landscape around him, no longer a verdant expanse. He observed the distant remnants of human influence on the ground, untouched by time, and was suddenly struck by a profound sense of dislocation. The journey from Kaifeng, where the people welcomed him, to Zhengzhou had been fraught with countless hardships and tribulations, the tally of which he could no longer enumerate. Once a mere hour's drive, this distance had morphed into an arduous trek reminiscent of a long march, where nearly all of the 20-odd companions had perished, leaving the survivors battered and bruised. After pausing for 2 minutes to catch his breath, Lu Chang suppressed his emotions and began to search for signs of others nearby. 5 minutes later, he spotted Shen Mingyi on the opposite side of the road, also looking for their companions. Upon catching sight of the lost comrade, Lu Chang hurriedly called out, "You made it." Shen Mingyi, standing at the far end of Zhengkai Avenue, displayed a look of surprise. Due to their divergent paths during the escape, they had emerged in different locations and had not encountered one another immediately. "Indeed, I made it out," Lu Chang replied, embracing the young girl tightly before sinking to the ground in a moment of exhaustion. "It has been quite a journey. Have you seen anyone else?" "No, I've been out for about 7 or 8 minutes and have only seen the two of you." As Shen Ming lowered his head, a tinge of shame washed over him. "I apologize. As a soldier, it should be my duty to protect you and fulfill the mission, yet I was the first to flee." He chuckled bitterly. What is there to discuss about protection? In such circumstances, who could safeguard others? Those who lag behind are doomed. To still contemplate the notion of military honor in this environment strikes me as profoundly noble. Lu Chang patted Shen Ming's shoulder, forcing a smile as he said, "Let us not dwell on such thoughts. They are too taxing. Leave the burdensome matters to Li Qingshui. Instead, let us search for traces of our companions in this vicinity." The escape routes varied significantly, making it challenging to locate them. However, if we follow the right direction, they should have all emerged from this area. "Let us search diligently and stick together." "Agreed," Shen Ming nodded. "Let us split up. Every 10 minutes, we shall reconvene beneath the Zhengzhou welcomes you sign. What do you think?" "Sounds good," Lu Chang replied, rising with the little girl in his arms, and they set off in search of their comrades. 10 minutes later, he encountered Li Qingshui, who had also managed to escape. 20 minutes after that, Shen Ming returned with another soldier. Yet, after locating this soldier, They spent an additional 40 minutes without encountering any others who had escaped. Surely, nothing has happened to Fatty. Lu Chang pondered, returning to the Zhengzhou welcomes you sign. Casting a worried glance at the 3 remaining survivors. Uncertain and bewildered, Li Qingshui shook his head, acknowledging the chaos that had ensued moments ago. In that tumultuous moment, everyone was too preoccupied with their own survival to notice the plight of others, including himself. He had lagged behind during the escape and faintly recalled hearing a few anguished cries, though he could not ascertain if one of them belonged to the corpulent man. The last soldier to emerge bore an expression of palpable terror. Li, overwhelmed by fear, dared not glance back, choosing instead to flee relentlessly, consumed by a singular focus on escape, leaving no room for reflection. As the soldier's voice trailed off, it grew increasingly somber. Regrettably, it is not pleasant to admit, but the likelihood of the others perishing is substantial. Upon hearing this, Shin Ming could not suppress a sigh. We began with 27, and perhaps only 5 of us remain alive now. As for those lost in the woods, I fear they may never return. Indeed, they are unlikely to emerge. The soldier interjected, casting a wary glance at the dimming crimson mist surrounding them. We should no longer wait for them. Darkness has fully enveloped the sky. Let us seek refuge. Though the outskirts of this vast city are not as perilous as the jungle, the night still harbors its own dangers. Let us proceed, Shen Ming declared, stepping forward to grasp Lu Chang's arm in agreement with the soldier's reasoning. In truth, I have been contemplating. Lu Chang stood still, disregarding the plea of the man who had tugged at him, unmoved by the soldier's words. He gazed at Li Qingshui and slowly spoke. I wonder if we should return to take a look. Although the likelihood of the fat man being alive is slim, not knowing for certain leaves me unsettled. Hee. I share the same sentiment. Li Qingshui responded with a smile and a nod. You agree so readily? This is not what I anticipated. Lu Chang's face displayed astonishment upon hearing Li Qingshui unhesitatingly accept his suggestion. Logically, one would think that such a thankless task would be avoided. For a moment's reflection reveals the folly of my proposal. Yet, some matters do not require deep contemplation. Li Qingshui clenched her fist and extended it towards Lu Chang's chest. Do you believe I would abandon my comrades? Indeed, Lu Chang replied, extending his own fist to gently meet hers.